You are undeniably an ordinary individual, so feeble that even a newborn could easily overpower you. Yet, he awakened the Conqueror's Haki that eluded the majority of naval admirals. It is solely because your arrival through time has awakened an extraordinary system of enlightenment. Regardless of how intricate the skill may be, a mere glance is all it takes for you to master it completely. One could even extrapolate entirely new forms of power based on this foundation. It is even possible to extrapolate entirely new forms of power based on this foundation. From the moment you awaken the power of the Conqueror's Haki, you shall determine to conquer the entirety of the pirate world. At this moment, within a tavern in Donghai Windmill Village, the members of the red-haired pirate crew have once again gathered to indulge in exquisite culinary delights. You skillfully emerged from the kitchen, presenting a serving of fried rice to Shanks. Here is your fried rice, Shanks. Indeed, it appears that your culinary skills are even more delightful. The red-haired individual took the fried rice and began to indulge in it with great enthusiasm. However, after only a few bites, one choked due to eating too hastily. Their face turned a deep shade of purple from the strain, as they desperately patted their chest, casting a pleading glance in your direction. You wore an expression of utter disbelief. The illustrious red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, nearly met his end at the hands of fried rice. Who would believe such a tale if it were spoken aloud? In that moment, a glass of wheat juice was hastily poured, ultimately rescuing Shanks from a most peculiar fate. I narrowly escaped death. You saved my life. The crimson-haired individual bore the visage of one who had survived a calamity. At that moment, an inadvertent emanation of imperial pressure was released from the crimson-haired figure. One must understand that the power of the crimson-haired is capable of shattering wood into splinters. Though it may seem merely a presence, it is potent enough to render the weak-willed ordinary individuals unconscious on the spot. Your complexion instantly turned pale, as if your soul were a newborn infant, exposed without any garments to the frigid expanse of ice and snow. The biting cold wind pierced through your spirit like a blade. However, it is precisely at this moment that you subtly grasp the essence of what is commonly referred to as the dominance of this world. Amidst this profound anguish, he distinctly sensed a stirring within the depths of his very soul. As if sealed within a certain power. With a surge from the crimson-haired figure's formidable presence, an immediate stir of awakening ensued. You observed the overwhelming aura emanating from the red-haired one, unexpectedly igniting the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, the red-haired individual, sipping on wheat juice, was startled and hastily set down the cup. He realized that he might have erred, having been somewhat negligent. Unintentionally, a trace of his imposing aura had inadvertently caused you harm. Are you all right? He cast a concerned glance in my direction, quickly tempering his imposing demeanor, regretting his actions with deep remorse. He is acutely aware that for adults, perhaps the harm inflicted by arrogance is of little consequence. Their spirits, having been battered by the trials of life, have grown numb. At most, a night's sleep will suffice to mend their wounds, leaving no lingering repercussions. However, for a young adolescent, their physique has yet to fully mature, remaining quite tender. Their spirit is notably sensitive, leaving them with almost no resistance to the pressures of anger. Your delicate visage pales before my eyes. Your eyelids tightly shut, and the crimson locks appear somewhat disheveled. At this moment, in the bar, the other pirates, who were indulging in drink and revelry, noticed the unfolding situation over here. They all paused and gathered with concern. What is the matter? How should one address the situation? Captain, how has your formidable presence become so pronounced? It must be that the captain has recently achieved a breakthrough in strength, which has led to an enhancement in his Conqueror's Haki. After all, Conqueror's Haki cannot be improved through mere training, it only grows stronger with the wielder's increasing power. How unfortunate! I hope this young man's spirit has not suffered damage, leading him to a state of stupor. The crowd surrounds him, attentively observing his condition. In the kitchen, Marcino, who was busily preparing a meal for everyone, suddenly noticed an unusual silence outside. Sensing that something was amiss, he hurriedly exited the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron while inquiring, "What is happening? What has transpired?" The red-haired individual spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Where is the ship's doctor?" "The ship's doctor, where might he be?" Beckman swiftly inquired. Soon, the ship's doctor squeezed through the crowd. Upon learning the situation, he shook his head slightly. "This is a psychological injury, one that cannot be treated with ordinary medicine. Now we can only offer our prayers, hoping that your mental fortitude is inherently extraordinary, and that your resolve remains steadfast. Perhaps this will allow you to retain your sanity, yet it is likely that your physical condition will become exceedingly frail in the future. However, it was at this moment that you, who had kept your eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Just now, he, harnessing a strand of the Crimson Hare's formidable aura, successfully grasped the essence of that overpowering presence through his extraordinary insight. What is often termed as charisma resides within everyone, albeit hidden within the realms of one's mental landscape. For some, this essence is buried more profoundly. The tricolored dominance. The depths at which different individuals are buried vary significantly. And the impact on each person's character is profoundly distinct. Every individual is innately endowed with the qualities of a king. It is precisely because their Conqueror's Haki has manifested that it profoundly affects their character, generating a charisma that influences those around them, compelling others to desire to follow in their footsteps. Originally, within your body, the three types of Haki lay buried deep. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that they would remain dormant for a lifetime. Yet now, empowered by this strand of crimson-haired dominance, he surged forth with unyielding resolve, shattering the barriers that lay before him. In an instant, he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. The moment his eyes opened, an aura uniquely his own erupted forth with great intensity. A surge of purple energy instantaneously enveloped the entire bar, penetrating the walls and spilling into the outside world, casting its influence over the entirety of Windmill Village and parts of the surrounding areas. At this moment, the villagers of Windmill Village are imbued with a sense of sovereign grandeur. Each one feeling as though they stand before a king. A deity whose radiance is too resplendent to behold. In an instant, the bodies of these villagers began to tremble involuntarily. Their knees grew weak, and ultimately, with a resounding thud, they knelt down, akin to subjects bowing before their sovereign. Not only humans, but also various animals in the village, and even the birds soaring in the sky, all succumbed to the ground before the extraordinary purple aura of your awakening. Foaming at the mouth, they lost consciousness. On board the ship of the red-haired pirates, a lookout stationed at this location suddenly sensed something amiss. He sprang up abruptly, gazing in disbelief at the scene before him. What an immense expanse it was! A magnificent aura of purple dominance enveloped the entire village, extending even to the surrounding areas and the ocean beyond. Such an imposing presence over such a vast expanse, I have only witnessed it in the captain. Moreover, as I mention this, I cannot help but notice that the lookout has begun to bead with cold sweat upon his brow. Moreover, this aura of dominance feels even more astonishing than that of the captain, instilling within me an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. Inside the bar, accompanied by the sudden release of your overwhelming aura, the members of the red-haired pirates were left in astonishment. No matter how hard they pondered, they could not comprehend how a seemingly youthful boy could awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Among the crowd, the most extraordinary was undoubtedly the red-haired one. This aura, the red-haired individual revealed a look of astonishment. Muttering in disbelief, even Captain Roger of yore never possessed such astonishing purity. In your formidable presence, red-haired one, I sensed a distinct and unparalleled essence. Everyone possesses a unique form of Conqueror's Haki. Your Conqueror's Haki exudes an air of nobility. If one were to draw a metaphor, it would be akin to the sovereign among sovereigns. In certain respects, it is even more formidable than that of Roger. At this moment, you have reined in your breath, returned to a state of normalcy, and appear no different from an ordinary boy next door. However, just moments ago, he revealed an air of dominance that was entirely different, akin to a sovereign ruler surveying his subjects from on high. It truly startled everyone present. What you just unleashed couldn't possibly be imposing, isn't it? You observe the astonished expressions of those around you, and nod slightly. What a joke! Upon witnessing the confirmation from the concerned party, the pirates of the red-haired crew immediately lost their composure, each one howling in a frenzy. The look in their eyes resembled that of gazing upon a humanoid sea king. Even I, the great master, have yet to awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Yet, a mere child like you has managed to do so. How old are you? Ah, how infuriating! Such beauty, such envy transforms my very visage. The Conqueror's Haki is a trait that awakens only in those who aspire to reign supreme.
Young man, do you also harbor ambitions of becoming a king? Surely, you do not wish to become the dominant figure in Windmill Village, do you? At this moment, the observant Beckman suddenly noticed something amiss. Miss Magino, you have not fainted after all. Upon the utterance of these words, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically. They turned their gazes toward the counter, where the proprietress stood, her expression one of innocent bewilderment as she regarded the assembly. What could have transpired? What is the situation? A look of bewilderment envelopes the crowd. Everyone appears utterly perplexed. Could it be that Miss Marcy is also a formidable force? Among those present, the most striking was the one with crimson hair, whose commanding presence resonated profoundly. He immediately contemplated a singular possibility, yet it was precisely this prospect that sent a shiver down his spine. Impossible. Her crimson hair framed her face as her pupils slightly constricted. Muttering to herself, Beckman, witnessing his captain's uncharacteristic demeanor, found it rather peculiar. However, he soon contemplated the possibility that lay before him. Suddenly turning to look at you with piercing eyes. Young one, could it be that you controlled your aura and did not harm Miss Margino? Dominance is controllable. For an ordinary person, the initial awakening of the Conqueror's Haki is often difficult to manage. It may even become impossible to unleash it once more. It requires a considerable amount of time for comprehension and practice. Yet, astonishingly, you have just awakened and are already capable of wielding your formidable presence without causing harm to those around you. Such a gift is truly remarkable. Once everyone present comprehended the situation, a chorus of gasps filled the air. At that moment, the bar's door was abruptly kicked open, and a figure hastily entered. Alarmed, the lookout rushed over, only to find a room full of people staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. The so-called enemy did not even catch a glimpse of a shadow. Soon, when the lookout realized that you were indeed the formidable force behind it all, his eyes widened in astonishment. As a member of the Four Emperors' crew, he undoubtedly comprehends the significance of this achievement. A youth, whose Conqueror's Haki awakened with such prowess that, in the very moment of its emergence, he mastered the art of wielding this formidable power, even to the extent of ensuring that those around him remained unharmed. This talent cannot merely be described as surpassing others, it is truly unprecedented and unparalleled in history. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly articulated the scene he had observed from the observation platform. When all present heard that your Conqueror's Haki encompassed the entire Windmill Village, extending even to the surrounding sea and wilderness, everyone was once again astonished. The scale was astonishingly vast. The red-haired individual displayed an expression of disbelief once more. The gaze directed at you resembled that of one observing a peculiar creature. Not only was your talent extraordinary, but your innate qualities were equally remarkable. Moreover, the aura you exuded surpassed even that of myself, the captain, and Mr. Rayleigh in terms of purity. You, my dear fellow, are truly remarkable. Could it be that he is the very person I have been seeking? At this moment, the mind of the red-haired individual is in utter disarray. How could someone with such an imposing talent and potential, surpassing even his own, have crossed his path? Certainly, with his magnanimity, he would not harbor any jealousy towards you. At this moment, his thoughts are consumed by the possibility that you might indeed be the Nika he has been searching for. At this moment, the entire room of guests gazes at you with eyes full of curiosity, as if you were a peculiar creature. Meanwhile, you find yourself seated at the counter, pouring a glass of wheat juice for your own enjoyment. As you sip from this glass of wheat juice, your mind drifts to the reflections you have just experienced. As the formidable aura of crimson hair enveloped him, he experienced a profound realization. In releasing his own potent essence, he encountered yet another layer of understanding. This dual enlightenment, at that moment, resembled an exquisite elixir, nourishing his soul and spirit, igniting an endless wellspring of inspiration within him. So this is how it is. With your eyes glazed over, you gulp down the wheat juice. As thoughts collide in your mind, it seems as though some extraordinary revelation is on the brink of emergence. In the bar, you hold a wheat fruit in your hand. Your eyes are glazed. Yet your mind is racing with thoughts. At this moment, you reflect upon the myriad experiences of the past. What is dominance, if not merely a form of spiritual energy residing within the human body? In the world of pirates, the people lack even the most fundamental techniques for body refinement.
It is solely through reckless practice that they have attained physiques akin to that of monsters. Without the enhancement of marine delicacies and an array of rare fruits, my practice would have long been in vain. As for the cultivation of mental fortitude, it has been rather simplistically categorized into a singular form of dominance. In reality, you have grasped the principles of Haki through your extraordinary intuition. If Haki is considered a manifestation of spiritual energy, then the Conqueror's Haki, in essence, involves enveloping this mental force around the surface of one's body.
Theoretically, this is a viable concept.
Meanwhile, Roger's divine departure essentially entails projecting spiritual energy as if it were a projectile. At this moment, it seems as though shimmering rays of twilight dance within your eyes, where various inspirations and ideas collide. Simultaneously, he is diligently endeavoring to conduct experiments, seeking to harness the recently awakened prowess. You, through your own understanding and myriad experiences, suddenly attain enlightenment. A moment of inspiration strikes, and with effortless ease, you grasp the very essence of power.
Divine evasion. Give it a try. A stir within your heart. You contemplate summoning forth your formidable aura into the external realm.
Behold this young lad, exuding an air of maturity far beyond his years, as though he is deep in contemplation.
At this moment,
the members of the red-haired pirates gaze upon him, their eyes reflecting the awe reserved for a formidable sea creature. The mere presence of his crimson locks has awakened the Conqueror's Haki within them.
Yet, this is not the end of the tale.
Incredibly, he has just awakened this power, and is already able to wield it with remarkable finesse. A feat that typically requires years,
even decades, of arduous training to achieve.
In a single instant, he has accomplished what many deem impossible.
How formidable is this lad's Haki talent?
Has he already reached half of your prowess? The renowned pirate spoke, clearly lacking understanding of Haki, otherwise, he would not have uttered such words.
Other pirates began to echo this sentiment.
In their minds, when it comes to Haki, the Red-Haired Shanks stands unrivaled, without question.
Beckman was one of the few lucid individuals.
He cast his gaze upon the red-haired one, curious to discern their thoughts, only to find that the red-haired individual was lost in a reverie. At this moment, before the red-haired individual, it seems as though the echoes of a dialogue from decades past, when Roger was still alive, materialize.
What is the name of this technique? Divine evasion. Why is it called that? It sounds quite appealing.
The young red-haired individual gazes at Roger, who is smiling and skillfully wielding his paired blades, practicing the divine evasion. A formidable streak of black, intertwined with crimson lightning, surged forth in a slashing motion, instantly severing all that lay before it. Everything, whether it be ancient trees aged 1,000 years, or colossal boulders resembling small mountains, before this strike,
all are as fragile as tofu.
At this moment, Roger turned around, wearing a rather smug expression, and declared, "Shanks, for even if a deity stood before me, one must evade this single strike." On an island, a mature red-haired man stands, breathless and drenched in sweat, gripping his weapon with trembling fingers that barely maintain their hold.
Yet, despite his exhaustion, an unmistakable excitement gleams upon his face. Success attained. At last mastered. Divine evasion. He gazes upward toward the heavens, as if beholding paradise.
"I have mastered the techniques that took you the better part of your life to cultivate, and I achieved this over a decade earlier than you." The crimson-haired one is moved to tears. At this moment, the red-haired figure withdrew from his reverie, feeling somewhat disoriented. In his ears, it seemed as though the words of Captain Roger still resonated. "Rayleigh, look at this young lad at such a tender age, he has already mastered the Conqueror's Haki. Ha, it seems that this young man will one day surpass us." At that moment, akin to this very instant, the red-haired individual was somewhat moved, bestowing upon him an immense surprise. Surpassing him? Even transcending the youthful Captain Roger and Mr. Rayleigh of yore.
Could it be that you are indeed Nika? Red-haired, you cast your gaze upon him, suddenly sensing an anomaly.
At this moment, you have set aside the cup of wheat fruit, and are now idly toying with a dark object using a single finger.
What is that?
A toy, perhaps? The crimson-haired figure suddenly widened their eyes, resembling two eggs.
Their mouth agape, it hung exaggeratedly down to the floor.
In your grasp swirls a minuscule manifestation of the Conqueror's Haki, commonly referred to as the divine escape. With a deep sense of frustration, you turn back to the crowd and declare, "My Haki is insufficient, allowing me to summon only this meager amount."
Silence descended upon the bar.
Among those present, save for the proprietress, all were familiar with the enigmatic figure known as Shinbai. Thus, when you tentatively gathered the frost within you into your hands, each individual felt its presence. That is almost entirely identical to the substance condensed from the Conqueror's Haki wielded by the red-haired one.
However, how could it be
that the striking technique of the red-haired one
has eluded even their vice-captain, Beckman? Yet here you stand, a mere youth,
who has only just awakened the Conqueror's Haki,
suddenly mastering its most advanced application. Are you joking?
The skewered meat in Lucky's hand fell to the ground with a thud, his face revealing a look of astonishment. Jesus, too, gazed in astonishment, his eyes widening as he beheld the formidable aura emanating from the very tips of your fingers. Beckman's lips trembled, causing the cigarette but he had been exhaling to fall directly to the ground.
Young man, how did you accomplish that?
The red-haired individual suddenly swallowed hard, struggling to voice the confusion that lingered within his heart. Similarly, this perplexity lingered in the hearts of all the pirates present. They were on the brink of madness. A mere boy from the East Sea had astonishingly mastered the advanced Haki techniques typically reserved for the four emperors. This was utterly preposterous, to say the least, rendering them all quite foolish in comparison.
It is quite simple. First, you proceed in this manner. And then in that. You exhibit no intention of concealing your secrets.
Rather, you sincerely share your insights and experiences with everyone present.
However, when the crowd had finished listening, they remained utterly bewildered, or rather, even more perplexed.
Your words were predicated on his extraordinary insight, yet to these listeners, they sounded as incomprehensible as an arcane manuscript. At this moment, the crimson-haired youth felt a surge of turmoil within. This was the very question he had in mind. He merely sought to understand how a mere boy, just awakening his formidable powers, could so effortlessly master the art of divine evasion.
Could it be that this extraordinary individual is the reincarnation of Captain Roger?
Witnessing the bewildered reactions of the crowd, you shake your head repeatedly. You have elucidated everything so clearly, yet their ineptitude is disheartening. Moreover, the majority of these individuals lack the formidable will of a true leader. Even if they comprehend the application of divine evasion, it remains futile. Beckman listened intently, a serious expression adorning his face, as if he comprehended the gravity of the situation.
Suddenly, a thought crossed your mind. Could it be that, due to my presence, the red-haired crew has gained yet another formidable royal-level powerhouse? You pondered to yourself. Shaking my head. It matters not.
For your very existence inevitably brings forth a butterfly effect upon this world.
Regardless of the circumstances, your awakening of dominance is indeed a positive development. Let us all convene for a banquet.
After a brief silence, the red-haired individual lifted a glass of wheat juice to enliven the atmosphere. The members of the red-haired pirates possess rather uncomplicated minds. Before long, they erupted into boisterous uproar, commencing a lively celebration.
Hey, would you like to become a pirate?
The red-haired man, after indulging in too much drink, wrapped his arm around your shoulder and posed this question.
Mr. Shanks, is this acceptable?
He is still just a child. The manager beside them was astonished.
How absurd it is to become a pirate.
It is truly remarkable that the red-haired Shanks would take him on as a pirate.
At this moment, Beckman also remarked, this may be somewhat inappropriate, don't you think?
At this moment, the red-haired pirate felt a deep sense of frustration. He yearned to express his thoughts, to convey that they could not possibly comprehend the truth. With your innate charisma and formidable talents, it is entirely plausible that you could one day surpass both him and Captain Roger, ultimately ascending to the title of Pirate King. Even so, he harbors doubts that you are indeed the very ally he and the captain have been relentlessly seeking. If that is the case, then you must never confine yourself to the quaint confines of Windmill Village for all eternity. His destiny awaits upon the vast expanse of the sea. Circle. Though I too have contemplated venturing out to sea, to witness the wonders of this world.
Embarking on an adventure.
There you are, sipping wheat juice.
Your face slightly flushed. However, my consciousness remains relatively clear.
Yet, when it comes to piracy and such matters, I would rather refrain. I simply aspire to be an ordinary adventurer.
The following morning, upon the beach, you stretched your stiff body and commenced your exercise.
In this world, mere dominance as insufficient physical fitness holds equal significance.
However, I remain uncertain about the limits of my own body and its capacity for training.
I do not possess the physique of those extraordinary beings.
Should I engage in intense exercise, the consequences could be dire.
Thus, as I train, I also ponder. His mind was remarkably agile. However, at that moment, he was still captivated by the awakening of his haki, experiencing a sense of novelty towards it. Thus, it wasn't long before his thoughts began to revolve around matters concerning haki once more.
The Conqueror's haki cannot be enhanced independently, it only grows in tandem with one's strength.
This notion merely reflects a superficial understanding of haki among the people of this world.
From my perspective, the Conqueror's haki is indeed capable of enhancement.
Your eyes sparkled with brilliance. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Like a seed sown into the fertile soil of thought. Whether he is walking or dining,
or toiling away in a bar,
though his mind may not be consciously engaged,
in the depths of his subconscious, thoughts incessantly churn. At long last, after a few days of relentless contemplation, drawing upon a myriad of past experiences, profound insights emerged.
Thus, the sacred sage meditation method was conceived, a practice designed to elevate the limits of the Conqueror's haki through meditation.
In the fleeting moment of inspiration's flow, you feel an exhilarating clarity. As if, amidst a scorching desert,
you have suddenly quenched your thirst with a large draught of ice-cold beer. He immediately cast aside his current endeavors, rushing to a sanctuary free from disturbance, where he settled into a meditative posture. After several hours, you open your eyes, and the joy in your gaze is unmistakable. It is indeed possible my domineering aura has intensified. He extends a finger, and instantly, a formidable presence entwines around it, appearing thicker than the last time it was displayed.
Do not underestimate this.
It is essential to understand that no individual in this world can actively enhance their Conqueror's haki. Only through the augmentation of one's strength can the Conqueror's haki concurrently grow more potent. Conversely, if one's strength remains stagnant for an extended period, then their Conqueror's haki shall remain forever unchanged. Now, with this exclusive method of meditation at your disposal, you can actively enhance your Conqueror's haki, and it is boundless. Even if you were to cease all forms of physical training from this moment onward, and solely engage in meditation, there will inevitably come a day when his Conqueror's haki could rival that of Roger, or perhaps even surpass it. You devoted nearly all your spare time to meditation. A few days later, when the red-haired individuals within the bar observed the formidable aura swirling around your fingertips, it had doubled in intensity. They were all astonished.
I wondered. What is happening? Why does it seem your dominance has grown just a little stronger?
This is far from being a mere fraction, it is evidently a full measure. If one were to unleash it directly, akin to how the captain wields divine evasion, it would likely incapacitate me on the spot.
In other words, it can be understood in this manner.
The prowess of this young man has now surpassed both you and me, has it not? He must at least be at the level of a cadre, one could surmise. The cadre of the red-haired pirates holds considerable prestige, for this crew is often referred to as the Iron Wall Pirates. They possess the highest average bounty. Each cadre commands a bounty in the billions, some even reaching tens of billions. Just one of these cadre could rival the likes of the Three Disasters or even surpass them. Particularly notable is the Vice Captain Ben Beckman, who is rumored to possess skills on par with Shanks himself. While this is merely a rumor, it is not without merit. It must stem from his formidable abilities that such claims arise. The pirates of the red-haired crew are well aware of the formidable power of Conqueror's haki. A mere fragment, no larger than a fingernail, can incapacitate an opponent. Yet, among all present, the most astonished of them all is Shanks. Wait, how is this possible? Shanks finds himself at a loss for words. He can comprehend that Luo Feng awakened haki. He understands that Luo Feng could control it shortly after its awakening. However, the fact that Luo Feng not only awakened haki, but also grasped the god avoidance technique so quickly, well, he can accept that it is still within the theoretical realm of haki. But the enhancement of Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki is beyond his comprehension. This revelation threatens to shatter Shanks' entire worldview. In this moment, the confidence of Shanks, a master of haki, begins to wane. It feels as though he's been transported back to the days of facing Captain Roger, witnessing him unveil a novel ability. Yes, indeed, Shanks finally comprehends. The impression Luo Feng gives him is strikingly reminiscent of the time when Roger was imparting his wisdom to him. The image of Roger seamlessly intertwines with that of the young man before him. Chapter 5. A genius emerges from Windmill Village? Shanks was astounded that night. Shanks was inebriated. The following day, he set sail from the East Blue. Initially, he intended to present his treasured straw hat and the recently acquired gum-gum fruit to Luffy. However, Luffy declined the offer. The straw hat, imbued with significant sentimental value, had once adorned the head of the Pirate King, making it a coveted collectible. Yet, Luffy was disinclined to assume any so-called destiny. As for the gum-gum fruit, Luffy keenly observed Shanks's demeanor and concluded that the man was undoubtedly aware that the gum-gum fruit was, in fact, the Nika fruit. Luffy had no desire to become Nika. Thus, he resolutely refused. Furthermore, he yearned for the abilities of a Logia or a special Paramecia fruit, rather than the gum-gum fruit. At present, he had yet to encounter such a fruit. It is noteworthy that, unbeknownst to anyone, perhaps due to the awakening will of the gum-gum fruit itself, it fortuitously found its way into Luffy's possession once more just before Shanks departed. The waves of the ocean roared. On the beach, a young boy with black hair and dark eyes was sprinting with his bare torso exposed to the sun. His skin had been tanned to a wheat-like hue. Although he lacked substantial muscle mass, his physique was well-proportioned. After running for over 10 kilometers, Luffy halted, resting his palms on his knees, gasping for breath. Drops of sweat fell onto the parched sand, leaving behind darkened imprints. Indeed, this body was still too juvenile, lacking the innate, monstrous lineage that Kaido or Big Mom possessed, which allowed them to effortlessly tear Sea Kings apart. Despite consuming Sea King flesh for several months, Luffy could feel a gradual warmth spreading through his body. Yet the pace of his physical enhancement remained excruciatingly slow. As he ambled toward the ocean, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he plunged into the azure waters, his ears engulfed by a serene silence. Upon opening his eyes and acclimating to the surroundings, he beheld the wonders beneath the surface. Swimming a bit further, the water deepened, and colossal fish began to appear. Out of the inky depths emerged an enormous monstrosity, its size dwarfing that of a house, with bulging eyes resembling millstones. Its cavernous maw could easily swallow Luffy whole, and its teeth glistened like sharp daggers. This was a Sea King, a terrifying creature unique to the world of pirates, inhabiting the ocean in various sizes. The one before him could be considered among the smaller varieties. However, it could effortlessly dispatch a human of Luffy's ordinary constitution. Upon detecting Luffy's presence, the monstrous fish swam toward him without hesitation, ready to strike. Yet, an extraordinary aura suddenly radiated from Luffy's body. The once ferocious creature now appeared drenched in sweat, its expression reflecting sheer terror. Gazing at Luo Feng was akin to beholding a terrifying monster. Soon after, Luo Feng perched upon the back of the colossal sea creature, gliding towards the shore, subdued by Luo Feng's formidable presence. This unfortunate Sea King had no choice but to serve as his steed. With a swift flick of his wrist, Luo Feng unleashed a slender beam of divine energy, piercing through the creature's skull and reducing its brain to a pulpy mess. Before long, a fire was kindled and the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Luo Feng savored each bite, relishing the exquisite flavor of the Sea King's flesh, unadorned by any seasoning. As he feasted, thoughts swirled in his mind. Since he had arrived in this world, it was only natural to fully appreciate its customs and culinary delights. However, to navigate this realm safely, one paramount factor remained: formidable strength. With the presence of Conqueror's Haki, the most fearsome entity within the ocean, the Sea King no longer posed a threat to him. With this realization, Luo Feng cast a glance at the lifeless body of the Sea King and smiled faintly. Not only was it no longer a threat, but would also serve as an asset. Fortunately, the creature had not consumed any devil fruit abilities, allowing it to swim, even in the direst of circumstances. Should his vessel capsize, he could ride the Sea King across the waters to find nearby islands. Yet aside from the Sea Kings, the powerful pirates of this world also posed a significant threat. Though he had acquired Conqueror's Haki, it would be prudent to strengthen his physique. With this thought, Luo Feng resolved to discover a training regimen suitable for fortifying his frail body. Soon after, having satisfied his hunger, Luo Feng rose, dusted himself off, and regarded the carcass of the Sea King. Such a large fish, he could not consume it all by himself. It would be wise to summon the neighbors from the village to assist in transporting it back. With this in mind, he set off towards Windmill Village. Meanwhile, within a tavern in Windmill Village, an elderly man with silvery hair and a robust physique sat at the counter, indulging heartily in a meal. "Ah, how I cherish the dishes you prepare, Makino," he exclaimed. Makino beamed at the kind-hearted elder. "Mr. Karp, take your time. If you need more, there is plenty to go around." She then cast a gentle glance toward the boy who resembled a yellow-skinned monkey. "Here, Luffy, have some juice." "Thank you, Aunt Makino," he replied cheerfully. "By the way, I've heard that our Windmill Village has produced a little genius." Midway through his meal, Karp abruptly paused to inquire. Indeed, his return to the East Blue was twofold. One reason was to bring his wayward grandson to the Navy headquarters for personal tutelage. The other was to investigate reports of a prodigy emerging from his hometown, one who had awakened Conqueror's Haki and had inadvertently stunned the entire village. It is worth noting that individuals capable of awakening Conqueror's Haki are truly extraordinary talents, destined to become formidable forces in the future. Naturally, Karp would not allow such potential to slip away into the hands of outsiders. Since he is a talent born in his hometown, it is only natural to recruit him into the navy of which he is a part. At the very least, we must not allow him to become a pirate. Ah, indeed. Although Machino remained silent, the village chief spoke up beside her. Holding a glass of wheat juice, he earnestly recounted, on that day, a surge of violet haki soared into the sky, and everyone in the village felt as if a sovereign had descended upon us. In an instant, all consciousness faded away, and we fell into a stupor, foaming at the mouth. By the time we regained our senses, it was already night. The village chief animatedly gestured, his eyebrows dancing, with saliva flying from his lips. Moreover, shortly thereafter, a bandit appeared, named Sig, who boasted of having slain dozens. However, as he attempted to cause trouble, a mere glance from Luo Feng frightened him to the point of losing control. He was promptly delivered to the Navy and rewarded with 800,000 berries on spot. Luo Feng treated the entire village to a feast, claiming it was an apology for the incident caused by his overwhelming presence. "Ah, is that not Luo Feng? He has arrived. You may inquire with him directly." Chapter 6. Epiphany, Moonwalk, Gale Step, Razor. Karp abruptly set down his spoon. Initially, he had merely heard rumors of a prodigy emerging from his hometown, assuming that the individual merely experienced an accidental awakening of Conqueror's Haki. However, upon listening to the village chief and several villagers recount the events, he pieced together the circumstances of that moment. Instantly, he was unable to remain still. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki, yet without causing harm to Machino. What did this signify? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Karp's eyes. This indicated that the boy, having just awakened Conqueror's Haki, had already mastered the ability to manipulate Haki with ease. Undoubtedly, he was a true genius. As this realization dawned on him, Karp suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh, Red-Haired Shanks, how could you overlook such a genius, given that he once sailed with Roger?" At that moment, Karp was overwhelmed with joy. Clearly, he believed that Shanks had failed to recognize the boy's exceptional nature. And here he was, having discovered such an extraordinary talent in Luo Feng, akin to catching a falling pie from the sky. "Ah!" Karp, brimming with pride, placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily towards the heavens. Beside him, Luffy pouted. "Grandpa, what are you laughing about? And just so you know, I don't want to be a Navy. I want to be a pirate." As he spoke, he struck a pose he deemed impressively cool. The outcome was predictable, as he promptly received a lesson from Karp, delivered with a loving yet stern fist. "I'll teach you to be a pirate. What's so great about being a pirate? Look at others. They are of similar age and have already awakened Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, you, my unaccomplished grandson, Haven T even mastered the 6 forms of the Navy that I taught you. I am here to bring you back to headquarters. I've arranged for a teacher to instruct you properly in the 6 forms. And once you've learned them, I'll teach you Armament Haki. Karp flexed his wrist, exhaling 2 puffs of white smoke through his nostrils, leaving Luffy behind, bewildered and in tears. Let me see what this little genius truly looks like. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had informed the villagers of the location where he had hunted sea kings. Several strong men had taken tools and carts to cut and transport the meat. With such an abundance of food, the village would be well fed for many days, allowing them to enjoy some meat and replenish their nutrition. Although he had not spent much time in the village, he had developed deep feelings for it. The villagers were simple and kind to him, and he naturally wished to give back to them. When did the navy arrive? At that moment, Luo Feng noticed a naval vessel appearing at the distant dock. Some navy soldiers were patrolling within the village. Clearly, the arrival is not that of a mere naval officer, but rather a person of considerable stature. Otherwise, there would be no one specifically patrolling to maintain order. Wait, could it be that the higher-ups in the Navy wish to meet me due to my apprehension of a mountain bandit? No, it cannot be solely because of a bandit. Despite the bounty of 800,000, it is merely due to the excessive killings that such a reward was placed, not because of his prowess. Luo Feng pondered this conundrum without arriving at any conclusion, shaking his head as he made his way toward the bar. At that moment, outside the bar, 2 naval soldiers stood guard at the entrance, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from entering. In the open space at the door stood a peculiar naval officer, equipped with a sword, sporting a Mohawk hairstyle and wearing a serious expression. It was Rear Admiral Squirrel. Luo Feng recognized the individual instantly, based on his hairstyle and demeanor. He was one of the naval rear admirals and a disciple of the infamous Black Arm Zephyr, most renowned for his ability to pierce his own palm with a knife in the presence of the Empress's beauty, maintaining his clarity of mind. He was indeed a formidable character. At that moment, Rear Admiral Squirrel was demonstrating the use of one of the 6 styles, known as shave, to several of his clearly novice disciples. Whoosh! He swiftly stepped a few paces in place, his body seemingly teleporting to a distant spot. Did you understand? His disciples were left utterly bewildered. We apologize, teacher. Your movements were too rapid for us to comprehend. One disciple sheepishly scratched his head. Indeed, your speed is astonishing. We could only perceive a fleeting shadow, another disciple chimed in. Upon hearing their remarks, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Squirrel's face, though he quickly masked it. Well, not everyone can master the 6 styles at such a young age like Rob Lucci. He sighed, recognizing that genius is but a rarity in this world, while the majority remain merely mediocre. Even he, in his youth, possessed only moderate talent. His rise to the rank of Rear Admiral was entirely due to his diligent cultivation. I will demonstrate once more. Pay close attention, as I shall slow my movements this time. Here we go. Rear Admiral Squirrel commanded, showcasing shave again. His disciples widened their eyes, fixating on every detail. Suddenly, Luo Feng, who had been observing from the side, wore an expression of enlightenment. I comprehend. Initially, with his eyesight, he could not discern Rear Admiral Squirrel's actions. However, fortuitously, Squirrel had intentionally slowed his movements for the sake of teaching his disciples, thus providing Luo Feng with the opportunity to grasp the technique. So this is shave. Previously, when reading manga, Luo Feng had only seen characters executing movements that left behind afterimages, without understanding the intricacies involved. At this very moment, he witnessed a demonstration of the 6 styles right before his eyes, allowing him to perceive an abundance of intricate details. Coupled with his extraordinary aptitude for comprehension and his previous insights, he instantaneously grasped the essence of these techniques. By observing the demonstration by General Squirrel, you felt a profound resonance, leading to a series of revelations, culminating in the understanding of one of the 6 styles, shave, integrating your past knowledge and various inspirations. You experienced an epiphany, leading to the self-realization of another of the 6 styles, moon step. By synthesizing your newfound understanding of the shave and the moon step, you experienced yet another awakening, leading to the self-discovery of the advanced technique, razor. Drawing upon your comprehension of footwork within the 6 styles, You achieved a moment of clarity, leading to the self-realization of the six styles, storm step. In that fleeting instant, all of Luo Feng's past thoughts and inspirations converged as if they were harmoniously intertwined. The shave, moon step, storm step, and razor are, in essence, manifestations of a singular concept, an exploration of the potential of foot strength. So this is how it is. I have attained enlightenment. What a genius! Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his astonishment difficult to conceal. In an instant, he had grasped 3 of the 6 techniques. Moreover, he had inadvertently comprehended the Soru as well. Truly, his extraordinary aptitude was remarkable. Luo Feng mused inwardly. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the bar, Karp and Luffy. Who is that? Luo Feng had not noticed Karp's presence. However, Karp, though seeing Luo Feng for the first time, sensed an indescribable and unique aura emanating from him. Haki. He suddenly squinted, scrutinizing Luo Feng from head to toe. With Karp's extensive life experience and insight, he understood that those possessing the Conqueror's Haki exuded a particular charisma. This unique quality compelled those around them to follow suit, a trait that could be described as personal magnetism. In short, Karp recognized Luo Feng at a glance as the so-called genius from his hometown. Yet, just as he was about to approach and speak with Luo Feng, he noticed Luo Feng's expression had shifted to one of deep contemplation, lost in a certain state of mind. At this moment, Major Squirrel also observed Luo Feng's unusual behavior and signaled to his disciples with a glance. Instantly, several pairs of eyes were fixed on Luo Feng. Soru. Luo Feng paid no heed to the gazes of others. He was eager to validate the ability he had just comprehended. He swiftly tapped the ground several times. In an instant, he successfully activated it. Whoosh! Luo Feng felt as if he were racing through the wind. The scenery on either side blurred into fleeting shadows. When he regained his senses, he realized he had already moved several meters away. So fast! Luo Feng's heart raced, his legs slightly weak. Yet, he felt exhilarated. He had mastered Soru, one of the 6 techniques. Once acquired, it indeed granted astonishing speed akin to teleportation. If unleashed in battle, the enemy would undoubtedly be caught off guard, allowing for a decisive strike. He actually mastered Soru. A few voices suddenly interrupted Luo Feng's thoughts. He turned in surprise to find Major Squirrel's disciples, who had been learning the 6 techniques, now gazing at him in astonishment. I was so focused that I forgot I was still on the street. Luo Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the distance, Karp, just having exited the bar, was momentarily stunned. Soru? Isn't that one of the Navy's 6 techniques? This young man likely isn't even part of the Navy yet, but the 6 techniques can only be mastered by high-ranking naval officers. How did this boy learn it? Could it be? Just as Karp pondered these questions and considered approaching for an inquiry, Major Squirrel suddenly stepped forward, his expression serious as he demanded, "Who are you? How can we master the Navy's techniques?" In an instant, the naval soldiers nearby, without any command, surrounded Luo Feng simultaneously. They raised their firearms, cautiously aiming at him. Should he make even the slightest movement, they would fire. However, Luo Feng displayed no hint of panic upon witnessing this. Confronted with the ominous muzzles of the guns, he remained remarkably composed. He merely cast a casual glance at the weasel, pondering whether this was indeed a secret. The 6 styles are not exclusively the domain of the Navy. One might argue that any astute observer could derive them independently. Even an adversary, upon witnessing these techniques, could easily learn them on the spot. Upon hearing this, General Weasel fell into a stunned silence. Indeed, the 6 styles are not proprietary to the Navy. They merely possess a larger number of practitioners and a systematic training regimen. Consequently, people mistakenly believe these styles to be the Navy's own. In reality, even a pirate with a modicum of understanding could, through years of combat experience, grasp the essence of techniques like shave or even moonwalk. Lower your weapons. General Weasel gestured for several soldiers to put down their arms, his expression softening considerably. From whom did you learn the shave, if I may ask? Could it be that there are retired naval veterans in Windmill Village? As he spoke, General Weasel himself was taken aback. A naval predecessor? Indeed, Captain Garp emerged from this very place. It is entirely plausible that during his leave, Captain Garp imparted his exceptional skills to someone he deemed worthy. In that moment, General Weasel felt an urge to slap his forehead in realization. How had such a simple logical connection eluded him until now? Unexpectedly, Luo Feng replied, "No one taught me. I merely observed you practicing and thought I would try it myself. I was surprised to succeed." Silence engulfed the scene. The previously eager Captain Garp, who had intended to interject and diffuse the tension, stood frozen. What? He comprehended the shave on the spot? In an instant, two bright glimmers ignited in Garp's eyes. Meanwhile, General Weasel, after a brief period of astonishment, narrowed his eyes with newfound intensity. A prodigy. This youth is undoubtedly a genius. Those capable of swiftly mastering the shave are indeed rare, and such individuals are typically recognized for their exceptional combat aptitude. Clearly, the young man before him belongs to this category. Even Rob Lucci, a once-in-a-century talent, could not achieve this, yet he has. General Weasel muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. Simultaneously, he recalled Captain Garp's words prior to this visit, stating that he was returning to his hometown in search of a genius. Could it be that this young man is the one Captain Garp seeks? At this moment, Captain Garp, standing in the background, was struggling to contain the exuberant grin spreading across his face. Excellent. Truly remarkable. To think he could comprehend the shave merely by observing a demonstration. Such talent cannot merely be described as a once-in-a-century occurrence. It is truly a phenomenon that arises only once in 5 centuries. It appears that I have not erred in my judgment. He is indeed the one, the prodigious youth who has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Garp took a deep breath, striving to quell the excitement bubbling within him. At this moment, he suddenly cast a glance at his grandson beside him. Oomph. His fist began to itch with anticipation. Just look at him. At such a tender age, not only has he awakened the Conqueror's Haki, but he has also swiftly mastered one of the 6 styles, the shave technique. Truly, it is not ignorance of worth that is worrisome, but rather the fear of being outshone. TSK. Garp shook his head repeatedly in his mind. Having made up his mind, upon returning, he would ensure that he instills rigorous training in this promising grandson of his. How could his own bloodline fall short compared to others? It is imperative that through relentless training, he molds this little rascal into a commendable marine. Chapter 8. A singular insight into the 4 techniques, a genius among geniuses. Alas, this young man has remarkably attained a profound understanding of the ultimate technique in an instant. At that moment, several disciples of General Weasel gazed upon him as if he were a celestial being. In the presence of such an extraordinary talent, they felt neither jealousy nor shame. Instead, they were filled with admiration and reverence. Suddenly, they noticed Luo Feng waving his hand toward them. "Could you perhaps step back a bit? I wish to try again." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, having just grasped the technique of shave, it is essential to practice extensively to solidify one's mastery. General Weasel silently nodded in approval of Luo Feng's grounded attitude. It seems this young man possesses not only astonishing talent, but also a pragmatic spirit, demonstrating humility and diligence, traits that are truly rare. From a distance, Karp nodded repeatedly, recognizing this young man as a promising candidate for the Navy. He could already envision the day when Luo Feng donned the cloak of justice and ascended to the rank of admiral. Karp mused about his own old age, imagining Luo Feng, his disciple, achieving such glory. I just tested shave. Now let me attempt moonwalk. Luo Feng contemplated, suddenly stepping forward. Just as the gathered Navy personnel anticipated he would execute shave again, they were taken aback to see his movements considerably slower this time. Wait, this is bang. As Luo Feng stepped upon the air, his body astonishingly leapt upward, as if ascending a staircase. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Luo Feng began to walk on air, step by step, towards the sky. Moonwalk? What? This is impossible. How has he mastered it? The disciples of General Weasel stood with their mouths agape, eyes bulging in sheer disbelief. Even the usually composed General Weasel wore a somewhat stiff expression. Karp's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. Bang! Upon landing, Luo Feng began to breathe heavily. Indeed, it was somewhat strenuous. I must hasten to develop a method for body training. Muttering softly to himself, he turned to see the astonished faces of the crowd. And what just happened? Luo Feng appeared bewildered. He had merely intended to demonstrate moonwalk, a technique that nearly every high-ranking Navy officer could perform. Why did they all look as if they had never encountered such a sight before? At that moment, General Weasel regained his composure, stepped forward, and grasped Luo Feng's arm with a hint of excitement in his voice. I recall that I only demonstrated shave moments ago. I did not showcase moonwalk, did I? Indeed, at this moment, the remaining Navy personnel, including his disciples, all began to react. They had witnessed everything from beginning to end. General Wussmouse merely demonstrated the technique of Soru, while the moonwalk was never shown at all. Yet, Luo Feng had already mastered the moonwalk. What does this signify? It defies logic. General Wussmouse now fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Oof. You have no words left now, do you? Indeed, you were lying just moments ago. How could a mere boy from an ordinary village in the East Sea comprehend Soru with just a glance? The more Wussmouse pondered, the more confident he became. He was convinced that Luo Feng had deceived him, or perhaps he had colluded with Karp to stage this spectacle. As for their motives, he could not fathom. However, he was now certain that Luo Feng was no genius. His mastery of Soru and the moonwalk must have been acquired long before. Nevertheless, to grasp both techniques at such a young age is still a sign of talent. I remember at his age, I had not mastered even one of them. Wussmouse mused to himself. At that moment, Luo Feng felt utterly perplexed. Looking at Wussmouse, he spoke. The moonwalk is merely an extension of Soru. Essentially, anyone who can master Soru can swiftly learn the moonwalk. Furthermore, at this point, he freed himself from General Wussmouse's grip. Stretching his body, he suddenly leapt into the air and forcefully executed Soru. Bang! A sharp, piercing sound echoed as his body instantaneously transported through the air, appearing over 10 meters away. How astonishing! The naval soldiers were left in a state of shock. A person had actually employed Soru while airborne. It was nothing short of miraculous. Just as Luo Feng landed, he did not halt. Instead, he swiftly extended his leg and unleashed a strike into the empty space. Gale foot. Zing! A visible blue blade of light shot forth in an instant, cleaving a tree large enough for a person to embrace into two. Crash boom! As the tree thunderously collapsed to the ground, the arena fell into a profound silence. Luo Feng gasped for breath, his legs trembling slightly. Indeed, this body was still rather frail. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he merely surpassed the average human physicality, it compelled him to forcibly harness his extraordinary talent and comprehension, enhancing his understanding of the Navy's 6 forms. Thus, he executed these techniques with minimal consumption and effort. In his view, achieving enlightenment of these 4 techniques in a short time was not difficult. The true challenge lay in executing them completely with his frail body without succumbing to exhaustion. However, such matters were not for outsiders to know. Moreover, he believed that even if he spoke of it, no one would believe him. Indeed, at that moment, all the Navy personnel, including General Wussmouse, regarded Luo Feng with eyes akin to gazing upon a humanoid sea king. How could this be possible? General Wussmouse was internally raging in madness. Shave, moonstep, gale foot. Astonishingly, he can even execute the razor. How could he possibly master the razor? This technique is the pinnacle of combining shave and moonstep. Even I took over a decade of rigorous and relentless training to merely attain a rudimentary proficiency. Yet this young lad, how old could he be? For someone of his age to have achieved shave is already a mark of talent, and to have mastered 2 techniques out of shave, moonstep, and gale foot positions him as a remarkable individual. To have accomplished all 3 is undoubtedly a sign of genius. As for the advanced mastery of the razor, it unequivocally signals a prodigy among prodigies. Chapter 9. Witnessing domestic violence and the enlightenment of armed color hockey with a deep breath. General Squirrel Mouse sought to calm his tumultuous emotions. He then turned to General Karp. casting a gaze imbued with a hint of melancholy. "Mr. Karp, you have concealed this from me with great difficulty." Karp, perplexed, responded, "Nanny? What is the situation?" He felt a peculiar unease from Squirrel Mouse's scrutiny. Step by step, General Squirrel Mouse approached Karp, firmly placing a hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Karp, could this young man be the disciple you have secretly nurtured?" "What? A disciple? Impossible. I have never even met this lad before," Karp exclaimed. However, he too was astonished by Luo Feng's prowess. Although he could not fathom how Luo Feng had mastered the 6 styles, he surmised that someone must have been imparting this knowledge to him in secrecy. With his extraordinary talent, he must have grasped the 6 styles. Otherwise, it made no sense. How could youth from a remote village in the East Sea possess such an array of remarkable techniques? "Stop pretending. This boy is undoubtedly your disciple, is he not? And those 6 styles, surely they were taught to him by you, Mr. Karp," General Squirrel Mouse remarked with a grin, casting an admiring glance at Luo Feng. At that moment, Karp's expression mirrored Luo Feng's astonishment as he scrutinized Karp's likeness. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to the portrayal in the original narrative. In his normal state, Karp exuded little authority, leading Luo Feng to mistakenly perceive him as an ordinary passerby. "Young man, may I inquire about your master?" Karp and Squirrel Mouse approached together, posing the question. "My master?" Luo Feng responded, his face a canvas of confusion. "Of course, the one who taught you the 6 styles. Your proficiency suggests diligent practice." Squirrel Mouse and Karp exchanged praises, eager in their admiration. As seasoned veterans of the Navy, they harbored a keen desire for promising new recruits, hoping to enlist the exceptionally gifted Luo Feng. Casting a sidelong glance at Karp, Squirrel Mouse chuckled inwardly. "Humph, General Karp, do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives? You wish to mold your secretly trained disciple into a genius persona to pave his path toward becoming an admiral, do you not? Yet, I find it amusing. The Navy has long been devoid of such talented newcomers, and with the admirals aging, an awkward future looms where we may lack worthy successors. Luo Feng's presence undoubtedly alleviates this predicament." In response to Squirrel Mouse's peculiar gaze, Karp appeared utterly bewildered. What in the world is going on? This Squirrel Mouse is certainly acting strangely. Wait a moment. Could it be that old man Sengoku harbors peculiar inclinations? At this unsettling thought, Karp shuddered. Nonetheless, his attention swiftly shifted to Luo Feng, admiration and awe barely concealed in his gaze. What a promising talent. At such a tender age, he had already awakened the Conqueror's Haki and could wield it with remarkable ease. Furthermore, he had mastered techniques such as shave, moonwalk, and storm leg, even advancing to the extraordinary skill known as the razor. It is worth noting that even in his youth, Karp had expended considerable effort to master this technique. This signifies that Luo Feng's innate talent surpasses his own. As this realization dawned upon him, Karp found Luo Feng increasingly agreeable. He must be recruited into the Navy. With careful nurturing, he would undoubtedly rise to the rank of admiral. Or perhaps, that would not be his limit. Karp's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to discovering a rare treasure. However, at that moment, Luo Feng had finally come to a startling realization. Goodness, he had inadvertently acquired a master. Observing Luo Feng's expression, the weasel suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, your master is not Vice Admiral Karp, is he?" The weasel inquired, casting a glance at Karp. Yet, Karp at that moment remained oblivious, idly picking his nose. How could this be? I have never taken on such a student. Suddenly, both of them shrieked in unison. This implies that no one has ever taught you the 6 forms. The weasel's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "You comprehended it all by yourself." Karp's jaw dropped in astonishment, his eyes bulging, mucus streaming down his face in utter disregard for decorum. At this point, Luo Feng was now the one picking his nose. "It's merely the 6 forms. Is it necessary to find a master to teach them? That would be far too cumbersome." The onlookers were left speechless. Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law in this world? Someone here is clearly cheating. What exactly are the Navy's 6 forms? Are they truly formidable? They seem less impressive than my rubber bullets. At this juncture, A rather inappropriate voice emerged from behind the crowd. Luffy, similarly oblivious to propriety, was also engaged in nose-picking, clearly unaware of the unfolding events. Thus, he soon found himself on the receiving end of a heartfelt lesson from Karp. Bang, bang, bang. Karp, pained and exasperated, lamented, "Look at him, and then look at you. This simply cannot stand. Upon our return, I shall personally educate you. Perhaps I should just toss you into the new world." Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed Karp delivering a thorough thrashing to Luffy and suddenly gasped in realization. He discovered that Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit. It appears the gum-gum fruit, or rather the Nika fruit, indeed possesses its own will, even if my presence has altered the course of destiny. Yet in the end, the rubber fruit, through its own volition, sought out Luffy. Within Luo Feng's heart, a realization began to take shape. His understanding of the devil fruits had ascended to a new echelon. In this world, the foremost researcher of devil fruits is none other than Vegapunk. Should the opportunity arise in the future, one must certainly visit his laboratory to engage in discourse regarding the future technologies of this world. Perhaps, relying on my extraordinary insight, I might even unveil the essence and principles of the devil fruits. Such a feat is not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, Luo Feng suddenly noticed something peculiar. Luffy, the rubber man, was being struck on the head repeatedly by Karp's ordinary fists, leaving him with numerous bumps. This was highly irregular. Although the rubber fruit is not of the natural type, it belongs to the superhuman category. Theoretically, no blunt object should be able to inflict genuine harm upon him. Only a sharp weapon could achieve that. Yet, Karp managed to do so, delivering blows that left Luffy's head swollen without utilizing any haki. It seems that only armed haki could account for this. Moreover, Karp's mastery of armed haki must be truly extraordinary. Even if he does not consciously employ it, he can still emanate it unconsciously. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with insight. In this overlooked detail, a blind spot had been revealed. You witnessed Karp mercilessly assaulting Straw Hat Luffy, gaining profound insights, and successfully awakened your armed haki. Due to your newfound understanding of the essence of haki, you have experienced a series of epiphanies and comprehended the nuances of flowing Sakura. Chapter 10. There exists only one type of individual in this world who can be denoted as a genius. The three forms of haki are intrinsically similar. Thus, when one comprehends one, they can grasp the others. Initially, Luo Feng had begun to perceive the essence of Armament Haki through his understanding of Conqueror's haki. However, he merely lacked a catalyst. At this moment, witnessing Karp, a master of Armament Haki, imparting his knowledge, it was as if the floodgates had opened, leading to his successful enlightenment. He had finally pierced through the veil that had long been due for rupture. How enlightening it was to realize the true application of Armament Haki. I should have fathomed this much earlier. A profound sense of elation enveloped Luo Feng, rendering him nearly speechless with excitement. As for Flowing Cherry Blossom, it represents an advanced application of Armament Haki. Yet, I had already mastered the technique of divine evasion, which is significantly more challenging to control. Naturally, Luo Feng's understanding of Flowing Cherry Blossom was a seamless progression, devoid of any difficulty. The crux of the matter lay in the enhancement of Armament Haki, as his recently awakened haki remained quite feeble. Luo Feng soon fell into contemplation. His mind was still brimming with inspiration, as if he had grasped something elusive. He was unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. In this world, Armament Haki can indeed be enhanced, differing from Conqueror's haki. The latter can only grow in tandem with one's innate strength. Conversely, Armament Haki can be augmented through personal training or by engaging in combat with formidable opponents. In Luo Feng's heart, there seemed to be a seed sown during his contemplation of Conqueror's haki, and at this moment, nourished by a deluge of inspiration, it began to take root and sprout. Breaking through the soil, combining his experiences and understanding of haki, he attained sudden insights, creating a unique method of armament refinement. Armament refinement method. By engaging in numerous minor collisions of one's own Armament Haki, one can enhance the purity and limits of their haki. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. At the moment of realization, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his comprehension of Haki ascended to a new echelon. He felt an intense surge of passion within him, longing to instantly vocalize his insights and share them with the world. It was akin to a master chef who had just crafted a culinary masterpiece, eager for others to savor it, or a scholar who had solved a complex problem, wishing to elucidate his thought process. Thus, instinctively, he sought to unleash this fervor. With a hum, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. Luo Feng instinctively released his freshly awakened Armament Haki, enveloping it around his right arm. In an instant, his entire right arm appeared as if coated in a glistening, dark substance, reminiscent of oil or forged from black iron, exuding an aura of invincibility. With joy illuminating his countenance, Luo Feng gazed at his right arm, flexing his fingers, while the Armament Haki adhered impeccably to every inch of his skin. It served as both protection and an offensive weapon. Indeed, this is the essence of Armament Haki. The sensation of being shielded by its protective aura is truly remarkable. Luo Feng murmured to himself, My apologies, Mr. Karp. I merely caught a fleeting glimpse of your emanating Armament Haki, and it sparked an epiphany within me, inadvertently awakening my own Haki. Surely, this cannot be deemed as stealing techniques, can it? This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. A few ordinary Navy soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. Vice Admiral Squirrel was left utterly petrified. Karp, who was previously engaged in instructing his grandson, found himself momentarily lost for words upon witnessing this spectacle. What on earth is happening? Merely observing another wield Haki led to such enlightenment? Is this even human? Several Navy soldiers were left utterly crestfallen. Just look at him. He grasped Armament Haki with such ease. Meanwhile, we, who have been shadowing Vice Admiral Karp day in and day out, observing his use of Haki and various techniques, have yet to glean anything. How envious I am. This innate talent, if only a fraction could be shared with me, even 1/10,000th would suffice. I have attained enlightenment. What have you realized? I have come to understand that this world is not a stage for mere mortals like us, but rather a realm belonging to true geniuses. Squirrel swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Yet the astonishment in his eyes could not be concealed. Merely witnessing Karp reprimanding his grandson led to the realization of Armament Haki. Though he acknowledged that Karp's fists, in their normal state, were laced with a hint of Haki, he himself could not decipher any of it. Yet Luo Feng perceived something profound. What extraordinary insight is this? Do the three admirals possess such a talent? Absolutely not. The so-called three admirals in their youth also learned Haki step by step, methodically. Even after awakening Armament Haki, they struggled to master it fully, requiring a period of rigorous training. And what of Luo Feng? He had merely just awakened and yet commanded Haki with the ease of a seasoned practitioner, exhibiting an effortless demeanor. He could easily convince one that he had mastered it for 5 or 6 years. Initially, I was skeptical of the existence of such genius in this world. However, if Luo Feng had comprehended Haki long ago, that would be even more absurd. For a person of his age to control Haki so fluidly, the only conceivable explanation would be that he awakened Armament Haki at the tender age of learning to walk. That notion is utterly preposterous. It is simply a tale beyond belief. Even more absurd. Thus, this young man truly possesses an astonishing level of comprehension, capable of grasping the essence of techniques in an instant and mastering them. Contemplating this, Squirrel felt an overwhelming sense of profound shock. This sensation was neither envy nor jealousy, but rather a feeling of reverence akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Upon gazing at a towering mountain, one does not entertain thoughts of becoming or surpassing it. Rather, there exists an overwhelming sense of awe and admiration for its grandeur. Beside him, Karp regarded Luo Feng with the eyes of one who has witnessed the formidable sea creatures. Having encountered illustrious figures such as Rox, Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard in his youth, he acknowledges their exceptional talents. Yet, this recognition pales in comparison to the revelation of Luo Feng's existence. Only upon witnessing Luo Feng, whose terrifyingly prodigious talent sends shivers down one's spine, can he truly comprehend the distinction? Roger and Whitebeard, after all, are but mortals. In this world, there exists but one individual worthy of the title of genius, and that individual is none other than Luo Feng. Chapter 11. The Steel Balloon Majestic Armor. At this moment, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the change in the gazes of those around him. His mind was singularly focused on his right arm. Within his thoughts, he was entirely consumed by the newly conceived method of cultivating Armament Haki that he had just developed. In this world, the universal path to strengthening Haki, and indeed the swiftest means of enhancement, is singular. It lies in engaging in a direct confrontation with entities possessing a stronger Haki than one's own. Only through such encounters can one's Haki be elevated to a higher plane. And I have devised my own technique through this principle. By refining and honing my own Haki, I have crafted a method that is, in essence, more sophisticated than the crude approach of mere collision. Luo Feng was in reality quite modest. His technique was not merely superior. It dwarfed the original methods by countless levels. One method resembled a primitive and rudimentary training regimen, while the other was akin to the crystallized wisdom of countless generations of sages. In terms of efficiency and other aspects, it far surpassed the collision method. With a mere thought, the Armament Haki in Luo Feng's grasp responded as if it were an extension of himself, manipulated with effortless precision. Countless minuscule ripples, invisible to the naked eye, emerged upon its surface. A low humming sound, imperceptible to the human ear, reverberated throughout the environment. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's Haki was being purified and refined at a visibly rapid pace. Elevation, elevation, elevation. In scarcely a few breaths, his Haki had more than doubled in strength. Its purity had also increased significantly. If one were to calculate the progress of enhancement through confrontation with powerful adversaries, achieving such a level would necessitate at least 10 life-and-death battles. Converted into time, it would require relentless training for no less than 3 months. Yet here was Luo Feng, employing his self-invented method, accomplishing this feat in less than 3 breaths. A mere 3 breaths of time had yielded progress equivalent to 3 months of arduous effort. Were he to speak of this, it would be utterly unbelievable to anyone. However, my Haki does require time to recuperate. It seems I can only cultivate it once a day. Luo Feng exhaled a breath of fatigue. A hint of weariness flickered in his eyes. In a single day, he had comprehended 3 of the 6 techniques, along with the advanced version of the razor. He had personally experimented and solidified his understanding. Furthermore, he had awakened the Armament Haki, flowing cherry blossom, and even devised his own method of refining Haki. Any ordinary person would have likely collapsed from exhaustion under such strain. Only Luo Feng, with his astonishing comprehension, had maximized every ounce of his energy and stamina, honing them to a fine edge. At that moment, Karp had regained his composure. Seizing Luo Feng's shoulder with a sense of newfound treasure, he fixed his gaze upon him intently. "Join the Navy, young man. I could personally take on the role of your mentor. However, such a declaration may come across as somewhat presumptuous. Nevertheless, prior to your maturation, I believe I can impart some insights to you." At this moment, Admiral Squirrel joined in, adding fuel to the fire. "Should you choose to enlist in the Navy, I would gladly vouch for you to the Warlord of the Sea, recommending you for immediate promotion to Colonel." His eyes sparkled with earnestness and fervor, clearly reflecting the weight of his commitment in making such a statement. The nearby naval soldiers were astonished. Having never witnessed Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Squirrel exert themselves so fervently for an individual. What? Direct promotion to Colonel. That is but a step away from the rank of Vice Admiral. How utterly outrageous. Such an esteemed offer could lead one to believe the individual possesses exceptional talent akin to that of an admiral. Mr. Karp's modesty in suggesting he could merely offer guidance seemed almost excessive, given his qualifications. It wouldn't be far-fetched for him to claim the role of mentor to a vice admiral. Faced with a genuine invitation from these seasoned naval officers, Luo Feng found himself in a state of contemplation. Would joining the Navy grant me the liberty to manage my own time freely, to venture wherever I desire? This was his aspiration. He merely wished to be an adventurer and witness the diverse cultures of the world. He had no intention of being confined to a single location, squandering the precious gift of time. Since he had arrived in this world, how could he possibly waste such an invaluable opportunity? Well, both men hesitated, exchanging glances. Finally, Karp spoke. If in the future you attain a status similar to mine, you would likely have the freedom to go wherever you please. However, before that, you must first capture a sufficient number of pirates. Luo Feng shook his head vigorously at this. Compared to serving in the Navy, I would much prefer to be a free man. I cannot agree to that. Beside him, Luffy seemed moved by Luo Feng's spirit. He immediately leaped up, his face bruised and battered, reflecting a serious demeanor. I also aspire to be a free adventurer. I want to be a pirate. I once was a pirate. Admiral Squirrel. Karp. Karp then covered his face with his hands. I apologize. I may lose my composure in the following moments. Please bear with me. Subsequently, he initiated his educational mode of the Iron Fist of Love, a display that was truly awe-inspiring. Indeed, he is formidable. That fist appears to wield no haki, yet possesses the power akin to it. Luo Feng commented from the side. You would understand, would you? Vice Admiral Karp's haki is exceptionally strong, even in a normal state. He exudes a subtle aura of it. In a moment of clarity, Admiral Squirrel continued. This is indeed a unique skill of Vice Admiral Karp that no one else can replicate. However, Luo Feng did not respond, his eyes wide and bright, intently observing Karp's fist with utmost seriousness. Within the recesses of his mind, he recalled certain aspects of this world's lore. In the realm of pirates, there exists a concept known as the Black Blade. This denotes that an ordinary sword, through prolonged nurturing with haki, can be infused with a profound essence, thus transforming into a black blade. Similarly, the fists of figures like Karp, which perpetually radiate haki, likely operate under a comparable principle. This also brought to mind another individual, Big Mom, one of the four emperors. Her body is famously referred to as the Iron Balloon in her normal state. Devoid of any haki, she can withstand assaults from blades, firearms, and clubs, rendering even the sharpest weapons incapable of piercing her skin. Even when attacked by haki-infused strikes from ordinary individuals, she remains impervious to pain. However, upon witnessing the shattering of a photograph of a nun, she succumbed to madness, and her iron balloon physique vanished, as she found her knees scraped merely from kneeling on the ground. Luo Feng pondered the connection between these two phenomena. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his thoughts. You have observed Karp imparting lessons of love to Luffy, drawing insights from this, along with previous contemplations. You experience a series of revelations and attain the understanding of haki armor. Chapter 12. Luo Feng vs. Squirrel, the convergence of Conqueror's haki, the armor of dominance. Luo Feng's heart raced fiercely. He clenched his fists in exhilaration. There was no reason for him not to feel this way. After all, this ability could only be mastered by beings of the caliber of Karp and Big Mom. It was an exceedingly rare technique, akin to Roger and Shanks' god avoidance. Moreover, in certain respects, it might even prove more advantageous than god avoidance. The armor of dominance was a groundbreaking technique he had forged by amalgamating the strengths of Karp's Iron Fist and Big Mom's Steel Balloon. It enabled a layer of imperceptible Armament Haki to adhere to his body at all times, 24 hours a day. Furthermore, most importantly, it was not solely Armament Haki. It was also infused with a hint of Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, Conqueror's Haki. Luo Feng's comprehension of haki had reached unparalleled heights. Among the living in this world, he ranked second. No one dared to claim the first. Employing Conqueror's haki as armor was a feat that likely had no historical precedent. The most exquisite aspect of this haki armor lay not only in its defense, which surpassed that of the steel balloon, but also in its capacity to counterattack. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, barely able to conceal his enthusiasm. Should anyone dare to assault him, the Conqueror's haki entwined within the armor would instantly activate, striking back with black lightning against the assailant. This was tantamount to being struck head-on by the Conqueror's haki. The more Luo Feng pondered, the more exhilarated he became, marveling at the profundity of this technique. However, it still required practical validation. With this thought, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward the naval officers before him. He scanned them briefly and ultimately selected one. Vice Admiral Squirrel, might I request your assistance in testing the results of my hockey training? Luo Feng articulated politely, gesturing with utmost respect. His words momentarily stunned the naval personnel. What was happening? The other party actually wanted to spar with Vice Admiral Squirrel? A naval soldier whispered. This kid seems a bit too confident, doesn't he? Does he think that having awakened some hockey and learned a few techniques qualifies him to challenge a Vice Admiral? Another soldier expressed his discontent. What kind of being is a naval Vice Admiral? That ranks as the most formidable force beneath an admiral. They are the backbone of the Navy, and Vice Admiral Squirrel is a seasoned veteran. In terms of both strength and experience, he stands among the elite in the Navy. How could a mere novice presume to challenge him? Yet unexpectedly, very well, Squirrel readily acquiesced. Huh, Vice Admiral, are you sure? This doesn't seem appropriate. A distinguished Vice Admiral shouldn't engage in a match with an unknown rookie. Let me take your place, sir. Several naval soldiers were taken aback, astonished that Squirrel would agree to such an unreasonable request. Ha ha ha, what a spirited young lad. Already eager to challenge an opponent of Vice Admiral rank, is he? Upon witnessing the scene, Karp erupted into hearty laughter. He did not regard Luo Feng's invitation as a provocation. Rather, he found this young man quite commendable. The audacity to challenge those superior to oneself is, in itself, a hallmark of a true warrior. Luffy, take note. Challenging the formidable is the essential path to becoming the strongest. Karp took the liberty to impart wisdom to his beloved grandson. At that moment, Luffy attentively observed, eager to discern the extent of his peer's prowess. Soon, Luo Feng and the weasel-like figure arrived at an open area just outside the village. Young man, you have already mastered the Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and the 6 forms of the Navy. I must take this seriously when I engage in battle using Haki. Do not claim that I am bullying the younger generation, remarked the weasel-like rear admiral. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I shall refrain from using the Conqueror's Haki. Ah, but that is one you may wield, as it is your innate talent and one of your advantages, replied the rear admiral. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a throng of Navy soldiers gathered to witness the exchange, their astonishment palpable. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and even the 6 forms of the Navy. Has this young man truly mastered such an array of abilities? They murmured. Indeed, we have underestimated him. The mere mastery of Haki places him leagues ahead of us. This fellow's strength would easily surpass us all. As they spoke, they discreetly wiped the sweat from their brows. Previously, they had boasted with unyielding confidence that they could contend with Luo Feng. In hindsight, such claims now seemed utterly unfounded. Regardless of his youth, the mere possession of Haki alone would allow him to dominate them all. Even the use of just one type of Haki, be it Conquerors or Armament, would suffice to overwhelm them. Beneath a grand tree, Karp sat on the ground beside Luffy. Pay close attention, Luffy. Keep your eyes wide open, Karp said, his expression turning grave. This young man, despite being your peer, is undoubtedly the strongest in the world for his age. Without exception. In fact, surpassing him in your lifetime may prove exceedingly challenging. Luffy nodded earnestly at his grandfather's words. Karp continued, however, you can learn a great deal from him. This is a rare opportunity. Observe how he confronts his adversaries and his mastery of Haki, which is no small feat. Should you grasp even a fraction of his skills, it will greatly benefit your future. At that moment, in the center of the arena, Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. I shall strike. To be honest, this was the strongest opponent he had faced since arriving in this world. He had previously encountered bandits and sea kings, but they had merely trembled before him at the mere display of Conqueror's Haki. However, this adversary was different. He was a Navy rear admiral. Moreover, he is none other than the renowned General Weasel. It is noteworthy that, in the presence of the Empress, whose beauty could petrify anyone, he managed to pierce his own palm with a blade through sheer willpower, maintaining his consciousness. This alone was sufficient for Luo Feng to regard him with newfound respect. With a swift motion, The blade was drawn, glinting with a chilling iron light. Suddenly, Luo Feng vanished from his original position, only to reappear before General Weasel in an instant. With a low shout, Luo Feng unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Weasel's face. His fist enveloped in an aura of dominance, accompanied by dark lightning. In that moment, Weasel's pupils contracted, and Karp also immediately noted this detail. The Conqueror's Haki entwined. The Conqueror's Haki entwined. Chapter 13. The sky split open. Indeed, it is the binding of dominance. With Luo Feng's profound understanding and mastery of the formidable aura, he has skillfully infused the Conqueror's Haki into his armament, enabling a robust defense. He has even grasped the elusive technique of divine avoidance. A mere binding of dominance is, therefore, effortlessly within his capabilities. However, others do not share this perspective. The ordinary naval soldiers are oblivious to this technique, yet the Weasel and Karp instantly recognize its significance. They discern at a glance the supreme application of the Conqueror's Haki, enveloping his fist in a manner akin to the Armament Haki for combat. The destructive power, naturally, far surpasses that of ordinary Armament Haki. Mastery of this technique requires, first and foremost, the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, in addition to possessing formidable strength and insight. Typically, only those at the level of admirals or the four emperors can wield such power. Hence, only the apex warriors of this world are deemed worthy of its use. Luo Feng's fist came crashing down. Although the Weasel was momentarily distracted, he instinctively encased his blade with Armament Haki and attempted to block the strike. Yet within him, a profound sense of dread took hold. Karp, equally astonished, was unaware of the extent of Luo Feng's mastery over the Conqueror's Haki. His understanding was limited to the fact that Luo Feng had merely awakened this power and could perform basic intimidation. Furthermore, who would have imagined that the binding of dominance, a technique only the four emperors could wield with ease, could be mastered by an inconspicuous youth hailing from a remote village in the East Blue? Were this revelation to circulate, no one would believe it. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy collided and erupted. An astonishing brilliance radiated from Luo Feng's fist, resembling a comet ascending into the heavens. Blinding. It was utterly unseeable. How powerful! Could such energy truly emanate from a mere youth? The onlooking Navy personnel felt as though a tempest had swept through, their garments rustling in the wind. Each soldier instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, yet they could not resist peeking through their fingers to catch a glimpse of the battle. Suddenly, one soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed, "It didn't hit." What he reported was observed by both the Weasel and Karp. Luo Feng's fist had, astonishingly, maintained a distance from the Weasel's blade, as if a vacuum existed between them. That was only natural. This was the binding of dominance. Karp shouted loudly, for the clash was so thunderous that ordinary speech was inaudible. No, the Weasel initially shared this sentiment, but soon sensed something amiss. Being the closest to Luo Feng and having personally endured his assault, he held the most authority in this matter. "This is flowing Sakura." The tremor in the Weasel's voice was palpable, not from fear, but from sheer astonishment. Flowing Sakura? How is that possible? Karp was equally dumbfounded. He fixated intently on Luo Feng's fist. Suddenly, he was jolted. Flowing Sakura. It truly is flowing Sakura. Binding of dominance, combined with flowing Sakura. This is indeed the terrifying strike that only the admirals and the four emperors unleash in full combat. Any adversary before them is as fragile as a mere chicken or dog, utterly incapable of withstanding their might. This is precisely why the admirals and the four emperors exude such a dominating presence. Invincible. The amalgamation of these two techniques epitomizes invincibility. Yet, at this very moment, these two formidable moves manifested in the form of such a young boy. How could this be possible? How has he achieved this? Is this extraordinary talent truly human? Karp found himself at a loss for words, his ability to maintain composure utterly diminished. Indeed, as expected of a vice admiral, truly formidable. At this moment, Luo Feng felt an immense pressure, a pressure stemming from absolute strength. despite employing the advanced techniques of Haki and flowing Sakura. In the face of such overwhelming power, any flashy skill is rendered futile. It is crucial to note that his physical capabilities now pale in comparison to those of Luffy when he first set sail. The disparity between him and the martial arts of the flying squirrel is astronomical. It can be said that he has entirely bridged the gap solely through his formidable Haki and unparalleled comprehension of it. It is astonishing to witness such potential at such a tender age. One might claim he is unprecedented in history. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of Vice Admiral Squirrel. The expression in his eyes as he gazed at Luo Feng bore a hint of trepidation. However, alas, it is still not enough. He remains too young. The accumulation of years is still needed to stand toe-to-toe with true masters. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Should you train diligently in the future, there will come a day when you surpass me, though that day will not be today. Vice Admiral Squirrel harbored his own pride. As a Vice Admiral, he could not abide being bested by a mere youth. Moreover, he wished to impart a lesson to this young prodigy, to let him experience the taste of defeat. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances might arise in the future. It appears that Vice Admiral is indeed superior. Yes, indeed. I was frightened for a moment, thinking the Vice Admiral might lose. The youth is merely youthful. How could he possibly best a Vice Admiral? From a distance, the observing Navy personnel quietly sighed in relief. They relaxed, preparing to witness the downfall of this genius, Luo Feng. Although they could not compete, they were nonetheless pleased to see him defeated, as it would serve to temper his fervor. Wait, what is that? Look, the sky is splitting open. At that moment, a Navy officer suddenly noticed an anomaly. The dark clouds above appeared as though cleaved by a sword, revealing a fissure. The rolling sea of clouds gave way to an abyss. At this instant, Luo Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at Vice Admiral Squirrel and slowly spoke. Defeat? I fear it is still too early for that. In that moment, two flashes of red light suddenly glimmered in Luo Feng's eyes. Crack, crack, crack. The Vice Admiral's blade began to show signs of fracture. How could this be possible? The general of the flying squirrel stood in utter disbelief. His blade was imbued with an overwhelming dominance, serving as a formidable shield. Unless Luo Feng's might surpass his own, which seemed utterly implausible. Suddenly, there was a resounding crack. The blade shattered dramatically. A black fist came to an abrupt halt before him. Boom! A violent gust of wind struck the general's face, contorting it grotesquely. Luo Feng exhaled a deep breath, retracting his fist and flexing his wrist. He had shown restraint. Silence ensued. An oppressive, deathly quiet enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes were rigidly fixed upon the two figures, as if they had been transformed into lifeless statues. Only one individual, Karp, exhibited any sign of life. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow, his mouth agape, gazing incredulously at the sky. The fissured clouds above were a spectacle that should only arise from a clash of supreme wills. Yet, the flying squirrel possessed no such dominance, indicating that only one party wielded such power. How had Luo Feng achieved this? Chapter 14. Extraordinary maneuvers. At this moment, the arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. Scattered across the grass lay fragments of a shattered blade. In the grasp of General Weasel, there remained only the hilt of a knife. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple, a testament to his rigid demeanor. He had lost, defeated by a youth from the East Sea, hailing from a remote village. A mere boy. What rendered his defeat even more humiliating was the fact that Luo Feng, in the final moments, had refrained from striking. He had halted his fist just before impact. What remarkable composure! How could such a young lad possess the grace to spare his opponents some dignity? This realization compelled General Weasel to acknowledge, with a sense of profound humility, that he had indeed been bested by Luo Feng. He was thoroughly convinced, both in heart and mind. Thud! Suddenly, General Weasel's body crumpled to the ground, kneeling as if his very soul had departed. The surrounding naval soldiers, at this moment, finally emerged from their stupor. Each one struggled to swallow, their throats parched with disbelief. He actually lost. General Weasel, defeated by a boy? This cannot be. Am I blinded by my own eyes? Incredible. He managed to shatter Mr. Weasel's sword. Is this boy truly human? Could he possibly be a transformed Sea King? Ha! Ha! How absurd. I was foolish enough to entertain the notion of battling such a creature. What arrogance and ignorance. Just moments ago, they had been convinced that General Weasel was certain to triumph. They could hardly fathom that a figure as obscure as Luo Feng possessed such formidable strength. It was indeed astonishing. Who would have thought that from a village in the East Sea, there emerged a boy capable of awakening Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and mastering the 6 styles? Doomed. Doomed. In the distance, beneath a great tree, Luffy was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming in shock. Though he lacked a deep understanding, the spectacle of the recent battle was captivating even to the uninitiated. Just moments ago, Luo Feng's fist had not even grazed the blade. It terrified me. I thought he had lost his mind and was willing to sever his own hand. Beside him, Karp's throat was dry, a wry smile gracing his lips. He had lost the desire to educate Luffy at this point. In truth, he found himself harboring a sense of reverence towards Luo Feng. The boy was simply beyond comprehension. His ability to defeat General Weasel did not surprise him. Rather, he yearned to understand what set Luo Feng's Conqueror's Haki apart from others. This boy's Haki was undeniably unique. It was a realm I had never witnessed, one that even Roger had not attained. Karp's gaze remained fixed on Luo Feng. Phew, I had merely intended to test the waters, yet here I was, astonished by the outcome. At this moment, Luo Feng exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just moments prior, he too had believed victory to be beyond his reach. After all, his opponent was a seasoned vice admiral, and the gap in their absolute strength was insurmountable. Just as an infant would stand no chance against a robust man weighing several hundred pounds, the outcome seems decidedly predetermined. However, it appears that my method has indeed proven effective. What is happening to the sky? It is splitting apart, which likely correlates with the actions I took moments ago. At this moment, Luo Feng also noticed the changes in the clouds above. The sky is torn asunder. Such a phenomenon could only arise from a clash of Conqueror's Haki. Yet, it is impossible for Rear Admiral Squirrel to possess such power. Theoretically, this occurrence could not manifest unless he himself wielded the Conqueror's Haki. It becomes clear. Prior to this, when Luo Feng shattered Rear Admiral Squirrel's sword with a single punch, he was not yet capable of breaking through the Rear Admiral's Haki, given his own level of Haki purity and limits. Nevertheless, Luo Feng, through his extraordinary insight and profound understanding of Haki, forcibly entwined a portion of Conqueror's Haki around Squirrel's sword. He countered his own Haki with his own. The collision of Conqueror's Haki generated a tremendous surge of energy that directly shattered Squirrel's Haki while simultaneously fracturing his sword. I'm simply curious to know, how did you accomplish this? At this juncture, Rear Admiral Squirrel had risen from the ground, adopting the posture of a junior seeking wisdom from an elder, inquiring of Luo Feng. Karp also hurried over, leaning in to ask Luo Feng how he had achieved such a feat. What exactly did you just do? Their eyes gleamed with eager anticipation for an answer. With no choice but to recount his actions succinctly, Luo Feng obliged. Rear Admiral Squirrel. Karp. The two exchanged bewildered glances, stunned into silence. Goodness, goodness, they simultaneously exclaimed in disbelief. Is this truly a technique conceivable by a mere human? Such an operation exists? It is nothing short of miraculous. Rear Admiral Squirrel's eyes widened in awe, gazing at Luo Feng as if he were a deity. Karp, akin to a discoverer of a new world, pondered whether a similar method could be applied to Armament Haki. If so, one could simply envelop an opponent with Armament Haki and then ignite it. Would that not render one invincible? However, as Karp contemplated, he realized that this was essentially flowing Sakura. His expression fell in dismay. Ahem. I apologize for damaging your sword, Luo Feng remarked, glancing at the shattered blade on the ground and clearing his throat. This was undoubtedly Rear Admiral Squirrel's weapon, certainly not a trivial item. Moreover, if his opponent had nurtured that sword with Armament Haki for many years, then his transgression would be considerable. No worries, it is merely an ordinary blade. Witnessing your astonishing strike today has already brought me immense satisfaction, Rear Admiral Squirrel waved his hands dismissively. New World. This is the territory of the Yonko Whitebeard. The Moby Dick, an ancient wooden sailing ship resembling a jovially laughing whale. On the deck, tap, 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 Red-Haired Shanks sauntered from the stern, dragging a bottle of wine. Along the way, a myriad of glances, some dismissive, others astonished, some serious, indifferent, or even hostile, were cast upon him. Yet, the red-haired man remained unfazed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the imposing figure seated at the bow of the ship. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Red-haired. When I first laid eyes on you, you were but a mere child. I was engaged in battle with Roger while you were still a mere apprentice aboard his vessel. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, you would ascend to such heights? Quite astonishing indeed. At this moment, Whitebeard, without an drip, was gulping down alcohol, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia as he observed the approaching red-haired figure. Beside him, the 1st Division commander, the Phoenix Marco, languidly remarked, "Hey, red-haired, with your strength, you should have already claimed your place among the 4 emperors. Surely, you aren't coveting old man's head, hoping to usurp his position? I have come merely to discuss personal matters with you." The red-haired man paid no heed to Marco, and instead focused intently on Whitebeard. Speaking of a youth from the East Blue, Chapter 15, the fist-bone forging method, comprehending the finger gun, paper drawing, iron block. Oh, the East Sea? Whitebeard raised his gourd of wine and took a hearty gulp, letting out a satisfying belch. Isn't that the weakest sea, although it produced a Roger, that has already exhausted all the fortunes of the East Sea? It is improbable that any talent will emerge again. Shanks glanced around. Regarding this matter, I only wish to speak with you. His intention was unmistakably clear. He did not wish the rest of the Whitebeard pirates to be privy to this information. Very well, since it is you. Whitebeard grunted, though displeased. He understood that Shanks had his reasons for such discretion. Old man, there won't be any issues. Will there? Marco asked, casting a questioning look at Whitebeard. Ha! Your old man isn't so easily slain by a mere brat. Do not forget, I am Whitebeard. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. This statement served as both a reassurance to Marco and a subtle warning to Shanks. He, Whitebeard, feared no one. Soon, only the 2 of them remained aboard the ship. Shanks spoke slowly. I believe this young man could very well be the hope of the new era. At these words, a hint of solemnity appeared on Whitebeard's face. As Shanks recounted his tale, Whitebeard's expression shifted several times. Wait, what did you say? Finally, Whitebeard could no longer contain his disbelief. A mere boy has mastered the divine avoidance. He felt as though he were being mocked. Divine avoidance. Was that not Roger's technique? He had witnessed it firsthand and experienced the terror of that move. One could say that the current Yonko were mere children in comparison to such a technique. The idea of such a move being wielded by a boy seemed utterly implausible. Yet, as he gazed at Shanks, who wore a serious expression, Whitebeard's heart sank. Could it be that Shanks, this rascal, would make such a jest, coming all the way to my ship just to toy with this old man? Such antics could only be expected from Buggy, but certainly not Shanks. At that moment, Whitebeard truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Why would Shanks come alone to the ship of another Yonko? Why would he, the illustrious Shanks, a future Yonko himself, engage in discussion with another Yonko about a youth from the distant East Sea? Simply because this young man is extraordinary, merely due to a hint of your released haki. He awakened the Conqueror's haki. That in itself is not remarkable. Whitebeard mused as he pondered Shanks's words. However, to have perfectly controlled it at the moment of awakening, without harming those around him, such a feat, I must admit, I could not achieve. When I awakened my Conqueror's haki, it took me a considerable amount of time to master it with such ease. Whitebeard, having reached this point, had already set aside his casual demeanor, putting down his gourd of liquor and sitting upright with a serious expression. However, are you certain that the technique employed by that youth is indeed the god's avoidance? He fixed his intense gaze upon the red-haired figure's eyes, seeking confirmation. God's avoidance, a name most aptly chosen. Even the divine would seek to evade it. This attests to its formidable and terrifying power. Roger had extensively researched it, dedicating an immense amount of time and energy. Moreover, To master such a technique demands an exceptional comprehension and mastery of Haki. Even the other members of the Yonko, like Big Mom and Kaido, would find it unattainable. Yet, a youth who had merely awakened his Haki had grasped it independently. If this is true, how astonishingly fearsome is his innate talent and insight. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down Whitebeard's spine. I am 100% certain that the youth wields the god's avoidance. The red-haired figure stared intently at Whitebeard, articulating each word deliberately. Silence enveloped the deck of the Moby Dick, with only the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the air. Whitebeard's face was obscured by the shadow of sunlight, remaining silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice somewhat dry and hoarse. In that case, this youth's talent surpasses both you and me. His future will undoubtedly eclipse both Roger and me, becoming a legendary figure of his generation. He paused again. Indeed, as you said, he embodies the hope of a new era. What is the name of this youth? I cannot disclose it. The red-haired figure firmly refused to reveal more information about Luo Feng. Everything concerning this youth must remain confidential, even from those closest to you. Otherwise, should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it would be a tremendous regret. Whitebeard wholeheartedly agreed. Kuaha. In that case, I eagerly await the day he arrives in the new world. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, the morning sun cast its golden rays. The early rising villagers commenced their daily labors. At the dock, the naval warships had yet to depart, with crew members busy tidying up the deck. Ah, truly the Navy, rising earlier than us. Just look at their physical prowess. One of them seems capable of taking on 3 of us, remarked a villager, watching the scene with admiration. By the way, where is Karp? The village chief suddenly inquired. Oh, someone saw him getting up early, and before even having breakfast, he dragged that brat Luffy out to the open ground. He must have been spurred by Luo Feng's influence, wanting to properly discipline that little rascal. Huh? Luo Feng woke up even earlier and has already gone for a run. TSK, he is already a genius, yet he works so hard. It truly makes one feel inferior. In an open area, Karp was exercising vigorously, shirtless. Nearby, Luffy was also earnestly working on his physique. It seemed that Vice Admiral Squirrel had also been inspired by Luo Feng, as he followed the grandfather and grandson duo, also shirtless, fervently training his abilities. In the distance, a figure gradually grew larger. As it approached, it revealed itself to be Luo Feng, who was engaged in his morning run. Passing by the training area of Grandpa Karp and his grandson, he instinctively came to a halt. His gaze swept over Karp and the martial squirrel, absorbing their movements. You're drawing inspiration from Karp's physical training methods, experiencing a series of enlightening revelations, thus creating your own bone fist body cultivation technique. You observe the training process of martial squirrel, experiencing continuous insights, thus comprehending one of the 6 styles, iron fast. You observe the training process of martial squirrel, experiencing continuous insights, thus comprehending one of the 6 styles, paper drawing. You observe the training process of martial squirrel, experiencing continuous insights, thus comprehending one of the 6 styles, finger gun. Chapter 16, Astonishing Improvement in Physical Techniques, Setting Sail. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Luo Feng. He embarked on his own regimen of training. Iron block, he uttered with fervor, and without hesitation, he charged towards a towering tree. Thud! In an instant, the tree was cleaved in 2 at waist height. Bravo! In the distance, a vigilant Navy soldier couldn't help but applaud. Thud! Luo Feng continued to utilize the iron block technique, this time colliding with a massive rock. Whoosh! The combination of speed and impact translated into a cataclysmic force. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a boulder the size of a house shattered into countless fragments. Such ferocity, to obliterate a stone impervious even to gunfire with mere physical prowess. This is truly a moving iron block. Could this be a recent accomplishment? Alas, the disparity is immense. I have spent over 3 months merely practicing the iron block and have yet to grasp the fundamentals, let alone the concept of a moving iron block. This talent, this comprehension is simply astonishing. Every encounter leaves one in awe. The Navy soldiers expressed their admiration. Even after witnessing Luo Feng's formidable talent the previous day, they remained astounded. The commotion Luo Feng stirred soon captured the attention of Karp and his associates. They paused their exercises, turning to observe with expressions of curiosity. This lad is truly defying the heavens. What must my students who struggle to master the 6 styles think? The expression on Vice Admiral Mongoose's face stiffened, a sense of numbness enveloping him. To see my iron block so effortlessly mastered. Karp, too, lost his composure, struck mute. He recalled the effort it took to achieve the ability to execute the iron block while moving. Yet here was Luo Feng, without a mentor, relying solely on his innate understanding, directly comprehending an advanced application of what was initially a rudimentary technique. It is utterly infuriating how one can outshine another. Next, Luo Feng practiced the paper drawing and finger gun techniques. There was little to elaborate on. One emphasized evasion, while the other focused on finger strikes. However, with his mastery of Haki armor, both the iron block and paper drawing had become largely redundant for him, serving merely as references. As for the finger gun, he favored the remote strike of the Gale foot far more. In the distance, this paper drawing and finger gun. This young man has seemingly mastered all 6 styles. A wave of crisis surged within Vice Admiral Mongoose. All the advantages of his rank now lay in ruins before Luo Feng. Aside from the 6 styles and Haki, what remains to him? Is it truly the case that today I must be surpassed by a junior? A profound sense of defeat and powerlessness blossomed within Vice Admiral Mongoose. Luo Feng's talent is indeed terrifying, truly remarkable. Beside him, Karp remarked, the 6 forms embody a comprehensive fusion of offense, defense, and mobility. This young lad, Luo Feng, has mastered them all, rendering him a versatile warrior. In the East Sea, there exists no rival among pirates or the Navy who could stand against him. Wushu smiled wryly. It's not just the East Sea. With this boy's prowess, he could certainly stir up a tempest on the Grand Line. Even the so-called 7 warlords would pale in comparison before him. Indeed, Karp mused, apart from a select few formidable individuals like Mihawk, there are no contenders among the 7 warlords who could match his strength. Luo Feng exhaled deeply, having completed his practice of the 6 forms. He then shifted his focus to the bone-forging technique, inspired by Karp's training regimen, yet distinctly different. To be frank, Luo Feng found Karp's method rather inefficient and excessively harsh on the body, potentially leaving behind hidden injuries. While such damage might not be apparent in youth, it would inevitably surface in later years. Initially, Luo Feng's movements were slow and reminiscent of Tai Chi, embodying a harmonious blend of softness and strength. Once his body warmed up, he transitioned into more vigorous and assertive motions. He practiced each technique with precision, synchronizing them with a unique breathing method, causing his body temperature to rise rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. Luo Feng's heartbeat quickened, pumping blood steadily throughout his body, expanding capillaries while simultaneously honing his organs. Hoo. With an unusual breathing technique. His movements accelerated, growing increasingly powerful. One force, 2 forces. Luo Feng's internal energy surged at an astonishing rate. In the pirate world, this internal energy, known as Dao power, is a distinctive measure of physical prowess. The average person possesses less than 10 Dao power, while members of CP9 often boast hundreds or even thousands, marking them as superhuman. At this moment, however, Luo Feng's physical enhancement was nothing short of remarkable. In just a few minutes, his capabilities had doubled, and it continued to rise. This surpasses my previous training routines by leaps and bounds, Luo Feng thought to himself. At this pace, within a few months, he could surpass the decades of training achieved by CP9 members. If only my body possessed a unique bloodline or innate talent, I could progress even faster. With this thought, he glanced toward the distant figure of Luffy. If only his physical gifts were as formidable as Luffy's, he surmised he could surpass CP9 in mere days. Time rushed by, fleeting like a white steed. On the shore, a young man with bronze skin, carrying a travel backpack, was making his way toward the beach. His physique was robust and well-proportioned, with muscle contours that formed a perfect aerodynamic shape, instantly revealing an explosive strength. Behind him, A group of villagers from Windmill Village watched the young man depart. Luo Feng, if it's too difficult, don't go out to sea. Stay here, they urged. Indeed, the young man in question was none other than Luo Feng, now grown. It had been several years since he traversed into this world. He had remained hidden in Windmill Village, tirelessly honing his physique and aura. Only after confirming that his current strength was sufficient did he muster the courage to venture out to sea. Everyone, please don't see me off. Luo Feng waved his hand. Hey, are you setting sail too? A sudden voice interrupted from beside him. Luo Feng turned to see Luffy, now grown as well, wearing his straw hat and standing on the opposite side, pushing a small boat laden with ample provisions. So you're going to sea too? Hey, Luffy, you little rascal. Didn't you promise your grandfather to join the Navy? Yet here you are, setting off to become a pirate. An aging village chief exclaimed, trailing behind with an exasperated tone, brandishing his cane as if to deliver a sound thrashing to Luffy. A pirate? True pirates don't have such Na'vi faces. They resemble Blackbeard instead. Luffy, at best, is merely an adventurer, Luo Feng mused as he continued his stroll towards the shore, scanning for abandoned boats. For him now, even swimming to the next small island would suffice, though wetting his clothes and belongings was decidedly irksome. Hey, Luo Feng, come aboard my ship, Luffy called out enthusiastically, sporting a carefree grin. Hee, with your strength as my companion, you'll surely help me become the Pirate King. I must decline. I simply wish to be an ordinary adventurer, Luo Feng replied. Oh, an adventurer, you say? On my ship, we have a chef, a navigator, and we need adventurers too. Luffy exclaimed. Did you not understand what I said? Luo Feng retorted, speechless. However, considering the prospect of traveling the world, Luffy's ship did seem promising. He would also encounter familiar faces from the original story, and importantly, there were Nami and Robin. Cough. All right then, I'll join you on your ship to explore the world, but let it be known, I am not a pirate. I am an adventurer, Luo Feng corrected. Thus, the two of them set sail from an island in the East Sea aboard a small boat. Chapter 17. Comprehending the three-sword style, master of blade techniques. Rain. Torrential downpour. Luo Feng could hardly believe that the previously clear and azure sea had been abruptly engulfed by a tempest. The moment Luffy encountered the heavy rain, he immediately succumbed to weakness. With no other choice, Luo Feng captured a sea king and secured their vessel to it, swimming towards a nearby island. Whether it was fate or the butterfly effect caused by Luo Feng's arrival in this world, Luffy's first encounter at sea was thus missed. The iron bar-wielding Eureka narrowly evaded Luffy's barrel, while the cowardly King Kobe would remain aboard his ship for a lifetime. In any case, after the rain ceased and the skies cleared, Luo Feng and Luffy arrived at a quaint little town. Hurry, come see. The pirate hunter is to be executed. The island's residents flocked to a certain location, eager to witness the spectacle. Luo Feng casually grabbed a passerby, inquiring about the commotion, and soon understood. Let's go take a look. A smirk graced Luo Feng's lips. To his surprise, they had fortuitously arrived at the very island where the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro was located. Meanwhile, within the naval base, the man who, in the original story, had ambushed Karp and inflicted a wound with his axe, mockingly dubbed the Axe Emperor, Monka, found himself shackled and kneeling in the hall. The position that was rightfully his as the commander of the naval base was occupied by 5 formidable naval officers. Below, a group of naval soldiers sat on pins and needles, anxiously awaiting orders. Who would have thought that a vice admiral would appear in our remote naval base in the East Sea? Outside the hall, a group of soldiers animatedly discussed the event. Indeed, how unusual. It's improbable for such prominent figures to grace our humble abode. Moreover, it's akin to the legendary Demon Slayer order, the moment it appears. There are 5 of them. This time, we are in for a thrilling spectacle. Monka, that old scoundrel, has been abusing his authority here as if it were his own home. At that moment, within the hall, the 5 vice admirals were considerably perturbed. We have been ordered by the admiral to come to the East Sea to retrieve Vice Admiral Karp's grandson and locate a youth named Luo Feng. Yet we have not found a single trace. Indeed, it feels like an utterly fruitless endeavor. The villagers claimed we arrived too late, that those 2 boys had already set sail. With the East Sea being so vast, are we expected to search each island one by one? The Admiral is truly overstepping. It is merely two young individuals, and even if one is Karp's grandson, there is no need for all five of us to be involved. Just then, a soldier entered. Report. The execution ground is prepared, ready to carry out the execution of the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Shall we proceed? Upon hearing this, the five vice admirals were momentarily taken aback. Pirate hunter? That name seems familiar. Indeed, he appears to be quite renowned in the EC. A formidable captor of pirates. Should we execute him? Uncertain. Let's take a look first. After a brief discussion, they decided to head to the execution ground. At this moment, the execution site was teeming with onlookers. Hey, aren't those two afraid for their lives? They actually dare to rescue someone, exclaimed a surprised spectator. In the execution area, Luo Feng and Luffy had already freed Zoro from his bindings and retrieved his three swords. The duo paid no heed to their surroundings, nor the crowd behind them. In Luo Feng's eyes, the strongest presence here was merely the Axe Emperor Monka. With Zoro and Luffy alone, they could easily conquer this ordeal. He considered himself merely a tourist in this scenario. Luo Feng scrutinized Zoro, who bore a striking resemblance to his depiction in the manga. Green short hair, a green belly band, and a green bandana. Hey, you two, I never asked you to save me, Zoro remarked, somewhat ungratefully. I aim to become the Pirate King, and he aspires to traverse the world as an adventurer. We formally invite you aboard our ship. What do you say? Luffy, unabashedly familiar, proclaimed as he extended the invitation. Huh, Pirate King? Adventurer? Zoro's expression was one of bewilderment. Just then, a contingent of naval soldiers armed with firearms closed in. Don't move, or we will fire. Whatever. I'm tired of this place anyway. It's better to make a swift exit. Zoro chuckled lightly, seizing two swords while balancing another in his mouth. With a flurry of strikes, he felled all the soldiers to the ground. Wow, is this the three-sword style? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes alight with awe. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed intently. So this is the three-sword style, two swords wielded with the strength of the arms, while the one in his mouth draws upon the power of the neck. Previously, when he read the manga, he found it absurd to think a sword held in one's mouth could possess any might. Yet now, with his extraordinary insight, he perceived the underlying principles in an instant. He recalled the character Killer Bee from Naruto, who utilized an even more outrageous eight-sword style, employing various muscle groups throughout the body to unleash tremendous explosive force. However, in the world of pirates, with the existence of sword energy, close combat opportunities are rare, and one must also consider ranged attacks. Luo Feng's mind raced, a myriad of inspirations emerging and dissipating. Various ideas were constantly rejected, yet remnants of useful thoughts remained, which he pieced together. Upon reflection, the one-sword style, two-sword style, and three-sword style each possess their advantages and disadvantages. The choice of how many swords to wield is entirely contingent upon one's personality. The one-sword style is an extreme, epitomized by Mihawk, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The two-sword style balances offense and defense, suited for a more composed disposition. The three-sword style. Luo Feng murmured to himself, contemplating the many thoughts swirling within, continuously refining his understanding of sword techniques. At this moment, every second of his progress equates to the comprehension and insight that an ordinary swordsman might attain in several months, or even years. As he delves into the art of the three-sword style, his understanding of swordsmanship experiences continual breakthroughs, leading to profound realizations. His mastery of the single-sword realm ascends to the pinnacle of Grandmaster status. Similarly, his grasp of the dual-sword realm reaches an extraordinary level of Grandmaster proficiency. Ultimately, his comprehension of the three-sword style culminates in an unparalleled Grandmaster level. Soon, Luo Feng's understanding of the three distinct schools of swordsmanship achieves a peak level. At this stage, he no longer confines himself to mere techniques. Instead, like the tempestuous winds, a casual kick becomes a technique in itself, a creation of form. In this moment, as he effortlessly wields his sword, every stroke manifests as a technique, capable of birthing an entirely new style of swordsmanship. Chapter 18. A single man defeats 4 generals. Witness the carnage. Oh dear, who is this intruder that dares to breach our naval base? At that very moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared. Unlike the previous rabble, these 5 individuals, either with their hands in pockets or arms crossed, exuded an air of disdain and superiority, completely disregarding the presence of Luo Feng and his companions. Their aura was formidable. More foes? Zoro scoffed, brandishing his sword and advancing. Yet, he underestimated them. This time, the adversaries were clearly not mere trivialities. In fact, among the 5 present, each possessed overwhelming power that could easily dominate the entire East Sea. In an instant, a rear admiral struck, with an air of nonchalance. He swiftly extended a hand, and with overwhelming speed and strength, delivered a punch that sent Zoro flying. Zoro collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Incredible. Onlookers were left in shock. Just moments ago, Zoro had displayed the prowess to take on 100 foes. They had thought that was the pinnacle of human combat capability. Yet, they could hardly fathom that this sudden Navy officer, with a single blow, had incapacitated the formidable pirate hunter. Zoro, Luffy bellowed, rushing forward. The outcome was predictable. His current strength was on par with Zoro's, yet he was no match for the rear admiral. The officer wielded the Armament Haki, an attack that was a dimensional strike against Luffy. With one punch, he made Luffy taste the iron fist of the love his grandfather once bestowed upon him. How formidable! Truly, a rear admiral is remarkable. Behind them, a group of naval soldiers erupted in excitement. Born in the East Sea, they had rarely encountered true power. To witness a rear admiral in action was a stroke of fortune in their lives. There is still one left. Rear admiral, don't let him escape. At that moment, someone noticed Luo Feng's presence. Naturally, the rear admiral approached Luo Feng with an expression of indifference. At this juncture, Luo Feng picked up a standard issue blade that had fallen from a soldier. It was merely an ordinary weapon, yet in Luo Feng's hands, it transformed into an extraordinary instrument. As the rear admiral drew near, Luo Feng slightly raised his head. In an instant, the admiral felt as if he were a mere kitten confronted by a tiger, the hair on his body standing on end. What is happening? The rear admiral could not articulate the source of his own fear. Yet, he was gripped by an inexplicable, visceral terror. Unbeknownst to him, this was a result of Luo Feng's Conqueror's Haki, honed to a level beyond his comprehension, radiating an air of dominance. No, this must be a mere illusion. He is just a small character from the East Sea, nothing to fear. After a fleeting moment of dread, the rear admiral felt a surge of anger. It was humiliating to be intimidated by a mere nobody from the East Sea. In that instant, he resolved to swiftly eliminate the young man before him. With a flash, he acted without hesitation. However, in a startling turn of events, Luo Feng's speed surpassed his own. Not a single observer in attendance could discern his movements. It appeared as though he merely glided past the admiral, yet bloodstains materialized instantaneously across the admiral's body. With a splatter, blood flowed freely. Indeed, this is the essence of swordsmanship. Throughout the encounter, Luo Feng's gaze never once strayed toward the admiral, but remained fixated upon his own blade. At a distance, Zoro, racked with excruciating pain, forced himself to glance in that direction. Upon witnessing the outcome of Luo Feng's strike, his pupils narrowed in disbelief. How could this be? His speed is astonishingly swift. I can scarcely comprehend his actions. Equally stunned were the onlookers surrounding them. What has transpired? How did this esteemed figure suddenly sustain injuries? Meanwhile, behind them, the expressions of the 4 admirals, who had previously maintained an air of nonchalance, abruptly stiffened. What has happened? They had failed to perceive the event in its entirety. I had yet to fully savor the thrill, and he has already fallen. At this moment, Luo Feng remained blissfully unaware of the shift in atmosphere, casting a regretful glance at the fallen admiral. He had not dealt a fatal blow. The man would merely lose some blood without any life-threatening danger. Nonetheless, he had lost a sparring partner. This individual is indeed a formidable opponent. We must confront him together. One of the remaining 4 admirals, drenched in cold sweat and sporting a grim expression, spoke up. Very well. With that declaration, the 4 naval admirals sprang into action. This was an unprecedented scene. In the notoriously weak East Blue, someone had managed to compel 4 admirals to engage simultaneously. Such a spectacle would be unparalleled even in the Grand Line. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 admirals simultaneously unleashed their shave technique, charging toward Luo Feng from 4 different directions. Each employed their most potent techniques: finger guns, gale kicks, iron fists, and blade strikes. All aimed to deliver their strongest blows. At this moment, Luo Feng exhibited no hint of caution. Instead, he closed his eyes. 4 of them attacking simultaneously. You say? Very well. If you will not hold back, then I shall allow you to inflict greater wounds upon yourselves. Within Luo Feng's mind, every detail of the surrounding environment materialized. The movements of each individual were laid bare before his perception. This was observation haki. This ability was not derived from observing others. Rather, it was an accidental revelation he experienced while delving into the study of the other 2 types of haki. Consider it a fortunate discovery. To face our attacks with closed eyes, what audacity! Do not hold back. Render him incapacitated. This young man appears somewhat familiar. He must be a pirate. Regardless of whether he is a pirate, having already taken action against us, he must be subdued. The 4 vice admirals charged directly toward Luo Feng. As their assault was about to descend, an overwhelming surge of terrifying haki suddenly pierced through their bodies. In that instant, they were horrified to realize that since awakening their observation haki, the sense of comprehensive control over their surroundings had vanished. Their observation haki had faltered. It was akin to a person suddenly becoming blind. Observation kill. Observation kill. Observation kill. Some were astonished, others terrified, and some were in shock. The current predicament bore resemblance to a legendary scenario. It is said that when one's opponent possesses supreme Conqueror's haki, they can suppress your observation haki, rendering it temporarily ineffective. But how could this young man, appearing to be merely in his teens, possibly possess such formidable Conqueror's haki? Yet at this moment, time afforded them no opportunity for further contemplation, for the blade was already upon them. With a dazzlingly chaotic flash of sword light, a deluge of blood erupted. Chapter 19. That man has set sail? The Grand Line, Marine Headquarters. Admiral Sengoku, adorned with round spectacles and a seagull hat, was engaged in a contest of eating sunbae with Karp. 996, 997, 998, 999. Karp's belly was round, his cheeks puffed, as he struggled to stuff another sunbae into his mouth. On the opposite sofa, Sengoku was equally messy in his consumption. Don't get too proud. I shall soon surpass you, Sengoku remarked, noticing that Karp had consumed one more than he had. A spark of annoyance flickered within him. Suddenly, the telephone bug placed on the table began to ring. The competition between the two was abruptly halted. Hello, is this some kind of emergency? Sengoku answered the call, his gaze still fixed on Karp, eager to resume their contest as soon as he hung up. Karp, in turn, watched Sengoku intently, his hand still poised to deliver another sunbae to his mouth. However, the telephone bug unexpectedly took on a gravely injured demeanor, and the voice emanating from it was weak and trembling. Admiral, we have been attacked. All 5 of our rear admirals dispatched to the East Sea are severely injured. Bang! Before the words could settle, Sengoku sprang to his feet. What did you say? His eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting the contest at hand. He carelessly sprayed sunbae crumbs across Karp's face, completely oblivious to it. Those are 5 rear admirals from the headquarters. Their combined fighting strength is equivalent to a demon-slaying order. How could they be so badly wounded in the East Sea? What on earth transpired? Surely, it can't be that one of the 4 emperors has ventured to the East Sea. Meanwhile, Karp could no longer remain seated. He hastily wiped the sunbae remnants from his face, his expression grave as he listened to the telephone bug. The assailant is a young man, the rear admiral continued. A young man? Sengoku and Karp exchanged glances. A single young man, hailing from the East Sea, had managed to injure 5 rear admirals? This was no mere 4 emperor. Could it be Mihawk? But Mihawk is no longer young. At that moment, Karp felt an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Just then, The next word from the telephone bug sent Karp's mind spiraling into chaos. The young man bears an uncanny resemblance to the portrait you provided us, Mr. Karp. Moreover, he is accompanied by your grandson. Click. The call abruptly ended, plunging the room into silence, perhaps even deathly stillness. Sengoku and Karp exchange bewildered glances, each lost in their own thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Karp suddenly slumped onto the sofa, as if his soul had been wrenched from him. A bitter expression etched upon his face. Sengoku, however, remained utterly perplexed. Karp, what on earth has transpired? You seem to know something, Sengoku inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Karp struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice slightly hoarse. Sengoku, I have indeed mentioned this to you before. The genius from the East Sea. With Karp's subtle hint, Sengoku's mind suddenly recalled something. I remember now. You did mention it, but I thought you were jesting. Sengoku's inner turmoil surged. Back when Karp had returned from the East Sea, he had told Sengoku about a prodigy emerging from that region, someone who awakened the Conqueror's Haki and mastered the Armament Haki, effortlessly grasping the 6 styles upon a mere glance. At the time, Sengoku had thought Karp was merely joking. Who could have imagined this was, in fact, true? I should have anticipated this. That young man, not joining the Navy, must yearn for a life of freedom, yet he somehow ended up with that rascal, Luffy. Karp understood that while Luffy often spoke of becoming a pirate, the boy had no real comprehension of what being a pirate entailed. He was merely playing at being one. However, it appeared that he and Law shared a kindred spirit in their desire for adventure and exploration of the world. To Karp's astonishment, they had truly set sail together. This was something he had not foreseen. No, in truth, the thought had crossed his mind already. Hence, he had dispatched 5 vice admirals to the East Sea. Yet, fate intervened, causing them to miss each other. No, given the natures of those two, even if the vice admirals had found them, they would never have returned to the Navy willingly. With this realization, Karp let out a deep sigh. All of this was a result of his negligence. Had he instilled the idea of joining the Navy in them earlier, perhaps today, events would have unfolded differently. So many years have passed, and with his talents, I can scarcely imagine how far he has grown. As this thought crossed his mind, Karp felt a twinge of unknown fear. The terrifying talent that Law had exhibited in his youth was astonishing, and this formidable young man had been quietly honing his skills on a remote island in the East Sea for years. It was unfathomable to consider how far he had progressed. Even Karp felt a sense of trepidation. Karp, the actions of this fellow named Law, attacking a Navy vice admiral, are undeniably those of a pirate. We must issue a bounty for him, Sengoku suddenly declared. Karp's expression stiffened. He wished to assert that they should investigate the matter thoroughly. That boy Law would not strike at the Navy lightly. However, given that those vice admirals had sustained severe injuries, there was no longer any room for discussion. A bounty must be issued, yet his reward. In the EC, it could escalate to monstrous proportions. Sengoku's glasses reflected a dazzling white light, obscuring the gaze behind them. Shortly thereafter, the wanted notice for Law was printed and disseminated, accompanied by newspapers sent to every corner of the world. In the New World, on a small island, Jesus Berg was perusing a newspaper when suddenly, a wanted notice fell from its pages. Upon picking it up, his pupils dilated in alarm. Captain, boss, this is grave news. At that moment, the red-haired man, engaged in drinking and playing cards, looked on in confusion. What is it? Is Kaido attacking? Or has that old hag Big Mom lost her wits and seeks to challenge me? Surely it cannot be that old geezer Whitebeard, his condition. Before he could finish, Jesus Berg interrupted him. He slammed the wanted notice onto the table in front of the red-haired man with a resounding thud. The image depicted a strikingly handsome face with black hair and eyes, features chiseled as if carved by a sculptor, gazing into the distance as if lost in contemplation. Below, several lines of text were boldly inscribed. Adventurer Luo Feng. Bounty 1,000,000,000 berries. Chapter 20. The man with $1 billion bounty and reactions from all sides at the same time aboard the Moby Dick in the New World, the Whitebeard pirates gathered. Old man, take a look at this wanted poster. It seems a newcomer has emerged on the seas, remarked the immortal Marco, holding today's newspaper as he approached Whitebeard. Oh, let me see. At this moment, Whitebeard was attached to an drip, yet he clutched his drink tightly. He took the paper and casually glanced over it. Here, Ace, teach, this is for you. Marco then handed several copies of the newspaper to those nearby. Suddenly, Ace, who had been enjoying his meal, received the paper from Marco. Upon seeing the wanted poster featuring the image of Luo Feng, he immediately spat out his food. Ace, you wasteful fool. There's no need to throw up just because the food isn't to your liking. Others chimed in, but Ace paid no heed to their remarks. His gaze was fixated on Luo Feng's wanted notice. Luo Feng, he recognized him immediately. In his youth, he had played with Luffy and occasionally crossed paths with Luo Feng. They had sparred before, but each time, Luo Feng had effortlessly defeated him. Despite his dissatisfaction, Ace had to concede that Luo Feng's strength far surpassed his own. Thus, upon hearing the news of Luo Feng's departure from the seas and his subsequent bounty from the world government, he couldn't contain his shock. Ha ha, 1,000,000,000 berries? It's rare for a newcomer to achieve such heights with their first bounty, especially from the East Blue, Blackbeard commented, also perusing the newspaper. He cast a sidelong glance at Ace and continued, but for someone who just set sail, their bounty surpasses yours. No wonder you spat out your food, huh? Ace disregarded Blackbeard's teasing. He struggled to suppress his astonishment, hastily wiping the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth. If this formidable individual had set sail, the entire ocean would surely be in turmoil. Whitebeard's heart stirred upon learning that this newcomer hailed from the East Blue. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he recalled the conversations he had had years ago with Shanks before the latter became one of the 4 emperors. A genius from the East Blue, a prodigy. Did he share any connection with this newly wanted Luo Feng? Whitebeard fell into contemplation as memories of Shanks's excited words from years past flooded back. That man will be the hope of a new era. One day, he will turn the entire sea upside down. With renewed determination, Whitebeard carefully folded Luo Feng's wanted notice and stored it away. Luo Feng, is it? I look forward to the day you arrive in the new world. Cake Island. Mother, the newcomers these days are truly remarkable. The bounty for the first time is an astonishing 1,000,000,000 berries. One of the 4 emperors, Kurizumi, holding a newspaper, sought out Big Mom. 1,000,000,000, you say? Big Mom took the newspaper, casually glanced at it, and then, somewhat disappointed, tossed it to the ground. Kurizumi, how many times must I tell you? A bounty does not determine a person's strength. If you were to slay 100,000 people, your bounty would likely surpass mine. Upon hearing this, Kurizumi's shock diminished considerably. He glanced at the wanted poster of Luo Feng on the ground and became dismissive. A young lad like him must have committed some heinous acts to warrant such a high bounty. Wouldn't you agree? Nearby, Big Mom's youthful child arrogantly stepped on Luo Feng's wanted poster, laughing as he said, Kurizumi brother, with your abilities, you could take on 1,000 of his kind. Is that so? Kurizumi chuckled. Then this Luo Feng had better not venture into the new world, for I shall personally capture him and subject him to every form of torture and humiliation imaginable. In Wano country, the Beast Pirates. Gwaha, a newcomer with a bounty of 1,000,000,000. You say? Kaido, reeking of alcohol, continued to pour himself a drink from a gourd while holding Luo Feng's wanted poster in front of him. This bounty is on par with Jack's. Do you have anything to say about that, Jack? Kaido shot a teasing glance at Jack beside him. TCH, just a rookie who recently set sail. And from the weakest East Blue at that. I truly wonder how his bounty has inflated to such heights. Jack's irritation was palpable. Meanwhile, Jin rationally analyzed. He must have committed some atrocious deeds, yet the newspaper lacks any relevant reports. After all, a bounty does not correlate with one's strength. Jack remained disgruntled. I better not run into him in the new world. Otherwise, I shall flay him alive. Perhaps he won't even reach the new world and will meet his demise along the way. Well said. In the Grand Line at Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Dragon, look quickly. A freshly printed newspaper reveals a new criminal from the East Blue. A member of the Revolutionary Army knocked on Dragon's door, holding the newspaper. Oh, the East Blue. Monkey D. Dragon glanced at the content of the newspaper with surprise, realizing it was his homeland. However, the name Luo Feng was entirely unfamiliar to him. 1,000,000,000 berries. It's rare for someone of such magnitude to emerge from the East Blue, remarked a cadre, munching on bread. Indeed, echoed another member responsible for delivering the newspapers. Mr. Long, what is your perspective on this matter? Long placed the wanted poster on the table, but refrained from offering any commentary. He opened the door and stepped outside, gazing at the distant sea, his thoughts drifting to Luffy. That young lad must have set sail by now. Should I return for a fleeting glimpse of him? East Sea. Naval Headquarters. Here lies the command center for the entire East Sea, akin to the naval headquarters along the Grand Line. At this moment, all high-ranking officials of the East Sea Navy have convened for a meeting. The notorious criminal, Luo Feng, has single-handedly inflicted severe injuries upon 5 of our vice-admirals. His prowess cannot be underestimated. However, we must not regard our adversaries as insurmountable foes. A high-ranking admiral of the East Sea was addressing 100 officers, with Luo Feng's wanted poster prominently displayed on the blackboard beside him. He is human, and as a human, he possesses vulnerabilities. If we can sink the vessel he commands in the heart of the ocean, even his formidable strength will not suffice to save him. Thus, from this moment forth, all personnel at the bases are to mobilize and take action. We must pursue Luo Feng relentlessly and ensure his capture in the East Sea. We cannot allow him to roam freely any longer. Chapter 21. The Thief Cat Nami? Understanding Meteorological Navigation. In the East Sea, Luo Feng, Zoro, and Luffy sat pitiably aboard their small vessel. Who would have imagined that such a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 1 billion, would find himself in such dire straits? Be quiet, Luffy. These are the last few apples on the ship. We must conserve them. If we go too long without fruits and vegetables, we risk scurvy, and that can be fatal. Luo Feng warned, clutching a bag of apples and eyeing Luffy warily. Oh, Luo Feng, I'm absolutely starving. Just let me have one, will you? I promise I won't ask for more, Luffy said, his mouth watering, his stomach growling audibly, eyes gleaming with hunger. It was truly a headache, being burdened with such a ravenous captain. Zoro, meanwhile, was polishing his swords, seizing the opportunity to interject with a wry comment. Stop whining. If we can't fill our bellies, what is the difference between us and salted fish? Luffy shouted back at Zoro. All right. Let us hurry and find the next island, and there will be food. Luo Feng quickly reassured them, seizing the telescope to scan the surroundings. Lo and behold, an island indeed appeared on the horizon. Zoro, we're saved. What? Let me see. Luo Feng and Zoro shared a bond of camaraderie, both burdened with the task of managing the unreliable Luffy. Before long, the small boat reached the shore, and the three rushed ashore in search of sustenance. This island. Could it be? Luo Feng's instincts began to stir as he walked further, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity about the place. In a sudden realization, he leapt into the air, performing a graceful moonwalk that brought him aloft. It dawned upon him where he had arrived. This was the territory of the clown buggy. Hood. Luo Feng glided effortlessly, like a leisurely stroll, towards Buggy S' domain. En route, he encountered Buggy S' subordinates, swiftly dispatching them with a few well-placed kicks. Eventually, he found himself in front of Buggy S' tent, where the clown, now reduced to a mere figure of authority, remained blissfully unaware, sound asleep inside. Who are you? How did you descend from the sky? A girl with vibrant orange hair, graceful stature, and youthful features shrieked in surprise, clearly startled by Luo Feng's unexpected entrance. Having never witnessed anyone walking in the air before, she was utterly taken aback. You may call me Luo Feng, he replied with utmost gentlemanly charm. Wait, I recall now. The girl's voice trembled as she gazed upon Luo Feng's face, akin to staring into the visage of a demon. She produced a crumpled bounty poster and, comparing Luo Feng's likeness to it, her pupils dilated in shock. Adventurer Luo Feng, bounty, 1 billion berries. Luo Feng smiled slightly, regarding the orange-haired girl. Then, if I am not mistaken, your name must be Thief Cat Nami, correct? Upon the utterance of those words, Nami's already astonished heart plunged into further depths of dread. A wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 billion. And he knows her? What could he possibly want from her? At that moment, an overwhelming sense of insecurity enveloped Nami. In the past, when confronted by any pirate or even the Navy, She had always possessed the confidence that her eloquence, acting prowess, and adaptability would see her through. Yet, in the presence of this man, those foes seemed no more than a school of insignificant fish, barely even that. Unexpectedly, he declared, "I hear you are quite the adept navigator. I now invite you aboard our ship. Will you accept?" Nami was taken aback by this sudden proposition from the notorious killer. Initially, she had braced herself for sacrifice, but the situation had shifted so rapidly. Why would this harbinger of death desire her on his ship? Could it be that her navigational skills had piqued his interest, leading him to seek her assistance in traversing the Grand Line? This singular possibility lingered in Nami's mind. "All right, I accept your offer," she inhaled deeply and replied. Soon after, Nami and Luo Feng returned to the ship, while the clown Buggy had been thoroughly beaten by Luo Feng, who then seized all of Buggy's belongings. Furthermore, Luo Feng and his crew had commandeered Buggy's vessel, albeit replacing its pirate flag with that of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon encountering Luffy and Zoro, countless questions swirled in Nami's mind. A man donning a straw hat, appearing somewhat foolish, was the captain of this pirate crew? And Luo Feng, a man with a bounty of 1 billion berries, was content to be merely a crew member? She found herself utterly perplexed. "Captain, where are we headed now?" As a navigator, Nami proved herself quite competent and promptly inquired about Luffy's next destination. Luffy pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, of course. We must go to a place where their S meet." Nami's response was one of exasperation. Luo Feng facepalmed, advising her to disregard Luffy, whose intellect resembled that of a 3-year-old child. "Give me the nautical charts. I shall inform you of our forthcoming journey." Before long, Nami retrieved her meticulously drawn nautical chart and unfurled it before Luo Feng. They engaged in a discussion regarding the chart, and Nami soon recognized Luo Feng's astounding aptitude. Initially, he possessed no knowledge of navigation, yet after she explained a few principles, he grasped them instantaneously, mastering the concepts with remarkable ease. He even demonstrated the ability to extrapolate and summarize invaluable knowledge that had taken others extensive time to uncover. "Have you studied navigation before?" Nami could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. "No," Luo Feng replied, his gaze fixed on the chart, delivering his response with a serene demeanor. Observing this young man closely, Nami could discern the muscular contours beneath his sun-faded sailor's uniform. The scent of his masculine aura wafted through the air, particularly striking to Nami as she beheld Luo Feng's sharply defined profile. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart erupted with an internal scream. How could a man possess such charisma? Powerful, enigmatic, and handsome. This combination was nothing short of irresistibly alluring for a young woman. At that moment, Nami felt an unexpected sense of safety around Luo Feng. Being taken aboard his ship even seemed like a fortunate twist of fate. You engage in a discourse on navigation with Nami. Your maritime expertise and knowledge rapidly enhance, leading you to a fundamental understanding of navigation techniques. Through your remarkable insight, you experience a series of epiphanies, mastering the art of meteorological navigation. Meteorological navigation. This skill allows one to deduce potential changes in the sea's weather by observing subtle shifts in wind direction, water currents, and even atmospheric variations. It is an almost sixth sense ability reserved for the most elite navigators. Meteorological navigation, you say? I recall that Nami seems to possess a similar talent. As this thought crossed Luo Feng's mind, he cast a glance at Nami beside him. However, it appeared that Nami had been immersed in nautical literature since childhood, coupled with her inherent aptitude for navigation, which enabled her to achieve such mastery. Moreover, within the vast pirate world, Nami was already recognized as one of the foremost navigators. To his astonishment, he had become a top-tier navigator in this realm in merely a short span of time. Chapter 22. The Navy mobilizes entirely to capture Luo Feng. "Hey, Colonel, it seems that the ship ahead is a pirate vessel." In a vast expanse of the ocean, far behind Luo Feng and his companions, a naval warship had spotted them. Upon noticing the pirate flag fluttering on the ship, the naval crew instantly grew tense. "Do not panic. If I am not mistaken, that ship belongs to Captain Buggy. With our combat strength, we are certainly capable of engaging them. A colonel asserted. Since the East Sea Navy's division convened a meeting, they had summoned the finest elites from across the East Sea to commence a thorough search for Luo Feng. Each warship was outfitted with an abundance of weaponry, elite soldiers, and formidable combat power. It could be said that Luo Feng's mere venture onto the sea had brought misfortune to all pirates in the East Sea. Even if they remained idle, they could easily fall victim to the Navy. Wait a moment, Colonel. Look closely. That pirate flag seems unfamiliar. It does not resemble Buggy's crew. A reconnaissance soldier suddenly noted, bringing this suspicious observation to the higher-ups' attention. The colonel swiftly took the binoculars, but upon spotting the straw hat pirate's flag, his expression shifted dramatically. No way. He recalled certain classified information that only the higher echelons were privy to. According to intelligence, the notorious pirate Luo Feng, with a bounty of 1 billion, was known to associate with a certain straw hat boy. Having never encountered this particular flag before, he began to harbor a foreboding intuition. Hastily, he glanced towards the deck. The moment he looked, his hand trembled in shock, causing the binoculars to slip from his grasp and plunge into the sea. Nonetheless, he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. He immediately seized the transponder snail and dialed the highest-ranking officer at the East Sea Navy Division. Report. We have confirmed the presence of Luo Feng right before us. I repeat, this is not an exercise. This is not an exercise. Requesting support. Requesting support. Requesting support. In an instant, within 1,000 nautical miles surrounding the Straw Hat Pirates, every naval warship engaged in the search turned sharply, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood, and sped towards the same direction. This extraordinary scene caught the attention of many observant individuals. What is happening? The mobilization of such a large fleet surely indicates a serious situation. Needless to say, recently, a notorious criminal has emerged in the East Sea with a bounty of 1 billion. They are undoubtedly out to capture him. TSK, TSK. So many warships. What we see is only the tip of the iceberg. Undoubtedly, there are even more hidden from view. This time, that fellow named Luo Feng certainly cannot escape. This is practically the pinnacle of the East Sea Navy's combat power. Heh, one can only imagine that cannon fire could level that entire area. A spectacle awaits. Let us await tomorrow's newspaper. Meanwhile, Luo Feng also sensed that something was amiss. Although he may not possess an extensive range of experiences or the formidable Conqueror's Haki, as a powerful individual, he still possesses a unique intuition. His Haki has been cultivated to a terrifying degree, and his remarkable insight further enriches this intuition. At that moment, he raised his gaze toward the heavens. The clouds above suddenly shifted, as if forewarning an impending downpour. A storm was brewing. In a voice barely audible to anyone but himself, he muttered softly. "What did you say?" Nami inquired curiously from beside him. "Nothing," Luo Feng replied, shaking his head. He then called out to Luffy, who was busy eating, and Zoro, who was training. "You two, get ready quickly. Something significant is about to happen." "What? What's going on?" Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the prospect of impending commotion. "This is not about a feast or a brawl. Rather, a rare natural disaster is on the horizon," Luo Feng remarked as he glanced back at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. "A natural disaster?" Nami, with her instincts as a navigator, felt the urgency of the moment. Noticing Luo Feng's fixation on the sky, she too turned her gaze upward. Suddenly, she placed her finger in her mouth and raised it, gauging the wind's direction. After a few seconds, her expression shifted. "Wait, a strong wind is coming." Zoro and Luffy exchanged glances, then surveyed their surroundings. The sea appeared relatively calm, with only a hint of overcast skies. How could these two discern so much information? Regardless, if it is Nami and Luo Feng speaking, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Luffy, ever optimistic, promptly busied himself. Zoro, not wanting to question further, accepted that Nami's guidance was paramount. "Wait, what is that?" Nami suddenly exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the distant horizon. To their astonishment, a line of ships had appeared on the sea's surface, encircling them entirely. They found themselves surrounded by countless naval vessels. Judging by their numbers, there must have been hundreds of warships, all substantial in size. Could it be that the entire fleet of the East Blue is here? Nami's lips twitched in disbelief. When faced with such an outrageous scenario, she surprisingly became calm. Oh no, so many Navy ships. Are they here to capture us? Luffy responded with unrestrained excitement. Impossible. The three of us don't even have bounties yet. If anyone were to be captured, it would only be Luo Feng. Zoro countered, shaking his head. In an instant, all three turned their attention to Luo Feng. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Well, this is quite a spectacle. The entire East Blue fleet has been mobilized to apprehend me. The Navy certainly holds me in high regard. Yet, he remained unfazed, for with his strength, not just the entirety of the East Blue, but far more, was beneath his prowess. The navies from all directions, north, south, east, and west, combined, would be incapable of capturing him. However, this time, it seems I need not intervene. Luo Feng murmured to himself, gazing skyward, as if alluding to something deeper. In the distance, aboard a warship, the highest commander of the East Sea Navy stood with arms crossed, observing the Straw Hat pirates ahead. What does it matter if he is a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? No matter how formidable he may be, he remains merely human. In this situation, how can he possibly escape? At that moment, a rear admiral beside him concurred, expressing surprise that the commander himself had taken action. The commander scoffed, for the EC had long been deemed the weakest of all seas. This time, I shall demonstrate through action that the East Sea is indeed powerful. Even a pirate of 1 billion bounty cannot be captured in the first half of the Grand Line. I will claim the head of this Luo Feng to vindicate the East Sea. Chapter 23. Luo Feng's prediction, the terrifying weather. What to do? What to do? We are doomed. The Navy will capture us. On the ship, Nami wore an expression of utter despair. She had yet to fulfill her aspirations, had not purchased the village from Arlong, nor had she embarked on her journey to circumnavigate the globe and chart the seas. To think she might be imprisoned, living out her days in confinement, was unbearable. She was unwilling to accept such a fate. Let us give it our all, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, striking his fists together. He felt a twinge of envy at Luo Feng's bounty and harbored a desire to be wanted too. You fool! No matter how reckless you are, you must recognize the vast disparity in strength between us. Zoro shouted at Luffy, delivering a heavy punch to his head. Even if the opponent stood still and allowed us to attack, we could fight for 3 days and nights without making a dent. We would likely tire ourselves to death. The Navy outnumbers us overwhelmingly. Even with Luo Feng's displayed prowess, I doubt he can prevail. After all, the Navy is simply too numerous. Just one ship's cannon can bury us. At that moment, on the Navy's side, the order was given. All warships begin to tighten the encirclement. Narrow it until our cannons can reach them. Be vigilant. Do not allow them to approach. Luo Feng is a man who has defeated 5 vice admirals. He is not someone we can confront in close combat. The highest commander of the East Sea issued commands through a transponder snail. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku and Karp awaited news with bated breath. They had located Luo Feng and his crew and were preparing to launch an attack. Sengoku's expression was grave as he regarded Karp, who appeared somewhat agitated. Have you lost your mind? Sengoku, are you really going to let them take action against Luo Feng? Sengoku snorted. What? Are you starting to think about pleading for Luo Feng and your grandson now? Where was that concern before? Karp was somewhat taken aback. Was this what he meant to convey? No. It seems Sengoku had misunderstood. Sengoku, you are underestimating Luo Feng's strength. Karp attempted to interject, but Sengoku interrupted him coldly. Enough, Karp. You need not speak further. Luo Feng does possess considerable strength. Indeed, a single individual has severely injured 5 vice admirals. That is no small feat, however. He is not invincible. Facing the full might of the EC Navy, no matter how strong he is, survival is impossible. Do you understand? The firepower of all their warships in one volley is equivalent to the might of dozens of demon-slaying orders. They could level an island, let alone Luo Feng. Even someone of the caliber of the Calamities would be severely injured. Karp opened his mouth, left at a loss for words. What more could he say? Could it be that Luo Feng had mastered the Navy's 6 styles, along with the Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, many years ago? And given his innate talent, after all these years, has he grown to a truly terrifying degree? However, Sengoku clearly harbored doubts. On the vast sea, what should we do? Luo Feng, speak up. Nami cast her last glimmer of hope towards him, while Zoro also turned his gaze, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Observing Luo Feng's demeanor, he appeared remarkably composed, evidently possessing a hidden card yet to be revealed. He awaited the winds. Nevertheless, Luo Feng uttered but 2 words. His gaze directed skyward. At that moment, the clouds above began to shift, transforming from their initial calmness into a swirling tempest. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy warship, orders were issued to prepare and load ammunition. The soldiers busied themselves, frantically transporting supplies, loading, and preparing to ignite the cannons. This battle will surely bring fame to the East Sea. The highest commander of the East Sea chuckled heartily. Report. Commander, the weather seems rather unusual. Could this lead to unforeseen consequences? A soldier responsible for reconnaissance cautioned. What does the navigator say? Inquired the highest commander. The navigator claims it is a normal phenomenon, though there may be a slight waterspout, came the reply. It's of little concern. However, instruct all ships to furl their sails and drop anchor to maintain formation. Understood, Commander. At that moment, the winds began to rise. On the ocean, fierce gales howled. Between the Navy and the Straw Hat crew, small waterspouts began to emerge upon the sea surface. Such a spectacle is rare enough to witness one. Yet this time, 9 appeared simultaneously. The furious winds lifted the seawater skyward, each droplet swirling as if in a wild frenzy. 9 dragons manifested. At this moment, Nami's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the scene. As a navigator herself, she was well versed in the extreme weather patterns of the sea. Yet, what lay before her was exceedingly rare, almost unparalleled. At least in the East Sea, such weather had scarcely ever been recorded. It was only noted in accounts of the Grand Line, where such phenomena frequently occurred. Oh, is it dangerous? Zoro inquired curiously. At this juncture, Luo Feng spoke. This is merely a precursor. What follows is of greater significance. Nami glanced at Luo Feng, evidently astonished by his navigational prowess. Indeed, a colossal disaster is likely to unfold shortly, she remarked, casting a deep gaze towards the distant Navy warship. These sailors are about to face calamity. The winds howled fiercely, intensifying. Commander, something is amiss. The winds are too strong. The sea has begun to rage. At this moment, the soldiers could only shout, for the roaring winds swallowed every sound around them. At that moment, a soldier suddenly pointed ahead with a look of terror in his eyes. Wait, look! What is that? In the distance on the vast ocean, an enormous mountain had inexplicably emerged. This was utterly abnormal. This was unmistakably the sea. So how could a mountain arise? And it was so towering, seemingly reaching the very heavens. No, that was not a mountain. It was a wave. At this instant, the voice of the highest commander of the East Sea trembled with a mix of desperation. Quick, drop anchor. His words were drowned out by the thunderous roar of the colossal wave. Luffy, Zoro, brace yourselves. We are about to surf. With a hearty laugh, Law suddenly commanded the crew to hoist the sails and steer left. The towering waves swiftly engulfed the fleet of naval ships, consuming them entirely. Indeed, hundreds of naval vessels. A terrifying sight. Yet, before the might of nature, they crumbled, as feeble as ants. In the blink of an eye, half of them vanished. Are we going to die? Nami, merely an ordinary person, had never witnessed such mountain-like waves and screamed in sheer panic. Chapter 24. The Resolve of the Warring States. Karp's plea, how terrifying. At this moment, both Zoro and Luffy felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Such towering waves could easily drown a person. Even being struck by them would feel akin to a mountain crashing down. It could crush a person to death. No, it would turn them into mere pulp. Hold on to the mast. Luo Feng shouted above the roaring waves. The group could do nothing but cling tightly to their surroundings, striving to avoid being thrown off by the tremendous force. At that moment, they found themselves within an enormous tunnel of seawater. The swiftly flowing currents were as smooth as a mirror, reflecting their faces. This miraculous scene unfolded before their eyes. "Huh, what a breathtaking view!" Luo Feng exclaimed, laughing. Indeed, the landscapes of the pirate world could be deemed the most extraordinary sights in existence. The scenery encountered at random was far more magnificent than any wonder seen in his previous life on Blue Star. Oh, how exhilarating! Luffy continued to shout joyfully. At this juncture, their adrenaline surged. The fear gradually diminished, replaced by exhilaration and excitement. This was true adventure. Luo Feng, too, voiced his exhilaration. Soon, the group successfully burst through the towering waves, returning to the outside world. Boom! In an instant, the colossal waves crashed down. The ship bobbed like a leaf upon the vast ocean, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Miraculously, however, it survived within the whirlpool beneath the waves. "We're still alive," Nami cried out in joy. Even with her navigational prowess, she could not have accurately predicted how to survive such monstrous waves. This feat was achieved solely by Luo Feng. One could say that his navigational skills had now surpassed her own. At this moment, she could not help but embrace Luo Feng tightly. That was so thrilling. I truly wish to experience it again. Luffy laughed heartily, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Phew, it's finally over. Zoro sighed deeply, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Feng. He understood that their survival this time was entirely due to Luo Feng's efforts. What a reliable man, he silently mused. Ahem. Nami, could you please let go of me? Luo Feng felt as though he couldn't breathe, as this woman, an ordinary person, possessed an inexplicable strength. My apologies. Nami realized her gaffe, her cheeks flushing as she shyly released Luo Feng and turned her head away, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. All right, let us harness this wind and set sail for the next island, Luffy proclaimed from the bow of the ship. In the distance, as the towering waves subsided, the sea regained its tranquility. The ominous clouds above dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky. However, the once formidable East Blue Navy fleet had vanished without a trace. Hundreds of warships had been reduced to mere wreckage. Numerous naval soldiers floundered in the sea, clinging to wooden planks and calling for rescue. The Supreme Commander of the Eastern Sea Navy sat in a small lifeboat, his face pale with despair. He had once proclaimed with unwavering confidence that this battle would decisively eliminate Luo Feng and secure an unparalleled achievement. Yet, he now faced a devastating defeat that rendered him incapable of meeting the eyes of his colleagues. Death by seppuku seemed a more honorable choice than enduring this humiliation. At this very moment, within the naval headquarters, Sengoku awaited news with a sense of trepidation. Karp, however, felt a mix of anxiety and suspicion. Could it be that Luo Feng was not as formidable as rumored? Had he truly lost? Yet, perhaps losing was not entirely unfavorable. Karp understood that with Luo Feng's temperament, any affront he encountered on these waters would not go unaddressed, inevitably stirring up a tempest of trouble. He might even dare to confront the celestial dragons. The bounty on his head would surely escalate. Should he be captured in the future, he would likely face a public execution akin to Roger's. Alas, it might be better to spend his days in prison, for at least he would be alive. Karp sighed inwardly, yet felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, Luffy had not yet been issued a bounty. Even if apprehended by the Navy, he would likely escape unscathed. Karp mused that Luffy, upon hearing of Luo Feng's capture, would be thoroughly shocked and come to comprehend the dire consequences of piracy. Surely, he would reconsider his reckless ambitions. At that moment, the transponder snail on the table began to ring. The sound echoed through the room. Sengoku's eyes brightened at the sound, and he cast a triumphant glance at Karp. Well, Karp, it seems the news has arrived swiftly. That Luo Feng you spoke of must have been captured by the Eastern Sea Navy and is now confined within a cage of sea prism stone. Did you not assert that Luo Feng was powerful? How is it that he lasted only this long? I was led to believe he was invincible. This time, Karp, I shall demonstrate that the Eastern Sea Navy is indeed formidable. The so-called weakest in the East merely refers to the pirates. The Navy is not weak. Amidst Sengoku's taunts and provocations, Karp let out a deep sigh. Regret washed over him, for he lamented that his greatest disappointment in life was his failure to properly guide his prot-GS. One had become a revolutionary, another aspired to be a pirate. Such shame. And then there was Luo Feng, a promising youth with immense talent. Had Luo Feng chosen the path of the Navy, he would undoubtedly rise to the rank of admiral, perhaps even the strongest admiral. Karp had envisioned that glorious moment countless times in his dreams, filled with pride and honor. Alas, what a pity! With these thoughts, Karp's heart softened with compassion. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke. Zhangguo, I only wish to request one thing of you. Yet, Zhangguo abruptly interrupted him, a cold laugh escaping his lips. You need not say anything further, Karp. I am fully aware of your intentions. You merely wish to plead for mercy and implore me to spare that Luo Feng. Am I correct? Do not entertain such thoughts. Our Navy is bound to uphold justice. How can we, simply due to our elevated positions, shield those close to us? Would that not render me the greatest evil of all? At this juncture, Zhangguo had already seized the Den Mushi. Just watch. I intend to execute the most notorious criminal of the East Blue, just as we did with Roger in the past. He shall be publicly executed at the very gallows in Lowtown, where Roger met his end. Moreover, this time it shall be broadcast live to the entire world. I aim to demonstrate to all the people the fate that befalls pirates and our Navy's unwavering resolve to execute justice. With that, the call was connected. However, on the other end of the line, there was only a profound silence. Chapter 25. The Maritime Emperor, Luo Feng. Hello, speak up. Is this the West? Sengoku's brow furrowed as he heard nothing from the transponder snail. However, from the other end came an overwhelming silence, which instilled in Sengoku an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Karp felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Moments later, the transponder snail spoke. We have been defeated, Admiral. Boom. In that instant, Sengoku's vision darkened, and a ringing echoed in his mind. He sank heavily into the sofa, while Karp's thoughts momentarily stalled, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The transponder snail continued to relay the events surrounding the Eastern Sea Navy's operation to encircle Luo Feng. At that moment, the office of the Fleet Admiral was shrouded in an eerie silence. As the report concluded, Sengoku's breath quickened, and his face flushed with disbelief. How could this be possible? A tsunami? A monstrous tsunami? In the East Sea? That isn't even the Grand Line. How could such a calamity occur? And yet, Luo Feng and his companions emerged unscathed? How could they possess navigators superior to the Navy? Karp, listening intently, began to piece it together and spoke up. Could it be that Luo Feng has self-taught navigational knowledge? Upon hearing this, Sengoku suddenly found himself at a loss for words. To claim that Luo Feng could self-learn was an insult to his genius and insight. Karp chuckled bitterly. Perhaps what seems to be an arcane art of navigation to ordinary folk appears laughably simplistic to Luo Feng. Knowledge that takes others a decade to grasp. He can master with a mere glance and even extrapolate from it. Such talent is terrifyingly astonishing. I haven't seen him in years. Perhaps during this time, he has perused some navigational texts and mastered the highest forms of navigation, he mused. Sengoku opened his mouth, suddenly feeling helpless. Previously, when Karp called Luo Feng a genius, a prodigy, Sengoku had scoffed. In this world, there are no geniuses, no prodigies. Yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. The destruction of hundreds of naval vessels in the East Sea served as a harsh lesson. This time, Luo Feng had not even engaged in battle. He had merely exploited the sudden change in weather to triumph over the entire Eastern Sea Navy. Such tactics and capabilities were truly terrifying. Hello? At that moment, the voice of the highest-ranking officer in the East Sea echoed from the transponder snail. What is it? Sengoku replied, his voice hoarse. We have ascertained the whereabouts of Luo Feng and the others. Shall we pursue them? Pursue? Sengoku's anger flared. What shall we pursue them with? The obliterated fleet of the Eastern Sea Navy? Or shall we offer your heads in pursuit? Is Luo Feng someone you can provoke? You cannot defeat him. And even before he strikes, you would be annihilated. The mere existence of such a being is a blessing. It is fortunate that he does not seek to engage with you. You should count your blessings for still being alive. And yet, you dare to pursue him? Right now. Immediately, tend to the injured. It is imperative that all losses are minimized. Furthermore, in the East Sea, no one is permitted to challenge Luo Feng. For doing so would invite catastrophic consequences upon the entire East Sea Navy. Zhangguo's words were delivered with remarkable speed. Upon finishing his proclamation, the voice on the other end of the line fell silent. After a brief pause, the other party, still unwilling to concede, remarked, "Does that mean Luo Feng has become the maritime emperor of the East Sea? Maritime empereur?" Zhangguo was struck with a chill. Luo Feng had indeed ascended to such a status? Indeed, when no one dares to provoke him upon the vast ocean, what else could he be but an emperor? Zhangguo, acknowledged that Luo Feng is the maritime emperor. Suddenly, Zhangguo leapt to his feet, shouting loudly, "In any case, do not provoke him." With that, he disregarded the response on the other end and abruptly disconnected the call. In the room, only the sound of Zhangguo's heavy breathing filled the air. His gaze was chillingly fierce. Luo Feng indeed possessed considerable prowess. However, he was merely acting recklessly in the East Sea. He would do well to steer clear of the Grand Line. Otherwise, I shall ensure he comprehends the true essence of the Navy and the depths of despair. The sky was clear, a vast expanse devoid of clouds. The sun cast its warm glow, and seagulls glided gracefully at low altitudes. Ah, how delightful! Luo Feng reclined in a rocking chair, cradling a cup of wheat juice, donning sunglasses, and basking in the sunlight. He chuckled softly. The previous encounter had been exhilarating, and if the Grand Line was indeed filled with such thrilling experiences, it was certainly worth exploring. At the bow of the ship, Luffy was still relishing the adventures they had shared. Meanwhile, Nami, clad in a bikini, was equally savoring the sun and sea breeze. Truly a feast for the eyes. Luo Feng's gaze, concealed behind his sunglasses, instinctively shifted toward the beauty. At that moment, a figure intervened, standing between Luo Feng and Nami. "Luo Feng, I wish to grow stronger. Could you offer me some guidance?" It was Zoro. Since being effortlessly sent flying by a rear admiral at the naval base, Zoro had been spurred into action. However, becoming stronger is a process that requires time and relentless effort. In the span of mere days, he could hardly perceive any progress. Yet the searing pain in his abdomen incessantly reminded him of his own frailty and helplessness. Very well. Luo Feng did not hesitate long before agreeing. "But, do you wish to inquire about swordsmanship, body conditioning, haki, or the 6 powers?" Luo Feng extended a hand, counting off each element on his fingers. Zoro's expression, initially serious and focused, gradually morphed into a look of bewilderment. Then his mouth fell agape. "Is this a jest? A single individual possesses such a plethora of skills? Moreover, each one is mastered to an extraordinary degree? Is this truly a human being?" Zoro hesitated, grappling with a dilemma of choice. Each skill seemed equally significant. "Very well, let us begin with Su," Luo Feng remarked, taking a sip of wheat juice. Subsequently, he began to instruct Zoro. With merely a few words, Zoro became exhilarated. So this is it. Such a movement technique exists in this world, and, if mastered, it would provide both offensive and defensive capabilities. Soon, Zoro commenced his training. It wasn't he that Luo Feng was reluctant to impart more knowledge. Rather, Zoro's comprehension could not absorb too much at once. He could only grasp some fundamental concepts. "Himeme soru. Luo Feng, you have already taught me that." At this moment, Luffy dashed over, eager to join in. "Teach me something else." Chapter 26, The Sea Restaurant. "Chef Sanji, how about Iron Block?" Luo Feng suggested without a moment's hesitation. "Huh, that move seems like it can only be used to stand there and take hits," Luffy responded, immediately losing interest. "Let me tell you, don't underestimate your rubber body. Though you might not feel pain from blunt attacks, it doesn't mean you're invincible," Luo Feng stated earnestly. "If someone masters Haki, they can still give you quite a beating, just like Karp." At the mere mention of Karp, Luffy felt a chill run through him. "You're right. I want to learn." His interest was rekindled as he thought about how to lessen the pain of being hit when he encountered Karp in the future. In truth, The benefits of Iron Block were numerous. It serves as the precursor to Haki. Once you master Iron Block, learning Haki becomes significantly easier. The key is that Iron Block is quite simple to learn. Luffy immediately rolled his eyes in disbelief. Just simple to learn? That's for you. Don't compare our ordinary comprehension with your extraordinary talent. Before long, Luffy had his own matters to attend to. He stopped being carefree and began to train earnestly. What about me? I also want to learn something. Nami approached, wearing a bikini. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said earnestly, "Wow, that's quite impressive." From Luo Feng's perspective, the view was undeniably different. He felt a slight itch in his nose and coughed a few times to divert his gaze. As for you, I can teach you observation Haki. It allows you to sense enemies in a 360-degree radius without any blind spots. When cultivated to a profound level, you can even detect murderous intent or mere hostility before it manifests. You wouldn't even need to engage in combat. Just sensing danger in advance would allow you to escape, making it the ultimate means of self-preservation. In the time that followed, Luo Feng and his companions encountered no dangers. There were neither pirates nor navy in sight. Perhaps the entire navy had mobilized, scaring the pirates of the East Blue into hiding. Upon arriving at Usopp's home, the somewhat improved Zoro and Luffy dispatched several pirates on the island with ease. Usopp successfully boarded the ship, and due to the previous encounter with a massive wave, their vessel had developed a crack in its keel. Therefore, they abandoned it on the island and switched to the Going Merry to set sail once more. As they journeyed, they passed by several islands, allowing Luo Feng to indulge in the pleasures of travel, experiencing the local customs and savoring a variety of delectable foods. At last, they arrived at the renowned sea restaurant in the East Blue. Meanwhile, several dozen nautical miles away, on the vast ocean, a peculiar small ship floated. Its hull resembled a coffin, while its mast stood tall like a crucifix. A mysterious man, clad in sumptuous attire, sat aboard, adorned with a golden cross around his neck, and a magnificent black sword slung across his back. In his hand, he clutched a wanted poster, prominently displaying the image of Luo Feng. The East Sea, it has finally arrived. Eagle eyes, amber-hued eyes, gazed deeply at the vast ocean before him. He lifted a glass of red wine, savoring a sip, and remarked casually, "Ah, the cuisine here is truly delectable." Inside the restaurant, Usopp, Luffy, and Zoro, three gluttons, were blissfully indulging in their meals. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Nami occupied a separate table. How embarrassing. We must not let anyone realize we are with them. Nami rolled her eyes, her irritation stemming from the unsightly mannerisms of the three rascals. Luo Feng picked up his knife and fork, slicing a piece of Sea King meat and placing it in his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. Quite impressive. Far superior to the creations of renowned chefs from my previous life. You have tasted the exquisite Sea King meat prepared by Sanji, gaining inspiration and profound insights. Mastering the technique of searing Sea King meat. You have savored the supreme seafood soup crafted by Sanji, experiencing enlightenment and revelations. Mastering the recipe for rich seafood broth. You have sampled the juice made by Sanji, gaining inspiration, experiencing enlightenment. As Luo Feng relished the various dishes, his mind was in constant motion. Almost instinctively, he analyzed the ingredients, spices, and even the methods of preparation. How much seasoning was used, the order of addition, the heat employed, and the duration of cooking. All was crystal clear to him. At that moment, Sanji, passing by, seemed to sense something amiss and approached their table. His gaze focused intently on Nami, revealing his true demeanor. "Mississippi, may I inquire your name?" Nami was taken aback by his oily demeanor, rolling her eyes internally. However, she maintained a polite facade, responding curtly, "Leave." "Sanji." Suddenly, Luo Feng interjected, "Strange, I believe I just heard a heart shatter." He then turned to Sanji. "Was this dish made by you, Sanji?" You know me?" "Yes, indeed." "What of it?" "The flavor is quite delightful, isn't it?" Sanji quickly recovered from his disappointment. When it came to cooking, he was as serious as he was with women. Luo Feng savored the taste once more. "I truly admire your idea of using Sea King broth as a base, but you overlooked one crucial point. While the broth is extraordinarily fresh, This freshness masks the original flavors of the ingredients, overshadowing them. Sanji initially assumed Luo Feng was merely an amateur in the culinary arts, expecting to hear some nonsensical boasting. After all, he had encountered many self-important individuals before. However, Luo Feng spoke with authority, clearly a connoisseur of the craft. Gradually, Sanji's initial indifference transformed into focused attention, even igniting a desire to take notes. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he was left with a lingering sense of unfulfilled anticipation. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Nami exclaimed as she noticed Sanji had fallen into a stupor. She could not help but wave her hand in front of him. To her astonishment, the very rogue who had been leering at her moments ago now appeared completely oblivious to her presence. It was truly absurd. With a sense of exasperation, Nami cast a glance at Luo Feng, realizing that she was unable to compete with his mere words in terms of allure. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. "Just a moment. I shall promptly endeavor to create the new dish you mentioned. Please do indulge in it. It will be complimentary." Sanji, regaining his senses, dashed into the kitchen with an exuberance akin to that of someone invigorated by enthusiasm. Chapter 27. Understanding by Luo Feng, the touch of genius in the kitchen suddenly. Sanji was invigorated as if he had been administered a stimulant, igniting the attention of those around him. "Hey, Sanji, have you taken some strange medication today? Why are you so excited?" one chef remarked, setting aside his work to observe. However, Sanji appeared utterly oblivious to the remark, immersed in his culinary creations. Before long, this peculiar behavior attracted an increasing number of onlookers. Why are you doing it this way? Sanji, this isn't even our recipe. Has your mind gone awry? If the food turns out to be unpalatable, the reputation of our maritime restaurant will surely suffer. If the old man gets angry, he might well take it out on you. "Hey, it seems you've added too much salt. That will ruin the flavor, won't it? And why so little broth? Is the meat not going to be dry?" Frustration mounted as it became clear that Sanji was ignoring their concerns. The entire kitchen staff was drawn to his unusual antics. Yet upon observing his method, they shook their heads in disapproval. Their instincts as chefs led them to believe that his approach would yield unsatisfactory results. Yet Sanji, possessed by an inexplicable fervor, remained resolute, disregarding their warnings. "This is it. Our restaurant's reputation may very well be jeopardized by this impetuous youth. I wonder what has gotten into him today. We understand your desire to innovate, but such reckless experimentation not only wastes ingredients, but could also drive away customers." At long last, Sanji completed his final dish and plated it. Without so much as a glance at the other chefs, he dashed out of the kitchen. "Damn this kid." The chefs were incensed. One curious individual dipped a fork into the pot and tasted the broth. "Oh my, the flavor." A nearby chef cast a skeptical glance. "Is it truly that bad?" "No, this flavor is simply exquisite." Upon hearing this, the other chefs eagerly sampled the broth. The result? Wow, the taste is smooth, with a perfect balance between the umami and the natural flavors of the seafood, each enhancing the other. It's like being in paradise. Tears welled up as one chef exclaimed, "I once thought such perfection in cuisine was unattainable in this world. Yet here I am, fortunate enough to savor it." It must require an impeccable mastery of timing, the precise ratio of spices, and the inherent flavors of the ingredients to achieve such extraordinary deliciousness. How did Sanji manage this? He seems not to have stumbled upon it by chance. Rather, he appears to have approached it with unwavering confidence, as if he knew all along that this would be the outcome. Damn it, there are still several dishes left to taste, and I'm so curious about their flavors. Let us go out and see. Perhaps we can still sample the remnants on the plates. A multitude of individuals in a grand procession exited the kitchen, abandoning their culinary endeavors, eager to sample the dishes prepared by Sanji. The swift consequence of this action was that most of the orders placed by guests went unfulfilled. Some patrons promptly sought out Chef Zeph to lodge a complaint. "What? The chefs have gone on strike?" Zeph's countenance grew cold. This restaurant was his dream, his livelihood, his everything. It must not be tarnished by the laziness of the chefs. "Come, I shall take charge. If the chefs truly wish to abandon their posts, I shall personally take to the kitchen. Furthermore, Today's meal will be on the house. As Zeph hastened toward the restaurant alongside a group of indignant guests, he suddenly noticed a gathering around a table, with individuals engaged in some unknown activity. Among this group, besides the striking chefs, there were also patrons. Upon witnessing this scene, Zeph's expression shifted, and he swiftly approached. As he drew nearer, he heard a voice offering critiques. However, this stir-fried seafood dish has improved significantly since your last attempt. The original recipe creator clearly favored a milder taste, having used too little salt, but this time you've added a bit more, enhancing its flavor. Upon hearing this, Zeph's face stiffened, for this dish was none other than his own creation, one of his proudest culinary achievements, frequently prepared for Sanji and others. Was my taste truly so bland? At this moment, Zeph began to introspect, a quality befitting an exceptional chef. Only through continuous self-reflection, refinement of recipes, and mastery of culinary skills can one produce genuinely delectable cuisine. Zeph recalled the time when Sanji had commented on his seafood soup. "Old man, you've used too little salt." "Fool, what do you know? The essence of seafood soup lies in its freshness. Too much salt would overshadow that." "But, doesn't tea salt enhance flavor?" "What? You, who can't even slice potatoes properly, dare to question me?" At this juncture, Zeph's expression darkened. He pushed through the crowd, only to find a young man seated at the table, savoring the dishes. Beside him was Sanji, diligently taking notes with a pencil and notepad, deeply engrossed in his task. This seafood fried rice. At that moment, Luo Feng took a spoonful of fried rice, tasting it meticulously. Too much oil. While it can enhance aroma, an excess renders it greasy, and many prefer a lighter fare. Luo Feng spoke confidently, sampling dish after dish, while Sanji earnestly recorded his observations. The surrounding chefs nodded or shook their heads in silent agreement, adopting an expression akin to that of eager learners. Zeph found himself at a loss for words. These individuals, typically so proud, were now engaged in earnest study. To one's surprise, he has become remarkably eager to learn. However, he soon found himself engrossed in Luo Feng's lecture. Suddenly, Luo Feng paused, leaving everyone with an air of anticipation and curiosity. Eager to discern the reason for his halt. "Ahem!" Burp Luo Feng, rather uncouthly, let out a hearty belch, having satisfied his hunger. The crowd was taken aback. What a marvel! He had devoured an entire banquet all by himself. Could one blame him for being full? Moreover, he had already polished off another table's worth of food prior to this. His appetite was astonishing, equivalent to that of 7 or 8 ordinary individuals. "My dear young man, I believe you possess an extraordinary talent for culinary arts. Nay, you are the most profound connoisseur of food I have encountered in my lifetime." At this moment, Zhifu, inspired by his potential, addressed Luo Feng. "Indeed, with this young lad as our chef, we shall indulge in exquisite delicacies henceforth." The bystanders grew enthusiastic. How could one's life be complete without the companionship of fine cuisine? Yet, Luo Feng promptly declined, stating, "I am merely an adventurer. Furthermore, I am no gourmet. I possess only a modicum of understanding, having made slight modifications to recipes based on my own insights." What did he mean by a modicum of understanding? The crowd was bewildered. If this was merely a hint of understanding, then the dishes they prepared could only be described as culinary disasters. Those who had tasted the dishes crafted by Luo Feng now found themselves returning to the offerings of other chefs, which were utterly insipid in comparison. "No, young man, you cannot leave. Yes, please stay and be our chef. The East Sea cannot do without you, just as the West cannot do without Jerusalem." Chapter 28. The Culinary Assault. Divine dish, god of war cuisine. On board the maritime restaurant in the kitchen, uncertainty lingered regarding the availability of ingredients here. Redfoot Zeph was determined to savor a meal prepared by Luo Feng, going so far as to invite him into the kitchen to personally select ingredients and cook. With Luo Feng's departure seemingly inevitable, he resolved that at the very least, he must experience the flavors crafted by his hands. After all, Luo Feng had merely offered a few casual suggestions to Sanji, yet had innovated upon several of his most cherished dishes, elevating their taste to new heights. What, then, could be the result of a dish created by Luo Feng himself? However, Luo Feng surveyed the kitchen brimming with a plethora of ingredients, his brow furrowed. However, what? Zeth's heart skipped a beat. However, he continued to create the divine dish I envision. I still lack a crucial main ingredient. Divine dish? This was the first time Zeph had heard someone use such a term to describe cuisine. Nonetheless, as a connoisseur, he believed this to be the very aspiration worthy of a chef, to approach cooking as a noble endeavor. But where could such ingredients be found? Might they reside within the fabled Grand Line? Nearby, a chef could not contain his curiosity and inquired. The moment those words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. The Grand Line, undoubtedly the most perilous region of the seas. To venture forth solely for the purpose of sourcing ingredients, risking one's life in the process, seemed rather unwarranted. Well, there should be suitable alternative ingredients available in the East Blue, Luo Feng remarked, stepping out of the cabin and onto the deck. He removed his outer coat and, to the astonishment of those around him, leapt directly into the ocean. What was he planning? It appeared he intended to swim. Swimming at this moment? Surely, one does not need to swim to create the pinnacle of culinary artistry. Perhaps, one must immerse oneself in the sea to attain a tranquil state of mind. I once read in a book that only by harmonizing one's spirit can one reach a certain realm. No, you are all mistaken. It seems he is aiming to catch fish. Just then, the keen-eyed observers spotted a massive shadow gliding through the water. A sea king. Upon witnessing this sight, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. This is bad. He is in danger, Sanji shouted, preparing to leap in. But at that moment, splash! A dull thud echoed from the water. Soon, the once azure sea began to transform into a deep crimson hue. To their astonishment, a sea king began to surface. However, this creature bore a grotesque and enormous wound upon its body. With a gasp, Luo Feng emerged from the water, dragging the lifeless form of the Sea King to the side of the ship. Let us begin the dissection. Extract the most delectable portions. And do not forget to save a few bones. I have grand plans for them, Luo Feng instructed while wringing out the water from his clothes. Yet, the onlookers remained frozen in disbelief. With a casual ease, he effortlessly dispatched a formidable Sea King, and all of this transpired amidst the vast ocean. What remarkable prowess! The most astonishing part is that Luo Feng bore no weapons. Yet, the wounds on the Sea King resembled those inflicted by a giant wielding a sharp blade. Gaping and immense. Oh, how splendid! After a considerable time, the chefs finally came to their senses. They hurriedly rubbed their hands together, sharpening their knives as they prepared to dismember the carcass of the Sea King. Such a creature represented a rare and precious delicacy in their realm. Who would dare to hunt such a terrifying marine overlord merely for the sake of cooking? Such an act is nothing short of extravagance. However, while the texture of the Sea King's flesh was indeed unique, it proved exceedingly difficult to chew. Though it could satiate hunger, creating the divine dish he envisioned was utterly impossible. At that moment, Zhifu was deep in contemplation. How could Luo Feng transform the robust fibers of the Sea King into a culinary masterpiece? In the kitchen, a gathering of individuals was captivated by Luo Feng's culinary prowess. He ignited the flames with remarkable skill, then proceeded to cook the prepared flesh of the Sea King, incorporating an array of seasonings. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Could it be that the meat of the Sea King could produce such a delightful scent? Previously, I had tasted the Sea King steaks from this restaurant, albeit from smaller, more tender specimens. Yet the Sea King was colossal, surely. Its flesh had long since toughened and become unchewable. Wait, something feels amiss. Why does this aroma make my heart race? Indeed, I felt my muscles suddenly brimming with strength. I had an illusion that I could easily fell a bull with a single punch. You observe the ingredients deep in thought, experiencing epiphanies that lead to the understanding of offensive cuisine. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Luo Feng's mind. Offensive cuisine, a unique dish from the world of pirates. In the original tale, Sanji ventured to the kingdom of the half-human, half-demon beings and discovered this local specialty. Even ordinary individuals who consume this dish without any physical training would see their physical capabilities enhanced dramatically. verging on the extraordinary. In short, eating could make one stronger. Alas, it was insufficient, still not enough. The so-called offensive cuisine merely activated the special substances within the Sea King's flesh, facilitating easier digestion and absorption. However, it required prolonged consumption to yield results. Moreover, I surmised that a single serving might only elevate one's strength by a notch or two. The effect is far too meager. If I am to create this dish, I must strive for perfection. I shall unleash every ounce of energy from the ingredients, enabling an ordinary person to attain a superhuman physique after indulging in my culinary creation. At that moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through Luo Feng's mind as he began to deliberate. He plated a dish and sampled it himself. Instantly, he felt his taste buds awaken, and saliva began to flow abundantly. A gentle and rich fragrance wafted through his abdomen, enveloping his entire being and nourishing his physique. This sensation was an assault of culinary delight. However, he felt it lacked a certain essence. With this thought, Luo Feng resolutely stoked the flames anew, embarking on the creation of his second dish. This time, he altered the recipe. You have modified the original formula, successfully creating a unique masterpiece, the Divine Warrior Cuisine. Shortly thereafter, a more intense aroma pervaded the room. Ordinary patrons, with just a whiff, felt their muscles swell with vigor. A slender lady, after a sharp gasp, astonishingly snapped a spoon forged from fine iron with her bare hands, leaving the nearby robust chefs utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Merely inhaling this fragrance could enhance one's physical strength so remarkably? What then would occur if one were to consume the dish directly? Chapter 29 Divine Cuisine. Instantly boosting strength by hundreds. Aromatic, truly aromatic. In the kitchen, everyone was entranced by the delectable scent emanating from Luo Feng's culinary creation, their mouths watering uncontrollably. It was simply irresistible. This dish must be exquisite. Could I perhaps indulge in a single bite? At that moment, all were clamoring for a taste of Luo Feng's cooking. Do not jostle. There is enough for everyone to savor, he assured. Though not a professional chef, Luo Feng understood that the essence of great cuisine lies in sharing it with others. Thus, he promptly distributed small portions to each person. Gulp instantly. The kitchen was filled with the sound of eager swallowing. None dared to hastily sample the dish. Instead, they reverently offered a few moments of silent prayer before tasting. One diner, lifting a spoonful of the dish to his mouth, instantly transformed into a visage of pure bliss. It was as if he had ascended to paradise. My body. Suddenly, this diner was astounded to discover that his skin had turned a vivid crimson. His heart raced vigorously, and his muscles began to swell at a visible rate. In mere moments, this ordinary man, previously flabby and weak, transformed into a figure of muscular definition and explosive power. I feel so strong. I could crush steel with my bare hands, he exclaimed, exhilarated. Is the effect truly this profound? Witnessing this, others eagerly began to sample the war god cuisine. In an instant, transformations began to manifest among them all. Observing the scene, Luo Feng himself took a few bites. In terms of taste, it was remarkable. Moreover, given my current physical condition, consuming this dish would indeed enhance my strength. For ordinary individuals, it should yield an increase of several hundred points. Several hundred points of strength is no trifling matter. It is worth noting that Rob Lucci, acclaimed as the most gifted man in Judicial Island for the past 800 years, possesses only 4,000 points of strength. An ordinary person, with just 10 days of consuming this war god cuisine, could easily overpower Lucci. This thought reminded Luo Feng of his previous life, where bodybuilders would resort to technology to enhance their physique using hormones, causing their muscles to enlarge. His war god cuisine bore a similar effect, but to an incomprehensibly greater degree. Not only were there no side effects, but even if one ceased consumption afterward, their physical prowess would remain unaltered, sustaining its strength indefinitely. At that moment, Redfoot Jifu sampled a bite of Luo Feng's war god cuisine, and tears welled in his eyes. In all my years, I have never tasted such a heavenly delight. I once believed I had reached the pinnacle of culinary achievement. In the presence of your culinary creations, the dishes I prepare seem nothing short of a waste of ingredients. In this contest, I willingly concede defeat, completely convinced by your mastery. Furthermore, your cuisine not only tantalizes the palate with its exquisite taste, rendering the coarse flesh of marine creatures utterly delectable, but it also bestows health benefits, an achievement I shall forever fall short of. Upon this realization, he unexpectedly knelt before Luo Feng, not in disgrace, but as the highest form of respect from a disciple to a master. Please, teach me. Sanji and the other chefs were astounded to witness the old man so willingly humble himself. They promptly sampled the god of war cuisine. In an instant, they comprehended why this old codger held such reverence. Even some chefs felt compelled to kneel before Luo Feng. Sanji was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. As a chef, he is inherently a connoisseur, yearning to savor the myriad delicacies of the world. Yet, the dishes crafted by Luo Feng instilled in Sanji a profound realization. No matter how extensively one scoured the globe for the finest ingredients or sought out renowned chefs, surpassing or even replicating such culinary artistry would be utterly unattainable. This realization evokes both immense joy and profound sorrow. The joy lies in having experienced such exquisite cuisine, rendering life devoid of regrets. Even if one were to perish in the next moment, acceptance would come easily. The sorrow, however, resides in the knowledge that every meal prepared in the remaining years would taste like mere wax. How could one not feel despondent? Luo Feng hurriedly assisted the old man to his feet and guided him to the now empty restaurant. Here, he spoke candidly. Old master, it's not that I wish to withhold knowledge from you, but rather out of concern. You must have sensed that this dish, once tasted, can permanently augment one's strength. For a gourmet like yourself, the flavor is paramount. However, for an ambitious soul, the implications are vastly different. A meal capable of enhancing power undoubtedly has the potential to forge a formidable army. Consequently, your life might become anything but tranquil and even lead to grave dangers. Initially, Zhifu was perplexed, but as he listened, his alarm grew. Indeed, how could he have been so foolish as to overlook this? Having once been a pirate himself, he understood the boundless ambitions that could drive individuals to unspeakable lengths in pursuit of power. With this thought, Zhifu nodded in deep agreement. If the knowledge that his culinary creations could bestow strength were to fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, they would surely seek to seize his recipes, eliminating him and anyone associated with the knowledge. One must never underestimate the darkness of human nature. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the conclusion that perhaps it would be best not to impart this knowledge after all. Zhifu exhaled deeply, appearing somewhat relieved. Yet the weight of regret still lingered heavily upon him. What he truly valued was not the aspect of cuisine that could enhance one's strength, but rather the flavors that an ambitious individual would disregard. His sole desire was to create delectable dishes. Alas, the world was such that he could only endure the pain of relinquishing his dreams. Suddenly, a crew member responsible for reconnaissance rushed in, exclaiming in a panic, "Captain, there are pirates approaching. What are you running for?" "What the pirates? Our restaurant serves meals to everyone." Zhifu scolded. "No, it's not that. The pirate ship outside, if I am not mistaken, belongs to Captain Cleek." Captain Cleek, the leader of the most formidable pirate fleet in the East Sea, was notorious for his mercilessness. He would unhesitatingly plunder any civilian vessel, ruthlessly slaughtering its occupants. Even solitary naval ships were not spared from his frenzied assaults. He epitomized the malevolence of piracy, devoid of any trace of humanity. Undoubtedly, the approaching adversary had set his sights on the floating restaurant, along with its chefs and culinary creations. They were there to seize it. Chapter 30, Are You Luo Feng? Is at the seaside restaurant. On a dilapidated pirate ship, the gaunt and feeble leader, Click, weakly pointed toward the distant restaurant, inquiring of his subordinates. "Indeed, Captain," a pirate minion promptly responded. "Excellent, excellent. We were just lamenting our lack of provisions. Now, if we seize this ship, we shall all survive. I can make my comeback as well." Click exclaimed with fervor and excitement. They had ventured into the Grand Line, only to suffer a devastating defeat, leaving them bereft of food. Recently, the Navy had been rampaging through the seas, compelling him to refrain from sending men out to forage for food. Desperate, he had resorted to using several starving crew members as sustenance. They had likely already passed into the afterlife. At that moment, Click suddenly noticed a group of individuals emerging from the distant seaside restaurant, standing on the terrace and gazing at them. A bunch of chefs and customers? Seeing the illustrious Click pirate crew must have terrified them to their core. Click laughed triumphantly. Indeed, I surmise they are preparing to surrender upon our arrival. Quite perceptive of them, refraining from resistance. Very well, I might consider sparing their lives. After all, I'm not a monster. The ship is in need of some deckhands. Let them stay to assist. With this thought, Click burst into another round of hearty laughter. However, as they drew nearer, the pirates suddenly sensed something amiss. This group of people, how could they all appear as robust as bulls? Their muscular physiques were striking, and among them, a cadre of chefs looked particularly formidable. Is your name Click? At that moment, a customer, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, cast a disdainful glance their way. Click was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had ordinary folk become so brazen? Yet, before he could seethe with rage, the customer spontaneously charged toward them. Let's take down these pirates, brothers. The boss said that if we capture a pirate, our meal is on the house. I felt restless after my meal, and now pirates have delivered themselves to me. Before long, a group of previously unremarkable patrons leaped 5 or 6 meters into the air, landing directly on the pirate ship and sending the famished crew scattering in disarray. Click was left utterly dumbfounded. What was this situation? Was he in the East Blue or the Grand Line? When did the spirit of the East Blue's populace become so fierce? They were no longer afraid of pirates boldly attacking them. This was exceedingly audacious. Click's expression darkened. I have made my decision. None of you shall live. I shall have all of you fed to the fish. However, unexpectedly, a middle-aged customer approached and delivered a powerful punch that shattered Click's golden armor into pieces. Click's eyes bulged in an instant, blood spewing from his mouth. His entire form contorted like a shrimp. In the next moment, he was hurled away, crashing through a wall with a thunderous sound before landing motionless on the deck. Soon, a throng of customers departed, leaving behind a ship filled with the gravely injured and lifeless. The hunger that plagued them became a cruel addition to their plight. Retreat! Quickly! Retreat! Crick was on the brink of madness, urgently commanding his subordinates to turn the ship around and flee from this dreadful restaurant. However, at that moment, an unexpected calamity struck. With a resounding whoosh, a formidable blade of energy cleaved the battered vessel in two. Boom! The sea erupted in a cascade of splashing water. The creaking of wood sending shivers through the listeners as the grand pirate ship began to sink slowly into the depths, akin to a deceased whale. What transpired? Why did the ship suddenly split apart? On the terrace of the seaside restaurant, all the customers, chefs, and even the members of the Straw Hat crew were filled with astonishment and curiosity. Only Luo Feng's gaze shifted dramatically as he turned abruptly to the distant ocean. There, under the sunlight, a small boat resembling a coffin was swaying toward them, with a solitary figure standing upon its deck. The dark blade in his hand emitted a resonating hum as it was slowly sheathed behind him. Hawkeye, Mihawk. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the others immediately turned in unison, their eyes fixed on the direction he indicated. Zoro's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. He recognized this man all too well. Everything he had done was in pursuit of surpassing him. Suddenly, he became serious, akin to a pilgrim who had finally arrived at the sacred mountain, or a devout believer encountering their deity. He took deliberate steps toward Hawkeye, who had now approached closer. With a single leap, he soared over several meters of ocean, landing upon the sinking Crick ship. His footsteps were calm and unhurried. As he passed by Crick, he did not spare a glance at this so-called great pirate of the East Blue, as though a giant disregarded an ant. Thud! Crick suddenly dropped to his knees, his body limp and unable to move, his pants now dampened. Hawkeye? Who is he? Is he strong? At that moment, someone posed a soul-searching question. Instantly, The elderly Zeph beside him tugged at the oblivious bystander with trembling fingers. Yet, this did little to convey the true magnitude of Hawkeye's strength. Even the members of the Straw Hat crew struggled to comprehend it. Just then, Luo Feng spoke up. "This man is the world's greatest swordsman." What? Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent customers turned pale as a sheet. The expressions of others were no better. The mere title of the world's greatest swordsman was enough to instill fear. Could it be that this massive ship was cleaved by a sword? Finally, someone grasped this realization, their voice quavering slightly as they inquired. What? How is it possible that this ship was cleaved by a sword? Is this truly the work of humanity? Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. To them, a sword, being such a diminutive object, bore no comparison to the colossal vessel before their eyes. Even Luffy could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Nami and Usopp shared the same expression of shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yet, how could the world's mightiest swordsman possibly appear in this place? At that moment, someone struggled to speak. "This is the East Blue. What business does Mihawk have here?" Usopp suddenly had a thought and shivered with excitement. Could it be that he has come to challenge Zoro, having heard of his renown? However, Chef Zeph slowly shook his head. "Though I have never witnessed Mihawk in action, that man would never engage in such frivolity. It is always others who seek to challenge him." Just then, Mihawk swept past, ignoring the pirates on the ground, and made his way toward the floating restaurant. In his hand, he held a wanted poster. His hawk-like eyes swiftly locked onto someone in the crowd. "You are Roronoa Zoro?" Chapter 31. The move of Hawkeye Hawkeye raised the wanted poster in his hand, comparing it with the figure of Luo Feng before him, seemingly confirming whether this was indeed the person he sought. However, this action left everyone present utterly stunned. Hawkeye was actually searching for Luo Feng. Even Zoro, who was approaching Hawkeye with the intent to challenge him, nearly lost his footing in disbelief. What was happening? Hawkeye had traveled all the way to the East Blue in search of Luo Feng. Had he already become so renowned? In an instant, all gazes shifted from Hawkeye to Luo Feng, as if they were eager to uncover the allure that could compel the world's greatest swordsman to traverse great distances to find him. Suddenly, the distant Captain Cleek trembled, his voice quivering with fear as he fixated on Luo Feng's face, as if staring at a demon. In a frantic panic, he retrieved a crumpled, wanted poster from his pocket. Upon seeing the weathered visage on the poster, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man before him, he felt darkness encroach upon him, nearly fainting on the spot. Adventurer Luo Feng, the bounty, a staggering 1 billion berries. Boom! A collective silence enveloped the crowd, as their minds momentarily short-circuited. 1 billion? What does that even signify? Could all the pirates in the East Blue combined even amass such a bounty? 1 billion berries, if converted into currency, could establish a nation. Piled together, 1 billion berries would be beyond the strength of an average person to lift. 1 billion berries was the worth of this man. Meanwhile, Captain Cleek continued to speak. Not long ago, a formidable figure emerged in the East Blue. It was said that upon setting sail, he single-handedly incapacitated 5 vice admirals dispatched by the Navy. Subsequently, the entire Navy of the East Blue mobilized, deploying hundreds of warships solely to capture him. There were even rumors that fishermen had witnessed hundreds of warships surrounding this man at sea. Yet, when one of those fishermen arrived at the scene, he was horrified to discover the sea was littered with fragments of naval vessels, stretching for dozens of nautical miles. As his words fell, an eerie silence blanketed the area, broken only by the sound of rolling waves and the flapping wings of seagulls. Mihawk stood to the side, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Both pirates and patrons of the sea restaurant gaped in astonishment, gazing at Luo Feng as if he were a mythical sea creature. What? This young man had accomplished so much, yet he appeared so unassuming, akin to an amiable neighbor's son, seemingly devoid of danger. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. He is so incredibly handsome. This man is so striking and powerful. I feel as though I might faint. Such an honor. Just a short while ago, this remarkable figure spoke with me and even prepared a meal, displaying no hint of arrogance. At this moment, Everyone present was silently screaming in their hearts, too afraid to utter a sound, lest they draw the attention of the two formidable beings in attendance. Faced with these terrifying entities, the only option for mere mortals was to minimize their presence, hoping to remain unnoticed. Indeed, it appears that you are as unique as someone has described. At last, Hawkeye broke the silence. Oh, is that so? Luo Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Nami and the others. It was then that Zoro could no longer contain himself. He drew his sword, its blade aimed directly at Hawkeye. I have waited for this moment for years, Mihawk. I set sail solely to challenge you. With that declaration, he unsheathed all three of his swords, ready for combat. Accept my challenge, the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye was compelled to shift his gaze to Zoro. However, as a top-tier swordsman, he could assess Zoro's skill with a mere glance, insufficient to be his opponent. With a silent chuckle, Hawkeye drew the small knife from around his neck. What do you mean by that? Zoro inquired, puzzled. Because I can find no smaller blade than this, Hawkeye replied, a hint of derision on his face. At this remark, not only Zoro, but even the others struggled to maintain their composure. Such diminishment of one's capabilities. Even the world's greatest swordsman seemed overly arrogant. Regardless of the circumstances, Zoro was a renowned pirate hunter from the East Blue, and in terms of strength, one would be hard-pressed to find a more formidable swordsman in the entire sea. Three-sword style. Yet, Zoro was not astonished for long. Instead, he unleashed his most powerful attack, determined to demonstrate his years of honed skill to Hawkeye. 3,000 worlds. With a clash, Zoro's three swords simultaneously severed two of them. I concede. He quietly sheathed the sword Wado Ikamanji and faced Hawkeye directly. The scars on his back were the mark of a swordsman's disgrace. Remarkable. In the end, Hawkeye chose to honor Zoro with a strike from his black blade, an act of respect for his adversary. Young man, your journey is far from over. Survive. I await you on the throne of the world's greatest. After uttering these words, he strode directly toward Luo Feng. In an instant, everyone stepped aside, even Nami and Usopp instinctively retreating a few paces. The outcome of the preceding battle was abundantly clear. Hawkeye's power was terrifyingly overwhelming. With just a small knife, he had effortlessly defeated Zoro. To kill them would be akin to crushing an ant. However, Hawkeye paid no heed to the others, his gaze fixed on Luo Feng. Youngster, I have heard someone say that you possess remarkable insight. So, what have you discerned from the recent battle? At this moment, Luo Feng grasped a seemingly ordinary longsword, one he had previously seized from a navy. It was composed of inferior iron, unremarkable in quality. Yet, his gaze was fervent, for he had just witnessed the unparalleled swordsmanship of the world's foremost swordsman. Prior to this, he had never encountered anyone with such exceptional sword techniques. Zoro was the most formidable swordsman he had ever seen. However, through observing Zoro's strike, he attained the realm of a grandmaster in swordsmanship. He had initially believed that Hawkeye could not surpass this level. Yet today, after witnessing the true prowess of a master swordsman, he realized the limitations of his own understanding. You observe Hawkeye's strike. Inspiration surged forth, and you achieved enlightenment, elevating your swordsmanship to the supreme grandmaster level. Chapter 32. Shanks, you have misjudged. At this moment, on the terrace of the floating restaurant, everyone huddled against the walls, fearful of being caught in the fray. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Hawkeye stood facing each other. A palpable tension in the air. The supreme grandmaster. A flicker of determination glimmered in Luo Feng's eyes. I have gleaned some insights. He spoke slowly, the blade in his hand resonating with a low hum, akin to a beast stirred by the scent of prey. Oh, Hawkeye's gaze shifted, his sharp eyes narrowing as they bore down on Luo Feng, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Then, may I have a glimpse? Of course, Luo Feng replied, casting a glance at his blade before gradually making his way toward the Krieg pirate ship. He was intent on ensuring that the ensuing spectacle did not spill over to the floating restaurant. As the onlookers watched Luo Feng's retreating figure, they were deeply moved. Luo Feng had actually accepted Hawkeye's challenge? No, it must merely be the world's greatest swordsman testing him. Indeed, though his bounty was an astronomical 1 billion. He was undoubtedly no match for Hawkeye in terms of strength. Beside them, Nami and Usopp exchanged worried glances, each reflecting the concern mirrored in the other's eyes. Zoro was already gravely injured. What if Luo Feng also fell victim to harm? Old Chef Zeph wore a concerned expression as well. Although he had only just met Luo Feng, the young man's culinary skills had left an indelible mark on him. He murmured to himself, "Such a talented young man cannot meet with misfortune." Sanji's face also bore a look of worry, but upon observing Luffy's reaction, he became perplexed. "Hey, Straw Hat Guy, your companion is about to face danger. Why do you seem utterly unconcerned?" At this remark, everyone turned to Luffy. Indeed, Luffy appeared remarkably composed, arms crossed, and even seemingly eager. This provoked a wave of discontent among the others. Luo Feng is such a good person, and now he is in peril. How can you not worry? Are you even his friend? Seriously, is your heart made of iron? They scolded him. Even Nami and Usopp felt a twinge of disappointment at Luffy's apparent indifference. Luffy, puffing out 2 streams of white smoke from his nostrils, shook his head nonchalantly. TSK, you all truly do not understand Luo Feng. If it's him, he'll all be just fine. What the heck? The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Luffy continued, Luo Feng's aptitude is remarkable. I won't go into specifics, but in short, he is incredibly strong. Once again, the people were left bewildered, yet they sensed that Luffy knew something more. Luo Feng must possess some extraordinary quality. However, when they beheld Hawkeye, their expressions turned solemn once more. No matter how formidable one may be, can they truly surpass the world's greatest swordsman? That would be Mihawk. Even the remarkable swordsman known as Zoro, who wields 3 swords with exceptional prowess, was defeated by Mihawk with a mere dagger, one so diminutive it is almost inconceivable. If Mihawk were to unleash his full potential, would there be anyone in this world capable of rivaling him? Luo Feng? I fear not. While he is indeed powerful, boasting a fortune of 1 billion berries, Mihawk must surely be even more formidable. At that moment, Luo Feng suddenly came to a halt. He stood at the bow of the Krieg pirate's ship, gazing out over the vast expanse of the sea. Mihawk too paused, standing a short distance behind him, observing Luo Feng's silhouette. This man, highly esteemed by Shanks, what secrets does he hold? Mihawk pondered silently. Indeed, it was Shanks' commendation that piqued his interest in this anomaly from the East Blue, prompting him to traverse great distances to meet him. This young man. Having just witnessed my battle against the 3-sword style, it seems he has begun to grasp something. The earnestness in his contemplative demeanor appears genuine. With this thought, Mihawk narrowed his eyes. However, during our previous encounter, I merely employed a single small blade, scarcely utilizing any techniques. What could he possibly discern from that? Mihawk mused, placing himself in Luo Feng's position. He would certainly glean nothing. Could it be that this young man was inspired by the 3-sword style of that green-haired fellow? As this idea took root in Mihawk's mind, he found it quite plausible. He began to chuckle inwardly, amused at Shanks' miscalculation. What genius! To glean wisdom from the so-called techniques of an inconsequential swordsman from the East Blue? What absurdity! Do those even qualify as techniques? Mihawk merely respects the indomitable spirit of the green-haired swordsman. As for the techniques themselves, they are utterly disgraceful, lacking in any merit. Is this truly what one can discern? His own improvised techniques while on the toilet surpass them by 100-fold. Shanks, oh Shanks, have you journeyed to the East Blue only to discover a so-called genius of this caliber? It is quite frankly disheartening. Mihawk shook his head in disbelief. Upon returning to the New World, he would undoubtedly confront Shanks about this. He had traversed countless miles from Shanks' territory in the New World to the East Blue. Such a distance, weathering storms, all to witness Shanks' so-called prodigy, only to encounter this? Mihawk's expression darkened, and he felt as though he had been played for a fool by Shanks. At that moment, Luo Feng stirred, having kept his eyes closed. Facing the sea with his long sword in hand, the gentle breeze caressed him as he resolved his course of action. The blade merely serves as a conduit. In the world of my previous life, within the realm of martial arts novels, true masters could inflict harm with a mere fluttering leaf or a drifting petal. Luo Feng recalls a particular novel he once read, wherein the protagonist found himself without his sword, facing a formidable adversary. Should he remain unarmed, death would be inevitable. In that critical moment, the protagonist abruptly snapped a withered branch and thrust it toward his foe, piercing directly through the heart. At the time of reading, he found this notion utterly absurd. However, now he comprehends the truth. His initial disbelief stemmed from a lack of understanding. His previous realm of perception was insufficient. Without the proper elevation of spirit, one cannot perceive certain truths. Indeed, there exists something known as lines in this world. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, shimmering like stars. The world he beheld mirrored the familiar, yet appeared transformed. It seemed as if something had been added. Before him, the ocean, the clouds, and even the sky appeared to be constructed from an array of building blocks. And he realized, with a mere sweep of his blade, he could sever these fragile connections. In this moment, he swung his sword. Chapter 33. The Astonishing Slice of Hawkeye. What is this? At the very moment when Luo Feng lifted his blade, Hawkeye's expression transformed. In that instant, the intuition of a great swordsman allowed him to perceive something beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. A sense of conviction. Indeed, it was conviction. Years ago, when Hawkeye was merely an obscure swordsman, he endeavored to sever steel. Yet, a myriad of doubts flooded his mind. How could a blade possibly slice through steel? If too much force was exerted, would not the blade shatter instead? However, he had witnessed others wielding ordinary iron blades to cut through iron. Eventually, after a prolonged period of meditation and contemplation, the tumult of thoughts within him miraculously diminished. As the noise inside quieted, he suddenly discovered a singular notion resonating deep within. I can indeed sever steel. On that fateful day, Hawkeye's gaze hardened with resolve. He successfully cleaved through steel. That day marked the beginning of his journey toward becoming a great swordsman. Conviction, believing in oneself, believing in the ability to slice through steel. The power of belief. In truth, he had always possessed the capability to sever steel. It was merely the cacophony of thoughts that had hindered him from unleashing his full potential. At this moment, a nostalgic light flickered in Hawkeye's eyes. Another scene unfolded. Having already mastered the art of cutting steel, Hawkeye had gained considerable renown as a swordsman. He traversed the land, challenging masters and seeking duels. Wherever he went, he encountered virtually no opponents, until one day, he crossed paths with an elderly man. The old man had but a few sparse white hairs remaining, and his mouth bore only a handful of teeth. His hand trembled as it grasped the blade, embodying the frailty of old age. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a strike that radiated boundless brilliance. That blow sounded like a muffled thunder, cleaving a path into an entirely new realm. The youthful Hawkeye, having once believed he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship with his ability to sever steel, was confronted with the revelation that there existed a higher echelon, the essence of sword energy. From that day forth, Hawkeye comprehended that the path of the sword was boundless. Yet, he was also aware of the power of conviction. His strength was not inferior to that of the old man. In fact, he was more vigorous and robust. His grip on the blade was steadier than the elder's, and his strikes were swifter. He realized he could indeed wield sword energy. Thus, he succeeded. Hawkeye regained his focus, exhaling a deep sigh. Conviction. It seems that even if Luo Feng is not a top-tier swordsman, he is not far from it. At that moment, he envisioned his younger self, naive yet resolute. Let me witness the splendor your strike can unveil. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng's blade fell, silent and unassuming. His strike was not swift. In fact, it was terrifyingly slow, like a novice painter cautiously drawing a line upon a blank canvas. One might ponder, what is this? In the next instant, however, the keen-eyed observer suddenly perceives a black line materializing in the air before Luo Feng. With a swift motion, Luo Feng's seemingly unremarkable strike reveals astonishing power. It cascades forth like an unrelenting river, swelling and surging ever more fiercely. An invisible sword energy emanates from the blade in Luo Feng's hand, resembling a chill that swiftly spreads forward, cleaving through the atmosphere. At this moment, all witnesses behold a dramatic scene as the air where Luo Feng swings his blade appears to part like the unveiling of a grand stage curtain. The azure backdrop of sky and sea warps, as if a sheet of paper has been sliced through by a knife. A resounding sizzle echoes forth, a sound unlike any the keen-eyed observer has ever heard, as though the atmosphere itself cries out in agony, wounded by the blade's energy. Yet, this is not the end. The sword energy, akin to a plant taking root in the air, burgeons with the wind, growing longer and more tumultuous. It surges forth like a mighty river rushing into the sea, expanding from a mere brook into an ocean, rising from the ground like a galaxy inverted, defying the heavens, slashing toward the firmament. Boom! Thunderous roars erupt at the moment when all are rendered speechless. A scene so shocking that it sends a tingling sensation coursing through every spectator manifest before their eyes. The sea before Luo Feng suddenly splits with a thunderous crack, resembling a divine gateway, cleaving in two. The water cascades, aligning perfectly as though two immense blocks of tofu await the inspection of Poseidon. With a single stroke, the ocean is parted. This breathtaking tableau, reminiscent of a mythical scene, etches itself into the souls of the onlookers, destined to be recalled countless times in the years to come, evoking awe and leaving them in a state of electrified wonder. Is this the might of the divine? Am I truly not mistaken? This cannot be an illusion. It has indeed transpired. Oh, how fortunate I am to witness such a miracle. I can hardly resist the urge to kneel in reverence. With but a single blade, to achieve such a feat is truly miraculous. I am in awe. How incredibly powerful. Surely, this represents the pinnacle of existence in this world. There could be nothing stronger. This is the zenith. Alas, how vexing it is not to have a camera to capture this moment. It would surely become a timeless masterpiece. Simultaneously, the members of the Straw Hat crew, including Zhifu and Sanji, feel a tingling sensation radiating from their crowns, electrifying down to their very spines. Especially among the Straw Hat crew, while they have each witnessed fragments of Luo Feng's prowess and are aware of his hidden depths, they had never anticipated that his true strength could be so astonishing. Especially Luffy, who, despite having long been aware of Law's formidable strength, could not help but drop his jaw in astonishment upon witnessing the true extent of his prowess. His eyes bulged with disbelief. Usopp, in a state of utter shock, covered his face, his entire being contorted in disbelief. Oh, is this truly the work of Law? The very same Law who has been my companion aboard the ship? The thought of having once regarded Law as a comrade stirred a tumult of emotions within him, akin to a pot of mixed flavors overturned. A grandmaster, a swordsman of unparalleled skill, had been right beside him all along, and he had been blissfully unaware. After the initial shock, Nami's eyes began to shimmer with intrigue as she gazed at Law's silhouette, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Sanji stood nearby, his jaw nearly touching the ground in astonishment. He never anticipated that this man, who had previously been teaching him the culinary arts, whom he believed to be a fellow culinary prodigy, possessed such extraordinary strength. He had cleaved the very sea, yet among them all, the one who was most astounded, most incredulous, and most unable to trust his own eyes was none other than Mihawk. Chapter 34. I, Hawkeye, am not your match. As the saying goes, the layman watches the spectacle, while the expert perceives the subtleties. Only those swordsmen who have reached the realm of Hawkeye can truly comprehend the profound significance behind Luo Feng's strike. At this moment, he stands alongside Luo Feng at the forefront, witnessing the vastness and the distance before them. The sea parts ahead. With mere common iron, Luo Feng cleaves through the ocean. This blow can only be described by Hawkeye with a single word: unmatched. Supreme over the seas, Hawkeye reflects upon his youth, having already mastered the art of sword energy release. Since then, he has practiced diligently, his sword energy growing stronger and more fearsome with each passing day. Every opponent who has encountered his sword energy has lamented their inadequacy. Even Shanks, when engaging in a duel with him, conceded, Hawkeye, my swordsmanship is merely bolstered by my Conqueror's Haki, allowing me to contend with you. However, In terms of pure swordsmanship, I, the red-haired, cannot surpass you. Typically reserved. Hawkeye seldom smiles. Yet, on that occasion, buoyed by the praise of his dear friend, another exceptional swordsman, he could not help but beam with genuine joy. But now, as Hawkeye gazes upon Luo Feng's strike, he suddenly feels as though all the years he has devoted to honing his sword energy have been in vain. He once believed that by wielding sword energy with greater magnitude and brilliance, he could ascend to a higher realm. He was mistaken, completely mistaken. Luo Feng's sword energy possesses no garish colors. It bears no extravagant form. In fact, Luo Feng's sword energy is virtually formless. It is akin to the chill that seeps through the crack of a door on a winter morning. Fragile yet piercing. Invisible yet lethal. This is the true essence of sword energy. It requires no ostentation, no enormity. It is encapsulated in a single word, slash. To sever all. To cut through what one intends to strike down. Even if that object is steel, diamond, Oregon, the sea. Drip. Hawkeye suddenly feels a dampness upon his face. Unbeknownst to him, a solitary tear has fallen. His eyes have grown misty. He begins, his voice tinged with a hoarse tremor. I, Hawkeye, am not your match. At this moment, Luo Feng turns, and his gaze momentarily intertwines with Hawkeye's, a brilliance akin to the stars. Suddenly, Hawkeye closes his eyes. Blood wells up within his orbs, streaming forth. In that fleeting instant, he felt as if he were not meeting a gaze, but rather the edge of a blade. His eyes, honed through years of arduous practice, sharp as a falcon's, dimmed beneath Luo Feng's penetrating gaze. At last, the parted sea abruptly converges. A colossal wave surges skyward in an instant. This wave extends in a straight line, stretching into the infinite distance, its end obscured from sight. Then, with a crash, it showers all present with a deluge of seawater. The ocean returns to tranquility, as if all that just transpired had never occurred. Yet, all present were forever etched with this scene in their hearts, an indelible memory. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Hawkeye burst into wild laughter. Such a reserved and subtle individual rarely displayed such abandon. Yet this time, he disregarded everything. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Luo Feng, you are indeed the man favored by Shanks. I'm left with but one query. How have you honed your skills to such a realm? Hawkeye was most curious. He yearned to know. He pondered, as he too was infatuated with the way of the sword. He had even set a personal rule for himself, to wield his blade 10,000 times each day. Moreover, each strike demanded his utmost concentration of spirit, energy, and mind. Each stroke was akin to exerting his full strength. Each instance was a test of his limits. This habit he had maintained for decades. He was eager to understand how Luo Feng accomplished such feats. He acknowledged that Luo Feng's talents surpassed his own. However, every prodigy must cultivate their abilities through diligent effort. Once, someone lamented to him, claiming their talent was inferior and could never catch up to someone of his caliber. Yet, Hawkeye disdainfully observed that this individual was quite lazy. Each morning, before the sun rose, he was up, training with his sword, even while cooking or chopping vegetables. He sought to refine his mastery. In contrast, this self-proclaimed talentless slacker would rise only after the sun was high, casually swinging his blade a few hundred times, only to be left sweating profusely. Many of his strikes were half-hearted, seemingly done merely to fulfill a task. This was merely self-deception, a false belief in their own diligence. In truth, they squandered their life and time. A true genius expends more sweat than you so-called mediocrities. Yet you dismiss our efforts with a mere claim of lacking talent. As Hawkeye reflected on this, he glanced at Luo Feng, sighing internally. Surely, Luo Feng must have exerted far greater effort to attain such a realm. No? As for the realm itself, Luo Feng gazed at the blade in his hand. This sword was seized from a naval officer merely half a month ago. Okay, So, what you imply is that a true master does not require a renowned weapon. Even a common iron blade can deliver a stunning strike. Indeed, at Hawkeye's level, he too could wield any blade with terrifying prowess. However, this was completely off topic from his original inquiry. He sought to understand how Luo Feng had become so formidable, how he had elevated his comprehension of swordplay to such heights. Hawkeye pressed eagerly. How do you practice your swordsmanship each day? How many strikes do you make? Or do you possess some unique method? Luo Feng was taken aback. Practice swordplay? What swordplay? He had only recently begun to engage with the art of the blade. Having witnessed Zoro's three-sword style, I have only just begun to grasp some insights. I must express my gratitude to Mihawk for this revelation. Were it not for your sparring with Zoro and the exhibition of your swordsmanship, I fear I would not have attained such an understanding. Mihawk stood in stunned silence, gazing vacantly at Luo Feng. It was not until 3 seconds had elapsed that he realized Luo Feng was not jesting. In an instant, his mind buzzed, and he was momentarily incapacitated. Chapter 35. The Black Blade Nurturing Technique. What is happening? This young man, just by observing his battle with the three-sword-style green-haired opponent, has comprehended so much? Is this a jest? What sort of monstrous talent and insight must one possess to achieve such a feat? Is this lad even human? At this moment, Hawkeye felt a compelling urge to dissect Luo Feng's head, to uncover what extraordinary essence resides within. He even contemplated skinning Luo Feng to ascertain if there was a humanoid Sea King within. Are you serious? Hawkeye suddenly found himself in doubt. He struggled to accept it. No, you must have started training at a very young age, and your mentor must be that fellow Shanks. Yes, it must be so. Shanks once traversed the East Sea and fortuitously discovered this gifted youth, thus imparting all his abilities to him. Had it been Hawkeye himself, guided by the red-haired master from childhood and diligently honing his skills, his accomplishments today would surely be even greater. With this thought, Hawkeye felt a sense of relief. Regardless, he simply could not fathom that there exists anyone in this world who, without any guidance, could attain the same level as Luo Feng solely through personal insight and understanding. It was utterly inconceivable. In response, Luo Feng merely shrugged. It mattered little to him whether Hawkeye believed or not. It was irrelevant to him. After all, the growth of his strength and the elevation of his realm were solely his own genuine achievements. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Hawkeye drew his sword. The resounding metallic tremor echoed as the world's supreme blade, the Black Blade Knight, materialized before him. Luo Feng, I acknowledge your strength. Now, allow me to test our prowess against one another, to see who is truly superior. As a grand swordsman, Hawkeye sought nothing less than ultimate strength, the pinnacle of excellence. Battling formidable opponents was the shortcut to becoming even stronger. He recognized Luo Feng's might and accepted him as a worthy adversary. Yet, Luo Feng's attention was captivated by the Black Blade Knight. May I examine this sword? He had heard of the nurturing technique for black blades, which involved continuously tempering it with Armament Haki, yet he had never beheld a true black blade. Hawkeye paused, instinctively extending the black blade towards Luo Feng. He harbored no fear of Luo Feng absconding with his precious sword. After all, with Luo Feng's caliber, even a kitchen knife would pose no challenge. With a resounding clang, Luo Feng received the black blade, his gaze unwavering from the weapon. His fingertips gently tapped the blade's surface, producing a melodious metallic resonance. A fine sword, he couldn't help but exclaim. For reasons unknown, he felt as though this blade possessed its own soul, as if it were alive. Breath and heartbeat remain. How enlightening. I had been superficial in my understanding. The art of nurturing a blade transcends merely honing a weapon. It encompasses cultivating a loyal companion. For a swordsman, friends may betray, family may drift apart, and even one's own skills can prove unreliable at times. Yet, the blade remains steadfast, unwavering, and loyal. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he perceived the unique and formidable energy encapsulated within the Black Blade of Night. This was an entirely new structure, distinct from the aura that resides within the living. How profound! Luo Feng marveled, as myriad questions in his heart suddenly coalesced into clarity. In this moment, he grasped not only the methods of nurturing the Black Blade, but also experienced an elevation in his comprehension of the aura itself. The realm of understanding is akin to assembling a puzzle or constructing a tower of blocks. While one may excel by focusing on a singular direction or ideology. Luo Feng's comprehensive grasp of the principles of the aura fortified his foundation, rendering it both stable and expansive. Others may build their realms like slender spires, each ascent fraught with difficulty due to an unstable base driven by impatience. Each step forward feels precarious. In contrast, his foundation is broad and solid, akin to erecting a magnificent palace or a towering edifice, enabling him to ascend with assurance, far exceeding the limits of his peers. At this moment, Luo Feng returned the black blade and unsheathed his own, an ordinary knife, unremarkable in quality and composed of common materials. Yet it sufficed, and when wielded, he infused it with his aura, leaving the blade unmarred. Humming softly, Luo Feng summoned the aura within him, beginning to envelop the knife surface. Lacking a renowned blade at hand, he resolved to make do with this one for the time being. He contemplated searching for a famed blade or perhaps commissioning a master craftsman to forge one specifically for him. Failing that, he believed he could learn the art of blade forging himself, confident that his skills would not fall short of those of the renowned artisans. As the black aura enveloped the knife, a process of nurturing commenced. Beside him, the eagle-eyed observer stood agape, eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. What was happening? This young man was nurturing a blade? Furthermore, what was this immense and highly pure armed color aura? The eagle-eyed individual questioned his own prowess, believing his aura to be robust. Yet, upon witnessing Luo Feng's aura, he felt a pang of inferiority. How could a junior surpass a senior in the realm of aura? Unbelievable! With such innate talent in swordsmanship and such refined mastery of aura, this young man was truly a master of time management. If one were not a master of time management, it would be inconceivable for someone of Luo Feng's age to simultaneously practice swordplay while cultivating his haki. At that moment, Eagle Eye was once again astounded by Luo Feng's prowess. A hum resonated as the blade in Luo Feng's hand trembled. When he withdrew his haki, what was once an ordinary iron sword now bore an intricate pattern of black. It was as if a demon had performed a dark enchantment upon the blade. Or perhaps it had absorbed the vengeful spirits of countless victims, their malice entwined within its steel. Under the sunlight, the black patterns shimmered with an eerie radiance. How could this be possible? Eagle Eye stood in stunned disbelief. He was well aware of the arduous process required to forge a black blade, which demands the wielder to continuously temper it with armed haki over many years. Moreover, the wielder must possess formidable strength and robust haki for even a slim chance of success. Rarely do even the most powerful beings, like Whitebeard, possess a black blade. This highlights the exceedingly low probability of forging such a weapon. Yet astonishingly, Luo Feng managed to effortlessly transform an utterly mundane iron sword into a black blade within mere moments. Chapter 36. The true black blade Hawkeye smiled wryly. Unable to believe his eyes, he rubbed them and looked again. In the sunlight, the long sword in Luo Feng's hand glimmered with dazzling brilliance. Just moments ago, it had been nothing more than a mundane iron blade, yet now it bore a layer of splendid patterns. These patterns were all too familiar to Hawkeye. He recalled the first time he forged his own black blade, which had exhibited a similar design. He had held that black sword, night, in a fervent embrace, gazing at it for 3 days and nights, refusing to part with it even for meals or sleep, utterly entranced, more so than by the most exquisite beauty in the world. Indeed, that was the black blade, an object countless swordsmen dreamt of possessing. "May I see your sword?" Hawkeye could no longer contain his composure, directly requesting Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled, looking at Hawkeye without the slightest hint of offense. Although he was not an aficionado of the craft, he could empathize with Hawkeye's emotions. He promptly extended the sword, wondering, could it be that the world's greatest swordsman is intrigued by my nameless blade? Or perhaps he has grown weary of his black blade, night, and desires a change? Hawkeye ignored Luo Feng's playful banter and immediately began to examine the sword upon receiving it. The color, the aura. Wait, there was even a faint semblance of breath and heartbeat. Hawkeye suddenly felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a genuine black blade. Moreover, he could distinctly discern that, due to insufficient tempering time, The domineering aura still clung to the surface, not yet permeating the entire blade. It was as if a layer of fierce energy had been forged upon the surface. This indicated that the sword was not a mere trick devised by Luo Feng through some unknown method. It was genuinely crafted by him on site. Hawkeye was utterly certain that no one in this world could forge a black blade in such a short span of time, except for Luo Feng. I remember the days when I tirelessly practiced to forge night into a black blade, even sleeping with the sword in my arms. Decades passed before I finally succeeded. At this thought, a bitter smile escaped Hawkeye's lips. How ridiculous! How lamentable! Meanwhile, countless others in this world were racking their brains, attempting to temper their beloved swords with domineering energy, yet failing to achieve success. Then, Hawkeye turned his gaze toward Luo Feng, his expression complex. This rapid method of forging a black blade was undoubtedly invaluable. He believed that if an auction were held, featuring a black blade alongside a devil fruit, swordsmen would surely vie for the black blade rather than the devil fruit. What did this imply? It meant that Luo Feng would possess boundless wealth. Even if the domineering energy merely rested on the surface of the blade and had not thoroughly permeated it, it was still sufficient. For swordsmen, a black blade was always superior to ordinary iron. Even a black blade forged from ordinary iron holds more allure than any renowned sword. All that Luo Feng needs to do is gather a multitude of cost-effective blades, transform them into black blades, and sell them. He will become the wealthiest individual across the seas. Moreover, if Luo Feng desires to establish a faction, he could equip each member with a black blade. Just imagine the terror it would evoke. When swordsmen worldwide learn that they can receive a black blade simply by joining a certain organization, they will go mad with desire and flock to it. At this thought, Hawkeye solemnly warned Luo Feng, "You must never reveal this ability to anyone else. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you will attract endless trouble." The sun shone warmly, and the sea breeze gently swept through the air. High above, seagulls soared against the blue sky, casting a glance downwards where only a few heads could be seen. At this moment, Luffy and the others had dragged Zoro back and performed a rudimentary dressing on his wounds. "What do you think Luo Feng is discussing with Hawkeye?" Usopp, who had just finished changing Zoro's bandages and was washing the blood from his hands, curiously inquired. Both individuals were top-tier beings. Surely, they were conversing about high-level matters. Nami gazed into the distance, observing the figures of Luo Feng and Hawkeye. Luo Feng held the freshly forged black blade, scrutinizing it closely. He graciously accepted Hawkeye's well-intentioned warning, fully aware of the value of the black blade nurturing technique, perhaps even more so than Hawkeye realized. However, his mind was preoccupied with another matter, one he deemed far more important than the nurturing of the black blade through Haki. Yet, regarding this issue, he found himself devoid of inspiration. Fortunately, a seasoned expert was readily available. Thus, Luo Feng directly inquired of Hawkeye, "I would like to ask a question, Senior." A question?" Hawkeye replied, momentarily taken aback. Before nodding, "Go ahead." On the surface, Hawkeye maintained a calm demeanor, but inside, a sense of pride began to swell. Indeed, Luo Feng was a prodigy, possessing remarkable insight and talent. Nevertheless, as a senior, Hawkeye had a wealth of experience that could not simply be grasped through innate ability. It required the foundation built over time. Luo Feng continued, "The essence of the black blade lies in nurturing it with Haki, complemented by the emotional connection the wielder has with the blade, thereby imparting it with a unique vitality." Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. What Luo Feng articulated resonated closely with his own years of understanding and insight. Once again, he was taken aback by Luo Feng's innate talent. In his earlier days, he had naively believed that merely nurturing the black blade with Conqueror's Haki sufficed. Little did he know that it also necessitated a heartfelt devotion from the wielder. Most individuals fail to forge a black blade precisely for this reason. Only those who are genuinely devoted, with their gaze fixed solely upon their blade, can cultivate their beloved weapon into a black sword. In contrast, Those who seek shortcuts and wish to take advantage of others will find it impossible to achieve this throughout their lifetime. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems you have truly mastered the art of forging a black sword. Hawkeye sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling the weight of age upon him. However, Luo Feng continued, I am quite curious. Have you ever attempted to temper the black sword with the Conqueror's Haki? Chapter 37. The Conqueror's Haki and the Blade? Mihawk was astounded. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still. Mihawk's body became rigid, and his gaze towards Luo Feng turned peculiar. He was utterly astonished. The notion of using Conqueror's Haki to nurture a blade? Such a concept was indeed fantastical. This was not to imply that Luo Feng was the only one capable of such thoughts. Rather, it was due to the rarity of individuals who could wield Conqueror's Haki in the entire world. The probability of awakening this power is akin to finding one among a million. Furthermore, without the right circumstances, even those with the potential to awaken it might never do so. Thus, those who possess Conqueror's Haki are exceedingly few. It is nearly impossible to encounter one across the seas, and even in the Grand Line, they are scarce. Only in the New World can one find a few individuals who have mastered this ability. Among them, when excluding those who do not use weapons, the number dwindles even further. Moreover, there are virtually none who can wield a weapon while simultaneously possessing Conqueror's Haki and have mastered the art of nurturing a black blade. It is not that no one has considered this, but rather that the conditions to do so are simply non-existent. Most importantly, the majority of those who possess Conqueror's Haki find it nearly impossible to channel it around their fists, let alone nurture a blade. Senior? Luo Feng, noticing Mihawk lost in thought, waved a hand in front of his eyes. I have indeed contemplated this matter. Mihawk, realizing his lapse, cleared his throat and continued. Conqueror's Haki is far less prevalent than Armament Haki, and it cannot be cultivated independently. To rely on Conqueror's Haki to forge a black blade would likely take a lifetime. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly, a surge of violet, formidable aura emanated from his hand, enveloping the blade he held. He began to attempt nurturing the blade's body. To the side, Mihawk was taken aback. Luo Feng actually wielded Conqueror's Haki, and judging by his fluidity in its usage, he had undoubtedly mastered it. For this young man, the concept of Haki should be an effortless endeavor. However, Mihawk suddenly closed his eyes and shook his head. Luo Feng's ambition to use Conqueror's Haki for blade nurturing was, in fact, rather naive. Setting aside whether his Conqueror's Haki was sufficient, even if he possessed an abundance of it, there remained a question mark over whether Conqueror's Haki could indeed be utilized for nurturing a blade akin to Armament Haki. Had no predecessors ever contemplated the idea of nurturing a blade with Conqueror's Haki? If it were truly feasible throughout the extensive annals of history, it is quite possible that someone would have succeeded. That blade would undoubtedly be a legendary masterpiece. Yet, in this era, after so many years and traversing the world, Mihawk had encountered countless formidable foes, and while he had heard tales of black blades, he had never come across any blade nurtured by Conqueror's Haki. Therefore, Mihawk concluded that Luo Feng could not possibly succeed. Ah, little Luo, perhaps it is time to relinquish your aspirations. Given your innate talents, the foremost priority now is to seek a blade that resonates with your spirit and brings you joy. With unwavering dedication, employ your unique techniques to nurture this blade. I firmly believe that with your exceptional gifts and mastery of domineering prowess, you will soon cultivate a blade that surpasses even the Night Blade in my possession. Furthermore, you shall etch your name in history as a legendary swordsman. Your sword will ascend to become the finest across the seas, forever immortalized. This, indeed, is the path of a true swordsman, the ultimate honor. The gaze of Hawkeye is steeped in the weight of ages, as if he glimpses the distant future, hundreds or even thousands of years hence. The fame of the great swordsman Luo Feng will resound throughout the world, and his blade will rival the legendary One Piece, becoming the coveted prize for all swordsmen. Perhaps Luo Feng will herald the dawn of a new era for great swordsmen. Who can say? With Luo Feng's expertise, establishing a dojo could very well lead to the creation of the world's premier dojo, he mused. Meanwhile, Luo Feng paid little heed to Hawkeye's words or the shift in his expression. His focus remained steadfastly on the blade in his hand. Indeed, the Conqueror's Haki is distinct from the Armament Haki. However, Luo Feng's comprehension of Haki transcends ordinary imagination. He does not boast. Yet if he were to claim the second position in Haki mastery, there would be no one daring enough to assert the first. This is the confidence he possesses. You contemplate the art of blade nurturing, drawing inspiration from your understanding of Haki and conventional blade care, leading to a profound epiphany as you successfully create the Imperial Refinement technique. A torrent of thoughts surged through Luo Feng's mind, flowing seamlessly as if destined. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars as he commenced the forging of the blade in his hand. The Conqueror's Haki, a manifestation of a ruler's might, can awaken in those harboring ambitions of kingship. Yet, in Luo Feng's eyes, can any mere mortal truly claim to be a king? In this world, there can only be one true monarch, the Emperor, and his blade shall embody the essence of a sovereign's weapon. In an instant, the formidable Conqueror's Haki within Luo Feng surged forth, enveloping the blade as he began the refining process according to his self-created techniques. I am the mightiest. This is a conviction. Strength begets strength, and thus the Conqueror's Haki grows more potent. As one's power amplifies, so too does their confidence, enabling them to triumph over former adversaries once deemed insurmountable. This journey fortifies their belief, evolving into instinct. Regardless of the opponent, one must remain resolute in the belief that they are the king. At that moment, the blade in Luo Feng's grasp suddenly radiated a restrained, noble purple aura. Subsequently, the purple essence contracted and condensed, adhering to the edge of the blade. This complemented the black patterns previously formed, completely enveloping the entire blade. The spine and surface of the blade were cloaked in black. Upon the blade, a hue of purple reminiscent of crystal exudes an air of nobility. With a casual flourish, Luo Feng wielded the dagger in his hand. He exerted not an ounce of force, yet it radiated a peculiar sensation, as though the very air had acquired sentience. Recoiling in trepidation upon encountering the edge of the blade, in an instant, a visible scar of violet materialized in the air. The act of wielding the sword felt extraordinarily fluid, as if an invisible hand were guiding the blade forward. With a swift motion, he struck again, aiming at the wooden hull of a nearby boat. Almost effortlessly, he merely placed the blade against the wood, and the razor-sharp edge cleaved through it with ease. Even more effortlessly than slicing through tofu. What remarkable sharpness! Beside him, Eagle Eye stood in awe, bewildered by this display. What manner of technique is this? The intricate purple patterns along the blade? Such a sight was beyond his experience. In that moment, a premonition stirred within Eagle Eye, one so profound it rendered him speechless. Yet, he ultimately mustered the courage to voice his speculation, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Is this?" Chapter 38. The Emperor's Blade. A tremor resonated in Hawkeye's voice. His fingers quivered slightly, not from fear or trepidation, but from exhilaration. The blade exuded an eerie, chilling aura of lethal intent. In that moment, Hawkeye envisioned a decisive emperor seated upon a lofty throne, his cold gaze fixated upon him. In his grasp, a blade capable of severing all. Luo Feng observed the sword, a subtle smile gracing his lips, pride swelling within him. Initially, he merely sought to experiment, yet unexpectedly, he succeeded. This blade must be the foremost Conqueror's Haki sword in existence. Hawkeye shuddered. The Conqueror's Haki had been cultivated into a sword, an achievement realized by the youth before him. Most could scarcely forge a black blade, yet Luo Feng, through his innate talent, singularly pioneered the art of nurturing swords. Moreover, he had forged a blade imbued with the Conqueror's Haki. This was nothing short of divine mastery. At that moment, Hawkeye lost all composure. Words failed to express his astonishment and elation. He stood there, transfixed, gazing blankly at the sword in Luo Feng's hands. Luo Feng swung the blade a few times, deciding it deserved a name. Indeed, this sword transcended all renowned blades. Even the supreme Great Blade and Hawkeye's black sword, Uru, paled in comparison to its sharpness and resilience. Thus, he declared, "I shall name you the Emperor's Blade." Holding the Emperor's Blade, Luo Feng felt a surge of joy emanating from the sword. It seemed to possess a soul of its own, akin to a beloved pet. Suddenly, Luo Feng sensed a stirring. His observation Haki detected the presence of another Conqueror's Haki in the vicinity. He abruptly looked up to find Hawkeye attempting to envelop Yoru with his Conqueror's Haki, his eyes wide and intent, murmuring, "Absorb. You must absorb. Even an ordinary iron can assimilate the Conqueror's Haki. You, the mightiest blade, must certainly do so. Oh, we have shared so many years together. Have I ever mistreated you? Daily polishing and nurturing. Even as you transformed into a black blade at that moment, Hawkeye appeared as if he were addressing a cherished companion, his gaze filled with longing. He resembled a father earnestly advising a wayward child. Luo Feng was taken aback. Hawkeye, I never anticipated this side of you. Your stoic and aloof persona has crumbled in my eyes. As if sensing Luo Feng's scrutiny, Hawkeye raised his gaze. Upon realizing that Luo Feng was indeed observing him, he stiffened, clearing his throat. Ahem. It seems I too have gleaned some inspiration and wish to attempt forging a sword with the Conqueror's Haki. Luo Feng was at a loss for words, sensing a hint of pride in Hawkeye's demeanor. Though clearly eager to learn how to forge a sword with the Conqueror's Haki, he remained reticent. Thus, Luo Feng offered a few pointers, drawing from his own profound understanding. It is evident that Hawkeye has encountered a formidable obstacle in his quest for mastery. Upon the moment of realization, a spark of enlightenment illuminated his expression, prompting him to fervently resume his blade forging. Success. The blade commenced its absorption, trembling with anticipation. Hawkeye observed as the overwhelming aura entwining the black blade began to permeate its essence. Though the pace of his progress lagged significantly behind that of Luo Feng, and the purity and quantity of his Conqueror's Haki were considerably inferior, he had undeniably unearthed a promising path. Henceforth, it was imperative to traverse this path diligently, continually seeking understanding. With ample time and perseverance, success would inevitably follow. Suddenly, Luo Feng recalled a matter of importance. Ah, Senior, it seems you were eager to engage in a duel with me? At the mention of this, Hawkeye snapped out of his fervent focus on the blade, diverting the conversation. Well, I actually have matters to attend to. Shanks seems to have called, inviting me for a drink. Yes, that's it. I must return to the Grand Line. Farewell. Without awaiting Luo Feng's response, he leaped several meters into the air, landing on his small coffin-like boat and wielding the black blade as an oar, swiftly propelling the vessel forward. Within mere moments, he had dwindled into a distant black dot on the horizon. Luo Feng contemplated, having long harbored doubts about Hawkeye's daily display of nonchalance aboard his small boat, pondering how he managed to row without visible oars. Today's revelation finally dispelled Luo Feng's long-standing curiosity. Indeed, he truly rode with a blade. After Hawkeye vanished from sight, Luo Feng emerged from his reverie, sheathing the Emperor's blade as he proceeded towards the floating restaurant. As he passed by Creek, he discovered that the notorious pirate had fainted from sheer terror. How much was Creek's bounty again? Regardless, it was another fortune in his grasp. Luo Feng effortlessly dragged the unconscious Creek towards the restaurant, while the surrounding pirates fled in fear. Yet, the ship was scarcely spacious. It had already fallen into disrepair, and with Hawkeye's recent strike, it had been cleaved in two. Were it not for the air within the cabin, the entire vessel would have succumbed to the depths. Some pirates, realizing escape was futile, leapt into the sea, a sight mirrored by their counterparts, creating a cacophony of splashes reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into boiling water, a truly spectacular scene. Many pirates, too frightened to even launch their small boats, opted to swim away from the chaos. At that moment, the patrons of the floating restaurant were left in awe. Goodness, what an impressive display. The sheer presence of it has driven the pirates to leap into the sea. Laughter erupted amidst the astonishment. Remarkable. How splendid. Indeed, it is Luo Feng, the man with a bounty of 1 billion. This group of petty pirates, who had just been flaunting their perceived power in the East Sea, are nothing but trifles in the presence of Luo Feng. Hiss, my friends, you stay here. I shall take my leave. Although I have had a fleeting encounter with Luo Feng, a man with such a staggering bounty is ultimately beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. It is best to depart swiftly to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Before Luo Feng could approach, the patrons hastily concocted excuses to vacate the premises. Only the chefs and a few members of the Straw Hat crew remained. Ah, young Master Luo Feng, splendid work. The chefs, robust and boisterous men, harbored little fear of Luo Feng. Coupled with his earlier act of shielding the crowd, he had earned their recognition and admiration. Indeed, when it matters most, standing protectively before women signifies true manhood. Moreover, his culinary skills are simply exquisite. He is nothing short of perfection. Were I a woman, I would undoubtedly wish to marry you as a concubine. Ahem, away with you. I didn't realize you harbored such peculiar inclinations. Keep your distance from me. What of it? Even I, not being a woman, would dare to be Luo Feng's concubine. It is not entirely out of the question. Ugh, disgusting. I cannot remain aboard this ship for another moment, Sanji declared, thoroughly repulsed by the antics of these insufferable fools. Chapter 39. Anomalous report and the attention of the five elders. Luo Feng approached Zoro and assessed his injuries. It's nothing serious. Hawkeye did not strike fatally. He merely severed your muscle without damaging the bone. With some rest, you'll recover, he assured. It appears I need a ship-s doctor on board. Luffy, deep in thought, concluded after much deliberation, prompting Usopp to roll his eyes in exasperation. Is this really our Captain-s level of intelligence? Perhaps it would be wiser for me, Usopp the Great, to take on that role. At the very least, Luo Feng could be considered a candidate for captain. With such formidable strength, he would undoubtedly excel in that position. If the opportunity arises, perhaps I can persuade. Encourage. No, that is not quite right. In any case, Luo Feng is a commendable choice, Usopp mused, a sly grin creeping onto his face as he daydreamed. In the distance, upon the vast ocean, Hawkeye's mood was far from tranquil. He gazed into the horizon, seemingly able to envision the Grand Line and the New World miles away. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Shanks was not mistaken. Luo Feng was a man capable of reshaping the world. This journey to the East Blue had left a profound impression on him. He longed to rush to the New World and share his experiences and innermost thoughts with Shanks. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, pirates, celestial dragons, the five elders. Hawkeye's gaze was piercing, as if he could penetrate the endless distance to see the people on the other side of the world. Behold, a giant star is rising, destined to astonish the world. In the holy land of Mariewa, the abode of the celestial dragons, perched upon the Red Line, the highest point in the world, the five elders convened within a magnificent palace reminiscent of a giant's dwelling. They were deliberating over intelligence submitted by Fleet Admiral Steelbone, Kong. A super rookie has emerged among the pirates. This individual, upon his first bounty, has been awarded an astonishing 1 billion berries. Adventurer Luo Feng, hailing from the East Blue, single-handedly inflicted severe injuries upon 5 Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. An elder slammed a wanted poster onto the table, his black top hat quivering slightly. What are your thoughts? He inquired of the other 4. With a disdainful huff, the elder with a horn-shaped mustache remarked, another monstrous entity has appeared, and in the weakest of seas, no less. What was Kaido and Big Mom's first bounty when they set sail? The elder with a goat beard chimed in. It matters not, replied the elder with short golden hair, waving his hand dismissively. This fellow's greatest achievement is merely defeating 5 vice admirals. The annihilation of the entire East Blue Navy was not due to strength, but rather luck and coincidence. The bald elder, wielding a katana, nodded and remarked, have you ever considered that if this man named Luo Feng were truly formidable, he would not have spared those 5 vice admirals? It is inconceivable. Therefore, his strength can only injure the 5 vice admirals. Such a feat could easily be accomplished by an admiral, or even performed with greater finesse. The golden-haired elder scoffed, asserting that had an admiral, or anyone among us, intervened, not a single one of those vice admirals would have survived. Within the room, silence reigned once more. This newcomer may be worth monitoring, yet he is unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. Shortly thereafter, the elder in the black hat spoke in a summarizing tone to the telephone bug. I surmise he shall not remain complacent in the East Sea. He is bound to venture forth toward the Grand Line. When the Navy mobilizes to encircle him, I find it hard to believe they will fail to capture him. Following this, the elder in the black hat resumed his perusal of the second report. In the East Sea, an astonishing phenomenon had been observed. A fishing vessel, while at sea, suddenly witnessed the ocean parting as if cleaved by a giant's blade. This immense chasm in the sea extended infinitely to the left and right, its origin and destination shrouded in mystery. However, just as the fisherman believed he was destined to perish there, the fisher vanished abruptly, never to reappear. Upon concluding his account, the elder in the black hat turned to his companions, addressing them with gravity. What are your thoughts? The ocean has manifested a fisher? The golden-haired elder furrowed his brow, pondering, what peculiar weather phenomenon is this? First, we faced unprecedented tidal waves, and now a chasm in the sea. The elder with the katana murmured in a tone audible only to himself. The horned elder, arms crossed and body leaning forward, stated, there is no reason for the weather in the East Sea to become so anomalous. In this scenario, there are only two possibilities. Either a certain devil fruit has emerged, affecting environmental changes, or a powerful entity capable of influencing the sea exists. Personally, I lean towards the former possibility. Very well, let us assume a devil fruit has indeed appeared in the East Sea. We shall instruct the Navy to keep a vigilant watch in the nearby waters. Perhaps they may uncover a fruit not yet documented in the Devil Fruit Compendium. The sea, a tumultuous expanse, glimmered under the sun as the Mary sailed resolutely through the waves. At the bow, Luo Feng reclined atop the sheep's head of the Mary, lost in thought. This journey to the sea restaurant had yielded considerable rewards. Firstly, he had acquired culinary skills, ensuring that from this day forth, he could indulge in exquisite dishes every day. Being a gourmand with aspirations to traverse the globe, he naturally harbored a desire to savor the culinary delights of the world. The pivotal aspect was that Sanji had also boarded the ship. This was a delightful turn of events. He imparted his culinary knowledge to Sanji. Although Sanji might not grasp all the intricacies immediately, the flavors would undoubtedly be exceptional. Moreover, with the acquisition of God of War cuisine, not only will his physical constitution flourish, but so too will the vitality of all aboard the vessel, perpetually enhancing their capabilities. Their rate of growth and strength will undoubtedly far surpass that of other pirates. Now, as for the second point, it pertains to his encounter with Dracula Mihawk. Luo Feng immediately recalled his own singular strike, a cut that could cleave the seas. Initially, his comprehension of swordsmanship was limited solely to Roronoa Zoro's three-sword style. Despite his prodigious talent, his reference point being Zoro's technique rendered his understanding rather constrained. Fortunately, Mihawk's appearance and the confrontation with Zoro provided him with ample inspiration, allowing him to glean a wealth of knowledge. In terms of swordsmanship, he is no longer at a disadvantage. The third aspect involves the art of sword forging, utilizing both Busashoka Haki and Haushika Haki in the process. A blade forged in such a manner, even if it does not bear the title of a legendary sword, would still surpass many renowned blades. The enhancement a fine sword brings to one's combat prowess is, of course, self-evident. However, the significance of the sword forging technique extends far beyond this. Mastery of this technique would enable him to forge an abundance of black blades at will. Whether for the purpose of auctioning for profit or establishing his influence, both would be effortlessly achievable. Once Zoro awakens his Busashoka Haki, he could impart the knowledge of forging black blades to him. Naturally, it is best to forge one's own sword, as it embodies one's will and is most attuned to one's self. Nevertheless, for the time being, it is prudent for him to first master Busashoka Haki. Chapter 40 Arrival at Lowtown. Subsequently, the Straw Hat Pirates traversed several islands in the East Blue, in stark contrast to the arduous battle depicted in the original narrative. The Arlong pirates were effortlessly vanquished due to the butterfly effect triggered by the appearance of Luo Feng. Each day, Luo Feng leisurely indulged in a life reminiscent of a dream, engaging in daily exercise, gazing at the sea, basking in the sun and savoring delectable cuisine. Ah, truly a life of dreams. Speaking of which, this journey through time has proven quite delightful. On the deck, Luo Feng reclined in a rocking chair crafted by an elderly carpenter from a nearby island. One leg casually crossed over the other, sipping on a glass of wheat juice. At that moment, Usopp, peering through a telescope, suddenly exclaimed, "I've spotted an island. It appears to be a remarkably large town." Nami, seizing the telescope for a quick glance, immediately recognized it from her memory. It was Luo Town, the final island before entering the Grand Line. Meanwhile, in Luo Town, the streets were adorned with beautiful decorations, and townsfolk donned new garments. They bustled about as if today were a grand festival. Smoker, the chain smoker, walked the streets with his men, ever vigilant against the pirates and fugitives yet to be apprehended. "Humph, how curious that the world nobles have chosen to visit our humble abode," remarked Tashigi, adjusting her glasses with a scholarly demeanor. "Mr. Smoker," she continued, "it has been decreed that we must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. You must refrain from any outbursts. They are nobility, and even admirals must show them respect. Should a celestial dragon be endangered, an admiral must intervene to protect them." At this, Smoker waved his hand dismissively, his impatience palpable. "All right, I understand. I suppose I'll just hide when the time comes?" He was acutely aware that, given his temperament, it would be exceedingly difficult to restrain himself from delivering a well-deserved thrashing to a celestial dragon should he encounter one. However, as fate would have it, trouble was brewing. Suddenly, a panicked Navy soldier rushed in, breathless. "Sir Smoker, there are pirates. They've arrived at the docks." "What?" Smoker and Tashigi's hearts raced. The sudden appearance of pirates could only spell trouble. Were they aiming for the celestial dragons? How long until the celestial dragons arrive in Luo Town? Smoker gritted his teeth and asked Tashigi. "They should arrive in about an hour." Tashigi replied, her expression grim. "That's more than enough time." Smoker disregarded any pretense of restraint and activated his smoke fruit powers, soaring into the sky. Upon locating the direction of the docks, he sped off with purpose. "Let us go. Follow Mr. Smoker," Tashigi shouted, rallying the other Navy soldiers to pursue him. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed the impending danger lurking in the shadows. Within a casino on the street, a blind warrior draped in a purple cloak, gripping a wooden staff, was perspiring profusely while gambling. A celestial dragon, pirates. At that moment, the blind swordsman, slightly embarrassed by his losses, cast a meaningful glance at the street outside. "Hey, old man, are you still in the game?" boasted a rough-looking thug across from him. "Ah, no more gambling for me. I have other matters to attend to," replied the blind warrior as he grasped his staff and strode out. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe observed everything in Rogue Town. Beneath the hood of his cloak was a man's face adorned with tattoos resembling shoe sole patterns. Celestial dragons, the Navy, and Luffy. What a bustling mlang, he mused. It seems my visit to the East Blue was not in vain. I hear that Luo Feng is aboard Luffy's ship. It is the perfect opportunity to meet him. At the dock, the Mary had come to a halt. "Wow, is this truly the last island? It's so vibrant," Luffy exclaimed eagerly. "It seems there are plenty of things to buy. Come on, everyone, let us go shopping." Usopp chimed in. "Nami, lend me some money," he added, as both of them directly approached Nami for their allowance. The result was 2 resounding punches. "What do you understand? We need to save money. Although Kuro's bounty is considerable, who knows how much we will need once we enter the Grand Line," Nami said, her expression one of exasperation. At that moment, Luo Feng and the others stood in astonishment. "Ahem," Zoro coughed to draw attention. When Nami noticed Luo Feng gazing at her, she suddenly transformed, generously producing money to give Luffy and Usopp each a wad, sending them off to enjoy themselves. "Hey, what else with the favoritism?" Zoro couldn't help but comment. Sanji was also in tears. "Nami-chan, what exactly makes Luo Feng superior to me? Am I not as handsome? Is my cooking not as delectable? Am I lacking in chivalry?" Nami approached slowly, first casting a gentle glance at Luo Feng, then shooting a sidelong glance at Sanji. "Hurry and wipe that nosebleed," Sanji exclaimed, feeling utterly defeated. In an instant, he seemed to lose all color, crouching in a corner, drawing circles on the ground, as if a rain cloud hovered above him. Ahem! Luo Feng cleared his throat. Then, addressing Nami, he said, I shall remain aboard the ship. Sanji will be responsible for gathering ingredients, so do provide him with ample funds. As for you, Nami, please purchase some nautical texts and other books for me as well. The world is exceedingly dull, and for Luo Feng, the sole means of passing time is through reading. Soon, he found himself alone on the ship, yet his eyes suddenly narrowed. Come forth, my friend concealed in the shadows. No sooner had he spoken than a cloaked figure emerged from the darkness, their expression shifting subtly. To be discovered so easily, one must remember that upon boarding the vessel, neither Luffy nor his companions had noticed his presence. With a soft thud, the cloaked figure stepped forward, letting out a sigh. Alas, I was careless. Who could have anticipated that a mere pirate from the East Sea possesses the ability of observation haki? Luo Feng scrutinized the newcomer, his eyes narrowing as he discerned the features hidden beneath the hood of the cloak. He recognized this individual. In truth, since arriving in this world, his overwhelming boredom had compelled him to peruse the newspapers daily, even reviewing every wanted poster in existence. Thus, he was well acquainted with the visages of notable figures such as Sengoku, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea. However, the figure before him was not among those illustrious names. Instead, who could have imagined that the esteemed leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, would venture alone to a remote corner of the East Sea, infiltrating an obscure pirate crew? Luo Feng showed no signs of intimidation, coldly declaring, Indeed, the individual before me is none other than Dragon, the founder of the Revolutionary Army and the man whom the world government and celestial dragons dream of eliminating. Chapter 41. The Power of Luo Feng. The surprised Dragon was not astonished that he was not recognized due to his appearance. Instead, he gazed at Luo Feng's face with a detached intensity, as though wishing to imprint the visage of this individual in his memory. After a prolonged silence, Dragon finally spoke. There is no need for flattery. You are not without merit yourself. What is this unnamed pirate crew? If it were truly obscure, how could your presence be aboard? Luo Feng, hailing from Windmill Village in the East Sea, had only recently set sail, yet his exploits were nothing short of remarkable. He had gravely injured 5 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters at their base. Subsequently, he led the Straw Hat Pirates to evade capture under the onslaught of the entire East Sea Naval Fleet, resulting in the complete destruction of all naval vessels involved. Moreover, at the floating restaurant, the legendary Mihawk made an appearance, and fishermen nearby reported a bizarre phenomenon of the sea splitting open, its origin unknown. At this juncture, Dragon cast a penetrating gaze upon Luo Feng. I find it hard to believe that you could remain an ordinary person amid such extraordinary events. Huh. Luo Feng chuckled dryly, acknowledging the formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Revolutionary Army. He surmised that Dragon could not have been tracking him since he first set sail. Thus, all this information must have been meticulously collected by Revolutionary Army members dispersed throughout the East Sea, perhaps even surpassing the Navy's intelligence network in some respects. Flattery is unwarranted, Dragon replied courteously, yet his tone shifted dramatically. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth from him. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered overhead, as if a tempest were imminent. The pressure bearing down on Luo Feng intensified, for at that moment, Dragon's terrifying Conqueror's haki bore down upon him like a mountain, singularly targeting him. What is your true purpose in remaining by Luffy's side? Dragon's voice was ice-cold, reminiscent of water splashing forth from the depths of the underworld, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible killing intent locked onto Luo Feng. Should he exhibit any treacherous inclination, he would face an overwhelming onslaught. Powerful. In that instant, Luo Feng finally grasped the magnitude of the strength possessed by Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His power was not merely formidable, it was extraordinary. In this world, individuals could not actively cultivate Conqueror's haki. It manifested and intensified with rising strength. Consequently, Luo Feng deduced that Dragon's prowess was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Step by step, Dragon approached, his gaze frigid, As the leader of the revolutionary army, he was a target of the world government's bounty. In many respects, he was even more perilous than the legendary Roger of yore. Everyone sought his head, employing any nefarious means deemed necessary to achieve that end. Thus, since the onset of his notoriety, he had refrained from returning openly to his homeland. Even the birth and upbringing of his own son, Luffy, were events he dared not witness as a father. Silently lurking in the shadows, he observed Luffy from a distance, casting a furtive glance. Presently, a man with a bounty of 1 billion appeared aboard Luffy's ship. How could this not arouse suspicion? How could it fail to incite murderous intent? You approach Luffy with what purpose? Dragon, akin to a harbinger of death, rendered his final judgment upon Luo Feng. I advise you, in the face of Dragon's overwhelming presence, akin to that of an emperor, and the latent threat of his murderous intent, even those with mere average willpower would likely faint on the spot. Even beings of the caliber of the Stellar Kings or the Calamities would find themselves paralyzed, confronted with the realization of inevitable demise. Yet, Luo Feng maintained a serene countenance. With an air of composure, he slowly spoke. Do not approach me with murderous intent or overwhelming pressure, for the consequences would be dire. Oh, consequences? Dragon failed to grasp the meaning behind Luo Feng's words. He looked down upon Luo Feng from a height, much like a colossal elephant surveying a diminutive and frail ant. What consequences could there possibly be? Before he could finish, an aura of overwhelming power erupted from Luo Feng. The Conqueror's armor. This technique drew inspiration from the iron balloon and Karp's iron fist, perpetually enveloping his body with both armament and Conqueror's Haki. Should anyone dare to assault him, they would first encounter his Haki armor, while the Conqueror's Haki upon it would retaliate automatically. Thus, Dragon was destined for calamity. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as a visible surge of purple Haki struck Dragon with tremendous force. Caught off guard, he was sent hurtling backward, blood streaming from his nose. What is happening? Haki? Conqueror's Haki? An Armament Haki? Yet, Luo Feng did not even raise a hand. He merely unleashed a Haki attack through his very being. What could be the principle behind this? Dragon understood that Armament Haki could be released from a distance, and Conqueror's Haki could produce similar effects, but to release it solely through one's body, without the use of hands, was a first for him. Moreover, how could this Haki be so formidable? It was entirely uncharacteristic of a youth around 20 years of age to possess such power. Luo Feng shrugged. You see, I warned you. The consequences are indeed severe. At that moment, Dragon appeared somewhat disheveled. Rising from the ground, dust covered him, and he wiped the blood from his nose, his expression turning grim. His curiosity deepened. Who exactly is Luo Feng? With the Haki that Luo Feng had just unleashed, he could be 100% certain that Luo Feng's Haki was on par with his own. In this world, Haki cannot be cultivated. It can only be enhanced through the elevation of one's strength. Therefore, might this young man's prowess actually rival mine? Doubt began to creep into Dragon's mind. However, on the surface, he maintained a grim expression as he charged toward Luo Feng. One hand clenched into a fist while the other formed a claw, directly targeting Luo Feng's throat and face. Dragon's claw fist. Swiftly. The speed of the dragon is astonishing, seemingly unimpeded by the resistance of the air. The surrounding atmosphere parts like subjects bowing before their sovereign, granting him a clear path. To the naked eye, the dragon's form flickers forward, a mere shadow, closing in on Luo Feng with remarkable swiftness. Indeed, he offers no opportunity for explanation. Yet, at this moment, Luo Feng's countenance remains devoid of fear. He simply raises a finger, its tip radiating a palpable aura of dominance. The essence of his attack, the finger gun technique, Dark Abyss Strike. A soft sound reminiscent of paper tearing fills the air as Luo Feng's fingertip meets the dragon's fist. In that instant, the dragon's other fist halts, refraining from further assault, for he is astounded to realize that should he fail to exert his full strength against Luo Feng's singular strike, the latter's finger would repel his fist. In that scenario, he would find himself unable to harm Luo Feng, while Luo Feng would have already struck him. However, he soon discovers something even more astonishing. Luo Feng's fingertip does not fully make contact with his fist. An invisible force field separates them. Conqueror's Haki. Entwined? The dragon's pupils contract, slightly in shock. Chapter 42. Luo Feng versus Long. The Conqueror's Haki enveloped the air, and Long understood the weight of this technique. It represented an insurmountable chasm between mere mortals and the pinnacle of power. No matter how formidable one might be, even with mastery over Haki, one could not wield it without the ability to conquer. To ascend to the ranks of the elite, one must exert efforts many times greater than the average. The four emperors of the New World undoubtedly possessed this formidable ability. Yet, how could this young lad possibly have it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long momentarily lost his composure, his resolve wavering for a fleeting moment. Bang! With a mere exertion of force, Luo Feng sent Long hurtling back once more. In this battle, he had been pushed to the brink twice. Rising to his feet, Long's mindset had shifted. Initially, he regarded Luo Feng from a position of superiority, looking down upon him as a mere weakling. He had assumed Luo Feng's strength was beneath his own, and thus had approached him with disdain. However, he now realized that Luo Feng was no insignificant insect, and he was not an invincible giant. Luo Feng was a contender worthy of equal discourse. I underestimated him. With a cold snort, Long brushed off the dust from his clothes. He had resolved not to engage in further combat, but rather to embark on a philosophical discourse. However, unexpectedly, whoosh, Luo Feng suddenly sprinted forward, executing a textbook-perfect shave technique. Suddenly, several visible footprints appeared in the air, remnants of Luo Feng's rapid acceleration. As he forcefully propelled himself off the air, swiftly, Luo Feng outpaced Long. This time, Long could not even catch a glimpse of Luo Feng's figure, relying solely on his observation Haki. Wait a moment, I cannot perceive him. In a moment of sheer terror, Long realized that within his observation Haki, he was utterly incapable of detecting Luo Feng's presence. At that instant, his mind short-circuited. This revelation evoked a singular term in his thoughts: observation kill. The potent Conqueror's Haki could suppress an opponent's observation Haki, allowing for a lethal strike. In the blink of an eye, the killing blow approached. With a swift whoosh of cutting wind, Luo Feng's hand transformed into a three-clawed dragon shape, reaching toward Long's face. Dragon Claw Fist. Yet again, the Dragon Claw Fist. But this time, it was Luo Feng who wielded it. Long could scarcely believe his eyes. This was his own original technique, known only to a select few within the Revolutionary Army. Among them, only Sabo had grasped its true essence. But how had this boy, this stranger he had never encountered, learned his technique? Could be a spontaneous mastery. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Luo Feng's fingers were less than a centimeter from Long's eyes, the sunlight casting a shadow directly upon his iris, forming a shape reminiscent of a venomous serpent. It was evident that this strike would seize Long's head. The force of the Dragon Claw Fist could shatter a human skull as easily as crushing an egg. Should this blow connect, Long's fate was all but sealed. If time were to flow at its ordinary pace, and if the dragon were capable of contemplation, he would undoubtedly experience regret. Regret for provoking the peculiar Luo Feng, and regret for choosing to confront him in battle rather than engaging in discourse. Alas, he found himself devoid of both the time and the inclination for such reflections. At a critical juncture, the dragon twisted his waist and suddenly arched backward in an astonishing manner. This maneuver, albeit insufficient to completely evade Luo Feng's onslaught, afforded him a few precious centimeters of distance. It was within this narrow margin that the dragon seized a glimmer of hope. With a swift motion, he unleashed his Dragon Claw Fist, his palm surging toward Luo Feng's abdomen, mere centimeters apart. In an instant, it erupted with force, directed at the softest and most vulnerable parts of Luo Feng's body. The potency of this strike rivaled that of the previous one, as the essence of the Dragon Claw Fist lay in this precise power, allowing it to unleash 200% of its might, even at such close range. However, this blow bore no fruit. Instead, It collided with the formidable armor surrounding Luo Feng, sending the latter hurtling backward without sustaining any injury. In contrast, the dragon felt a numbness in his fist, as though he had struck a solid block of Hailu stone without any protection. In that moment, time appeared to resume its course, for Luo Feng refrained from launching another assault and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The dragon exhaled heavily. Having held his breath in concentration during the perilous encounter, his senses heightened and his mind racing to respond to Luo Feng's attack without faltering. Now that he had relaxed, he realized his skin was damp, having broken into a cold sweat without his awareness. This man is terrifying. Just moments ago, the dragon had felt a brush with death. Had it not been for his years of combat experience and the instincts honed in life and death situations that guided him to make the right response, he might have already perished. Now, could they engage in calm conversation? At this moment, Luo Feng spoke. "Can we?" The dragon nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. A few minutes later, he said, "Are you telling me that you are merely an ordinary adventurer?" He gazed at Luo Feng with an expression of disbelief. Luo Feng nodded. "Ordinary, my foot. If you are ordinary, what does that make the rest of us?" Yet, inwardly, the dragon felt a sense of relief. He had discovered that Luo Feng was actually a childhood friend of Luffy's and had even met his father, Karp. They were acquainted, indeed. However, when I covertly observed Luffy in the past, I never encountered Luo Feng. Had I been negligent? The dragon pondered deeply. Previously, in his efforts to protect Luffy to the utmost, he had deliberately refrained from assigning personnel in Fusha village to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Little did he know, this had led to a blind spot regarding the individuals surrounding Luffy. Unbeknownst to him, among those who had grown up alongside Luffy was Ace, the son of Roger, and Sabo, who now served as his right-hand man. "Apologies, Luo Feng, it was my oversight." Long suddenly cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. He had inadvertently launched an attack on his son's childhood friend. Had it not been for Luo Feng's formidable strength, he might have committed a grave mistake. "It's nothing." Luo Feng waved his hand. At that moment, both he and Long turned their gazes toward the same direction. In the sky, a plume of white smoke was swiftly approaching, and in front of it, the upper half of a human figure could be discerned. Clearly, the individual was a user of a devil fruit. "Pirates, this is not a place for your recklessness. Surrender, and I may consider sparing your lives," Smoker declared, his face a mask of menace, wielding a seastone cross as he advanced menacingly towards Luo Feng and Long. Chapter 43. The Arrival of the Celestial Dragons and the Mysterious Fruit in the Skies Above. Smoker, the Smoke Man, beheld the Jolly Roger flag of a pirate crew he had never heard of before fluttering atop the Mary. He scoffed derisively, convinced that this was merely a fledgling crew, lacking even a bounty, daring to enter his jurisdiction of Lodetown, a blatant display of ignorance and folly. He had anticipated that pirates would be a ruthless lot, notorious and bountied individuals. Yet before him stood a band of inexperienced novices, which brought him a sense of relief. However, at that moment, Smoker's attention was drawn to the distant ocean, where an enormous vessel suddenly emerged. The ship appeared to be forged entirely of gold, resplendent and magnificent, resembling a divine palace, complete with all manner of amenities, a veritable moving island. "Wait, what is this?" Smoker's body jolted as realization struck him. The Celestial Dragons. This is a ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons. At that instant, aboard the ship stood a man clad in a cumbersome protective suit, his head concealed beneath a glass visor, his hair styled in an absurd manner, and a stream of mucus trickling from his nose, giving him an almost foolish appearance. To avoid inhaling the same filthy air as the commoners below, he donned such attire whenever he ventured out to sea. "Ah, is that Lodetown ahead?" The Celestial Dragon surveyed the scene with vacant eyes, and a nearby slave promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." Bang! A gunshot rang out. The Celestial Dragon had, unbeknownst to anyone, grasped a beautifully ornate flintlock, the barrel emitting wisps of smoke. The slave who had just been kneeling in reverence now stared in disbelief at the blood blossoming from his chest. "Did I ask you to speak? I was merely conversing with myself. You imbecile." The Celestial Dragon did not even glance at the fallen slave, while other servants hastily disposed of the body overboard. Bring. Bring. At that moment, the transponder snail on the table began to ring. The celestial dragon answered it, and, instantaneously, the snail's hairstyle transformed into an eccentric upright shape, its expression grave and severe. St. Charlos, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? The previously haughty Charlos, who had been barking orders at the slaves, immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor upon hearing the voice from the transponder snail. Ah, esteemed elder of the family, what was it that you wished me to do? The transponder snail erupted in fury, spitting saliva onto Charlos's headgear. Of course, it is the fruit. You fool. The reason for your descent was to seek that legendary devil fruit. Charlos attempted to wipe the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, only to find it obstructed by his headgear, leaving him with no recourse but to concede. Ah, the fruit has indeed been located, but it will take me some time to return. The tone of the transponder snail shifted to one of stern urgency. Return immediately. Do not squander time, lest unforeseen events transpire. Subsequently, having uttered the final words, the call was abruptly terminated. Remember, this fruit is specifically sought after by the 5 elders. Should any mishap occur, it will not only be my responsibility, but our entire family may find itself expelled from the celestial dragons. Click! The communication device fell silent, and tranquility enveloped the ship once more. All the slaves remained utterly hushed. This was a discourse between masters, and they had no place to interject. Moreover, having learned from past experiences, speaking up at such a moment would be tantamount to courting death. Charles Saint, relieved to see the communication device return to normal, exhaled deeply. A haughty expression reappeared on his face, one of disdain and superiority, as he muttered to himself. Really, is it that serious? Well, Roadtown isn't particularly dangerous. It falls under naval jurisdiction. After I finish here, I shall return. With that, in a bid for caution, he retreated to the cabin. There, he opened a formidable steel door and proceeded to unlock a safe. Inside, upon the crimson velvet lining, lay an extraordinary fruit. This fruit resembled a grotesque visage, complete with sharp fangs, bulging eyes, and a deep crimson hue. It bore a stem and a few leaves, appearing as if it had just been plucked from its origin. Meanwhile, on the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariehua, the 5 elders engaged in fervent discussion. We have located it. The fruit has unexpectedly surfaced in the East Blue. One exclaimed, it is imperative that we retrieve it and secure it permanently on the Red Earth continent. Such a perilous fruit, if obtained by someone, could forge a formidable powerhouse. The 5 elders exchanged remarks, their faces reflecting a sense of relief. At that moment, an elder clad in a black hat let out a cold snort, displaying his displeasure. Honestly, I cannot entrust such matters to the Navy. Even CP0 may harbor treachery. Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. It is far more reliable to leave it to our own. The celestial dragons would never betray us. However, one elder held a contrary view. The swordsman elder spoke up. Though this fruit surpasses those we have consumed, it remains merely a standard Zoan-type fruit until it awakens. Much like the Nika fruit, prior to its awakening, it is merely a rubber fruit. The golden-haired elder chuckled in response, adding indeed, and the awakening of this fruit differs fundamentally from all other Zoan types. While Zoan fruits typically require the user to be on the brink of death for awakening, this applies even to the Nika fruit. This particular fruit, although classified as Zoan, behaves similarly to a paramecia. It necessitates the user to develop the fruit to a certain level before it can naturally awaken. The elder in the black hat also smiled. Indeed, it requires the consumer to possess an extraordinary talent for the fruit's abilities, coupled with decades of relentless cultivation to achieve success. The previous user of such power devoted an entire lifetime, yet failed to awaken it. Prior to its awakening, this fruit is merely a useless trinket, tasteless when consumed, yet regrettable to discard. It is hardly more practical than an ordinary Zoan-type fruit. In Lowtown, Smoker quickly regained his focus, retracting his gaze from the distant ship of the celestial dragons. To his dismay, they had arrived far sooner than anticipated. This is troubling. It seems I must hasten my pace to eliminate this band of pirates. They must not be allowed to encounter the celestial dragons, for that would spell disaster. As he spoke, Smoker accelerated once more, no longer hesitating, racing towards Roronoa Zoro and Monkey D. Luffy, aboard the Going Merry. Whoosh! A thick white mist enveloped the entire vessel in an instant. From the outside, it appeared as though a cloud had descended upon the surface of the sea. However, confronted with this spectacle, Zoro and Luffy exchanged incredulous glances, gazing at Smoker with bemusement. Where did this fellow come from? He seems to wield a Logia-type power. Yet he is far too reckless, completely exposing his body. Does he not seek his own demise? Chapter 44. The Purpose of the Celestial Dragon's Whoosh. Smoker dove down, certain that his strike would be successful. However, bang! Luo Feng swiftly pinned Smoker to the ground, his speed leaving Smoker utterly bewildered. He was a Logia user, and the only thing capable of touching him was likely Sea Prism Stone. Yet the individual before him had seized him barehanded. Who on earth was he? Curiosity piqued. Smoker scrutinized Luo Feng's face. 1 second, 2 seconds. Boom! Smoker's mind went blank. He recognized Luo Feng. No, it was more accurate to say that in the East Blue, everyone knew of Luo Feng. Upon setting sail, he had grievously injured 5 Navy vice admirals, a terrifying feat. The entire East Blue Navy had pursued him, yet he managed to escape. In fact, the naval vessels of the East Blue were annihilated as a result. After that battle, Luo Feng's name had spread throughout the East Blue Navy, not as a commendable figure, but as a notorious villain that instilled fear. Luo Feng had become synonymous with the term demon. Even the highest officials of the East Blue had ordered that upon encountering Luo Feng, one should avoid provoking him, for angering him could lead to immense destruction and loss of life. Heh, Smoker, Luo Feng remarked casually. Smoker's expression shifted slightly. The fact that this person recognized him was unsettling. However, he soon found himself more concerned about what Luo Feng said next. His heart nearly stopped. How could the Celestial Dragons possibly come to Low Town? Not only Smoker, but even Dragon beside him cast a surprised glance at Luo Feng. Celestial Dragons? What Celestial Dragons? I don't know what you're talking about. After a brief moment of shock, Smoker forced himself to regain composure, pretending to be oblivious. Observing this, Luo Feng chuckled. Low Town was adorned in festive decorations, an unmistakable sign of something amiss. Moreover, your anxious demeanor upon seeing a pirate ship starkly contradicted your usual character. You resemble someone preparing for an important inspection, eager to maintain appearances. At this point, Smoker's expression had completely changed. Luo Feng had spoken the truth. He had accurately deduced the thoughts that lay within Smoker's mind. At that moment, Smoker was filled with astonishment. Luo Feng was undeniably terrifying. It seemed he possessed not only formidable strength, but also an intellect that was equally formidable. Yet, Smoker remained unconvinced. What you said only indicates that significant figures would attend. But as for the Celestial Dragons, they were the world's aristocracy. How could they possibly come to Low Town? Dragon, standing nearby, also regarded Luo Feng, eager to decipher his reasoning. Goodness, in this world, who besides the Celestial Dragons would go to such extravagant lengths as to build ships of gold? A shadow of disbelief crossed Luo Feng's face as he pointed toward the resplendent vessel in the distance, exclaiming, "Ah, so that is the case." Both Smoker and Long appeared momentarily stunned. Indeed, only the Celestial Dragons could craft such a magnificent and ostentatious ship. However, unbeknownst to them, Luo Feng had recognized the ship from the very beginning, having perused the original text that vividly described the appearance of the Celestial Dragon's vessels. Clearing his throat, he declared, "In any case, if you divulge the reason for the Celestial Dragon's presence in Low Town, I might spare your life." Long cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng, aware that he was not one to revel in bloodshed. Had he been of such a disposition, he would not have held back when encountering the 5 vice admirals, but would have dispatched them without hesitation. Conversely, Smoker held a different opinion. To him, Luo Feng appeared to be a madman, though he had not met Luo Feng before. Tales of his ruthlessness and cold-blooded nature had spread among his colleagues. They spoke of how he had grievously injured the 5 vice admirals and how he had devilishly toyed with the entire East Blue Navy with his navigational prowess. Of course, these accounts had been embellished. After all, they had been defeated by Luo Feng, and thus needed to portray him as a formidable figure to justify their loss. Yet Smoker believed it wholeheartedly. He was a man of integrity and genuinely perceived Luo Feng as a merciless demon, one who would follow through on his threats. Consequently, he found himself in a state of inner turmoil and conflict. If he were defending ordinary civilians, he would never yield, no matter the circumstances. Yet now, he was tasked with safeguarding the interests of the celestial dragons, which required deeper consideration. Though Smoker was not a flawless marine, he harbored ideals and aspirations. He sought justice and aimed to protect the innocent. Now, to die for the celestial dragons, was it worth it? Without a moment's hesitation, he reached a resolute conclusion. It was not worth it at all. In fact, the notion of sacrificing oneself for a group of pampered aristocrats struck him as a colossal joke. To forfeit his precious life for the benefit of the privileged elite was utterly ludicrous and foolish. Thus, Smoker resolved to make a stand. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself, he spoke. All I know is that the celestial dragons seem to be searching for something. Oh, Luo Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. Long, too, regarded him with a look of intrigue. It was essential to note that the celestial dragons were the elite of the world. There was virtually nothing they could not acquire. Renowned masterpieces and exquisite artifacts lay strewn about their vaults like mere refuse, while millions of slaves could be procured with a mere flick of the wrist. For an ordinary celestial dragon, even a sum exceeding 100 million berries was but pocket change. Moreover, even the devil fruits, these extraordinary treasures, are merely regarded as toys by the celestial dragons. When the Empress was enslaved by them, the sweet fruit was treated as a plaything and fed to her. This illustrates the extravagant and hedonistic lifestyle of the celestial dragons, which is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, it is perplexing that such affluent aristocrats would still seek something more. Is it not a mere matter of uttering a few words? Upon this realization, Luo Feng sensed the gravity of the situation. Narrowing his eyes at Smoker, he continued to speak. Yet, Smoker abruptly shifted the focus, fixing his gaze intently on Luo Feng, and stated, I can reveal to you what they're searching for, but I need you to agree to something first. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering if Smoker truly possessed some insider knowledge. He then replied, Speak, what is it? Chapter 45. Coveting the fruit, I implore you. Do not harm the civilians. Smoker stated emphatically, his teeth clenched in determination. Luo Feng found this amusing. Did he truly appear so nefarious? Was it Smoker's impression that wherever he went, chaos and destruction would surely follow? Was he perceived as a villain, indulging in plunder and carnage? Nevertheless, he felt no need to clarify his stance. Very well, I can acquiesce to your request. Luo Feng feigned a maniacal expression, for to him, the thought of harming innocents was dreadfully mundane, tiresome, and beneath him. Only the torment of the celestial dragons could provide him with a modicum of exhilaration. Ah! His laughter echoed, wild and unrestrained. Beside him, Dragon appeared visibly pained. Had he not previously conversed with Luo Feng, he might have been deceived by this flawless performance. He then turned his gaze towards Smoker, noticing the latter's genuinely distressed countenance, evidently ensnared by Luo Feng's act. Smoker took a deep breath, seemingly lost in recollection. In truth, I sensed something amiss when the celestial dragons first arrived in the East Blue. According to protocol, we should have been informed to ensure their protection. Yet this time, we received merely a vague warning, even suggesting we avoid troubling the celestial dragons. This struck me as peculiar. He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. Nonetheless, I discreetly monitored the movements of the celestial dragons. My intentions were not sinister. I simply wished to prevent these fools from encountering trouble in the East Blue. If anything were to befall the celestial dragons, and the cause remained elusive, the Elder Stars would likely unleash their fury upon the innocent populace. Dragon nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the typical behavior of the celestial dragons. Should anything happen to them, the Navy would swiftly dispatch an admiral. If the perpetrator remained unidentified, he could scarcely fathom the potential madness the Elder Stars might unleash. Smoker continued. Under my surveillance, after eliminating several small pirate crews, I discovered that the celestial dragons had arrived on an island. Strange occurrences were transpiring there. The deceased were emerging from their graves. I surmised that this must be the work of a devil fruit, as these fruits can influence their surroundings. My own smoke fruit was discovered after witnessing similar phenomena. Thus, I deduced that the celestial dragons are expending considerable effort, even preventing our navy from offering protection in a clandestine quest to locate that devil fruit. At this revelation, Luo Feng's brow furrowed. A devil fruit? For the elder stars and the celestial dragons, was not the most coveted fruit Luffy's Nika fruit? How could it be that another fruit had captured the elder star's attention? However, if one is searching for something, why not simply entrust the task to CP0, which is directly affiliated with the five elders? They're a group of loyal hounds. Wait. Suddenly, Luo Feng perceived a possibility. His astonishing insight led him to this realization rather effortlessly. Could it be that the five elders do not fully trust CP0? After all, even the most loyal individuals may betray. Yet for the five elders, there exists a particular group that is least likely to turn traitor. The celestial dragons. The celestial dragons reside at the pinnacle of the world, possessing everything. They would never forsake the Holy Land or betray the five elders for a mere fruit. Moreover, the celestial dragons possess no desire to consume the devil fruit. They are even averse to the idea of allowing slaves to partake in it. Thus, it is inconceivable that they would suddenly harbor greed upon encountering a powerful devil fruit. Furthermore, there is another point of corroboration. The Holy Land is home to the Knights of God. This order, composed of celestial dragons, is charged with safeguarding the royal family's safety and dignity. They are the strongest selected from the 20 celestial dragon families. They even possess the authority to pass judgment upon other celestial dragons. One could almost assert that they rank above ordinary celestial dragons, second only to the five elders. Additionally, they are the sole group of celestial dragons endowed with combat prowess. Their strength formidable and unfathomable. The five elders could have dispatched members of the Knights of God to seek out this fruit. However, they chose not to. Why? It is simply because these knights, being powerful celestial dragons themselves, yearn for greater strength. Should they discover the extraordinary abilities of that mysterious fruit, they would undoubtedly succumb to greed, even at the risk of incurring the wrath of the five elders. They would consume the fruit rather than return it to the Holy Land. Moreover, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the powerful aura emanating from the ship of the celestial dragons, indicating that it was not a member of the Knights of God, but merely an ordinary, ineffectual celestial dragon. How intriguing. Upon contemplating this, Luo Feng suddenly chuckled. A fruit that prompts the five elders to go to such lengths to acquire, it has piqued his curiosity regarding its abilities. Well, I have yet to encounter a celestial dragon. Let us see what unfolds, Luo Feng remarked. Beside him, Long tugged at Luo Feng's clothing, expressing concern. Have you considered the consequences? If you act against the celestial dragons, the five elders may very well unleash their fury upon the residents of Rogtown. Luo Feng glanced at Smoker and scoffed. Smoker, I presume you have anticipated this as well? Smoker's heart sank. Luo Feng continued. You merely wish for me to strike against the celestial dragons, so that all blame can be placed upon me, thus sparing the inhabitants of Rogtown from the five elders' wrath. Long also looked at Smoker in astonishment, not expecting him to think this far ahead. You promise me no harm to civilians. Smoker fixed his gaze firmly on Luo Feng. Long too regarded Luo Feng intently. If the objective is to avoid harming innocent civilians, then it appears that Luo Feng's only recourse is to refrain from taking action. He must bide his time until the celestial dragons depart from the EC and venture into desolate territories before striking. Yet, unexpectedly, Luo Feng scoffed dismissively. So what if they are celestial dragons? While you may tremble in fear, I do not. With that, he forcefully hurled Smoker towards Long He. If you engage with the celestial dragons, the Marine Admirals will pursue you relentlessly. Smoker exclaimed, his veins bulging as he shouted. Luo Feng moved with remarkable speed, gliding across the waves as he dove towards the vessel of the celestial dragons. This maneuver, on the Mary, Long's gaze flickered. He was astonished to discover that Luo Feng had mastered the moonwalk technique. Upon witnessing the moonwalk, Smoker's pupils immediately constricted. Chapter 46. Who are you, mister? At this moment, aboard the ship of the Celestial Dragons, several bodyguards were patrolling. Suddenly, one of the guards caught sight of Luo Feng and was taken aback. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at Luo Feng. Luo Feng snorted softly. A faint wave of Conqueror's Haki emanated from him, causing the Celestial Dragon guards on the deck to roll their eyes, foam at the mouth, and collapse to the ground. With a thud, Luo Feng landed on the deck. His observation Haki instantly expanded, scanning the entire structure of the ship like a radar. Oh, they have already departed? Luo Feng realized that there was no trace of the Celestial Dragons aboard the vessel. Well, first things first, he needed to retrieve that fruit. His observation Haki had clearly detected a secret room reinforced with thick walls. That must be where the fruit was stored. Bang! Luo Feng bypassed the front door entirely. With a sweeping kick, he sliced through the ship's deck, revealing the space below. The gale generated by his kick even cleaved through steel. Thud! Luo Feng instantly appeared before the safe. With a sweep of his observation Haki, he confirmed that there were no self-destruct mechanisms inside. He snapped his fingers, sending forth a small divine strike. With a soft thud, the steel safe was effortlessly sliced open, akin to tofu. The security measures were so rudimentary. It was unclear whether the Celestial Dragons were simply foolish or if their notorious reputation led them to believe that no one would dare challenge them. Luo Feng murmured to himself as he moved aside the upper half of the safe, revealing its contents. However, when he peered inside, his expression shifted slightly. Within the safe lay not a devil fruit, but merely an ordinary apple. On the streets of Rogtown, St. Charlos was riding on his favored slave mount, surveying his surroundings. On either side, a multitude of commoners knelt in submission. Should anyone consume the observation fruit, they would discover that a mysterious fruit, wrapped in crimson velvet, was concealed within his protective gear. The most perilous place is indeed the safest. St. Charlos thought to himself with great satisfaction. I am truly clever. I wonder which lowly peasant dares approach me? Ha ha ha! I am indeed a genius. Coolme. Let us visit the execution platform where Roger met his demise. St. Charlos commanded his slave, who immediately crawled forward like a dog, devoid of dignity. Behind him, a group of bodyguards hastily followed, fearful of any misfortune befalling their master. The place where the pirate King Roger had perished was indeed filthy. Hee. St. Charlos had come to Rogtown with the sole intent of looking down upon the wretched lower class. Even though Roger had once been a figure that caused immense trouble for both the Navy and the world government, to the Celestial Dragons, he was merely a lowly commoner from the lower realms, posing no threat to their dominion. As they approached the execution platform, St. Charlos was taken aback to discover a figure seated atop it. Who could it be? Simultaneously, everyone present caught sight of him. In a narrow alley, the Straw Hat crew, having just concluded their shopping, gathered to witness the commotion. Sanji, burdened by an enormous backpack filled with ingredients, immediately covered his face upon seeing the figure on the platform. This fool, Nami, was rendered speechless. Usopp, however, wore a look of panic. No way. How could he be there? On the execution platform. Luffy appeared bewildered. He had merely intended to come up for a bit of fun, yet he had unwittingly attracted such a crowd. Who are you? St. Charlos bellowed. To stand on a higher platform than I, this is a grave insult to our lineage. You must die. Without allowing Luffy a moment to explain, he drew a golden pistol and aimed it at Luffy's head, firing without hesitation. Bang! The shot missed. Luffy tilted his head slightly, the bullet grazing his straw hat as it flew past. Sunlight poured down from above, casting the shadow of the hat over his face, obscuring his expression. Nonetheless, his voice turned chillingly cold. Since you have fired, prepare yourself for certain death. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Shave. Luffy appeared before the Celestial Dragon, his eyes glinting with icy resolve, and his fist coiled like a cannon ready to unleash its fury. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. This boy, could he possibly be intending to strike the Celestial Dragons? What a jest to strike a Celestial Dragon. Was he courting death? After all, they were the world's aristocrats. Even the members of the Straw Hat crew were taken aback, for they had heard the tales of the celestial dragon's nature. Witnessing Luffy dare to confront one was utterly shocking. This is it. He has stirred up trouble. This boy should prepare to flee. At that critical juncture, suddenly, a figure intervened. With a swish, Luffy vanished from his spot. The arena fell silent. All eyes widened in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. The celestial dragon, after a few moments of shock, sniffled. Did someone just pass by? With his eyesight, he hadn't even noticed Luffy's approach, nor the fact that he had almost been struck down. Not far away, in a small alley, a blind swordsman had Luffy pinned against the wall, covering his mouth to stifle any cries that might draw attention. Do you realize what you almost did just now? The blind swordsman inquired. Luffy, still striving to break free from his constraints, drew a sigh of resignation from the blind swordsman, who felt compelled to elaborate. What you nearly struck was none other than a celestial dragon, a member of the world's aristocracy. He meticulously explained the identity of the celestial dragons and the dire repercussions that would ensue should one inflict harm upon them. Initially, Luffy displayed considerable disdain. However, upon hearing that an assault on a celestial dragon would provoke an admiral of the Navy, he fell silent, due to the butterfly effect triggered by laws crossing over. Luffy had heard of the formidable nature of the admirals from Karp. In essence, they could inflict punishment akin to Karp's. Furthermore, the admirals would not indulge him as Karp did. Any provocation would lead him to utter defeat or even death. Most crucially, his comrades could also fall victim to the repercussions. This was intolerable for Luffy. While he may be reckless, he is not foolish. He comprehended that, with his current strength, he was no match for an admiral of the Navy. Perhaps he could evolve to that level in the future, but to confront them now would be sheer folly. Observing Luffy's newfound quietude, the blind swordsman released him. Who are you? Sir, I do not recognize you. Luffy inquired promptly upon freeing himself. Chapter 47. Striking the celestial dragons. I am but a mere blind warrior. You may call me Xiao, the blind swordsman declared. Xiao? What a peculiar name, Luffy remarked, unfazed. The recent commotion quickly faded. The celestial dragons remained indifferent, perhaps sheltered since birth like delicate flowers in a greenhouse. They had never considered that anyone might wish to harm them. The legendary execution platform feels rather mundane, doesn't it? After witnessing the platform, St. Charlos suddenly found it rather uninteresting. He had grown weary of the spectacle and decided it was time to return to the Holy Land. I must return that fruit. Otherwise, the elders will surely be displeased, he muttered to himself as he turned to retrace his steps. Casting a glance at the concealed position of the mysterious fruit within his protective gear, a surge of pride welled up within him. How clever I am! Who would have thought that beneath this protective suit lies the very fruit coveted by the elders? Such a precious treasure, and these lowly commoners remain oblivious. What utter foolishness! Lost in thought, he let out a cold snicker. Just the thought of returning home triumphant, rewarded handsomely by the elders, filled him with delight. Soon, even among the celestial dragons, he would command respect. Perhaps, if the elders recognized his merit, he might be elevated to the ranks of the divine knights. At last, they are leaving. As the celestial dragons prepared to depart, a collective sigh of relief echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. Initially, they thought the arrival of the celestial dragons would be a novelty, a chance to join the spectacle. However, upon witnessing them firsthand, it became clear that they were no benevolent beings, but rather harbingers of misfortune. Thus, everyone genuinely wished for their swift departure. Hurry up already, move faster. Some felt a pang of anxiety as they watched the slaves beneath the celestial dragons moving sluggishly, fearful of any unforeseen calamity. Phew, it should be fine now. Damn, these celestial dragons are truly difficult to please. I hope they do not return. Looking at the pitiful slaves at their feet, stripped of dignity, they felt a deep sense of relief at their own freedom. The sentiments were mixed, but one conclusion rang clear. The celestial dragons were not well regarded. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew silently watched the celestial dragons depart. Is this what the world's nobility looks like? What a grand spectacle! It seems we may never reach such heights. Usopp's eyes glimmered with envy. Yet, it wasn't the power to act freely that he envied. but rather the feeling of being in the spotlight. He envisioned returning home, greeted by Kaya and the villagers, who looked upon him with the admiration reserved for heroes. What a glorious and joyous moment that would be. However, his gaze soon dimmed. With his current abilities, he feared he would remain a mere pirate for the rest of his days. Even the formidable Luo Feng, with such immense strength, would likely retreat upon encountering the celestial dragons, refraining from provoking them, as this would undoubtedly summon the esteemed presence of an admiral. Usopp pondered with a tinge of inferiority. The celestial dragons must possess vast wealth, given that their ships are crafted from gold. Nami, on the other hand, gazed longingly at the opulence of the celestial dragons. If she could attain even 1% of their riches, she could have already traversed the world, perhaps even commanding her own fleet. Yet, she sighed softly, reflecting on their impoverished pirate crew, which likely could not afford even a single piece of jewelry belonging to a celestial dragon. Even Luo Feng's bounty of 1 billion would be insignificant in the eyes of these aristocrats. Previously, Nami viewed Luo Feng as a figure of boundless capability, and his billion-dollar bounty had inspired countless possibilities in her mind. However, upon witnessing the wealth and ostentation of the celestial dragons, she felt a profound sense of loss and despair. The world's nobility at this moment, Sanji remained silent, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood experiences. The Vinsmoke family, in the presence of the celestial dragons, would likely be regarded as nothing more than provincial landowners. In the face of such esteemed aristocracy, even his dreams felt exceedingly trivial, akin to the fanciful daydreams of a kindergarten child. For the celestial dragons, perhaps with a mere word, one could summon the finest ingredients from around the world, accompanied by top-tier chefs to prepare exquisite meals. He recalled Luo Feng. Could his exceptional culinary skills possibly rival those of the celestial dragon chefs? If Luo Feng could access the resources of the celestial dragons and utilize the world's finest ingredients, what marvelous creations might he produce? Sanji couldn't help but indulge in such reveries. Yet, soon these dreams dissipated into mere illusions. The celestial dragons, the aristocracy of the world, remained an unattainable existence for them. Even with Luo Feng's talents, it was likely he would never reach such esteemed heights. In the distance, atop a rooftop, a cloaked figure, long, gripped Smoker by the throat, his gaze fixed on the distant silhouettes of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons, the world's nobility, he mused. Meanwhile, Smoker's face was etched with tension. Here it comes. Suddenly, he caught sight of something, his eyes widening in alarm. At that same moment, a figure in the alley also opened his sightless eyes wide, seemingly straining to see clearly. Something was approaching on the street. St. Charlos, holding the iron chains of his slave, felt a swell of pride. Just then, a visible shock wave surged from the distance. Bang! A tile from the rooftop shattered under an unseen force. Bang! The shock wave surged closer, now within 100 meters. Whoosh bang! A figure landed before the celestial dragons, causing the ground beneath to crack. The force of the wave forced the kneeling onlookers to shield their eyes, and St. Charlos stumbled, nearly toppling from the back of his slave. An ambush! The bodyguards shouted immediately. With a mere glance from Luo Feng, all the bodyguards instantly collapsed, frothing at the mouth. You! Charles was taken aback, pulling out his firearm in a desperate attempt to shoot. Yet what awaited him was a direct, forceful punch. Bang! A single blow struck squarely against his hood, shattering it and distorting his face entirely. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the outer wall of a building 100 meters away. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Chapter 48. The fruit in hand, all present were left in a state of shock, their expressions vacant, tears streaming down their faces as they stared at Luo Feng. What on earth was happening? This man had the audacity to strike a celestial dragon in public? Moreover, with such ferocity and brutality. Was he not risking the celestial dragon's very life? Merely assaulting a celestial dragon was already a grievous offense. If he had actually killed him, would it not signify the impending collapse of the heavens themselves? Crack! On the other side, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji collectively dislocated their jaws, their mouths agape. Crack. Simultaneously, Ikeo also lost the ability to manage his expression, his jaw hanging loosely. Even the usually carefree Luffy displayed an exaggerated expression, his mouth wide open as if he could swallow a whole living being. He truly struck a celestial dragon. Then Luffy began to frantically clutch his head, exclaiming, "We're doomed! We're doomed! The Admiral is coming!" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! Everyone's minds jolted back into reality. What the hell? Did that guy really just hit a celestial dragon? Am I seeing things? Oh, has he gone mad? That is a member of the world aristocracy. He actually, truly. It's over. It's completely over. The consequences of striking a celestial dragon are dire. Wait, did you not notice that this man merely used a glance to render the celestial dragon's bodyguards unconscious? In the distance, atop a rooftop, Long's lips curled into a slight smile. Humph, worthy of my esteem, Luo Feng. I shall remember that name. Beside him, Smoker gaped, momentarily losing control of his expression. Although he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand still left him unable to suppress his astonishment. He truly struck. Has he lost his mind? He will be pursued to the ends of the earth by the Admiral. Long snorted softly. Do you think this man before you is just anyone? Remember my words. The name Luo Feng will soon resonate across the seas, sending tremors through all the oceans. In the alleyway, after a brief period of shock, Usopp began to spiral into frenzy. It's over, it's over, it's over. Luo Feng actually sent a celestial dragon flying. This is madness. Yet his expression bore little trace of panic, and his heart was devoid of fear. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration, a sense of pride. In this moment, he longed to proclaim to everyone, "Look, this is my comrade, Luo Feng, a man bold enough to strike a celestial dragon." Nami's pupils constricted. Could it be that he is actually... does that mean we can rob the celestial dragon of his wealth? Suddenly, she shrieked, her eyes seemingly transforming into the shape of money, eager to rush forward and seize every valuable possession from the celestial dragon. Sanji, too, was left speechless, his mouth agape. At that moment, memories of his homeland, the Vinsmoke family, flooded his mind. His father, in his dreams, yearned for the exalted status of the celestial dragons, an ideal so lofty that it seemed unattainable. Yet, at this moment, Sanji's heart raced with exhilaration, overflowing with uncontainable excitement. He longed to scream at the heavens, to show his detestable father that the celestial dragons, the most noble race in the world, could indeed be challenged. After receiving a fierce blow from Luo Feng, he thought, so what if they are celestial dragons? With enough strength and a powerful fist, one can certainly strike back. Sanji, filled with fervor, brandished his fist. Suddenly, Luo Feng began to move, striding purposefully toward the celestial dragons. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Those who had once knelt in reverence to the celestial dragons now seemed transformed into loyal subjects of Luo Feng. He walked with confidence and grace, exuding an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a victorious general marching toward his triumphal arch. This scene evoked a sense of familiarity in countless onlookers. Some elders trembled, their bodies shaking, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Decades ago, on this very street, another man had marched with pride toward the gallows, under the watchful eyes of the populace. That man was Roger. In that moment, it felt as though time had blurred, allowing everyone to witness history as Roger's figure melded with Luo Feng's imposing presence. One was a condemned criminal, the other a fearless rebel. With a cacophony, the celestial dragon tumbled from the ruins. His protective gear lay in tatters, his helmet shattered, his face marred with shards of glass and blood. "How dare you strike me? This is unforgivable," Charles, with great effort, attempted to voice his thoughts. But his words were lost in the chaos. His bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground, and around them, thousands of civilians knelt, yet none dared to intervene. None wished to assist. In this moment, everyone observed with detached curiosity, relishing the spectacle of the celestial dragon receiving punishment. "How could you dare to hit me?" Charles's voice trailed off as a shadow loomed over his face, plunging him into a chilling realization. He understood, even in his ignorance, that this man before him, with his manic demeanor, would not relent simply because of his status as a celestial dragon. "Stop! We can negotiate," he screamed. But his voice was grating, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. With a resounding thud, a powerful hand seized Charles, hurling him away with force. At this moment, Luo Feng was not interested in negotiations. He only wished to deliver retribution. Of course, he was mindful not to deliver a fatal blow. But the celestial dragon was enduring a torment that rendered him voiceless. Amidst the chaos, some began to covertly document the event, their hands trembling with a mix of shock, fear, and excitement. It is astonishing that someone would dare to strike a celestial dragon, especially in such a public setting. There is a palpable fear that such actions might draw the attention of the man before him, and the repercussions would undoubtedly be no better than those faced by the celestial dragon himself. Yet there is also a thrill in the air, for if he were to sell this photograph, the rewards would be immense. This is truly primary source material. With a swift motion, Luo Feng positioned himself before St. Charles, lifting him as one might a mere chick. "Where's the fruit?" he demanded. St. Charles, struggling, weakly gestured towards his protective suit. He was no hardened warrior. In this moment of crisis, his consciousness was already fading, leaving him with little energy to negotiate terms with Luo Feng. His instincts were solely focused on survival. With a swift rip, Luo Feng tore open the protective suit, revealing the fruit, swathed in red velvet cloth. He grasped it in his hand, examining it closely. What power? He pondered. Could this fruit possess to warrant such attention from the five elders? Chapter 49, a stunning scene. In the distance, atop a rooftop, Smoker suddenly remarked, "I find it rather perplexing why Luo Feng would choose to confront the celestial dragons so openly. He could have simply awaited their departure from this area, ventured into an unfamiliar sea, and then taken action. At that point, whether he sought to seize treasures or eliminate the celestial dragons, no one would be aware of it. The marine admirals would not pursue him, and the Gorosei would not direct their ire towards him. In such anonymity, it would undoubtedly be the safest and most prudent decision." As he spoke, Smoker turned to look at Dragon. Why? Why would Luo Feng act in such a manner? He does not strike me as the impulsive fool who seeks destruction. I can discern that this individual possesses not only formidable strength, but also an intellect that is likely exceptionally high. A man of his caliber cannot possibly overlook this. I am genuinely curious about his thought process. Dragon sighed. In truth, he too was uncertain. However, there must be a rationale behind Luo Feng's actions. A hero like Luo Feng is beyond the realm of our simplistic reasoning. Such individuals possess terrifying power, and their thoughts extend far beyond the ordinary. In the annals of history, beings of this nature often possess the ability to alter the course of events and incite change. Their actions, how could mere mortals comprehend them? Often, what may appear to be a trivial act holds profound significance. In a narrow alleyway, a character named Yixiao suddenly sighed deeply. It's too late. I am too late. This man, Luo Feng, moves with such swiftness that I cannot hope to intervene. Luffy bore a troubled expression. This is bad. If that individual, who possesses strength rivaling my grandfather, is set to pursue Luo Feng, I must devise a plan, damn it. My mind is a blank. Soon, Luffy resigned himself. Thinking isn't my forte. All right, I made up my mind. Since the Admiral is coming to hunt him down, let us flee. We'll return to exact our revenge once we grow stronger. Yixiao was left speechless. He did not wish to engage with Luffy, whose intellect was lacking. He turned his gaze, his already blind eyes fixed upon Luo Feng's direction. However, it was indeed intriguing. What could be the purpose of this young man named Luo Feng? To assault the celestial dragons in such a public manner seemed deliberate. What was he truly aiming to achieve? Yixiao widened his pale, sightless eyes. He had once mutilated his own eyes to avoid witnessing the world as filth, yet now he felt a tinge of regret. He genuinely wished to see what this extraordinary man, Luo Feng, looked like. In truth, Yixiao held a deep admiration for Luo Feng. He himself was a man of chivalry, journeying to the East Blue merely for exploration and growth. He had heard of the celestial dragons and witnessed many of their heinous acts. The enslavement of others, rampant slaughter, treasures from the heavens. Each act, each event, has led Xiao to conclude that the celestial dragons must be eradicated. However, upon contemplation, he realizes that eliminating the celestial dragons could very well precipitate a cascade of unforeseen consequences. Moreover, the celestial dragons are seemingly inexhaustible. For every one that is slain, countless more will arise in their stead. Thus, he chose to abandon the notion of violence. Yet, Luo Feng proceeded with such audacity. He acted openly, assuming full responsibility without implicating others, which deeply moved Xiao, even instilling in him a sense of admiration. In the square, the crowd began to stir with unease. Oh no! The celestial dragon was attacked. Are we going to be implicated? What are you thinking? That's impossible. The assailant acted with complete transparency, without any accomplices. Even if the other celestial dragons or the 5 elders sought retribution, we could not be held accountable. But what if the world government blames us for not intervening? You're foolish. The 5 elders are not naive. Just look at this man's prowess. Could we ordinary folk possibly confront him? Oh, now that you mention it, we truly want to face any repercussions, will we? Gradually, the crowd's anxiety subsided, shifting their thoughts elsewhere. The celestial dragons are indeed vile. They deserve to be struck down. Bravo, my friend. You executed that splendidly. I had longed to confront the celestial dragons myself. His demeanor was utterly insufferable. Meanwhile, a journalist discreetly documented the unfolding events. This is monumental news. An attack on a celestial dragon, and they have sustained grave injuries. This will undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the world government and the 5 elders. Suddenly, the journalist noticed Luo Feng making yet another move. At this moment, Luo Feng was the center of attention, with every action captivating the audience. He appeared to drag the celestial dragon, grasping its neck as he strode purposefully in one direction. Yet it was far from over. A wave of dread washed over the onlookers. This man, in a frenzy, had already assaulted a celestial dragon, yet he seemed unsatisfied, intent on further actions. At this juncture, a palpable sense of escalating tension and impending chaos began to permeate the hearts of all present. What was he planning? Surely, the celestial dragon must be on the brink of death. Would he continue to torment it? Was he intent on annihilating the celestial dragons once and for all? It was all too surreal, and some felt compelled to look away. Could it be that he truly meant to slay a celestial dragon? Such an event would be exhilarating. If it were to occur, the world government, the navy, and the 5 elders would surely descend into madness. I have a foreboding feeling that this man will cause an uproar across the globe, perhaps making headlines by tomorrow. On the rooftop, Long and Smoker found themselves equally perplexed by Luo Feng's intentions. It seemed the spectacle was far from its conclusion. Did Luo Feng truly intend to slay the celestial dragons? In a narrow alley, Nami and her companions struggled to swallow their saliva. Meanwhile, Xiao and Luffy fell into a profound silence. The sound of Luo Feng's footsteps echoed throughout the square, creating an atmosphere of tension. At this moment, the arena was hushed, aside from his footfalls. The only sound was the rustling of the celestial dragon's protective suits dragging across the ground. Suddenly, Luo Feng halted beneath the execution platform, leaping upwards with remarkable agility. Countless gazes instantly followed his ascent as they lifted their heads, staring in awe at Luo Feng on the execution platform. With a resounding thud, Luo Feng forcefully pinned St. Charlos to the ground. The celestial dragon's knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell to his knees before the multitude of commoners gathered. Chapter 50. The Judgment of the Celestial Dragons. With a resounding thud, the celestial dragon collapsed to the ground, as pliable as a strand of noodle, kneeling before them. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astounded. The celestial dragon, of all beings, was bowing to them. What a scene of utter madness and incredulity. A profound silence enveloped the area. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! An uproar erupted among the crowd. Excitement surged, frenzy ensued, and shock reverberated through the spectators. This world is utterly insane. This kneeling is going to shorten my life. The aristocracy of the world deigned to kneel before me. How exhilarating is that? I felt goosebumps erupt across my skin. Could a mere commoner like me truly receive such an honor? It was not that these commoners were unfamiliar with grandeur. Rather, the pirate world is governed by an ironclad hierarchy. The celestial dragons are born of divine lineage, the aristocrats of the world, while other races are relegated to the status of commoners and lowly beings. One must kneel upon encounter, and, at a mere whim, a celestial dragon could reduce a person to slavery or even snuff out their life. In this context, each celestial dragon holds an imperial status. Yet now, the celestial dragon was kneeling before these commoners and lowly beings. This moment surpassed even the joy of being showered with gold or being surrounded by beautiful women. However, the events did not culminate here. After Luo Feng pressed the celestial dragon to the ground, his gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke slowly, his voice resonating throughout the square with remarkable clarity. Now, we commence the judgment of the celestial dragons. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted once more, even more frenzied and shocked than before. The judgment of the celestial dragons? The dragon was left speechless. Smoker's expression turned to stone. Even Ishao, seasoned as he was, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Luo Feng's voice continued. No one is born noble. Esteemed individuals, please observe. With that, he seized St. Charlos by the hair, lifting his head for all to see. Revealed was a grotesque visage, one that could scarcely rival the beauty of those present. The celestial dragons claimed to be descendants of gods. Yet how could a deity produce such an unsightly progeny? His words resonated with countless individuals. Some men, glancing into mirrors, took pride in their own reflections, realizing just how handsome they truly were. Looking back at the celestial dragon, he resembled nothing more than a bloated pig. Luo Feng pressed on. Furthermore, how could a descendant of the gods be so feeble? Should not the blood of a divine lineage run gold, rather than red? His voice was authoritative, compelling, and imbued with persuasive power. The crowd nodded in agreement, their consensus growing stronger. Indeed, how could the progeny of gods be so wretched and weak? A true offspring of the divine ought to possess unmatched strength, capable of shattering mountains with a single blow. A god should not bleed. Even when wounded, they should bleed gold. The crowd erupted in fervent discussion, their hearts brimming with profound skepticism and disdain towards the identity and status of the celestial dragons. Observing the moment was ripe. Luo Feng bellowed with conviction, thus, the celestial dragons are merely cloaked in the guise of divine beings. In reality, they are nothing more than a group of indolent, pampered swine. They ought to exist on equal footing with any of us. Yet they wield a power that places them above all. They toil not, yet live in untroubled luxury, even keeping slaves and trampling upon the dignity and personhood of those who are their equals. With no justification other than their own whims, they engage in wanton slaughter. Now, I shall pass judgment upon the celestial dragons. With a voice infused with authority, he proclaimed, they deserve to die. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Every individual present trembled in astonishment. Even the dazed St. Charlos, who had been languishing in a stupor, was jolted awake. No, do not kill me, he pleaded, but it was too late. A glimmer of contempt flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he pointed his finger like a blade, swiftly slicing through the neck of the celestial dragon. In an instant, the creature's voice was silenced, its eyes wide with disbelief as a crimson line appeared at its throat. Blood gushed forth, and a head soared into the air, which Luo Feng caught and held aloft. Amidst the disheveled hair, the face of the celestial dragon was wrought with terror and defiance. With a forceful kick, Luo Feng sent the headless corpse of St. Charlos tumbling down, holding the severed head high for all to see. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The audience was left in stunned silence, witnessing not only the judgment of a celestial dragon, but also a public execution that defied description. The noble of the world was brought to the execution platform, judged like a common criminal, and executed without hesitation. Pure madness. This world had descended into chaos. At that moment, in a shadowy corner, a journalist captured this harrowing scene with trembling hands, gripped by sheer terror. The fear was overwhelming. He felt that possessing this photograph would surely incite the wrath of the world government and the five elders, pursuing him to his death. Yet, simultaneously, he was overtaken by an immense urge. If he were to sell this photograph, perhaps to the underworld's lords or even to the four emperors, it would yield unimaginable riches. Wait, perhaps to a newspaper. That could work. Just as the journalist pondered this, a thunderous cheer erupted around him. Long life! Long life! Long life! Well done! Overy! Ha ha ha! The celestial dragons deserve death. Who decreed that they are inherently superior to others? Why should I toil tirelessly while the celestial dragons reap the rewards? The celestial dragons deserve to perish. The reporter gazed around in bewilderment, observing the fervent crowd. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sensation surged from his tailbone. He keenly sensed a wave emerging, a wave with the power to overturn the world. Bang! Gurgle! Luo Feng cast the head of the celestial dragon aside, as if it were refuse. He surveyed the sea of jubilant faces, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. His objective had been achieved. Alas, the only drawback was having irrevocably offended the celestial dragons, the navy, and the Gorosei. He murmured to himself, "Humph, but that is precisely my intent." Indeed, Luo Feng had deliberately acted in front of all, slaying the celestial dragon. This was the most crucial element of his grand design. He aimed to provoke the celestial dragons and to antagonize the Gorosei. Chapter 51. Luo Feng's grand scheme. Everything begins when Luo Feng first learns about the existence of a mysterious fruit. Upon discovering that the five elders are in search of this extraordinary fruit, he suddenly becomes acutely aware of its significance. It must possess immense utility. It is noteworthy that even the Nika fruit has never garnered such intense interest from the five elders. This indirectly affirms that, in some sense, the mysterious fruit they seek is even rarer and more crucial than the Nika fruit. This revelation ignites within Luo Feng a desire to consume this fruit. However, Luo Feng soon encounters a rather perplexing dilemma. He is unaware of the fruit's abilities, although he has perused the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. There is no mention of this particular fruit. Moreover, it is inconceivable for him to contact the five elders to inquire about its powers. Thus, uncovering the capabilities of this fruit becomes his most pressing challenge. This predicament elucidates why Luo Feng chose to publicly judge the celestial dragons. He aims to ensure that the entire world, and most importantly, the five elders, understands that Saint Charlos was slain by him. Consequently, it would be easy for the five elders to deduce that the mysterious devil fruit in Charlos's possession has now fallen into Luo Feng's hands. Herein lies the crux. Given the significance of this mysterious devil fruit, the five elders are bound to dispatch individuals to hunt him down and seize it. If the pursuers merely seek to eliminate him without an intention to acquire the fruit, it would signify that the fruit is not of great importance. However, if their goal is indeed the fruit, matters will become intriguing. For the five elders and the assassins remain oblivious to whether Luo Feng has consumed the fruit immediately upon obtaining it. Should he have done so, they would be unable to kill him. This is because, upon his demise, the fruit would randomly regenerate among other fruits, and the five elders might irrevocably lose the chance to acquire it. Thus, the five elders and their hired assassins cannot afford to kill Luo Feng. Rather, they must capture him alive and enlist the expertise of specialists, such as Vegapunk, to extract the fruit. As for the particulars, Luo Feng is uncertain, but he understands that the assassins will not seek to end his life. Instead, they will aim to capture him. This alone suffices. Once the assassins aim to capture him alive, it is evident that the fruit is undeniably significant, perhaps even more so than the Nika fruit, which evokes trepidation and covetousness from the five elders. Of course, Luo Feng still remains unaware of the fruit's abilities. Only by consuming it can he ascertain its powers. Thus, he finds himself compelled to take a gamble, a leap of faith. He must wager that the fruit he consumes will endow him with a capability befitting his needs. As these thoughts traverse his mind, a smile suddenly graces Luo Feng's face. Blackbeard, in pursuit of the Yami Yami no Mi, endured decades aboard Whitebeard's ship, biding his time. He too was gambling, a wager on the possibility of acquiring the Yami Yami no Mi from the strongest pirate crew. And now, Luo Feng. The fruit has been obtained. In this regard, it presents far fewer uncertainties than the infamous Blackbeard. There are no utterly worthless fruits, only inadequate wielders. The true potential of a fruit lies in the wielder's ability to develop and utilize it. Initially, the Gum Gum fruit was considered a rather lackluster ability. Yet, under Luffy's innovative prowess, it has unleashed terrifying potential. The development of a fruit's capabilities requires both insight and imagination, qualities I possess in abundance. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Luo Feng's lips. These are precisely the attributes he has in surplus. Time now shifts to the present. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the crowd below. Upon noticing an individual resembling a journalist, camera in hand, capturing his image, his heart finally found solace. It was settled. Elders of the 5 stars, come seek me and deliver the answers to my inquiries directly into my hands. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Luo Feng's mouth. This is a grand design, a trap, and the elders of the 5 stars will surely fall for it. Below, the crowd surged, each person animatedly sharing the news. The celestial dragon has perished. A man publicly judged the world noble, the celestial dragon, and directly executed him. It was as simple as dispatching a chicken or a fish. It turns out the celestial dragons are not divine beings. They are mere mortal flesh, capable of being slain. I once believed them to be extraordinary. However, their veins too flow with the same crimson blood as ours. The celestial dragons, far from being descendants of gods, are simply a self-proclaimed elite, a higher tier of nobility. Ordinary nobles possess wealth, while they command the world. Alas, this world is so unjust. Why are they born in a privilege while I must endure suffering? Indeed, it is profoundly unfair. Luo Feng's name was frequently mentioned. Many recognized him as the one who executed the celestial dragon, the notorious pirate currently making waves in the East Blue. What astonishing news! A pirate judging a celestial dragon. This world is indeed spiraling into madness. In the past, Pirate King Roger was publicly executed on this very gallows. Now, decades later, another pirate stands here, having slain a celestial dragon. Truly, the cycle of fate is remarkable. People noted this unexpected coincidence, wondering if it was a deliberate act by Luo Feng. Regardless, it reignited their excitement. Luo Feng is indeed a legendary figure. Yes, he set sail with a bounty of 1 billion berries, a feat unprecedented. It is said he single-handedly inflicted grave injuries upon 5 Navy vice admirals. How long has it been since such a formidable pirate emerged from the East Blue? I initially thought he was just another pirate, but he is unlike any other. Indeed, the audacity to publicly execute a celestial dragon is truly remarkable, a boldness that can only be described as audacious beyond belief. The name Luo Feng has resonated throughout the entirety of Rogue Town. It is foreseeable that henceforth, it shall gradually echo throughout the East Sea. Furthermore, Rogue Town is destined to become a significant landmark, not only in the East but indeed across the entire globe. For this is the place where a celestial dragon met their demise. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a reporter, breathless from the excitement, swiftly navigated the narrow alleyways. Upon returning to the inn, he seized the phone bug and rapidly dialed. This is monumental news. Undoubtedly, it is monumental news. His hands trembled, his voice quivered, and his heart felt as though it might leap from his throat. On the other side of the street, with a thud, Dasky collapsed onto the ground. Initially intent on pursuing Smoker to apprehend pirates, she had turned back upon hearing of a significant event. She arrived just in time to witness the execution of the celestial dragon. This is a matter of great consequence. There is no need to inform Mr. Smoker. Immediate contact with the Navy headquarters is imperative. Chapter 52. Sengoku receives news from the Grand Line. Marineford Sengoku was occupied with daily affairs when Karp, seated on a sofa, unceremoniously munched on Sunbae. By the way, Sengoku, have you received any news about that brat, Luo Feng? Karp inquired with his cheek stuffed. None. Sengoku replied absent-mindedly. I see. Given the timeline, The lad should have already entered the Grand Line by now, Karp remarked nonchalantly. Humph, Karp, there's no need for you to elaborate, Sengoku retorted without lifting his gaze. No matter what you say, I will not let that Luo Feng escape. He is the only one I intend to deploy heavy forces to capture. Indeed, I once underestimated him. Luo Feng is undeniably a genius with formidable strength. Therefore, to prevent his growth, I must eradicate him the moment he sets foot in the Grand Line. At this juncture, the telephone snail on the table suddenly rang. Buru buru buru. Yet engrossed in his thoughts, Sengoku picked up the telephone snail, stood up, and turned to Karp, who was still seated, continuing, however, for your sake, I might spare his life. But once he enters the underwater prison, he shall never see the light of day again. Karp let out a bitter laugh. What could he say? Sengoku had articulated both the good and the bad. Did he claim he did not wish to capture Luo Feng? As long as Luo Feng remained a pirate, capturing him was inevitable. Moreover, not only Luo Feng, but even Luffy, if he were ever wanted in the future, he too would be pursued. Yet is this truly justice? Karp was acutely aware of Luo Feng's and Luffy's temperaments and characters. Although these two were rebellious, they were by no means malicious. They would not engage in heinous acts. In contrast, some in the Navy, under the banner of justice, committed deeds more repugnant than certain pirates. However, Sengoku did not heed his reasoning. Whatever you wish. Karp sighed. Sengoku snorted and answered the telephone snail. What is it? Some issue from your department. The snail swiftly transformed into the likeness of Akiji, indicating that the call was from the Admiral himself. This piqued Karp's curiosity, and he fixated on the telephone snail, eager to discern the matter at hand. However, Akiji wore a solemn expression. Silence enveloped the room. Both Sengoku and Karp sensed something was amiss. After a brief pause, Akiji finally spoke. Marshal, what I am about to convey requires your composure. At these words, Sengoku and Karp's expressions shifted dramatically. The implication was clear. Something grave had transpired. How could Sengoku remain calm? Speak swiftly. What exactly has happened? Sengoku inquired, his voice low and urgent. Akiji paused momentarily before continuing. It pertains to Mr. Garp. In an instant, Sengoku cast a disapproving glance at Garp, who appeared utterly bewildered. What is happening? How is this related to me? Garp pondered. Having remained by Sengoku's side throughout, there was little he could have done to instigate any trouble. Sengoku, fully aware of this, merely shot Garp a glare before pressing on. What about Garp? Has he committed another transgression against naval regulations? Not at all, Akiji promptly refuted. It concerns a pirate named Luo Feng, who hails from the same hometown as Mr. Garp. In unison, both Sengoku and Garp's expressions shifted dramatically. Luo Feng. Again, it was Luo Feng. Previously, a phone call had revealed the complete annihilation of the entire East Blue Navy, and now it was Luo Feng once more. Furthermore, it was Akiji who was calling. Could it be that he had entered the Grand Line? Sengoku's mind raced, suddenly alighting on a thought, his excitement palpable. Garp leaned in closer, anxiety etched on his face, only to be brusquely pushed aside by Sengoku. If he dares to come, I shall ensure he returns not. Akiji sighed from across the room, his demeanor turning grave. Admiral Sengoku, this matter concerns Luo Feng, as well as the Celestial Dragons. You must be aware that recently, a Celestial Dragon has ventured to the East Blue. Upon hearing the name of the Celestial Dragons and Luo Feng, Sengoku's agitation surged. A foreboding sensation gripped his heart. In his fervor, he instinctively crushed the feather quill still in his grasp. Garp felt a similar pang of dread. He was aware of the Celestial Dragon's journey to the East Blue, but had dismissed it. After all, the East Blue was vast. The chances of encountering Luo Feng or Luffy were slim. Yet, as fate would have it, what one fears often materializes. Garp suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. He knew Luo Feng and Luffy's tempers all too well, especially Luo Feng's. Should a Celestial Dragon provoke him, he would certainly retaliate. If he were to assault a Celestial Dragon, Sengoku would undoubtedly dispatch an admiral to hunt down Luo Feng. What has transpired with the Celestial Dragons? Did that rascal Luo Feng attack one? Sengoku inquired urgently. With the Celestial Dragons involved, the stakes had escalated considerably. At that moment, Sengoku mentally braced himself for the worst. that the madman Luo Feng had likely kidnapped a celestial dragon. Sengoku surmised that Luo Feng was indeed capable of such an act. In Sengoku's eyes, Luo Feng was young, yet exceptionally powerful. Moreover, he had made a significant impact upon his departure from the seas. Such youth is often prone to arrogance, believing that a bounty of 1 billion made them invincible. However, should he become so conceited as to think he could abduct a celestial dragon to leverage against the Navy and the world government, then this so-called prodigious youth would meet a dire end. Soon, he would find himself facing the wrath of the elders. The admiral will pursue him to the ends of the earth, unless he flees to the New World to seek refuge with the 4 emperors. His only fate is to be slain. At this moment, Aokiji spoke, but his words were like whispers from a demon, causing both Sengoku and Karp to instantly narrow their eyes, their hearts abruptly ceasing to beat. Luo Feng has killed a celestial dragon. Chapter 53. The general takes action. A sudden thunderclap struck. Both Sengoku and Karp found themselves momentarily frozen, their faces resembling stone, devoid of any expression. The phrase "kill the celestial dragon" echoed in Sengoku's ears like a demonic incantation. At that moment, Sengoku realized that his imagination had been woefully inadequate, almost laughable. To merely assault a celestial dragon? That was nothing. Luo Feng had gone so far as to murder one outright. Sengoku could scarcely fathom the terrifying reaction that the 5 elders would have upon learning of this incident. Karp's emotional state was scarcely better than Sengoku's, but it stemmed not from concern over the 5 elders' response, but rather from worry for Luo Feng's predicament. Should the celestial dragons be executed? Certainly. However, Karp lacked the courage and fortitude to do so himself. Thus, upon learning of Luo Feng's act of killing a celestial dragon, a flicker of admiration and relief emerged within Karp's heart. Yet, he pondered, did Luo Feng consider the consequences? Karp believed Luo Feng was far too young, too impetuous. Had he merely attacked the celestial dragon, the situation might have been salvageable. Even if pursued by a general, Karp felt confident in Luo Feng's abilities to evade capture. Even if apprehended, he should not face immediate death. But now, with Luo Feng having directly killed a celestial dragon, the gravity of the situation had escalated significantly. Aokiji continued speaking. Luo Feng not only killed a celestial dragon, but also conducted a public execution of Charlos at the very site where Roger had been executed, slaying him before the eyes of all present. He even held aloft the severed head of the celestial dragon for all to witness. Thud! Sengoku suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, his face ashen. Karp's expression was equally grim. What was Luo Feng attempting to accomplish? Killing a celestial dragon was not enough. He had to stage a public execution? Was this not akin to defecating on the heads of the 5 elders? If the 5 elders did not pursue Luo Feng to the ends of the earth, would it not be a blatant admission of their impotence? Bang! Suddenly, Sengoku slammed his hand down on the table, instantly shattering it to pieces with a terrifying force. This Luo Feng! Sengoku roared, his voice turning harsh and hoarse, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the transponder snail. Who did he think he was? The Pirate King? Even Roger would not dare such audacity. To publicly execute a celestial dragon. I think he has grown weary of life. Aokiji, where are you? No matter where you are, set sail immediately. Bring along all the vice admirals and warships in your vicinity. Persu, no, capture Luo Feng alive. It is imperative that he is brought back unharmed. Click! The transponder snail went silent. The breath of Sengoku was exceedingly rapid. In that moment, the tranquil room was filled solely with the sound of his labored breathing. Nearby, Karp parted his lips, only to close them again. A bitter smile etched upon his heart. It was a smile born solely of despair. At this juncture, any words he might utter would surely provoke Sengoku as ire. He could not help but privately ponder. Luo Feng, oh Luo Feng, your actions this time are truly monumental. Even I dare not utter a single word in your defense. You must take care of yourself. Meanwhile, on a distant isle, Luo Feng was still speaking. Suddenly, Aokiji realized that the transponder snail had been disconnected. With a sense of resignation, he tucked it away. He had merely come here for a vacation, And yet, halfway through, he received a call from the Navy of the East Sea, as the Shiki was unable to directly reach Sengoku via the transponder snail. He had no choice but to contact him instead. Luo Feng. Akiji mused, contemplating for 5 minutes instead of immediately executing Sengoku's orders to apprehend Luo Feng. He reflected on Luo Feng's words. Are the celestial dragons inherently noble? They too are but mortal flesh. Why should they be deemed superior for birth? Are our current actions truly just? Objectively speaking, the celestial dragons represent the greatest evil in the world, surpassing the majority of pirates. And yet, Luo Feng, who executed a celestial dragon, is objectively in the right and should be heralded as a hero. However, if we, the Navy, pursue him for this, then we stray from the path of justice. Akiji was enveloped in confusion and uncertainty. Justice, these two words have been a contemplation of his for a long time. Perhaps it is time to leave the Navy. With this thought, Akiji shook his head. In the holy land of Mary Geos, a furious voice boomed. What? Within the grand hall, the countenance of 5 elders darkened considerably. Just moments ago, they had received the news. St. Charlos was dead, slain in the East Sea, murdered in Lowtown, and the perpetrator was a pirate, none other than the recently ascendant Luo Feng, with a bounty of 1 billion. Previously, they had dismissed Luo Feng as a mere insignificant figure. Now, however, the slap of reality struck them with alarming swiftness. At that moment, all 5 felt their dignity falter. How could this happen? A public trial? Saint Saturn's voice trembled with rage. He too was a celestial dragon, proud of his lineage. Yet now, a celestial dragon had been brutally slain like a beast, followed by a public trial. This was a direct affront to his very essence. This Luo Feng must be punished. He must be found. Hold on. Just then, the elder with golden hair spoke up. Do not forget that, compared to a deceased celestial dragon, what holds greater significance now is the fruit aboard St. Charlos's ship. Retrieving that fruit is paramount. As for matters of vengeance, they can be postponed for another time. Indeed, the others suddenly realized their oversight. How could they have forgotten this crucial detail? Should we dispatch CP0 to recover the fruit? Satan hesitantly inquired, seeking the opinions of his companions. A heavy silence ensued. If they could have employed CP0, they would have done so already, rather than sending a useless celestial dragon at the outset. The issue lies in the fact that CP0 are still human, despite appearing loyal. Who knows if they might harbor ulterior motives? Moreover, human hearts are inscrutable. What if they encounter the fruit, succumb to greed, and abscond with it, never to return? The Knights of God? Another voice suggested. Once more, silence fell over the group. The Knights of God are not an unviable option. They are all celestial dragons. Even if one were to be overtaken by greed and consume the fruit, at least it would be recovered within the Holy Land. Furthermore, once that individual passes away, the fruit, remaining within the Holy Land, would still have a significant chance of being reborn there. Have you, perhaps, overlooked a possibility? At this moment, the bald elder wielding a katana suddenly spoke. The others turned to him with keen interest. What if this Luo Feng discovered the existence of the fruit and chose to conceal it, or even consume it himself? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted once again. Indeed, if Luo Feng were to acquire that fruit, the situation would become quite dire. Then, we would have no choice but to capture him alive. At last, the golden-haired elder spoke, his countenance resembling one who had just consumed a fly. The others furrowed their brows in response. This Luo Feng is truly a troublesome adversary. Killing him is not an option. However, little do they know, their current line of thought had been entirely anticipated by Luo Feng. Chapter 54. What is justice? Saturn, you're the technological deity of war. Is it possible to extract the fruit's abilities from a living human body in Vegapunk? At that moment, the bald elder suddenly posed a question. Everyone turned their gaze towards Satan. How could that be possible? If it were true, it would be monumental news, and I would certainly inform you. Satan scoffed, clearly displeased. Regardless, we must capture this Luo Feng alive. Ultimately, all 5 elders reached a consensus. Who shall we send? A horned elder spoke up. Since the goal is to capture Luo Feng, it should be straightforward. As long as the individual dispatched is sufficiently strong, we needn't worry about them coveting the fruit's powers. Our objective is solely Luo Feng, so we should directly send a Marine Admiral to avoid any complications. Moreover, given that a celestial dragon was killed, it necessitates the involvement of an admiral, and since we aim to capture the perpetrator alive, our request is entirely reasonable. Lowtown, in a narrow alley, the Straw Hat crew finally gathered. Luo Feng was perched on a wooden barrel, conversing with the others. I apologize for acting unilaterally and eliminating the celestial dragon without consulting you. Luo Feng reflected upon his actions. His deed undoubtedly placed the Straw Hat crew in grave peril, drawing them into the eye of the storm. It's no problem, Luffy replied, carefree as ever. I've never liked that celestial dragon anyway. If it weren't for that old man stopping me, I would have knocked him out long ago. The others shared no dissent. Luo Feng continued. Next, the Navy will likely dispatch an admiral to Lowtown, but he paused, seemingly deep in thought. Even if they hurry from the Navy headquarters to the East Blue, it will take a considerable amount of time to arrive, so we are safe for now. The only danger I can foresee is that the Navy may have already begun their preparations to capture us since our last encounter, which indirectly led to the East Blue Navy's downfall. Well, primarily me. Upon hearing that an admiral would not be arriving soon, the crew collectively sighed in relief. However, the notion that the Navy might have already initiated their pursuit rekindled a sense of anxiety among them. Nami, appearing unperturbed, remarked, "The ocean is vast. It's quite difficult for the Navy to locate us." Yet Luo Feng shook his head. "No, you underestimate the Navy, or rather, you underestimate Admiral Sengoku. If I were Sengoku, the simplest and most effective strategy would be to position forces at the entrance to the Grand Line from the East Blue, lying in wait. That area is not expansive. A single warship could effectively guard the passage." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. "What shall we do?" Usopp inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. "Do not fret. At the very least, I can assure you that Sengoku would not have stationed a general there in advance. The strength of the Guardian will undoubtedly be lacking. As long as there is no general present, I possess a 99% certainty of breaching the gate." Upon hearing Luo Feng's unwavering confidence, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, Luffy, ever the inquisitive one, could not resist asking, "What about the remaining 1%? Luo Feng cast a meaningful glance at Luffy. "Well, there's a minuscule possibility that your grandfather might be stationed there." "Luffy." The crowd. Clap. Luo Feng clapped his hands. "All right, make haste back to the ship. I have some matters to attend to, and will catch up with you shortly." The group then began to gather their belongings. During their visit to Lowtown, they had procured ample food and supplies sufficient for their venture into the Grand Line. Once the group had moved away, a series of deliberate footsteps echoed from the alley behind Luo Feng. A figure clad in a purple robe, wielding a wooden staff, approached him with a smile. Luo Feng turned to face the newcomer. Is that Fujitora from 2 years hence? Quite an unexpected encounter in a place like this." Recognizing the individual by their attire, Luo Feng continued, "It seems you're familiar with me. However, I must admit I do not comprehend your peculiar mention of 2 years hence." Luo Feng shrugged, shifting the topic. "What brings you here? And what is your purpose in following us?" His tone was calm, devoid of any hint of hostility. Fujitora, embodying a chivalrous spirit, naturally refrained from any treacherous actions, which alleviated Luo Feng's apprehensions. His primary concern was that Fujitora might already have aligned himself with the Navy, albeit as a clandestine candidate for admiral. That would complicate matters considerably. Such a scenario would position Luo Feng as an adversary to Fujitora, rendering conflict between them inevitable. Thus, he had deliberately allowed Luffy and the others to depart first, ensuring he would have no distractions should a confrontation arise. Young Luo Feng, you seem to harbor some reservations about me," Fujitora remarked, halting 5 paces away, his demeanor amiable, showing no signs of aggression. "I have come to the East Blue primarily for training, and additionally, I require the occasional bounty of pirates to supplement my income." "Ah, I see. Luo Feng pondered. At that moment, Fujitora suddenly adopted a serious tone. I must commend you for your actions today. Luo Feng was taken aback. Fujitora's reaction to the death of a celestial dragon was not what he had anticipated. This only reinforced Luo Feng's understanding of Fujitora as a true man of honor. I have also witnessed the actions of the celestial dragons and contemplated intervening, aspiring to alter the course of events. However, alas, I lack the audacity of one such as you, dear Luo Feng. I feel truly ashamed. With this thought, a smile graced my lips as the atmosphere shifted. Having roamed the world for many years, I have long harbored a singular question in my heart. What is justice? Justice? Luo Feng gazed intently at Fujitora before him. Could it be that this was of concern to him? Indeed, considering he would join the Navy in 2 years' time, it was only natural that Fujitora possessed his own beliefs regarding justice. Furthermore, his aspiration to become an admiral surely stemmed from a desire to wield that influence to achieve certain objectives. Yet, it seems that the Fujitora of 2 years hence had already discovered this answer, while the version of him from 2 years past appeared to linger in a state of confusion. With this realization, a thought flickered in Luo Feng's mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. Chapter 55. Recruiting Tank Tiger. Since you have inquired, I shall share my humble perspective. Luo Feng cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. I believe that there exists no absolute justice in this world. By absolute, I refer to a form of righteousness that is unequivocally fair and undeniably correct on a moral plane. Some may contend that somewhere in this world, or indeed in the cosmos, there lies an ultimate sense of fairness. However, I consider that to be naught but a fanciful illusion. Furthermore, even if such ultimate justice were to exist, it is beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. Therefore, the best we can do is strive for excellence, as long as we can remain true to our conscience. As his words fell, Yishao was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "True to one's conscience. I see now." Suddenly, he broke into a smile, realizing that he had indeed been traversing the right path all along, albeit filled with confusion and doubt about his choices. Upon hearing your insights today, clarity has dawned upon me. At this juncture, Luo Feng cleared his throat again and boldly interjected. However, I must speak candidly. Yishao, you possess a certain pettiness. Yishao replied, what do you mean? Are we so familiar that you can speak to me so freely? And is this how you demonstrate politeness? Noticing that Tank Tiger was deep in thought rather than angered by his words, Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile as he continued. Justice is inherently relative. It is precisely due to the existence of injustice that the concept of justice arises. And what is the greatest injustice of all? At this point, he abruptly fell silent, gazing at Tank Tiger, encouraging him to uncover the answer himself. Yishao, momentary pensive, slowly venturet, celestial dragons. Incorrect. Luo Feng immediately shook his head. Utterly mistaken, he then raised a finger, adopting a serious demeanor, but realizing that Tank Tiger could not see the gesture, he retracted it. Wrong? Yishao was now thoroughly perplexed. He had expected Luo Feng to assert that the existence of the celestial dragons epitomized the greatest injustice. Luo Feng had deliberately withheld the answer, prompting Tank Tiger to ponder further. Yet every guess was erroneous. So, what then is the greatest injustice? Yishao pressed, his curiosity piqued and devoid of any anger. Observing Tank Tiger's reaction, Luo Feng felt a sense of assurance. In truth, upon encountering Tank Tiger, an idea had sparked within Luo Feng's mind. Inspired by the mercenary organization established by Buggy in the original narrative, he pondered the possibility of founding an organization of his own. In this world, there exist pirates, the Navy, revolutionary armies, the underworld, celestial dragons, the Gorosei, and Emu, among various other factions. Given his character, it was inevitable that he would undertake some actions that might offend others. At present, he has already accomplished his transformation, becoming a formidable adversary to both the Navy and the celestial dragons, as well as the Five Elders. The limitations of individual power become apparent in the face of such immense forces. After all, it is easy to find the king of hell, yet difficult to deal with the little demons. He cannot possibly chase his enemies across the globe. That would be utterly exhausting. Hence, at this juncture, possessing an influential faction becomes crucial. When the time comes, with a mere command, without the need to seek out individuals, he can simply dispatch a call through a snail, and instantly, experts from all corners of the world will mobilize to assist him in achieving his goals. Meanwhile, he can continue his journey along the predetermined path. Fujitora stands out as the individual he values most highly. He recognizes that someone like Fujitora, who has chosen to blind himself to the world's malevolence, is remarkably pure-hearted. Moreover, Fujitora is a free agent, now confirmed not to be an undercover operative of the Navy. Thus, the situation is quite favorable for recruitment. The only concern lies in whether Luo Feng can command his respect. Of course, for someone like Fujitora, mere strength alone will not compel submission. In fact, employing overwhelming force might well provoke a counterproductive response. The only way to earn the genuine loyalty of such an individual is to win his heart and mind. Thus, Luo Feng began to speak. The greatest injustice. Here, he paused, casting a profound gaze at Fujitora. The greatest injustice is possessed by those who wield power. The stronger the individual, the greater the injustice. What? Fujitora was taken aback. What sort of theory is this? The stronger one is, the more unjust they become? But he himself is quite powerful. If Luo Feng's theory holds true, then he must be unjust as well. Is this not absurd? However, Fujitora sensed that Luo Feng was not the type to jest about himself. This was his intuition. Therefore, Luo Feng must have a deeper meaning behind his words. Observing that Fujitora was not angered but rather deep in thought, Luo Feng smiled. He chose not to press further, but instead offered clarification. Allow me to illustrate with an example. An elderly man, frail and incapable of harming even a chicken, might possess a gun, yet he cannot even pull the trigger. How much evil could he truly commit, even if he were a reincarnation of a demon? Conversely, a good person who suddenly acquires wealth may experience a drastic change in character. When impoverished, they engage in numerous good deeds, yet upon becoming affluent, they may commit acts of malice. Of course, my explanation is rather simplistic. Nevertheless, I believe you grasp the essence of my point. Understanding dawned upon Fujitora. It was a straightforward principle. Even a strong individual, whose intentions are benevolent, may inadvertently cause adverse consequences. He had once wielded his blade with such power that innocent lives were caught in the crossfire. Did he wish to harm that person? Certainly not. Yet, in his desire for justice, he unwittingly contributed to an unjust act. This, too, constitutes an injustice. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that even one who perceives himself as a champion of justice is flawed. Those celestial dragons and the formidable emperors possess immense power and even greater influence, yet their hearts remain steeped in malevolence. The magnitude of their transgressions is unfathomable. A smile faded into silence as he sank into profound contemplation. At this juncture, Luo Feng let out a heavy sigh, articulating, "Thus, my friend, this world requires a force capable of eradicating such wickedness. While achieving ultimate justice may be beyond our grasp, we can at least strive for relative fairness." At this moment, it appeared that the smile had grasped Luo Feng's sentiment, nodding in understanding. "Then, I shall boldly place my trust in you." With that, Luo Feng exhaled deeply. Having successfully recruited Teng Hu, he then proceeded to speak. Chapter 56. The Bounty Order. Firstly, it is essential for us to bestow a name upon our organization, stated Luo Feng. Yishao nodded in agreement, finding the sentiment quite reasonable. To be candid with you, Yishao, although Luo Feng's physique appeared youthful, his demeanor conveyed an air of maturity beyond his years. I actually have a candidate in mind. In other words, our organization will have a third founding member in addition to the two of us. Who is it? Yishao inquired. Luo Feng paused momentarily before revealing the name that resided in his thoughts. Hawkeye. First and foremost, Hawkeye's prowess is indisputable. Furthermore, he is relatively easy to recruit. Although he is a warlord, Luo Feng understood that this title was merely a strategy employed by Hawkeye to evade the Navy's troubles, preferring not to expend excessive energy on trivial matters. In reality, Hawkeye could depart from the warlord's ranks at any moment. In this regard, he and Yishao share a striking resemblance. Moreover, Luo Feng was well acquainted with Hawkeye's temperament. After all, in the original narrative, he was able to tolerate even Buggy, willingly becoming a member of his mercenary organization. Additionally, Luo Feng's mastery of swordsmanship could serve as an enticing incentive. If all else fails, he could allure Hawkeye with his knife-forging techniques. In essence, he was entirely confident in his prospects with Hawkeye. "Oh, is it the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk?" Ishao asked, astonished. Internally, he marveled at the revelation. He had heard of Hawkeye's reputation as an elite powerhouse. The young man before him, hailing from the East Blue, was indeed acquainted with Hawkeye. Moreover, their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. Could there truly be another like Hawkeye in this world? Luo Feng, with a smile, queried. Upon hearing Luo Feng's assured and relaxed tone, Ishao fell silent. He sensed an unexpected complexity in the young man before him. Initially, he had assumed that while this youth possessed some strength and insight, he had not yet ventured far beyond the East Blue. However, he was taken aback to discover the breadth of Luo Feng's connections, even befriending the greatest swordsman in the world. The prospect of enlisting him into their organization was indeed somewhat daunting. Observing Ishao deep in thought, Luo Feng understood that the latter was likely astonished by his network of acquaintances. Nevertheless, he continued, "Our organization currently consists of only 3 individuals. Of course, should you identify a potential recruit in the future, you may present them to me for evaluation. If they pass my scrutiny, they will be welcome to join us. However, for now, the founders remain the 3 of us. The name we choose will reflect our trio." With a brief pause, Luo Feng continued, "I excel in the art of the blade. As for Hawkeye, he specializes in the way of the sword. While blades and swords may appear similar in form, the methods of their use diverge significantly. Essentially, Hawkeye's techniques lean toward the sword's path. Furthermore, your name contains the character for laugh." With a slight smile, Luo Feng concluded, "Let us name our organization Blade and Sword Laugh." A gentle smile. "Oh, what a splendid name you have chosen." Sword and laughter conveys multiple meanings. It signifies both the resolution of conflict and a sense of carefree abandon. Luo Feng nearly chuckled aloud. Multiple meanings indeed. He was merely jesting, though it seemed that only he could truly grasp the nuance. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Now that the organization has been established, we must devise a code name for you. After all, you cannot be known by your true name alone. Even Mihawk bears the moniker Hawkeye." Without waiting for a response, Luo Feng interjected, "Given your purple attire and fierce demeanor, I shall call you Purple Tiger." Purple Tiger? A gentle smile paused, unsure. How should he put it? It didn't quite sound appealing, did it? Luo Feng appeared to anticipate this reaction and swiftly added, "Since you're not fond of Purple Tiger, how about Violet Tiger instead?" Violet Tiger. All right, that will suffice. A gentle smile found himself swept up in Luo Feng's enthusiasm, somewhat bewildered. Yet he acquiesced. The name Violet Tiger was one that emerged after a gentle smile joined the Navy in the original tale. Much like how Kizaru's true name is Borsellino, or how Akainu is actually Sakazuki, they all incorporate a color alongside an animal's name. Thud, thud, thud. Hasten to locate the pirate named Luo Feng. Orders have been dispatched from above. We must exert every effort to capture him. At all costs, apprehend the notorious criminal Luo Feng, and he must be taken alive. In the distance, footsteps echoed. The Navy was approaching. It was clear they could not linger here, so Luo Feng cast a glance toward the horizon and inhaled deeply. "We must part ways for now, Violet Tiger. You may continue your wanderings in the East Sea. This is my Den Mushi. Use it to contact me in the future." Having conveyed his instructions, Luo Feng vanished from sight. Thud, thud, thud. The Navy's footsteps grew nearer. Daz Bonez led the charge, and as she passed by Violet Tiger, she suddenly glanced back. For some reason, she felt an unusual aura emanating from this blind old man. However, she dismissed the thought and continued pressing forward. In the stillness, Violet Tiger remained frozen in contemplation, gradually coming to understand the situation. He allowed a wry smile. Truly, what an extraordinary individual. He murmured to himself, the name Violet Tiger is rather fitting. This young man, or should I say leader, has quite an eye for aesthetics and a remarkable talent for naming. If it were left to me, Purple Tiger would have been the best I could do. Indeed, I must be hopeless at naming. With that, he began to move, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the deserted alley. Ah, wandering the East Sea, is it? However, I am still eager to witness the splendor of Hawkeye. It is decided I shall seek out Hawkeye. Swiftly, I shall venture in that direction, for I believe I have just spotted someone. A group of naval soldiers is diligently searching for the presence of Luo Feng. At this moment, if one were to gaze from above upon the entirety of Rogtown, one would observe squads of naval soldiers scurrying through the streets and alleys like ants. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's figure stands atop a rooftop, moving with remarkable speed. Before long, he returns to the Merry Go, setting sail, the destination, the Grand Line. On the following day, early in the morning, as the Merry Go heads towards the gateway of the Grand Line, a seagull suddenly delivers a newspaper, which falls to the deck. Alongside the newspaper, there is also a brand new wanted poster. Chapter 57. Renowned across the seas in the early morning, the sun shone brightly. Outside the window, birds chirped melodiously as an ordinary resident of the East Sea awoke from his slumber, groggy yet instinctively rising to wash up. He took his seat at the dining table, where a sumptuous breakfast had already been prepared by his wife. Beside his plate, a glass of milk and a newspaper awaited him. As he lifted the glass to his lips, he opened the newspaper to glance at its contents. Suddenly, he erupted, spraying the milk from his mouth, staining the meticulously arranged dishes before him. Yet, he paid no heed to his wife, whose temper was about to explode. Instead, he leaped up in shock, his eyes bulging as he fixated on the newspaper. In the West Sea, amidst a pasture, a septuagenarian gentleman puffed on a cigarette while observing a flock of sheep. At that moment, a seagull swooped down, dropping a newspaper at his feet. He did not rush to pick it up, for the recent editions had been rather dull and repetitive. In truth, the world had not witnessed any significant events for quite some time. After a brief pause, he ambled over, brushed the dirt off the paper, and opened it. Cough, cough. The old man suddenly choked on the smoke from his cigarette, breaking into a fit of violent coughs. Yet, he remained riveted to the content of the newspaper, his eyes watering from the smoke, but he did not blink. Similar occurrences transpired in the North Sea, the South Sea, along the first half of the Grand Line, and even on certain islands in the New World. Whether they were destitute beggars or illustrious nobles and royals, none were exempt. Upon reading the morning's newspaper, they were rendered speechless, unable to believe the information before their eyes. Celestial dragon murdered in the East Sea, the assailant is... What? A celestial dragon has been slain, and on the very execution platform where Roger was once condemned. This is utterly insane. The perpetrator is a newcomer from the East Sea, the adventurer Luo Feng. He has dared to pass judgment on a celestial dragon. How audacious, how sacrilegious. The name Luo Feng. I have a premonition that it shall echo across the seas. On this day, the sound of newspapers being turned echoed around dining tables worldwide. Every gaze was fixated on the contents, all astonished by the revelations. Luo Feng, this name on this day, became renowned across the seas. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Blackbeard Teach cackled triumphantly. Ha ha, Ace, I have one to bet. This 100 million berries is mine. He gleefully stuffed a wad of cash into his pocket. Across from him, Ace wore a grim expression. Previously, when Luo Feng had just risen to notoriety, Ace had proclaimed throughout the Whitebeard pirates that Luo Feng would one day achieve greatness, becoming a figure of immense renown. At that time, many had scoffed at his prediction, especially with Blackbeard Teach. There was a palpable tension as he mocked Ace with biting sarcasm. The two nearly came to blows, but it was Marco who intervened, diffusing the situation. However, Ace, observing Teach's insufferably smug expression, felt a surge of defiance. Thus, he proposed a wager. Yet, as time has passed, not only has his name failed to reach the heights of fame, but even the name of law has not graced the newspapers. Ah, you two, being family on the same ship, should not be so obstinate, Marco interjected. An Ace. Teach harbors no ill will. At that moment, Whitebeard, seated at the head of the table, spoke up. Oh, let it go. Since we are all family, I shall treat this as a jest. Ace, take this money. I shall not have it. However, You must treat me to a drink next time. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Blackbeard Teach feigned a naive demeanor, pulling out a wad of belly that he had just tucked away and placing it before Ace. He was a man with grand ambitions, having bided his time aboard Whitebeard's ship for decades for the sake of a certain dark fruit. The persona he crafted was that of a congenial man. He could not allow a mere 100 million belly to shatter the carefully constructed FAOD. Nevertheless, Ace was deeply unsettled by Teach's deceptively innocent expression. He had an instinctive feeling that Teach was not a man of virtue. His seemingly benign actions struck Ace as contrived. Strangely, the other crew members had formed a strong bond with Teach, which rendered Ace hesitant to voice his misgivings. For his intuition was merely speculation. If he spoke out, he risked being seen as a slanderous villain. Moreover, there lingered a faint possibility that Teach might indeed be a good person. Perhaps he was overthinking it. With a furrowed brow, Ace reluctantly accepted the belly and remarked, "Fine, I shall buy you a drink, but as for law." Before he could finish his sentence, Blackbeard Teach interjected, "All right, if you say law is formidable, then let it be so. We cannot let a trivial character disrupt our camaraderie." At that moment, the others chimed in, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. However, just then, the group's demeanor shifted as they gazed towards the sky. A great bird, engulfed in azure flames, descended from above, landing gracefully on the deck. Remarkably, the flames did not ignite the deck, but rather dissipated gradually. From the blaze emerged none other than the immortal bird, Marco, clutching a freshly acquired newspaper. "Father, here is today's newspaper. I intercepted the delivery bird and brought it back." "I haven't had the chance to look at it yet," Marco said eagerly, handing the paper to Whitebeard. The others, witnessing this, were not particularly surprised. Due to the peculiar nature of this fellow, Margao, who possesses the remarkable ability of flight, he often flits about, reveling in his prowess. Each morning, he does not wait for the seagulls to deliver the newspaper. Rather, he takes it upon himself to soar into the skies and intercept it, returning with his prize. It is all rather boastful. The old man with the white beard casually took the newspaper and began to flip through its pages, albeit with little anticipation for its contents. Having lived for so many years, what significant events had he not witnessed? He had even crossed paths with the legendary pirate king, Roger, and had cultivated a close friendship with him. Indeed, he himself was a living legend. Upon opening the first page of the newspaper, a large wanted poster came into view, adorned with an exaggerated array of numbers beneath it. Chapter 58. 2 billion Whitebeard's gaze flickered as he meticulously counted the figures. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. His expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Finally, upon concluding the tally of the bounty amount, astonishment washed over his face. This man he had encountered before. The first time he was offered a bounty, it was a staggering 1 billion. Moreover, the pivotal detail was that Red-Haired Shanks had once specifically visited his ship to discuss a prodigy from the East Sea. He had long suspected that this East Sea genius was none other than Luo Feng. However, he had not anticipated that within such a brief span of time, this individual, who had just been issued a bounty of 1 billion, would see that amount soar once more, and to such an exaggerated figure. Whitebeard's reaction immediately piqued Marco's curiosity. After all, their father typically skimmed through the newspaper, casting aside any unremarkable content for his sons to peruse. Yet today, he lingered over the very first page for an unusually long time. "Father, is there any intriguing news today?" Marco could not help but inquire. "Oh, I haven't seen it all yet, but a new pirate's bounty has increased," Whitebeard replied casually. "A new pirate?" The crew members on board exchanged curious glances. A newcomer who captured the attention of their father, the strongest man in the world, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Who could this newcomer be? And what was the amount of the increase? Ha ha ha! Another pirate has emerged? At that moment, Blackbeard Teach suddenly burst into laughter, his demeanor seemingly innocent. Then, perhaps intentionally, he cast a naive glance at Ace beside him. "Ace, could this newcomer, whom father is so concerned about, be the Luo Feng you mentioned? If that were the case, it could very well be that this time the wager was indeed in your favor." Upon hearing this, the others silently chuckled. At that moment, Jozu spoke up, The bounty amount signifies an individual's threat level to the world government, and once it surpasses 1 billion, the increments are generally modest, typically in the millions or even hundreds of thousands. Even if one engages in activities detrimental to the world government, unless they are significant, the bounty may not increase at all. This newcomer, Luo Feng, is merely in the East Sea, and injuring 5 vice admirals is already his limit. There is little in the East Sea that he could potentially destroy. What grand deeds could he possibly accomplish? Even if we entertain the notion of Luo Feng entering the Grand Line, the first half is comprised of rather mundane islands. In such a short time, he would hardly reach the Sabati archipelago, let alone encounter any high-ranking Navy officials. Thus, an increase in bounty seems improbable. At that moment, Ace shot a glance at Teach. The fleeting fondness he had just felt for the man evaporated entirely. This fellow, with his seemingly innocent facade, was anything but. In truth, the inner self undoubtedly possesses an entirely different character. The old man with a white beard paid no heed to the conversations of his subordinates below. He was utterly oblivious to their words. At that moment, his attention was wholly captivated by the newspaper, lost in contemplation. What could this man have done to warrant such a staggering increase in the bounty? With this thought, he suddenly found himself immensely intrigued by the subsequent content of a newspaper. It is worth noting that the front page featured a photograph of an individual. This strongly implied that the ensuing news would pertain to this person. Thus, he swiftly turned the pages to examine the details that followed. As he did so, a pristine wanted poster slipped from between the pages, fluttering down like a delicate butterfly, gracefully descending onto the deck. Marco instinctively caught it, holding it in his hand, and then glanced at the contents of the wanted poster. "Oh, is this the wanted notice for the newcomer?" he uttered, his gaze abruptly freezing. He stood there, as if petrified, utterly motionless. At this moment, the others curiously gathered around, equally eager to discover who this newcomer might be and what bounty could possibly have captured their father's attention so profoundly. However, before they could approach, Marco suddenly unfurled the wanted poster for all to see, his eyes casting a peculiar glance at Ace. Adventurer Luo Feng, bounty of 2 billion berries. In an instant, everyone froze in astonishment. The expressions on their faces transformed into a tapestry of astonishment. 2 billion berries. What does this even signify? The bounties of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom's top subordinates, hover around the billion mark. This represents the pinnacle of strength below the 4 emperors. Moreover, within the White-Beard pirates, many of the captain-level figures possess bounties that barely reach the billion mark, often only a few hundred million. Yet this newcomer, who had set sail for less than a year, astonishingly commanded a bounty of 2 billion? Surely this must be a cheat. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Blackbeard Teach's mind roared in frenzy. The simple expression that had adorned his face suddenly stiffened. Ace's expression mirrored a similar intensity, a blend of shock and joy. This unexpected revelation felt akin to a pie falling from the heavens, striking him squarely on the head. Luo Feng, this lad. Astonishingly, so remarkably capable. He found himself utterly at a loss. At this point, Whitebeard had flipped to the second page, where he encountered the infamous image of the execution platform. This caused his pupils to constrict slightly. This place was strikingly familiar and etched in his memory. When Roger met his demise, the newspaper had utilized an image from this very angle, this precise location. Likewise, the surroundings were teeming with a throng of onlookers, witnessing the execution of the Pirate King, Roger. Yet now, in the same place from the same angle, Luo Feng stood tall like a javelin, with a wolfish back and a slender waist. His handsome visage emanated an undeniable aura of sovereignty. In his hand, he held a severed head, the head of a celestial dragon. In an instant, the frail body of Whitebeard surged with fervor. Goosebumps erupted uncontrollably across his skin. With the head of the celestial dragon in hand, before the multitude, he stood on the very execution platform that had once claimed the life of the Pirate King. This was a judgment of the celestial dragons. What audacity and arrogance! Even this maritime overlord could not help but admire Luo Feng's audacity. It was a boldness that bordered on the outrageous. The celestial dragons, those esteemed nobles of the world, were now subjected to judgment like common criminals, their heads severed. The very beings who once despised the notion of breathing the same filthy air as the common folk now lay like a beggar's corpse, heavily thudding into the dust. Like a dead wild dog, they were now rendered filthy, despicable, and reeking of decay. Chapter 59. Whitebeard wept. It is essential to recognize that Whitebeard's rise as a pirate in Shanghai can be attributed, in no small part, to the celestial dragons. Years ago, his homeland was unable to pay the exorbitant tributes demanded by these celestial beings, which led to the withdrawal of naval protection. This resulted in rampant piracy, the destruction of his family, and compelled him, at the tender age of less than 10, to fight for survival against pirates, ultimately forcing him to leave his home and embrace the life of a pirate. Thus, Whitebeard's hatred for the celestial dragons runs deep within his very bones. At this moment, witnessing Luo Feng judge and execute the celestial dragons, a lifetime of pent-up resentment and indignation surged forth from Whitebeard. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed repeatedly, his voice crescendoing with each utterance. His eyes sparkled with fervor, and his lips quivered with excitement. This spectacle left the other members of the Whitebeard pirates utterly astonished. "What has gotten into our captain? It seems he has seen something remarkable in the news. Could it be that Luo Feng's actions have stirred such exhilaration in him?" The crew was filled with curiosity about what Luo Feng had done to evoke such elation from the legendary Whitebeard. I recall that Luo Feng's initial bounty was set at 1 billion berries, and now it has astonishingly soared to 20 billion. Such an outrageous increase must be due to some significant deed he has performed. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach, observing the crew's fascination with Luo Feng, felt a twinge of jealousy arise within him. Though he had long suppressed his emotions, it did not imply his character was meek. In truth, the very essence he had repressed for years made him yearn for freedom and excitement more than anyone else. Moreover, Luo Feng not only enjoyed greater freedom than he, but had also gained fame and a staggering bounty upon setting sail, which ignited a burning envy within Blackbeard. Yet, he remained shrewd and cunning, maintaining a facade of sincerity as he feigned curiosity, remarking, "Luo Feng must have committed some heinous act to warrant such a staggering bounty from the world government. Otherwise, they would not have doubled his reward." The others nodded in agreement, yet their perception of Luo Feng diminished considerably. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were not the type to revel in villainy. They often eradicated pirates who preyed upon innocent civilians. There was a certain chivalrous spirit among them. Upon hearing Blackbeard's insinuation that Luo Feng may have committed a detestable act, their admiration swiftly evaporated. We thought he would be an intriguing character, only to discover he has strayed onto a dark path. Alas, we were too naive. For the world government to elevate his bounty by 1 billion, it is clear that Luo Feng must have committed some act that has drawn the ire of all. TSK. Ace, it seems your judgment of character is not particularly astute. Indeed, it would be wise to limit interactions with such individuals. No, that is not the case. That fellow, Luo Feng, is incapable of any wrongdoing. Ace desperately sought to clarify, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Blackbeard Teach, observing the scene, could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction. His objective had been accomplished. Having spent years aboard the Whitebeard pirates, he possessed an intimate understanding of the crew's dispositions. In just a few brief exchanges, he managed to instill a sense of aversion towards the unfamiliar Luo Feng among the crew. However, his suspicions were not unfounded. After all, if Luo Feng had not committed any heinous acts deserving of public outrage, how could his bounty escalate so rapidly? He could not conceive of any other explanation. As the pages of a newspaper rustled, Whitebeard continued to peruse the contents. He soon came across Luo Feng's public declarations, causing his robust frame to tremble with shock. Are the celestial dragons inherently noble? By what right do they live in luxury, free from want, while we, the unfortunate souls, must struggle for survival like beggars or maggots in the filth? Why? Why? He repeated those words incessantly, yet no sound emerged from his lips. His aged eyes began to blur with unshed tears. It is important to note that throughout the years, regardless of the trials he faced, be it dire straits, severe injuries, or betrayal. He had never shed a single tear, for he was Whitebeard. Yet, at this moment, he felt an unfamiliar warmth welling up in his eyes, a poignant sensation rising from within his core. Ultimately, with a heart-wrenching cry, he wept. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Whitebeard, the formidable warrior reduced to tears. The collective minds of the crew were momentarily incapacitated. "Old man, you," Marco attempted to approach, but Whitebeard's grief was so profound, so fervent, that it emanated an aura of dominance that left Marco feeling dizzy and unable to advance. At that moment, the newspaper slipped from Whitebeard's grasp, falling to the ground. Marco hastily retrieved it, convinced that the content of the paper had prompted Whitebeard's tears. With this thought in mind, he instinctively began to unfold it. As the pages turned, others gathered around, eager to discern what could elicit such emotion from Whitebeard. Soon, they reached the second page, and suddenly, their expressions shifted dramatically. Killed a celestial dragon. So that was it. The realization dawned upon them all. It becomes evident why Luo Feng, despite being in the East China Sea, could instantaneously double the bounty on his head. He did not eliminate a formidable high-ranking naval officer, nor did he vanquish a notorious pirate. He did not commit any act that would provoke widespread ire. No, he simply killed a celestial dragon. Such a straightforward act, yet it bears an irrefutable justification. The celestial dragons are the world's aristocracy. An attack on them would prompt the Navy headquarters to dispatch an admiral for protection and retribution. If an assault elicits such a response, consider the ramifications of Luo Feng having slain one before a multitude of witnesses, treating the fallen as if they were a lifeless dog. This transcends the mere death of a celestial dragon. It strikes at the very heart of the honor and dignity of all celestial dragons. Chapter 60. Blackbeards, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates fixated intently on the newspaper, their eyes scanning each word with fervent concentration. The headline screamed of the murder of a celestial dragon, a public trial, and a litany of heinous crimes. Each audacious statement struck their hearts like relentless blows, leaving them both astonished and horrified. What audacity! This was the initial assessment that surged within their minds regarding Luo Feng. No figure could rival his boldness and audacity. Not even the merman who had once dared to ascend the Holy Land unarmed and set fire to Marie Joy's could compare to Luo Feng's transgressions. That conflagration, after all, revealed nothing definitive, merely a lapse in vigilance on the part of the Holy Land's guardians. The denizens of the lower world remained oblivious to whether any celestial dragons had been harmed or slain, and their dignity remained unscathed. At most, it had merely provoked their ire. In stark contrast, what Luo Feng had accomplished was far more grievous. Not only had he publicly slain a celestial dragon, but the manner in which he did so was as brutal as slaughtering a dog. He had utterly trampled upon the dignity and pride of the celestial dragons. Moreover, he dared to utter the blasphemous words questioning the inherent nobility of the celestial dragons. This was no mere affront to their dignity. It was an attempt to destabilize the very foundation of their power and aristocracy. He had not simply killed a celestial dragon. He had seemingly wished for the demise of all celestial dragons. At this moment, the captains were rigid, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Particularly, Blackbeard and Ace displayed the most striking reactions. One could hardly contain his laughter, his grins stretching from ear to ear, while the other appeared painfully awkward, wishing for a fissure on the deck to disappear into. Blackbeard, Teach, felt a sharp pang in his face, as if it had been struck. Just a moment prior, he had been maliciously speculating and subtly steering the thoughts of others towards the notion that Luo Feng had committed vile deeds. Yet in the next instant, it became apparent to all that Luo Feng had indeed accomplished something monumental. However, the malice embedded in this deed could only be felt by one entity, the celestial dragons themselves. For all other races in the world, upon reading this news, the response would be unanimous applause. To the celestial dragons, Luo Feng was a demon, a sinner who must be eradicated at all costs. To everyone else, he was a hero, a righteous figure who had vanquished the malevolent celestial dragons. At least in this matter, no one could tarnish Luo Feng's name with any justification. Are celestial dragons truly born noble? Marco's voice trembled with excitement as he recited Luo Feng's words, each phrase igniting the hearts of those present, quickening their pulses and stirring their blood. Well said. Someone cheered, unable to restrain their applause, while everyone was filled with excitement, their fists clenched tightly, save for one individual. Blackbeard slowly retreated behind the crowd, unable to muster a semblance of joy or exhilaration. Even if his acting were flawless, it was beyond his capability. His face was marred by astonishment, a genuine reaction, not a facade. He was profoundly shaken within. Were celestial dragons truly born of nobility? This thought echoed incessantly in his mind. He gritted his teeth, reluctant to concede. Yet, deep down, he acknowledged the truth of those words with a fervor that was almost unbearable. A man should be like Luo Feng, striking down celestial dragons. He ought to utter such bold and magnificent declarations. That is the essence of a man's existence in this world. Indeed, it was the most exhilarating statement he had ever encountered in his life. Ultimately, Teach murmured slowly, although he was loath to recognize Luo Feng. He could not deny that Luo Feng was indeed an extraordinary individual. In that moment, Teach suddenly felt a profound respect for Luo Feng. He realized that on his ambitious path to becoming the Pirate King, Luo Feng would serve as his greatest stumbling block. Not Whitebeard, nor Red-Haired Shanks, but this Luo Feng. In the New World, on an unnamed island, the red-haired pirates were stationed there. It was, in fact, merely because Shanks desired to indulge in some drinks. Ha! Cheers, my brothers. Shanks was hosting a banquet, his face flushed with merriment, entirely devoid of the demeanor expected of an emperor. He mingled with his crew and even shared drinks and feasts with several local commoners. Ever since Mihawk came to my territory, he seems to have ventured to the East Blue. I wonder if he has encountered that Luo Feng fellow. Shanks mused, suddenly recalling Luo Feng. Ever since Luo Feng was issued a bounty of 1 billion berries, he had not received any news of the lad. Yet, he understood Luo Feng well enough. This fellow would certainly not be the type to remain low-key or composed. Just then, one of his subordinates rushed over, breathless and anxious. Report, boss. Panting heavily, he nearly stumbled. Thud! Shanks placed a bottle of liquor before the man, who promptly took a swig before continuing. Report, boss. It's Hawk, suddenly. His voice faltered as he sensed an overwhelming aura behind him, chilling as ice. A shadow, resembling a cross, fell upon the ground. Hawk! Hawk eyes! The subordinate was so terrified that he lost control, scrambling away in utter panic. However, Hawkeye's paid him no mind, his keen gaze fixed sharply upon the inebriated Shanks. Today, I have come to seek your company, not to engage in a quarrel, Hawkeye declared, suddenly producing a newspaper and tossing it onto the ground before Shanks. The intoxication in Shanks' eyes vanished in an instant as he leaned against the table, unfolding the newspaper. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his gaze. Indeed, it seems I have not misjudged this individual. That young lad, Luo Feng, has truly accomplished something remarkable. What's the matter, boss? At that moment, the inebriated Lachi staggered closer, reeking of alcohol. It's splendid news. Truly splendid. Brothers, let us continue to drink. Today is a day of great joy. We shall celebrate for 3 days and nights. Shanks flung the newspaper aside, embraced Hawkeye, and joined the revelry. Chapter 61. Very well. I shall make Luo Feng my subordinate. The sound of flapping wings echoed as the newspaper-carrying seagulls delivered today's edition to every corner of the world. Similarly, the other 2 emperors also received their newspapers in their territories. On Cake Island, a tea party was underway, with nearly all members of the Big Mom Pirates in attendance. Big Mom had adorned herself with great care, donning her finest attire and applying a lavish amount of makeup. Before her lay a grand cake, and at the main table, aside from Big Mom herself, were the 4 sweet commanders, the pinnacle of strength within her pirate crew. What a mouth-watering aroma. It seems the head chef's culinary skills have not waned. Big Mom gazed at the cake with barely contained anticipation, saliva dripping from her lips and eroding the hard floor beneath her into small pits. At that moment, a pirate rushed over, panting, clutching a newspaper in his hands. Mama trouble has arisen regarding that newcomer from the East Blue. Humph! What could possibly disrupt Mama's meal? Cracker disdainfully snatched the newspaper, tossing it aside without a glance. And what of this newcomer from the East Blue? What could a mere pirate from there possibly achieve? It takes a pirate from the New World to stir up any real commotion. Upon hearing this, Big Mom cast a look of approval at Cracker. Indeed, you have a point. While you may be sweet commanders, challengers still exist. You must remain vigilant about developments in the pirate world. It is quite possible that new contenders may emerge, or that long-established pirates may possess the strength to challenge you. Should you grow complacent, you may find yourselves dethroned, and I shall have no choice but to remove you from your esteemed positions as sweet commanders. For me, it suffices to focus solely on the other emperors. Such minor characters pose no threat. Flattered by Big Mom's praise, Cracker's ego soared. He strutted with pride, while Smoothie offered her own compliments. To Mama, she was unmatched across the seas. Even the other emperors could at best match her prowess, but never truly defeat her. Even Whitebeard was no exception. Big Mom reveled in the flattery, humming with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Katakuri picked up the newspaper from the table and began to peruse it. What? Upon reaching the front page, he was taken aback. Luo Feng's bounty of 2 billion was a figure he counted repeatedly. After confirming it for the 5th time, he was certain he was not mistaken. 2 billion. He was astounded. 2 billion berries. That amount surpassed the combined bounties of both himself and Smoothie. Beside them, Smudgy observed the subtle shift in Katakuri's expression and curiously approached. However, upon glimpsing the bounty on Luo Feng's head, he lost all composure. Wasn't he this the newcomer from the East Blue? Merely setting sail had granted him a staggering bounty of 1 billion. How? How did it suddenly surge to 20 billion? This is outrageous. Smudgy's face drained of color as he gasped in shock. What has transpired? Kreja swiftly moved closer, and upon reading the details, he too was taken aback. TW. 20 billion. In that moment, he felt as if he had ingested something utterly repugnant. Flipping through the pages with urgency, Katakuri sought to uncover Luo Feng's deeds. With each page turned, the expressions of the 3 commanders fluctuated, reflecting their inner turmoil. Particularly Kreja, who had previously shown disdain for Luo Feng in front of others. The slap in the face had come with shocking abruptness. The novice he had so underestimated not only surpassed his bounty, but also accomplished feats of monumental significance. It could be said that while the world may not recognize Kreja, they certainly knew of Luo Feng. This fellow. Kreja's face turned a shade of green. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "This fellow is merely a clown seeking attention. Yes, just a jester. Who does he think he is?" At that moment, Kreja's features twisted with disdain and his voice sharpened. Does he think he can gain fame by slaying celestial dragons? He must be weary of living. Just wait until the admirals hunt him down. What are you all staring at? The imposing Big Mom expressed her displeasure. Clearly, she was the centerpiece of this gathering, yet all 3 commanders were engrossed in the newspaper. At that moment, someone hurriedly stepped forward, presenting a copy of this morning's paper. Big Mom unfolded it and scanned the contents, her brows knitting together, though her expression remained largely unchanged. Well, it's just a matter of killing a celestial dragon. What is all the fuss about? I thought Whitebeard had perished or that Kaido had been captured by the Navy. But Mama, this Luo Feng now boasts a bounty of 20 billion. Smudgy lamented. Although reluctant to concede, the reality was that Luo Feng's bounty had eclipsed that of the commanders. Yet, Big Mom suddenly erupted into laughter. Mamma mia, what fools you are. Do you not understand that a bounty does not equate to 1's strength? That Nico Robin, a mere child, was also offered a bounty nearing 100 million, was she not? Upon hearing this, Kreja seemed to be revitalized. Mama is right. Haha. Luo Feng has merely achieved such a lofty bounty by slaying a celestial dragon. As he contemplated this, a sinister smile crept across his face. Very well, very well. Once he arrives in the New World, if I manage to eliminate him, I shall claim his bounty. Indeed. All his efforts will merely serve to adorn my own achievements, becoming the stepping stones to my success. Ahahaha. On Ghost Island. Boss. It seems that by slaying a celestial dragon, one can indeed elevate their bounty. Jack, clutching a newspaper, strode purposefully to Kaido's side. After perusing the paper, Kaido's expression shifted multiple times. What? Boss, do you also believe that this Luo Feng attained his immense fortune of 2 billion through his own prowess? Jack was evidently displeased. For since the publication of today's news, his crew of pirates had been astounded by Luo Feng's reputation. They had never shown such reverence towards him, Jack, the marquee figure before. This incited a flame of irritation within him. Little did he know that Kaido's gaze remained fixated on the words spoken by Luo Feng. After a considerable pause, Kaido erupted into laughter. This Luo Feng is indeed a remarkable individual. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. I hold great expectations for him. When he arrives in the new world, I shall have him as my subordinate. Chapter 62. The Straw Hat Luxury Tour Under a Clear Blue Sky. The vast ocean swells with waves. A tantalizing aroma of food wafts through the air aboard the Going Merry. Hey everyone, it's time to eat. Sanji, clad in his chef-s attire, beams as he approaches the dining table with a platter in hand. Upon hearing the announcement of mealtime, Luffy, the ever-hungry pirate, springs into action as if electrified, using his signature technique to appear instantly on his chair, reaching out for the largest piece of roasted meat on the table. With a sharp clap, Sanji swiftly swats Luffy's greedy hand away, casting him a sidelong glance. What do you think you're doing, Luffy? I'm a captain. Do I not have the right to enjoy the meat? Luffy pouts in response, feeling unjustly treated. Sanji huffs, turning his attention to the approaching Law. A flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Ahem. Old Law, tell me, have my culinary skills improved even just a little? Meanwhile, the others gradually take their seats. Yet, unlike Luffy, they refrain from recklessly diving into their meals. Instead, they collectively gaze at Law, their eyes fixed on his expression, eager to hear his thoughts on the spread before them. At this moment, Law's status within the Straw Hat crew has, in some respects, surpassed even that of Luffy. Their captain, not that he serves as a spiritual leader, but rather, he embodies the role of a senior figure. Zoro, aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman, dedicates his days to rigorous training and self-improvement. Sanji dreams of discovering all blue and crafting even more delectable dishes. Nami wishes to traverse the globe and chart the entire sea. Usopp yearns to become a brave warrior of the sea, achieving fame and recognition. Finally, there is Luffy, the captain, whose ambition is to become the Pirate King. Each of them encounters challenges, and whenever they turn to Law, they find their dilemmas resolved. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Law is present, their dreams no longer seem distant and elusive, but rather within reach. However, in their daily lives, they seldom seek Law as counsel. Take Zoro, for instance. He knows all too well that a few words of guidance from Law could effortlessly dispel the challenges he faces. Yet, he refrains from doing so. Indeed, while asking Law could resolve nearly any issue, the strength gained in such a manner. The title of swordsman achieved through shortcuts, is that truly what he desires? No, absolutely not. If that were the case, he would rather relinquish his sword and live as a mediocre swordsman for life. Thus, he exhausts every avenue to confront the obstacles before him. Only when he finds himself utterly without options does he consider consulting Law. The same holds true for the others. Law, with a calm smile, slices a piece of roasted meat and savors it. Not bad. Amid the sweetness of honey lies a hint of char, quite commendable. His culinary skills have indeed improved. Really? Sanji's eyes light up as he hastily retrieves a notebook, eager to jot down the praise. Murmuring softly, although the food was slightly overcooked, it birthed a delightful charcoal aroma. What are you all staring at? It's time to eat. Upon seeing everyone gazing at him with eager eyes, yet hesitating to pick up their cutlery, Luo Feng declared, "Ah, we can finally commence our meal. How splendid. Sanji will not have to reprimand me." The tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Could this meal bestow upon him newfound strength? Such bliss and gratitude enveloped him. As he savored the food, a profound serenity filled his heart. One must ponder in the entire world of pirates. Could there be another culinary master surpassing Sanji's expertise? Even the celestial dragons, one might surmise, would be deprived of such exquisite flavors. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew resembled a luxurious travel consortium. A chef aboard prepared 3 meals a day, and in the future, there would be a musician to serenade them while they dined, a doctor to alleviate any ailments, and even pets. Not to mention Nami, whose mere presence was a feast for the eyes. Ahem. Once Zoro and Sanji matured, he could simply recline without lifting a finger. Luo Feng felt akin to those extraordinary tycoons of a past life, relaxing on opulent yachts worth billions, attended by servants and safeguarded by dedicated personnel. Yet, those wealthy individuals were pitiable. What sights had they truly beheld? Merely a fleeting visit to the North and South Poles. And here he was, immersed in the pirate world, experiencing its diverse customs and cultures. The East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue, the Grand Line, the New World, and even Sky Islands and Fishman Island. Each isle represented a wholly distinct realm, brimming with unique traditions, delectable cuisines, and captivating tales. Such experiences were priceless and unattainable by any monetary means. In summary, it was simply exhilarating. After the meal, Luo Feng suddenly called out to Usopp, "Why do you all wear such long faces?" He had noticed, despite the smiles on their faces, there lingered a hint of worry in their expressions. Of course, Luffy was the exception. He was blissfully oblivious. Not all," Usopp replied nervously. "Oh." Luo Feng regarded him with a knowing glance. Usopp could no longer maintain his facade. He realized this clumsy act could only fool someone as naive as Luffy. In truth, the concern amongst them stemmed from the potential naval ambush they might encounter at the threshold of the Grand Line. Luo Feng's heart stirred. He had indeed mentioned such a possibility. There was even a slight chance they would face an admiral. Now it made sense. They were apprehensive about the admirals. Yet, he found himself anticipating this encounter. His eagerness was fueled by 2 reasons. The first was, since arriving in this world, although he has encountered some formidable individuals, he has never truly engaged in a serious battle with a true master. At most, he has only clashed with opponents of the rear admiral rank. Yet he finds this unsatisfactory. Thus, he yearns for a genuine contest with a true expert, not only to unleash his full potential, but also to validate his own strength. Furthermore, he seeks to confirm his prior conjectures regarding the enigmatic fruit. The admirals of the Navy are undoubtedly aware of the impending attack against him, and it is possible they have even given their personal directive. Should the admiral attempt to eliminate him with lethal intent, it would imply that the fruit he possesses holds little significance. However, if the admiral seeks to capture him alive, then the intrigue deepens. This indicates that the fruit is indeed worthy of consumption. Speaking of the fruit, Luo Feng retrieved the mysterious devil fruit, ensconced in red velvet, from his pocket. Upon unveiling it, an extraordinary aura emanated from the fruit. This peculiar essence exerted a lethal allure over Luo Feng. Had it not been for his formidable willpower and indomitable spirit, he might have found himself unable to restrain his hands from devouring it. Strikingly, this aura seemed to have no effect on the others aboard the ship, signifying that only he could perceive its enchanting influence. Could it be Chapter 63, Arrival at Alabasta, a peculiar atmosphere, a deadly allure? This led Luo Feng to contemplate a possibility. This fruit is likely of the Zoan type. According to the information in the original text, Zoan-type devil fruits possess their own will. They can even subtly influence their surroundings to escape. In the narrative, the 5 elders repeatedly dispatched individuals to seek the Nika fruit, also known as the rubber fruit, only to fall just short each time, ultimately allowing the fruit to evade capture. This exemplifies the will of a Zoan fruit. Luo Feng felt that encountering the celestial dragons, and even obtaining this mysterious fruit from them, was no mere coincidence. It was highly probable, albeit speculative, that this fruit was influencing everything around it. Clearly, this fruit did not wish to fall into the hands of the 5 elders, nor did it desire to be consumed by the inept celestial dragons. Instead, it seemed to have chosen him, Luo Feng. This led to the events that transpired in Logtown. Now, as Luo Feng inhaled the deadly fragrance emanating from the mysterious devil fruit in his hand, he suddenly felt that perhaps this fruit desired for him to consume it. A fruit possessing its own consciousness. How intriguing this world has become. A satisfied smirk appeared on Luo Feng's lips, further solidifying his conviction of the fruit's immense power. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of anticipation. Vegapunk must know the truth about the devil fruits. I must find him. A genius like Vegapunk, wielding world-altering technological breakthroughs, cannot simply be left in the hands of the five elders. Perhaps I could have Fujitora or Mihawk retrieve Vegapunk first. However, after some contemplation, Luo Feng dismissed this idea. Vegapunk's experimental research is partially derived from his genius intellect, which is centuries ahead of the world, but equally indispensable is his laboratory funded by the five elders. Luo Feng questioned whether he possessed the means to assist Vegapunk in constructing a new laboratory in the near future. Bringing him before him would be of little consequence. Now, it is time to enter the Grand Line and see what formidable opponent the wise Sengoku has arranged for me. Luo Feng stowed the fruit away, rose to his feet. Gazing into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips as a surge of ambition welled within him. Leaving the East Blue and entering the Grand Line meant confronting heroes from all corners of the sea. Powerful figures would abound like fish crossing the river. Shortly thereafter, the Marigo successfully navigated Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line, encountering the whale Laboon, who incessantly collided with the Red Line, waiting for long-departed companions, as well as the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Roger, named Kureha. Naturally, Princess Vivi, who appeared in the original narrative, was also encountered by the crew. Yet, what concerned Luo Feng the most was the absence of any Navy personnel. Could it be that Sengoku believes my strength poses no threat to him as long as there are no admirals present, thus opting to withdraw the guard stationed here? Or perhaps he had originally dispatched personnel to secure the critical juncture of the Grand Line. After bidding farewell to Kuroka's, Luo Feng acquired the record pointer. Initially, he contemplated extorting the eternal pointer from this old man, who had once sailed with Roger and even ventured to Raftel. It was reasonable to assume he possessed a wealth of eternal pointers. However, after much contemplation, Luo Feng abandoned the notion of taking such shortcuts. His intent was not to hastily seek the One Piece, but rather to embark on a journey filled with adventure and exploration. He wished to savor every island, undeterred by the looming presence of formidable foes. The waves crashed rhythmically as the Mary sailed from one island to another. In Hunter Town, countless bounty hunters, upon hearing Luo Feng's name, abandoned their hunting plans and fled in terror. In Little Garden, Luo Feng learned the technique of the Elbaf spear from two giants, completing a vital piece of his hockey puzzle. On Winter Island, the Straw Hat crew welcomed a new member, a doctor, and a pet. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, utilizing his remarkable insight, concocted a universal remedy. At last, they were nearing Alabasta, as Luo Feng stood at the bow, gazing at the approaching desert island. A heaviness weighed upon his heart. Their journey thus far had been remarkably smooth, without a single sighting of the Navy. This was abnormal, very abnormal. His instincts warned him that a significant challenge awaited him ahead. Navy, Sengoku, what are your intentions? By the measures of time and the Navy's ship speed, an admiral should have already arrived. Yet, despite the passage of time, not a single trace of the Navy had been seen. Could it be that Sengoku had surrendered? But that seemed unlikely, even if Sengoku had given up. The Gorosei Eye would not. Perhaps Karp had withstood the pressure, but after the death of a celestial dragon, could he truly endure? At this moment in Alabasta, the blazing sun hung high, scorching the air and extracting every drop of moisture from the earth. For the people here, the most precious and challenging resource was a single drop of water. Yet amidst this desert realm, an unusual phenomenon occurred. A solitary umbrella stood in the sand. Beneath it, a round table held a beverage so enticing that it could induce salivation in anyone who beheld it. A glass brimming with ice cubes, adorned with a straw and a slice of remarkably fresh lemon, glistening with droplets of water on its surface. A man with curly hair and small round black sunglasses reclined in a lounge chair. Ah, truly, according to intelligence, that fellow Luo Feng should be aboard the ship of Mr. Karp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Some time ago, Scouts reported sightings of the Straw Hat Pirates passing through Little Garden, confirming their presence along this very route. Yet, so much time has elapsed. Are those individuals merely indulging in a leisurely voyage? Why the delay? I have waited for an eternity. I initially planned to adopt a strategy of patience, awaiting the perfect opportunity. However, it appears this is a most unwise approach. Could it be that I have jeopardized my chances? This matter has garnered the personal attention of the five elders, and should I allow Luo Feng to escape, I fear my position as a general would be irrevocably compromised. Chapter 64. All set to capture Luo Feng. In the holy land of Mariehua, a sense of impatience filled the air. What of that fellow Akiji? Is there still no news? How many days have passed? He cannot even apprehend a single pirate? One of the five elder stars mused, contemplating the possibility that Akiji might have indeed captured Luo Feng, only to be seduced by the allure of that mysterious fruit, leading to his defection. That cannot be, for Akiji is already a powerful devil fruit user, and would have no desire for another fruit. Yet they pondered. Perhaps Akiji wishes to bestow the fruit upon a loved one or friend. Who could truly say? Their discourse continued, each elder voicing their thoughts, their impatience palpable, mingled with a hint of uncertainty. Can Akiji truly be trusted? If so, why has there been no word for such an extended period? Given the speed of the Navy's ships, he could have traversed to the East Blue and back by now. Furthermore, intelligence suggests Luo Feng has already entered the Grand Line, having passed several islands. Just then, the phone snail rang. Soon, the five elder stars received delightful news. Luo Feng had arrived in Alabasta. Remarkably, Akiji was also in Alabasta at that moment. Excellent. Splendid. We shall capture Luo Feng alive, confine him with sea stone, and escort him back. With a general providing protection, there should be no complications. It was imperative to handle this situation discreetly. Akiji's choice to remain vigilant alone indicated a clear resolve. This Luo Feng is far too arrogant and dismissive of the celestial dragon's authority. He deserves to be punished, to endure the tortures perfected over 8 centuries by the celestial dragons. At this juncture, someone directed their gaze towards Saint Saturn. Saint Satan, has Vegapunk arrived at the Holy Land? To prevent Luo Feng from consuming the enigmatic fruit, the five elder stars had conferred and resolved to summon Vegapunk to the Holy Land. Should Luo Feng foolishly consume the fruit, they would have no choice but to have Vegapunk extracted. This plan had long been arranged, and Vegapunk was now awaiting outside the chamber. With a snap of his fingers, Saint Saturn summoned an individual who bore a striking resemblance to Luo Feng's past incarnation, the genius who formulated the theory of relativity. Having encountered the five elder stars before, Vegapunk, despite being a prodigy, was obliged to pay his respects to the five venerable figures at the pinnacle of global power. You may rise, Saint Saturn spoke with an air of indifference. As a scientific warlord, Vegapunk fell under his purview and was thus to be attended to by him. The golden-haired elder inquired, Vegapunk, if an animal-type devil fruit as host is killed in the Holy Land, will its powers reincarnate in the lower realm? You must understand that animal-type devil fruits possess their own will, and this particular fruit is especially unique and potent. Its will should be exceedingly strong. Thus, I am filled with doubt. Even if we were to bring the wielder of this fruit to the sacred land and eliminate them, the power of the fruit, in its quest to evade our grasp, would not choose to be reborn in the sanctity of that place, but rather descend to the lower realms. Prior to his arrival, Vegapunk had already gleaned a general overview of the situation through a conversation with Saturn over the snail phone. At this moment, without a second thought, he remarked, "This is indeed uncertain. If that fruit possesses an exceptionally potent will, there exists a probability of its rebirth in the lower realm. However, what if we were to craft an impenetrable prison from sea prism stone? In that case, we could ensure, without a shadow of a doubt, that the demon within the fruit remains confined. Even if it does not wish to be reborn, it would have no choice but to do so. The sole question is, what fruits does this particular fruit favor? I require every variety of fruit in this world, and they must be unequivocally fresh, with at least 10 of each. Excellent. Splendid. Truly marvelous. We can fulfill all your requests, and should this endeavor succeed, You shall be duly recognized for your contributions. The 5 elders, witnessing the feasibility of the plan, were instantly filled with elation. Vegapunk, too, wore a visage of delight. May I request an increase in the research budget? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, Sengoku paced anxiously back and forth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. On the sofa, Garp incessantly munched on rice crackers. Could you possibly cease that? Sengoku snapped irritably at Garp. Humph, I'm quite anxious as well, Garp grumbled under his breath, continuing to chew with great gusto as if to retaliate against Sengoku's annoyance. Suddenly, the telephone snail on the table rang. In an instant, Sengoku reacted with lightning speed, answering the call. Hello, is this Akiji? What is the situation on site? Have you captured Rob Lucci? The expression of Akiji swiftly appeared on the snail phone as he replied, I have yet to apprehend Rob Lucci. I was just about to pursue him, hence the notification. Before he could finish his sentence, Sengoku shouted, Why are you wasting time? Hurry up and capture him. Such a significant matter, and you remain so nonchalant. Are you not afraid of missing your opportunity? If you fail this time, irrespective of what the 5 elders say, I shall strip you of your rank as a vice admiral. The click. Akiji, startled, abruptly into the call. On the sofa, Garp wore a look of astonishment, even chewing his rice crackers with newfound caution. In Alabasta, Nico Robin sat atop the back of a crocodile, peering through a telescope at a distant figure. After lowering the telescope, her mature and intelligent visage was marred by a creeping sense of dread. Admiral Akiji, how could he possibly be here? What is there to fear? He is not seeking us. I am now a warlord of the sea. Even if I were to openly approach the Navy headquarters, it would pose no issue, replied the crocodile, nonchalantly puffing on a cigar. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware. Robin's profound fear of Admiral Akiji stems from the fact that he was among those who participated in the buster call that devastated her hometown of O'Hara. Furthermore, Akiji had previously spared her life but ominously warned that should they meet again, he would not show her mercy. The dual burden of his high rank and the suffering inflicted upon her homeland has compounded her distress, eliciting a near PTSD response from Robin. She instinctively fears that Akiji has discovered her whereabouts and is pursuing her. However, the next words from Crocodile dispel Robin's apprehensions entirely. An individual of Akiji's caliber would not mobilize for someone as inconsequential as herself. According to my intelligence, that madman from the East Blue seems to be nearing our location. Oh no, in fact, he has already arrived. Chapter 65. The King Meets the King. Luo Feng confronts Akiji. Oh, the one from the East Sea. Robin gradually extricated herself from fear, regaining her former composure and rationality, as information about Luo Feng swiftly surfaced in her mind. The adventurer Luo Feng, hailing from the East Sea, is a recently emerged super rookie. Upon setting sail, he immediately garnered a bounty of 1 billion berries. According to reliable intelligence, this individual managed to severely injure 5 Navy vice admirals simultaneously, demonstrating considerable prowess. Furthermore, there have been revelations linking him to the demise of the East Sea Navy fleet. However, the truth of the matter remains to be investigated. Lastly, and perhaps most significantly, is the incident in Lowtown. Luo Feng publicly judged a celestial dragon, severing his head, which sent shockwaves throughout the world. His bounty skyrocketed to a terrifying 20 billion, making him a formidable enemy of the world government, the celestial dragons, and the Gorosei. The assault on the celestial dragons, and even their deaths, typically necessitate the deployment of admirals. It seems Akiji has indeed come for Luo Feng. As Robin contemplated this, her previously anxious heart finally found solace. Simultaneously, she felt a profound curiosity towards this newcomer from the East Sea. Who could he possibly be? Undoubtedly, he possesses extraordinary strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat 5 vice admirals. Moreover, this individual is incredibly audacious, daring not only to assault a celestial dragon, but also to pass judgment upon them at the very execution platform where the pirate King Roger was once executed, treating them as criminals. To conceive such a notion speaks to a mind steeped in madness, one that ordinary individuals cannot possibly comprehend. A man of remarkable strength, unparalleled courage, and profound mystery. each a tribute deepened Robin's fascination with Luo Feng. At the dock, as the Mary finally made landfall, Luo Feng felt an unsettling twitch in the corner of his eye. Something is amiss. Though his observation haki has yet to develop to the point of instantly sensing the entirety of the island, he still possesses an innate intuition for danger. Everyone, be on guard, Luo Feng shouted, leaping into the air, executing the moonwalk technique, his figure soaring like a hawk towards the heavens, surveying the surroundings. What he beheld sent chills down his spine. Against the backdrop of the yellow desert, a small black, akin to an ant, was rapidly approaching with discernible speed. At this rate, the entity would reach him in less than half a minute. An admiral of the Navy, Luo Feng had previously seen this man's photograph in the newspaper. Yet he never anticipated encountering the real deal so soon. Luo Feng slowly uttered, the user of the ice fruit, Akiji. He could hardly believe that Sengoku and the Gorosei had dispatched Akiji. He had assumed they would send Kizaru, for in the original narrative, when Luffy struck a celestial dragon at Sabeti Archipelago, it was indeed Kizaru who arrived. Additionally, there was another reason. Kizaru's ability, the Pika Pika no Mi, excels in speed. Once, he had executed a daring maneuver, standing atop a cannonball. With remarkable swiftness, he could reach the East Sea to pursue his own shadow. Luo Feng, however, felt a profound sense of relief. The reason was simple. If it were Kizaru, with his light-like speed, he could indeed pose a genuine threat. Yet if it were Akiji, the situation would be far more manageable. Thus, the next course of action was to validate his hypothesis. Luo Feng mused to himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reached into his bosom, his fingers brushing against the enigmatic fruit. In that instant, an irresistible allure radiated from the fruit. Whether he could consume this fruit depended on the message conveyed. Kazan. Whoosh! In midair, Luo Feng executed a series of moon steps, advancing rather than retreating, charging towards Admiral Akiji. Swoosh! High above, a white falcon soared through the sky, its amber eyes coldly surveying the figures below. At that moment, Sand Crocodile and Robin both looked up, spotting Luo Feng's silhouette. There was no escaping the fact that he was far too ostentatious, moving through the air with moon steps. Is that Luo Feng? Robin murmured on the sand dune. He appears quite youthful, Crocodile remarked. Meanwhile, Akiji, moving at high speed, suddenly glanced up, his small black lenses reflecting the dark speck in the sky. Ah, it seems I've been discovered. What a formidable opponent, Akiji thought, a shadow of concern crossing his mind. Years ago, when Karp returned from the EC, he had mentioned Luo Feng. After all this time, he had not forgotten. Kazan, if one day you find yourself opposed to that young man, be forewarned. He is not an adversary to be underestimated, Karp had stated, his bright eyes gleaming like diamonds, filled with utmost seriousness. Akiji had never witnessed such concern from Karp before, and he had been attentively monitoring Luo Feng as previous actions, inflicting severe damage to 5 rear admirals. Though those admirals were not the elite, they were certainly formidable. No matter what, I shall not be complacent, Akiji silently resolved. Is it time to confront the admiral directly? Robin's face was etched with astonishment on the sand dune. Sand Crocodile, beads of cold sweat appearing on his brow, remarked, this kid is rather too arrogant. One must remember that his opponent is an admiral. Wait, it seems they are not engaging in battle. With a swift motion, Luo Feng descended, casually tapping his right leg twice in the air before landing gracefully. Standing less than 30 meters away was one of the 3 current admirals, Akiji. The 2 locked eyes, yet neither spoke a word. A gentle breeze swept through, rolling a clump of dry grass between them, etching irregular patterns in the smooth sand. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, distorting the air with its intense light. Not far behind the shadow of a sand dune, a lizard curiously poked its head out, flicking its tongue as it observed the peculiar pair in the distance. Hissus! A chill emanated from the body of the green pheasant, drifting downwards. At that moment, the green pheasant was the first to speak. Ah, it appears you're Luo Feng. I have heard of you from Mr. Karp. You are the prodigy of the East Sea. Initially, I was skeptical, as I too possess considerable combat talent. However, after you decisively defeated 5 rear admirals, I was finally convinced. At your age, achieving this level is undeniably a harbinger of boundless potential. Nevertheless, young man, you have strayed from the right path. You should not have engaged in such actions in Logtown. Chapter 66. Luo Feng draws his blade. Ha! Ha ha! Luo Feng suddenly erupted into laughter. At that moment, the expression on Akiji's face, obscured by his small black sunglasses, remained inscrutable. He spoke in a measured tone. What are you laughing at? Luo Feng's laughter subsided, and he narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Akiji. I once believed, Akiji, that you were among the few clear-minded individuals in the Navy. However, it appears I was mistaken, misjudging your character. I only wish to inquire one thing. Should the celestial dragons be slain? Akiji opened his mouth, a chill emanating from him as he coldly replied, as an admiral of the Navy, it is my duty to protect the celestial dragons. Moreover, you must realize that my presence here is due to your actions in slaying one of them. Luo Feng shook his head repeatedly. Do not speak to me in platitudes. I seek your genuine thoughts, Kazan. In this place, it is just the two of us. Of course, there are a few pairs of eyes watching from afar. Even those behind you, your own people, are monitoring you. They must be spies for the Gorosei, correct? However, they can only observe our movements. They cannot hear our words. Now, without the guise of your admiral status, I implore you to reveal your true self, Kazan. Should the celestial dragons be killed? Akiji fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. They should be killed. If I were not an admiral and encountered a celestial dragon committing heinous acts, I would indeed be unable to restrain myself from eliminating them. Therefore, Luo Feng interjected, a look of disdain suddenly crossing his face. You need only tell me that you are pursuing me as a dog of the celestial dragons and the Gorosei, and then his words were cut short as Akiji thundered. Enough. Be silent. This roar unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing all life within several miles of the desert to faint on the spot. With a surge of emotion, Akiji's forehead pulsed with veins. If your intention is to provoke me, well done. You have succeeded. Now, are you prepared to face my wrath? As his words fell, a layer of white frost suddenly enveloped the surrounding desert, centered around his feet. Even Luo Feng's shoes became encased in ice. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed, merely shaking his head in disapproval. I had hoped that your prior words might awaken your conscience. Yet it appears you are utterly unyielding. Conscience? Akiji interrupted, his tone turning confrontational. Are you suggesting that a criminal wanted by the world government would attempt to sway me with mere words into abandoning my pursuit? Do you think I am so easily manipulated? As his voice intensified, the surrounding chill thickened. The once scorching heat capable of thoroughly roasting a person has transformed into a winter-like chill. The frost that envelopes Luo Feng's feet has now ascended to his calves. Yet he seems utterly oblivious to it. His gaze remains intensely fixed upon Qingji's face. Suddenly, a smile spreads across his lips. So that is it. I comprehend now. What do you understand? In truth, it is not that you lack a conscience, but rather, you perceive that someone of my stature is unworthy of engaging with you as an equal. Thus you choose not to, nor do you care to, reveal your innermost thoughts. Beneath the lenses of Qingji's sunglasses, his eyes constrict slightly. Luo Feng has hit the nail on the head. But what of it? Huh? Qingji regains his composure. The corners of his mouth curl up, releasing a breath of white frost. Luo Feng, you have always exuded an air of invulnerability. Perhaps you believe that having defeated 5 vice admirals renders you invincible? Or, at the very least, that you possess the capability to contend with a general such as myself, able to flee even if you cannot triumph? Allow me to enlighten you. You are woefully naive. In your youth, having encountered Mr. Karp, you may have received some of his praise. Let me guess, at that time, you began to feel inflated with pride, convinced that your talent and strength marked you as a true powerhouse. Hence, you regard generals as insignificant and the 4 emperors as trifles. Your ambition is to become the pirate king. At this juncture, Qingji observes Luo Feng's impassive countenance and continues now. I shall impart a lesson through undeniable reality. just how vast this world is and how expansive this ocean. Powerful figures abound. Heroes flourish like fish crossing a river. However, until you ascend to my level, no matter your innate talent or relentless efforts, it is all in vain. Beneath a general, all are but ants. No sooner had the words left his lips than the battle ignited. Luo Feng seized the initiative, suddenly letting out a fierce shout. A surge of dominance resonating from his feet, shattering the frost that clung to him. He then executed a series of moonlit steps, soaring into the sky. Futile. Qingji remained motionless, hands tucked into his pockets. Yet, from his very presence, the entire desert transformed into an icy hell at a visibly accelerated pace. The air whistled violently as a frigid wind surged forth. The biting cold sliced away at Luo Feng's warmth, nearly suffocating him. With a piercing cry, a living ice bird, formed from the chilling air, charged towards him. Luo Feng recognized the technique. The name Qingji is derived from the pheasant, crafted from ice, yet endowed with terrifying might under Qingji's strength. Galefoot chaos. Luo Feng covered his mouth and nose, inhaling deeply, then unleashed a flurry of kicks, propelling fierce gusts of wind towards his adversary. With a swift motion, the icy bird was cleaved into several fragments by the gale produced by the foot of the storm. Subsequently, it lost its potency and, under the influence of inertia, plummeted to the ground. The naval technique. Akiji observed the scene with an inscrutable expression. At that moment, a surge of white chill suddenly coalesced on the ground, forming a white line that darted towards the airborne Luo Feng. Ice time. Luo Feng instantly recognized this move. Renowned for its ability to freeze seawater, this was no mere block of ice or simple coldness. It was akin to an energy-laden ice fruit ability. To touch, it was to court death. Whoosh. Swiftly, in the blink of an eye, the slender white line was upon Luo Feng. Akiji had previously employed this technique to freeze the ocean in an instant, demonstrating terrifying speed, vast range, and formidable power. It possessed the capability to instantaneously alter the topography of an island. At this very moment, Luo Feng drew his sword. Chapter 67, A Blade Above the Dunes. The two spectators, Robin and Sand Alligator, were rendered speechless by the fierce clash between Luo Feng and Akiji. For them, it was nothing short of a visual feast. The instantaneous release of overwhelming force reshaped the desert landscape, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of an icy hell. Remarkably, the instigator of this spectacle remained stationary, hands in pockets, utterly unperturbed. Is this the might of a marine admiral? Sand Alligator was awestruck beyond measure. He had once harbored ambitions of seizing the throne of the Pirate King. Yet, in light of this display, it seemed that with his meager skills, he would be swiftly subdued by the admiral. No, he need not even lift a finger. He would be finished before he could even reveal his strength. Indeed, this epitomizes the power of an admiral. Robin felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Years ago, when she was still a child of no more than 10, she had witnessed Akiji's capabilities. It was precisely this terrifying, hellish power that had instilled fear in her for so many years. Presently, it appeared that Luo Feng would not last even a minute. "He is doomed," Sand Alligator remarked. Robin turned her gaze to Luo Feng. Throughout the battle, he had yet to showcase any abilities, remaining in a state of passive evasion. Was this Luo Feng truly competent? After all, he bore a bounty of 2 billion. Sand Alligator scoffed. It seems that bounty is vastly inflated. In these waters, a higher bounty does not necessarily equate to greater strength. A bounty reflects the level of threat one poses to the world government and the deeds one has committed. Luo Feng's high bounty is likely due to his elimination of a celestial dragon. Isn't that so? Robin hesitated to make a definitive judgment. Women possess an innate intuition, and hers whispered that this Luo Feng was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, at the dock, a group was hastening toward the scene. The Straw Hat crew. Quick, we cannot allow Luo Feng to fight alone. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the core members of the Straw Hat crew, were present. The others remained on the ship, ensuring no nearby Marines would attack. However, upon witnessing the battle between Luo Feng and Akiji, They abruptly halted, their expressions turning somewhat dazed. This was the battle of an admiral. Incredibly powerful, so formidable that they felt dwarfed by its magnitude. A mere glance made it evident that they were on entirely different levels. Yet, unlike Sand Alligator and Robin's reactions, the trio held unwavering confidence in Luo Feng's abilities. They firmly believed that if he lacked the confidence, he would not engage an admiral in combat. And now that he had, it was a testament to his assurance. Contemplating this thought, the three individuals have adopted a mindset of learning. This is indeed a battle of grand proportions, where every detail presents invaluable experience. I must keep my eyes wide open, not allowing a single blink, etching every scene into my memory. Luffy, using 2 toothpicks, propped his eyelids open to prevent himself from blinking. Normally hesitant to seek guidance from Luo Feng, he recognized that this combat scenario was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He resolved to learn diligently, aspiring to grow stronger in secret and astound Luo Feng. Zoro, too, embraced seriousness, his heart racing with excitement. If he could elevate his strength by observing this battle, it would certainly astonish Luo Feng. The mere thought of Luo Feng looking at him, in surprise, filled him with anticipation. Even a chef must possess strength, otherwise, being bullied in one's own restaurant without the ability to retaliate would be utterly humiliating. At that moment, Sanji lit a cigarette, immersing himself in careful study. Meanwhile, high above, a mere few meters from Luo Feng, the air was frigid in front of him while the sunlight warmed his back, creating a stark contrast between ice and fire. In this moment, time seemed to stand still for Luo Feng. Could temperature be severed? His eyes sparkled like stars, as countless inspirations flitted through his mind like shooting stars. In this instant, myriad thoughts collided, igniting sparks of enlightenment. His mastery of swordsmanship had reached the level of an unparalleled grandmaster, with an understanding of the art that was nothing short of extraordinary. However, this did not imply that he had reached his zenith. Only those who have ascended to the pinnacle in a particular field can comprehend that the growth of strength and elevation of realms is an endless journey. At this stage, his advancement in realm and understanding signified the forging of an entirely new path, an expansion. Each step he took widened this path further. He is the embodiment of swordsmanship itself. Thus, could temperature be severed? Drawing from his enlightenment as an unparalleled grandmaster and a multitude of inspirations, he comprehended the technique of atomic slash. In that moment, Luo Feng experienced a profound epiphany. Within his mind, countless thoughts and inspirations flowed forth like a torrent unleashed. Temperature, at its essence, is the level of particle activity at the microscopic level. Particles vibrate and collide incessantly. From this microscopic perspective, boiling water consists of countless hyperactive water molecules colliding with the molecules of the cup. When a hand touches it, the cup's molecules transmit that energy to the hand, resulting in the sensation of heat. Conversely, low temperatures in Luo Feng's eyes represent a form of energy deprivation, swiftly extracting the energy from particle collisions, thereby causing them to freeze at a macroscopic level. As long as the energy is sufficient, no temperature, no matter how low, can hinder my strike. Luo Feng exclaimed softly, a glimmer of incredible sharpness flashing in his eyes. One sword style, sun-fire slash. Boom! A magnifique spectacle endowed. The blade of Luo Feng ignited unexpectedly. Its body vibrated at a peculiar frequency, generating a terrifying energy through friction with the air. With a swift motion, the blade was unleashed, sending shivers through the very fabric of existence. The pristine white thread was cleaved asunder by a stroke enveloped in brilliant flames, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, or a red-hot iron blade shattering a block of ice. What? This is impossible, Qingji exclaimed in disbelief. His own chilling aura, his own ice age, was shattered by Luo Feng's enigmatic strike, a blow ablaze with flames. How could this be? What principle governs such a phenomenon? Chapter 68. The attention of the 5 elders. Wow. That last strike was absolutely magnificent. On the sandy dunes, Luffy was utterly captivated by Law's display. Did it even have flames? Sanji fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether his kicks could also be imbued with fiery attributes. Remarkable, that wisp of white smoke appeared quite perilous. Yet Luo wielded his fiery blade to cleave right through it. The essence of the moment. Truly enchanting and alluring. Zoro, in a trance akin to that of a sword enthusiast, began to murmur to himself. Meanwhile, Robin and Crocodile witnessed Luo's first strike. They were left astounded. The resplendent flames and decisive cut left an indelible impression upon them. He actually severed Akiji's icy aura. Robin's pupils constricted in disbelief as she murmured in astonishment. She vividly recalled the terrifying might Akiji had demonstrated years ago. The memory lingered in her mind. Yet, the formidable power of the ice fruit was effortlessly cleaved by the man before her. Luo, what incredible strength! What charisma! Far in the distance, a few Navy soldiers stood by. Akiji had come to Alabasta to monitor Luo, accompanied by several soldiers. This was not his own decision, but rather a directive from the five elders. The five elders required constant surveillance over Akiji's every move. Impressive. Indeed, even Admiral Akiji could not subdue Luo at the first opportunity. How is it that his blade can emit flames? Could he be a devil fruit user? One soldier, holding a transponder snail, had eyes like cameras, faithfully broadcasting the scene to far-off locations, to the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, another transponder snail glowed, projecting the images from the Alabasta Desert onto the wall. The five elders, along with the still-present Vegapunk, observed the events unfold. So this is Luo. He appears quite youthful. His strength is astonishing. It seems the rumors were true. He is capable of severely injuring 5 vice admirals. This young man possesses significant prowess. Wait, how can he wield a flaming blade? Is he a devil fruit user? Or could it be that certain swordsmen harness special techniques to imbue their weapons with fiery damage? The 5 elders, witnessing Luo's initial strike, were taken aback by the display of such strength at his age. They stood at the pinnacle of global power and had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet, Luo's exceptional talent genuinely astounded them. What is high talent? Regrettably, he has no future. He is destined to fall at our hands. Ha! It is unfortunate that he has encountered Admiral Akiji. We should remind Akiji not to kill Luo. He must be captured alive. On the battlefield, the terrain had undergone a complete transformation. In the midst of the desert of Alabasta, a vast expanse of ice has suddenly emerged. The weather and temperature across the entirety of Alabasta have been affected. At this moment, the inhabitants scattered throughout the land feel a refreshing breeze wafting from an unknown direction, accompanied by a hint of moisture. Rob Lucci, you have indeed surprised me by reaching this point. However, if the flame blade is your trump card, instilling confidence in you, then I believe you may as well concede, remarked Kazan, lightly adjusting the nosepiece of his sunglasses. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed naval soldiers in the distance capturing his image with a den mushy. Such old fools, they truly do not trust me. Very well, let's finish this quickly and return to our vacation. At that moment, a series of buzzing sounds emanated from his pocket. Upon retrieving the source, Kazan discovered his den mushy was ringing. He answered to find the visage of an elderly man materializing before him. Instantly recognizing him as one of the 5 elders, Kazan's tone was laced with irritation. What is it? I am currently engaged in battle, and conversing at this time may lead to unforeseen consequences. The 5 elders' dismissive attitude irked him further. Kazan, take heed. You must not kill Rob Lucci. He must be captured alive. Should you slay him, you will bear the consequences. Do you truly lack faith in me? Kazan's displeasure intensified, yet before he could finish his retort, the connection was abruptly severed. TCH, those old fools, he spat in frustration. He then turned his gaze skyward at Rob Lucci. It seems you are quite significant, though I know not why. He mused, as a surge of icy energy coursed through him, unleashing a frigid aura capable of freezing the very atmosphere. The oxygen and other molecules in the air crystallized into frost flowers. Suddenly, the air surrounding Rob Lucci was transformed into ice crystals, encasing him like an insect trapped in amber. Ice coffin, Kazan uttered, revealing the name of his technique. Freezing water is merely a basic application of an ice fruit. while freezing air represents an advanced technique. At this stage, he could immobilize the oxygen and carbon dioxide molecules in the air as if they were water molecules, achieving a temperature even lower than that of ice. Under the brilliant sunlight of the alabaster sky, the entire air coffin sparkled like a colossal, transparent gem, while inside, Rob Lucci appeared lifelike, his expression frozen in a moment of surprise. Every detail of his features, including his fingerprints and each strand of hair, vividly clear. Rob Lucci has actually been defeated? Robin found it somewhat hard to believe. However, the crocodile was unfazed. After all, Akiji was a vice admiral of the Navy, not someone who could be easily challenged by a mere newcomer pirate. Indeed, the vice admirals were invincible, and this Luo Feng was grossly overestimating his own capabilities. Yet, on the other side, a chorus of shouts erupted. You have just been defeated. Your entire family has fallen. Luo Feng is invincible. You with that slick back hair are nothing but a loser. Come here, you worthless fool sitting on the crocodile. I can take on 10 of you with ease. Chapter 69. Explosive fury. Luffy and his companions were seething with rage. To them, it seemed that Crocodile had yet to unleash his full potential, while he stood there, mocking them with his sardonic demeanor. Their desire to teach this scoundrel a lesson was palpable. It was evident that Crocodile, upon hearing their raucous taunts, felt the veins in his forehead throb with fury. With a murderous glare, he cast a glance at Luffy and his crew, although he dared not provoke Akiji, and held a deep-seated apprehension towards the one known as Law. He could not fathom how he, Crocodile, one of the illustrious 7 warlords of the sea, could be so brazenly ridiculed by these insignificant figures. This was intolerable. Who did they think they were, daring to wreak havoc on his territory? Crocodile's bravado stemmed from the fact that they were all situated in the desert, his domain. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and a wave of sand shot forth like a piercing arrow. How dare he strike first? Truly, he has a death wish. Luffy and his comrades were incensed. The audacity of their opponent, not only to refuse surrender, but to retaliate, was infuriating. It was time to crush him. In an instant, they executed the Soru technique, their mastery honed through rigorous training over the past days. Moreover, under Law's guidance, Sanji had been preparing divine meals, significantly enhancing their physical prowess. Even Nami now possessed a formidable strength exceeding 1,000 combat units. With a flash, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji materialized before Crocodile, nearly causing his eyes to bulge from shock. 3-sword style. First cut shot. Their combined assault converged upon Crocodile. Yet, after a moment of astonishment, he regained his composure, emboldened by his status as a Logia-type devil fruit user. Invincible. But in the next heartbeat, armament. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji simultaneously activated their haki, striking fiercely at Crocodile. Boom, splatter, crack. In an utterly humiliating manner, the 7 warlord collapsed. Though he was not dead, any thoughts of rising again soon would be a distant dream. He would likely be confined to his bed for some time. TCH. Turns out he's just a lightweight, flaunting such arrogance without any real strength. Where does he find the courage? Luffy remarked, clapping his hands. Honestly, I feel as though my blade has been sullied from cutting him down. Before sheathing his sword, Zoro wiped the blood off on Crocodile's clothing, a look of disdain on his face, as if he had just dispatched a mere pest. Hiss. It seems my strength has indeed improved, thanks to Law's guidance. Sanji lit a post-coital cigarette, inhaling deeply as a melancholic expression enveloped his face. Beside him, Robin stood in astonishment. She was acutely aware of the prowess of the Sand Crocodile, a formidable member of the 7 warlords. Yet, to her disbelief, he had fallen before these 3 unknown individuals without even managing to withstand a single blow. The situation was utterly inconceivable. My lady, I hope you are not too startled, Sanji remarked, finally noticing the beautiful Robin beside the fallen figure. Instantly, he was besotted and began to speak incessantly. TCH, here we go again with the colorfully dressed Kappa, he muttered. After a lengthy discourse, Robin finally grasped the revelation. These 3 were allies of that fellow named Luo Feng. Moreover, She discerned from Sanji's words that their current strength was undoubtedly linked to this Luo Feng. This realization left her even more astonished. Who exactly was Luo Feng? Merely a brief guidance had bestowed such might upon these individuals. Meanwhile, the sand crocodile retained a flicker of consciousness, brimming with resentment. Yet upon hearing this, he was equally taken aback. Luo Feng. That name lingered in his mind. On another front, the five elders were elated to learn that Akiji had finally apprehended Luo Feng. Excellent, Akiji, bring Luo Feng to the Holy Land, they commanded. Wait, with Luo Feng frozen like that, he won't perish, will he? We must promptly inform Akiji to keep a close watch. With a leap, Akiji positioned himself before the block of ice, gazing at the encased Luo Feng with a heavy sigh. Alas, my apologies, Luo Feng. I know of your good rapport with Captain Karp. However, as an admiral, I am bound by my own constraints, and this course of action is regrettably unavoidable. If it weren't for the direct orders of the five elders, I might have leveraged my authority to set you free, but alas. Inside the ice, Luo Feng remained motionless, devoid of any response, seemingly having ceased all thought. Akiji sighed once more, grappling with the pangs of conscience. He yearned to liberate Luo Feng, yet he could not. Over the years, he had painstakingly ascended to the rank of admiral, driven by his ambition for the position of fleet admiral. Once he attained that stature, he would possess the power to instigate change within the Navy, to alter the course of fate. Until then, he could not relent. He could not abandon years of perseverance for the sake of a single Luo Feng. As Luo Feng had articulated, lacking the requisite strength disqualified him from influencing Akiji's decisions. Suddenly, Akiji's transponder snail began to ring. Upon answering, he found it was yet another call from the five elders. Akiji, you must ensure that Luo Feng does not perish, do you understand? Furthermore, if he possesses anything of significance, retrieve it for us. Indeed, it appears that Luo Feng possesses a pirate ship. Retrieve that vessel, along with all its belongings and the individuals aboard. A sense of helplessness washed over Akiji. Did he truly seem so foolish? Nevertheless, he stifled the anger bubbling within and refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to sever the call with the Den Mushi. On the other end, the five elders erupted in fury. This Akiji was exceedingly audacious, audaciously severing their communication. Yet, they still required his assistance, making it unwise to further provoke him. It is time to depart. Akiji felt a stirring in his heart. He placed his hand atop the ice block, poised to activate his devil fruit abilities and levitate the ice away. However, at that very moment, an unprecedented event transpired. Crack, crack, crack within the ice. A crimson glow suddenly emanated from Luo Feng's exterior. Despite remaining motionless, this eerie red light unleashed a terrifying energy that shattered the ice coffin. This is impossible. Akiji's pupils, concealed behind his round sunglasses, immediately contracted. Boom! In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted. The ice coffin fractured, debris flying in all directions like cannonballs, and Akiji's body was instantly reduced to ice shards. Chapter 70. Consume the fruit. A portion of Alabasta has transformed into a vast expanse of icy wilderness. High above, beyond the clouds, a white eagle glides gracefully. Its amber eyes keenly survey the ground below. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounds as a colossal block of ice detonates spectacularly. The scene is utterly breathtaking. The white eagle is startled by the violent blast, nearly plummeting from the sky. The ferocious winds from the explosion sweep in all directions. What? What just happened? Did it suddenly explode? Luffy, gripping his straw hat, struggles against the swirling snow and wind, striving to uncover the truth. It seems the ice coffin that had sealed Luo Feng has erupted. Surely he is unharmed? Zoro interjects. If I'm not mistaken, this explosion must be linked to Luo Feng. Sanji asserts. Robin, holding her hat in place, forces her eyes open, her pupils constricting in shock. The battlefield where Akiji and Luo Feng once stood has been completely leveled by the recent explosion, leaving behind a deep crater where the ice coffin once lay. At the bottom of the pit stands Luo Feng, ice shards cascading from his form, yet he appears utterly unscathed. Ah, at last. I understand. Luo Feng murmurs to himself, stretching his numb limbs. He reaches into his bosom and retrieves a piece of crimson velvet cloth. Unfolding, it reveals a fruit resembling a grotesque, demonic visage, resting quietly within. In the distance, several Navy personnel tasked with broadcasting via the transponder snail faithfully document this astonishing scene. This moment is transmitted directly to the five elders. The elderly men, still reeling from the earlier explosion, are rendered speechless by the sight before them. How is this possible? That fruit has appeared in his possession? He consumed it yet. Wait, he is now revealing it. Could he be intending to? No, we must stop him. It's too late. In the footage, Luo Feng gazes at the fruit. Then suddenly his attention shifts towards the five elders. But they quickly realize he is actually looking at the Navy soldiers recording the scene with the transponder snail. With a sharp crack, Luo Feng bites down decisively. In full view of the five elders, he retches violently. Luo Feng immediately vomits. Feeling as though he has ingested a mouthful of filth. It is truly revolting. Indeed, devil fruits are not palatable delights. Otherwise, all those with abilities would not unanimously agree on their unpleasant taste. They were not unjust in their assessments. He has consumed it. He has truly consumed it. The five elders are left dumbfounded, followed by an eruption of fury. Arrogant, audacious, utterly brazen. Previously, I had only heard tales, but now I witness with my own eyes that this Luo Feng possesses audacity beyond measure. Observing his expression, it is evident that he comprehends the significance of this fruit, which is precisely what we desire. Nonetheless, he intentionally chooses to consume it before us. His actions are deliberate, undoubtedly intentional. Cursed be he. This Luo Feng must not live. I shall subject him to every conceivable torment before he meets an agonizing demise. The echoes of my furious roars reverberate through the opulent hall. Yet, this revelation is fortuitous, for it confirms that the fruit's power indeed resides within Luo Feng. Sever his limbs and bring him back. With a whoosh, the figure of Aokiji reconstitutes. Being of the natural element, he remains unscathed by the recent physical assault. However, a sense of trepidation lurks beneath his calm exterior. The five elders may be oblivious, as may others, but he is acutely aware of the formidable power of the ice coffin he had prepared for Luo Feng. For an ordinary individual, not only would it be impossible to escape, but maintaining consciousness amidst such extreme cold is exceedingly arduous. Luo Feng. Aokiji re-evaluates his adversary before him. Kazan, you still live. I am grateful for the vital information you have conveyed to me. Luo Feng casually discards the partially bitten mysterious fruit onto the ground and, turning to Aokiji, expresses his gratitude with a cheerful demeanor. Gratitude for what? What information? Aokiji is perplexed. Luo Feng replies, of course. The intelligence that you intend to capture me alive. Since you have rendered me such a significant service, I ought to provide you with an explanation. In a matter of moments, he succinctly clarifies the situation. Throughout this exchange, Aokiji's expression shifts numerous times, culminating in a state of complete disbelief. It turns out that Luo Feng has perceived him as merely a tool. It dawns on Aokiji that Luo Feng has been feigning all along, his intent being to ascertain whether Aokiji harbored murderous thoughts. How foolish of him to have believed Luo Feng to be weak, when in fact, Luo Feng had been holding back. A flicker of concealed rage ignites within Aokiji. Nevertheless, he maintains an outward calmness, resembling a volcano poised to erupt or an avalanche on the brink of descent. Excellent, Luo Feng. With this, my guilt dissipates. From this moment forth, I shall not hold back. Adjusting his sunglasses, Aokiji states icily, do not be so rash. Yet Luo Feng counters. Now that you are aware of my strength and possess a standing for an equitable dialogue, should we not sit down and converse? Aokiji is nearly amused to the point of laughter. An equitable dialogue? Do you genuinely believe you possess that capability? Observing Aokiji's demeanor, Luo Feng exhales a sigh. Very well. Since you insist on a confrontation, I shall accompany you to the end. Pausing for a moment, a subtle smirk graces his lips as an inexplicable aura begins to rise from within him. However, having just consumed the fruit. Shall I test the capabilities it grants me against you? Suit yourself. Akiji responds as the words leave his lips. He has raised one hand, his entire palm at this moment forged from ice. What manner of fruit is this? In the hall, the usually silent Vegapunk suddenly inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the ability that has garnered the 5 elders' utmost attention. At this juncture, Saturn Satan began to elucidate, recognizing that Vegapunk would ultimately come into contact with this fruit. As long as he is not permitted to extract the juice for research, all else is negotiable. This fruit is known as the fruit of the demon, which, upon consumption, bestows the ability to transform into a demon, thereby amplifying one's power, similar to that of ordinary Zoan types. However, it bears a significant weakness. Under sunlight, its power is diminished, having the enhancement. Vegapunk appeared utterly bewildered. Such a lackluster ability. Could the 5 elders truly be jesting? Merely a power augmentation? Any ordinary Zoan could accomplish this, and indeed, many possess amplifications far exceeding this one. Moreover, it comes with a drawback that is exceedingly disappointing. Observing his expression, Satan no longer held back. With a light chuckle, he continued, however, this fruit is also known by another name. Chapter 71. Could he truly be a genius? Oh, another name? Vegapunk's curiosity was piqued. With the vast capacity of his mind, he searched through his memories and could only recall a fruit possessing dual names. Rubber, Nika. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Even the truth that the Nika fruit was, in fact, the rubber fruit, was a revelation he stumbled upon in an ancient text that had nearly completely eroded. The legendary sun god, a mysterious and powerful fruit, was said to possess extraordinarily exaggerated abilities. Could it be a devil fruit that rivals the Nika fruit? Vegapunk pondered. Saturn the Satan glanced at the remaining 4 elders, seemingly seeking their opinions. Noticing no objections, he spoke. This fruit is ordinarily merely an ordinary Zoan-type ability. It is only upon awakening that it undergoes a transformation, becoming an entirely different fruit. However, its awakening conditions differ from those of Zoan types. Instead of entering a near-death state, it resembles paramecia in that one must continually develop the fruit's abilities before it can awaken. Once awakened, its powers will undergo a monumental transformation, almost to the point of being terrifying. This is precisely why we have summoned you here, to ensure the fruit is recovered intact. Additionally, to prevent it from falling into the hands of others, we have specifically dispatched Admiral Akiji. Such matters do exist. Vegapunk secretly committed this information to memory. Astonished. According to Satan's assertions, this devil fruit was undoubtedly as significant as the legendary Nika fruit, if not more so. Then, compared to the Kaido fruit, which is stronger? Vegapunk could not help but inquire. The Kaido fruit was a manifestation of Kaido's powers. When Kaido was captured, Vegapunk had extracted his blood for research, even managing to create an artificial Kaido fruit. In Vegapunk's eyes, the Kaido fruit was already a top-tier Zoan mythical beast. Wind, fire, clouds, thunder, strength. Although it belonged to the Zoan type, it endowed its user with a formidable physique while also granting several elemental powers, akin to the abilities of a Logia type, reaching an almost grotesque level of strength. In Vegapunk's estimation, the Kaido fruit surpassed the vast majority of Logia and Paramecia types, categorizing it as a divine fruit. The Kaido fruit? To Vegapunk's surprise, Satan merely scoffed. Do not equate that kind of trash ability with this fruit, if you please. The Kaido fruit was once released and fell into Kaido's hands merely because it was treated as a toy, a reward for his subordinates, regarded as beneath the notice of the elders. If Satan were to classify the abilities of the fruits, the powers of the 5 of them would be top tier, while the Kaido fruit could only be considered second-rate. However, in Satan's eyes, this fruit was divine. Indeed, surpassing even the fruits they consume, the level of power is elevated. At this moment, Vegapunk suddenly had a realization. Wait, if Luo Feng has now consumed this fruit, does that not imply that Admiral Akiji is in peril? Satan's saint cast a glance at him. Do you harbor any misconceptions regarding the development of fruits? Are fruits so easily awakened and cultivated? Before awakening, That fruit is merely an ordinary zoan type. At this moment, Luo Feng felt a peculiar energy coursing through his body. With a mere thought, his skin abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson hue, while his teeth and nails elongated into sharp, menacing points. From Akiji's perspective, he witnessed Luo Feng's skin turn blood red, sprouting claws and fangs, resembling a malevolent spirit that had crawled forth from the depths of hell. What is happening? In truth, Akiji was taken aback. How do I look right now? Luo Feng stared at his palms, his voice transformed into a low, gravelly tone. With a clenched fist, his muscles bulged, and a terrifying strength surged forth, eliciting a sensation of exquisite delight. So this is the power of a zoan-type fruit, merely having consumed it, without any prior development or training, and already achieving such effects. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me see, he murmured, suddenly endeavoring to develop his abilities. You are comprehending the fruit's abilities and developing them. You have gained the ability Infernal Fire. With a whoosh, a green, ethereal flame materialized above Luo Feng's palm. Fire. Mastering the ability of flames, as a zoan type, already borders on the realm of mythical beasts. What? He has so swiftly grasped a new ability? The Five Elders, witnessing Luo Feng conjuring Infernal Fire, instantly lost their composure. What kind of situation is this? Having just consumed the fruit, he effortlessly developed a new ability. Could this be the legendary genius? Such enviable talent. At that moment, the bald elder sighed. Akiji rubbed his forehead, which was nearly creased with worry. Luo Feng had completely disregarded him, immersed in the development of his fruit's power. Did he truly believe that Akiji was inconsequential? Yet, just as he prepared to intervene, Luo Feng unexpectedly unveiled another astonishing feat. He suddenly reached for the back of his neck. Based on your understanding, you have comprehended the ability Spinal Blade. With a crack, the sound of tearing muscle echoed. Luo Feng, astonishingly, forcibly extracted his own spine. The white, glistening bone, still adorned with tendrils of blood and sinew, formed an oddly shaped skeletal longsword. What the? Oh my goodness! Not just others. Even Akiji could no longer contain himself, his scalp tingling in disbelief. He desperately wanted to inquire, does it hurt? However, upon further reflection, such an inquiry seems rather impolite. Moreover, at this moment, Luo Feng's appearance resembles that of a specter more than that of a human. It is quite reasonable and natural for a ghost to wield its own spine as a weapon, is it not? Could it be that he has, with a mere flick of his wrist, unlocked yet another new ability? The Five Elders were once again taken aback by Luo Feng's actions. Could it be that he truly is a genius? At this moment, all were rendered silent. Chapter 72. What is this ability? Without bones. A chilling sensation enveloped my back, yet my body felt liberated. Moreover, my mind felt remarkably expansive. Luo Feng paid no heed to the gazes of others, muttering to himself. With a crack, his arm bone pierced through his palm, emerging like a short blade. Then, with a mere thought, the blade retracted seamlessly. It extended and retracted effortlessly. Swish, the blade was drawn forth. Thud, the blade was drawn back. Drawn forth, retracted, drawn forth, retracted, drawn forth. Whoosh, Luo Feng swept his hand across the spine-like blade, igniting it with a ghostly green fire in an instant. The bone blade of nether fire. Hiss! The bone blade in Luo Feng's hand drooped to the ground, instantly melting away the frost and snow beneath the searing flames. Furthermore, Luo Feng suddenly flicked his left hand, and a long spike of bone shot forth from his palm. Whoosh! A spectral blue flame enveloped it. Hiss! As this blue flame met the air, a frigid aura surged forth, causing the moisture in the air to crystallize into delicate snowflakes that cascaded down. Enough! Stop him! Quickly, stop him! Saint Satan suddenly widened his eyes, shouting into the phone bug. Hearing this, Akiji was perplexed. However, witnessing Luo Feng continuously developing new and incomprehensible abilities, he felt that if he did not intervene soon, his fellow might indulge himself here all day long. Whoosh! Akiji suddenly struck, delivering a kick towards Luo Feng. Crack, crack, crack! In an extraordinarily peculiar posture, Luo Feng bent backward, evading the kick. His gaze never even glanced at Aokiji. Instead, he was still contemplating how to further exploit this fruit's powers. At this moment, he comprehended the vast potential this fruit possessed. Tremendously fushed. If Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit had once been a source of envy and desire for Luo Feng, now, in his eyes, the Azure Dragon fruit seemed rather trivial. Through your understanding, you have an epiphany and grasp the ability of the three-headed, six-armed form. Crack! Luo Feng's clothing suddenly tore apart. From his armpits emerged 4 arms and hands, while 2 heads sprouted from his neck. Clap! His 6 hands seized Aokiji's kicking leg with an iron grip. Whoosh! The ghostly green flame spread over Aokiji's thigh like a swarm of locusts, igniting instantly. What is this ability? Aokiji was genuinely startled. The 5 elders were equally taken aback, for they had not encountered this 3-headed, 6-armed form in their records, meaning that those who had previously acquired this ability had never developed it to such an extent. How did he accomplish this? This fruit can be used in such a manner? Saint Satan shouted in a somewhat flustered manner. The others also began to shift uneasily. The overwhelming desire to seize Luo Feng and dissect his very being arises, to ascertain whether this individual is indeed human. Everyone possesses intelligence. So why does Luo Feng's imagination soar to such heights? While others cultivate their abilities over months or even years, he seems to accomplish feats in mere seconds. Truly, the disparity among individuals can be infuriating. With a swift motion, 6 skeletal blades extend from Luo Feng's 6 hands. 6 blades flow, 6 paths of reincarnation. As the skeletal blades ignite with infernal flames, countless flashes of light emanate, slicing Blue Pheasant into innumerable fragments. Meanwhile, the true form of Blue Pheasant gradually materializes. His expression a portrait of dismay. Luo Feng's flames are capable of scorching him. Beneath his garments, his skin still throbs with pain. Had he not swiftly transferred his essence, he might have suffered grievous internal injuries. A moment of carelessness. Henceforth, he must envelop himself in Armament Haki at all times, he muses. At that moment, a call from the 5 elders interrupts his thoughts. Hurry! Luo Feng is in the midst of developing his powers. He must not be allowed to continue, or a calamity of unimaginable proportions will ensue. We must halt him by any means necessary. As the 5 elders speak, Luo Feng manifests 2 new abilities. The more he develops, the more he perceives the immense, albeit outdated, potential within him. This is merely the preliminary phase of his development. Each ability he has recently unearthed possesses the capacity for extensive refinement and application, such as the nether fire, the bone blades, and the 3-headed, 6-armed form. With each new ability unveiled, he feels a dormant essence within him begin to awaken, akin to a slumbering giant slowly opening its eyes. Suddenly, with a mere gesture, a skeletal arm erupts from beneath Blue Pheasant's feet, grasping his ankle. What in the world is this? Blue Pheasant abandons rational thought. He has encountered numerous devil fruit users, yet the diverse capabilities of the fruit Luo Feng has consumed are unlike anything he has ever witnessed. Were he to remain silent, he might suspect that multiple fruits had fused into one. So it can function this way. Luo Feng chuckles lightly. You have attained enlightenment in the art of spiritual communication. With a thunderous sound, he reaches forth, and from the earth, a towering skeletal frame, 7 or 8 meters high, emerges, its eye sockets ablaze with nether fire. With a single swipe, it sends Blue Pheasant crashing into the ground. As the nether fire spreads from the eye sockets along the skeletal seams toward Blue Pheasant, he is compelled to transfer his essence once more. However, Luo Feng's relentless summoning of skeletons allows him to bypass distance, exerting direct influence over Blue Pheasant, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Overcome by sheer force, Blue Pheasant bellows, enveloping himself in Armament Haki. Suddenly, a powerful tremor erupted, shattering the skeletal grasp that had ensnared him. He then strode purposefully towards Luo Feng, intent on swiftly eliminating him. One should not presume that consuming a single fine fruit equates to genuine strength. In this world, one must either possess extraordinary fruits or formidable willpower, both of which require time to cultivate. Your approach, striking here and there without focus, merely seeks to attract attention. As he spoke, he had already closed the distance to Luo Feng, conjuring a chilling ice warrior's blade in his hand, aimed directly at Luo Feng. However, the strike was not intended to be lethal. Yet, should it pierce Luo Feng's body, it would instantly freeze him, plunging him into a state of suspended animation. Just then, an eerie aura suddenly enveloped Luo Feng. Simultaneously, the skies above Alabasta darkened, as if they had transitioned into an alternate dimension. Chapter 73, Awakening of the Phantom Beast. Enveloped in fiery clouds boom. At this moment, the sky over Alabasta was engulfed in chaos. It was not merely a cover of dark clouds, but rather a void of nothingness. The inhabitants of Alabasta could not help but gaze upward, their hearts tinged with an ominous premonition. What transpired? A chill crept in. What did you say? The attack from Akiji had already reached Luo Feng. The icy blade of his sword aimed directly at his body. Yet at that instant a bizarre scene unfolded. The razor-sharp edge of the icy sword pierced through Luo Feng's form as if it were cutting through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Strangely, Akiji's body followed suit and passed through. Transparent, ethereal, Luo Feng's body resembled that of a spirit, impervious to physical assaults. Impossible. Akiji stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Suddenly, he turned his gaze sharply, fixating on Luo Feng. At that moment, his appearance transformed once more. A horn sprouted from his head, and a voluminous robe materialized around him, lifting him off the ground to float in midair. However, what struck him most was the transformation of his eyes. The whites had vanished, replaced by an abyssal black, while his pupils glimmered with a faint golden hue. Your mastery of the fruit has reached an extraordinary level. Profound insights have led to the awakening of its powers. Simultaneously, information regarding the fruit surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. Zoan type, human fruit, phantom beast form, Yama. So it is indeed a phantom beast. A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. At that moment, streams of crimson, blood-like fiery clouds began to rise, enveloping him like the celestial garments of a deity, bestowing an air of majesty and eeriness upon this earthly Yama. In the Holy Land, the elders observing the scene, alongside Vegapunk, were utterly unprepared for the unfolding spectacle. As they beheld the crimson clouds rising around Luo Feng, their eyes widened in astonishment. One of the elders, holding an exquisite teacup, suddenly lost his grip, and with a sharp crash, it shattered into fragments. The steaming tea spilled onto the pristine floor, creating an incomprehensible pattern. What emerged from Luo Feng? If I am not mistaken, is that fiery cloud? Indeed, it is the sign of an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit. This cannot be. He had only just consumed the fruit under our watchful eyes. How could he awaken so soon? No. Indeed, the blood-red fiery clouds signify the awakening of a Yama fruit. What kind of monstrous talent is this? What exceptional insight! Having just consumed the Yama fruit, he has awakened at such an astonishing pace. Is this young man truly human? Beside them, Vegapunk's eyes also widened in disbelief, the echoes of the details spoken by the sanctuary of Satan still resonating in his mind. This Yama fruit, unlike other Zoan-type fruits, resembles the Paramecia type in that it requires continuous exploration of its capabilities before awakening. In essence, Luo Feng has consumed a Paramecia fruit, and, within an astoundingly brief period, less than 10 minutes, has progressed from zero to an awakened state. Vegapunk ceased his contemplation, experiencing a fleeting lapse in cognition. Is this truly human? Such comprehension transcends the mere label of genius. Even a genuine prodigy would be deemed mediocre in the face of Luo Feng's terrifying insight. Is this an awakening of a Zoan type? In the arena, Akiji gazed in astonishment at the crimson flame clouds emanating from Luo Feng. As an admiral, he was acutely aware of this intelligence. However, Luo Feng had just consumed a fruit right under his nose, and now, in such a brief span, he had astonishingly awakened. Has this world encountered glitch? Akiji felt his mind buzzing, as his logic, worldview, and values teetered on the brink of collapse. Kazan, If you truly wish to determine the victor, then. At this moment, Luo Feng, draped in a long robe, his feet lifted off the ground, his countenance adorned with fangs, resembled a living incarnation of Yama, his voice oscillating between genders, exuding an eerie presence. I shall utilize this newfound ability to utterly shatter your arrogance. Upon awakening, Luo Feng discovered that his powers had been significantly enhanced. Moreover, he realized he could perform some remarkably extraordinary feats. Yet, the time for that was not now. First, he needed to subdue Aokiji. In truth, prior to consuming the fruit, Luo Feng had battled Aokiji with a lack of confidence. After all, while he had not exerted his full strength, Aokiji had certainly not done so either. If both were to fight with unrestrained fervor, the outcome was uncertain. Regarding admirals, during his encounter with the celestial dragons in Lowtown, Luo Feng had contemplated his odds against an admiral, estimating them at a mere 60%. Furthermore, even if he were to lose, he had confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed. However, now, after consuming the Yama fruit and awakening its powers, Luo Feng felt emboldened. He could assert, without exaggeration, that his odds against an admiral now stood at 99%. After a brief moment of astonishment, Aokiji regained his composure, adjusting his sunglasses. It has been quite some time since I encountered an opponent of your caliber. I must admit, I genuinely wish to engage you in battle. Yet his tone shifted, and beneath his sunglasses, his eyes revealed a hint of profundity. Your potential leads me to glimpse a fragment of the future. I must confess, I previously underestimated you. Luo Feng, your talent is indeed remarkable, deserving of the title of genius. Therefore, you may leave. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Instantly, within a radius of several kilometers, everything was encased in ice. Even the distant naval soldiers were transformed into ice sculptures, their telephones, meant for broadcasting to the five elders, likewise frozen in an instant. The image vanished in a heartbeat. In the Holy Land, a sharp clap resonated. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the image, the five elders felt a surge of anxiety. They were eager to ascertain what had transpired. What vexation! What had happened that caused the sudden loss of the feed? Quickly, they attempted to contact Aokiji via the telephone. This is futile. I have already tried, and it seems his telephone is lifeless, one remarked. Such was the reality. The strength of this Luo Feng had evidently ascended to a terrifying level, compelling Aokiji to exert his full power. The fragile life of the telephone was utterly incapable of surviving within his domain of ice and snow. A profound silence enveloped the five elders. This Luo Feng now imparted upon them a sense of helplessness, even a feeling of being beyond their control. At this moment, Saint Satan suddenly turned to Vegapunk and said, "You may exit for now. Return when your services are required." Once the door was sealed again, Saint Satan addressed the others. "It appears we have no choice but to consult with Lord M." Chapter 74. The Fate of Aokiji Bang. The door slammed shut. Vegapunk stood outside, somewhat at a loss. It seemed he had stumbled upon certain knowledge that he ought not to possess. Luo Feng, the East Blue, the Yama fruit. Vegapunk swiftly reviewed the recent information in his mind. It was his instinct, accustomed to contemplating various matters and dilemmas. The speed at which this man, Luo Feng, awakened his fruit ability was astonishing, suggesting he might surpass even that esteemed individual. Vegapunk had once experimented on a subject endowed with an extraordinary talent that left him astounded. The rapidity with which this subject grasped and developed fruit abilities was nothing short of remarkable. Back then, Vegapunk had felt certain that this person would one day make a name for himself across the seas. However now, Luo Feng's aura struck him as even more monstrous than that of his previous subject. The name of that subject? Kaido. Inside the room, as soon as Saint Satan's voice fell, it was immediately dismissed. No, this matter cannot disturb Lord M. Absolutely not. Wouldn't that plainly indicate to the Lord that we are inept? We have already botched this task, and yet we are to inform Lord M? Isn't that merely inviting him to clean up our mess? What purpose do we serve then? At that moment, The conversation among the five would certainly have left Vegapunk in shock had he overheard it. The five elders, who stood at the pinnacle of world power, were evidently under a higher authority. Of course, if he had truly caught wind of such snippets of information, he would not have survived to see the light of day. Even with his mastery of technology that was 5 centuries ahead of the world, or his potential utility to the celestial dragons, such knowledge was a secret that must never be disclosed. To be aware meant certain death for the informant, regardless of whether that person was a celestial dragon or not. Sigh. Thus, Saint Satan lamented, "We can only await news from Aokiji now, placing all our hopes upon him. It is the only course available to us." In Alabasta, Aokiji addressed Luo Feng, saying, "You may leave. I can handle matters with the 5 elders." Luo Feng regarded Aokiji earnestly. This fellow was indeed capable. When it mattered, he was truly on the front lines. This situation was directly overseen by the 5 elders. Should Aokiji allow him to depart, it would not only jeopardize Aokiji's position as an admiral, but could also lead to him being branded a criminal, imprisoned in the underwater prison. Luo Feng would then feel a profound sense of guilt. There was even the possibility of secret execution, leaving him no chance to intervene. Yet, a direct execution seemed unlikely. One must remember that Phosphorus Sonica, despite his failures, merely ended up incarcerated. As an admiral, Aokiji was primarily a formidable force, and the 5 elders would likely be reluctant to dismiss him outright. Moreover, the Navy would not tolerate a high-ranking general being inexplicably reprimanded by the 5 elders. Luo Feng pondered for a moment, concluding that it was highly likely that Aokiji had let him go. The worst outcome would merely be a scolding from the 5 elders, and he would likely not lose his position as a general. "All right, you should leave quickly," Aokiji said, waving his hand. For a talent like Luo Feng, there was a significant chance he would grow to an astounding level. He represented the hope of a new era, despite the risks. Aokiji was determined to ensure Luo Feng's safe departure from this place. Luo Feng mused for a moment before suddenly stating, "You are right, but I still wish to spar with you." Aokiji raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "I simply wish to gauge the extent of my own capabilities, and you're the perfect opponent." Luo Feng replied with a smile. Aokiji exhaled deeply. "In that case, I shall indulge you in this match. After you." With that, he gestured towards the distance, where an expanse of ice had formed upon the sea, providing a temporary platform for their duel. This location, after all, was crowded with onlookers. If anyone were to witness their full-fledged battle, it would not bode well, especially since Aokiji suspected that the 5 elders had dispatched individuals to surveil him covertly. Thus, he was even more resolved not to allow the 5 elders to acquire any additional intelligence. Luo Feng, however, was not overly concerned with such matters. He merely thought to himself that if the battle escalated too much, it could potentially affect others and even alter the terrain of Alabasta, which would be undesirable. Out at sea, such concerns were alleviated. Whoosh, whoosh, Aokiji and Luo Feng vanished in an instant, one after the other. On the sand dunes, Luffy and the others were utterly perplexed. They disappeared. They were so fast. Where did they go? Robin, nearby, exhaled a long breath and rubbed her eyes. That was too fast, too exhilarating. The battle we just witnessed truly opened my eyes. The clash of admirals is indeed breathtaking. At that moment, Robin addressed Luffy and the others, pointing to the sand crocodile on the ground. "This is my friend. I wonder if you could spare him?" She was still an internationally wanted criminal by the world government, and the sand crocodile was an ideal bodyguard. She did not wish to lose his protection. Hearing this, the sand crocodile felt a surge of emotion. He had thought that his relationship with Robin was merely superficial, yet at this critical moment, she was willing to speak on his behalf. Simultaneously, the sand crocodile harbored a murderous intent towards Luffy and the others. Today's humiliation was unbearable. He had been defeated by a group of seemingly street urchins using such crude methods. It was truly disgraceful, and Robin had witnessed it. How could he continue to navigate his life after such an embarrassment? Therefore, he must seek vengeance. Excellent, splendid, just like that, spare me, and then, in a moment of your negligence, eliminate all of you at once. Ha ha ha. The sand crocodile thought with great satisfaction. Who would have thought? Is this waste your friend? Madam, why not join us instead? As you can see, we have Luo Feng aboard, such a formidable expert who will undoubtedly aid in your advancement, making you stronger and increasingly formidable. Furthermore, with me as your chef, you will savor exquisite meals each day. Most importantly, you will have several bodyguards to ensure your safety at all times. Just look at this green algae head. Do not be deceived by his somewhat foolish appearance, for you have witnessed his prowess. And this seemingly dim-witted fellow is our captain, somewhat capable and, crucially, easy to converse with. Robin was astounded. Bang! The sand crocodile was swiftly knocked unconscious by Sanji's kick. Zoro was eager to slice this lecherous creature. Is this even human speech? Merely a cook. And yet he dares to assume the captain's role in receiving people. Has he consulted Luffy's opinion? The most infuriating part is that he referred to himself as the green algae head. Can one endure such insolence? However, just as he prepared to draw his sword, he suddenly gazed in a certain direction, upon the vast ocean. At this moment, Luffy, Sanji, and Robin simultaneously turned their attention toward the sea. Chapter 75. A full-force assault. Thunderous roars echoed as the sky above the distant sea suddenly tore apart. What an astonishing spectacle! Luffy found himself at a loss for words to express the tumult of emotions stirring within him. Gazing at such a magnificent scene, he pondered when he might ever reach such heights. Zoro, lips pursed, stared blankly at the distant heavens, his grip tightening instinctively around the hilt of his sword. Was this the sensation of being utterly outclassed? Sanji, lighting a cigarette, remarked with a hint of weariness, "How profound." Nearby, Robin was equally awestruck. Though the battle between Luo Feng and Aokiji had been breathtaking and grand, it was still somewhat comprehensible. Yet now the sky itself had split open. What unfathomable power could have cleaved the clouds? Did this even belong to the realm of humanity? Suddenly, Zoro sprang into action, sprinting towards the battleground. "I want to see too," Luffy shouted, adrenaline surging through him. The Admiral Aokiji was engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Feng. Such a monumental scene would be a regret to miss for a lifetime. And I'm coming too. You two are too sly. At this moment, Sanji even forsook the allure of women, dashing forward with a cigarette in tow. Robin remained rooted for barely a moment before her desire for strength overshadowed her reason. Whatever the sand crocodile, she thought, she could always sail with this seemingly amicable crew. Meanwhile, aboard the Mary, Nami and the others observed the shifting winds and clouds over the sea. "Oh no!" Chopper exclaimed, covering his fluffy face with his paws. "Hehehe, Chopper, look! This is the aftermath of our companion Luo Feng's battle. Impressive, isn't it?" Usopp boasted with arrogance. Nami promptly countered him. "Usopp, if your legs would stop shaking, I might consider you a man." Usopp immediately lost his composure, panicking. "What we do? The sky has split. Is Luo Feng's astonishing sword energy reaching us? Are our bodies already severed, and we'll only realize it in 5 minutes? Have we actually perished?" Chopper, hearing this, innocently believed him and began running frantically on the deck. "Oh no, have we truly been killed by the remnants of the battle? Wah, I don't want to die yet." Nami, observing the two, sighed in exasperation, covering her forehead. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound echoed from afar over the ocean. Crack, crack, crack. An astonishing sight unfolded. A colossal iceberg, the size of an island, was cleaved in two as if it were mere cheese. It was as if a giant wielding a colossal sword had cleaved through the sky. How powerful! Zoro, in the midst of his frantic sprint, was instantly struck with awe, his scalp tingling. His grip on the sword was slick with sweat. Surely, this was the handiwork of Luo Feng. His heart raced, filled with both pride and yearning. Suddenly, from the heavens above, countless massive hailstones plummeted from the clouds. Each hailstone was at least the size of the Going Merry. Now, they descended like torrential rain, crashing down without restraint. This could only mean Aokiji had made his move. Robin, running nearby, was taken aback. To alter the weather so directly, the chill must have frozen the clouds. On the other side, Sanji thought to himself, at this moment, whether it was Luffy and his companions or the crew aboard the Going Merry, All were filled with curiosity and a longing to witness the details of the battle between Luo Feng and Aokiji. The residual energy alone was so formidable. How astonishing, how intricate, how utterly breathtaking must their close-quarters combat be. Swish! Shortly after the hailstorm began, the sky suddenly dimmed. It was as if an enormous hand had covered the sun. Everyone felt a shadow pass over them, only to revert to normal moments later. Wait, why has it darkened? Nami pointed towards the distant sky. The clouds had turned black. At this moment, everyone, including some of the citizens of Alabasta, witnessed the clouds above where Luo Feng and Aokiji clashed suddenly turn as dark as ink. It was a shade that seemed capable of devouring light. A mournful wind howled, filling the air with an eerie atmosphere. This chill was different from Aokiji's mere coldness. It was a frigidness that sent shivers through the very soul. Boom! At this, everyone looked up in horror. They beheld the black clouds beginning to shed white rain. Pitter-patter. Wait a moment. Someone's pupils dilated. Skulls. Every raindrop was in fact a skull. Countless skeletal frames rained down from the black expanse, akin to the gates of hell, delivering a staggering visual shock. Then, amidst the multitude of skulls, a gigantic hand emerged. It seemed to reach forth from the gates of the underworld, crashing down fiercely upon the frozen expanse below. Boom! In an instant, the icebound sea shattered like glass. The water erupted as if a stone had been thrown into a still lake, sending forth countless splashes and waves. What on earth is this? At that moment, everyone was left utterly astounded. If the previous rending of the sky had already left them in shock, then this strike. Their scalps were instantly pricked with dread for the immense dark cloud looming in the sky instilled a profound sense of terror and foreboding in the hearts of the onlookers. It evoked thoughts of the river Styx and the realm of the dead. Subsequently, an avalanche of skeletal remains cascaded down, striking their vision with a jarring impact that left them utterly astonished. Simultaneously, their contemplation of the gateway to the underworld deepened. As the final blow was delivered, it conclusively solidified their speculation. Could it be that this truly is the portal to the netherworld? Could Luo Feng, astonishingly, summon entities from the realm of the deceased into our world of the living? If so, could he also possess the power to resurrect the dead? How terrifying! Oh, how overwhelming! Is this truly within the capacity of humanity? Moreover, such a man is one of our crew. At that moment, Zoro had already sprinted to the shoreline, preparing to step onto the ice, determined to swim across if necessary. Wait, he could see. He peered intently ahead and, to his astonishment, discerned the figures of Luo Feng and Aokiji engaged in a battle in a manner beyond his comprehension. Chapter 76. The conclusion of battle. The vast ocean lay before them, dotted with colossal ice blocks. A silhouette stood resolutely atop one of these icy masses, rising and falling with the undulating waves, while another figure floated in midair, legs dangling freely. The howling sea breeze whipped around them, causing their garments to flutter dramatically. Kazan's breath was somewhat steady. The recent clash had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. After taking several deep breaths, he spoke. I understand now. Your ability allows you to temporarily become intangible. In that state, aside from Haki, no physical means can harm you in the slightest. You essentially become akin to a natural type. Animal, superhuman, natural. This fruit of yours possesses the extraordinary ability to transcend all three categories. Truly a rarity and a formidable power. Luo Feng remained non-committal. In truth, entering the intangible state required a significant expenditure of energy. The longer he remained in this state, the greater the stamina consumed, not to mention the extended cooldown period before he could transition back into intangibility. For instance, after being intangible for 3 seconds, he would need to wait an equal duration before he could assume that state again. Moreover, every additional second spent in intangibility after the initial 3 would exhaust an amount of energy equivalent to the total consumed previously. At most, he could sustain this state for 10 seconds. Any longer would result in dire consequences. Now, it seems we must determine the victor, Kazan stated. I am of the same mind, Luo Feng replied, his voice a raspy echo of indecipherable gender. In that instant, the sea breeze ceased, and the air felt as if it had solidified. A resonating hum emanated from both Luo Feng and Kazan, signaling the release of their formidable haki. Boom! The clash of overwhelming haki reverberated through the atmosphere. Instantly, the noble purple haki collided with Kazan's, splitting the world into two distinct realms. Yet, in terms of both purity and magnitude, Luo Feng's haki overwhelmingly surpassed Kazan's. Such terrifying haki. Your power should vastly exceed mine. Could it be? You have trained in Conqueror's haki? Kazan struggled to withstand the pressure for 3 seconds before conceding defeat. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead, and his hands trembled. This was a primal reaction of the body, instilled by the awe-inspiring presence of Luo Feng's haki. But how could he tremble? He was Kazan, an admiral. To be frightened into shaking by another's Conqueror's haki? It was inconceivable. With a low growl, Kazan charged at Luo Feng. His legs struck forth like a divine spear, imbued with overwhelming haki, aimed directly at Luo Feng's form. Without haki, even his freezing fruit abilities would prove ineffective against Luo Feng. Therefore, to confront Luo Feng, he could not rely on his fruit powers, but rather on haki and martial prowess. Bring it on, Luo Feng rasped. With that, crimson hellfire swirled around his ghostly hand as he lunged, delivering a fierce claw strike toward Kazan's foot. Bang! The very heavens and earth seemed to tremble in response. A surge of black lightning erupted from the point of confrontation between the two. The howling wind roared as the sea swelled in waves. Centering around Luo Feng and Qing Ji, the clash continued, with the two exchanging blows dozens of times, each collision infused with an aura of formidable power. Qing Ji found himself stunned. The impact of Luo Feng's hand was so intense it caused pain in his feet. What terrifying strength this was! The Zoan-type Devil Fruit inherently augmented one's physical prowess, and now, with Luo Feng's own abilities awakened, all aspects, strength, defense, recovery, and physical limits, had undergone a terrifying enhancement. Kazan, what you perceive as justice? Luo Feng inquired slowly. Justice? Qing Ji was taken aback. His own concept of justice had become one of lethargy, yet had not always been so. Years ago, shortly after he joined the Marines, he was a fervent youth, tirelessly pursuing pirates, often neglecting meals in his fervor. He believed himself to be on the righteous path, striving for strength, even training under Karp to bolster his abilities. However, the incident at O'Hara shattered his ideals of justice. Witnessing the Marines slaughter innocents in the name of their so-called justice left him shaken. What is justice? To obliterate scholars of O'Hara, to conceal an 800-year-old truth, to burn books that held knowledge and truth, to turn a child, barely 10 and in the bloom of youth, into a fugitive, leaving her family shattered and her life in ruins? Listening to Luo Feng's hoarse voice, Qing Ji suddenly looked up, fixating on Luo Feng's eyes. How do you know all this? His pupils trembled, his inner turmoil crumbling his resolve. Years of buried fear gripped his throat like a vice. He had been tormented by his conscience, for though he had not acted directly, he possessed the power to have changed the course of events. Had he intervened, even at the cost of his own life or being hunted as a criminal, he would have found solace in his dreams. At that moment, a slight smirk appeared on Luo Feng's lips as he unleashed a deadly move, divine avoidance. He drew his colossal sword with a powerful swing, releasing a terrifying slash of aura that surged toward Qing Ji's face. Crack! This divine avoidance manifested like a rift in space, extending several meters. As it emerged, black lightning swirled around it, the concentrated aura instilling in Qing Ji an overwhelming sense of suffocation and despair, as if death loomed overhead. Disaster. Qing Ji, lost in thought over Luo Feng's words, had let his guard down and failed to evade. Boom! The divine strike landed heavily upon him, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth and nose. His body soared across the ocean's surface like a torpedo, generating a colossal wall of white water in its wake, before crashing violently onto the shores of Alabasta. On this day, the inhabitants of Alabasta felt a tremor beneath their feet. Akiji, never to rise again. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, in the office of the admiral, Sengoku and Garp had been anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle for an extended period. Sengoku's gaze remained fixed upon Garp, vigilant against any signs of compassion from the old man. Although the distance to Alabasta was considerable, Garp's esteemed reputation meant that a mere phone call could potentially alter the course of events, particularly concerning Akiji, who had once served under him. Their bond was anything but ordinary. Should Garp plead for Akiji, there was a genuine possibility that the old man could sway him. Suddenly, the phone on Sengoku's desk rang. Had the results arrived? Sengoku's eyes brightened as he hurriedly answered. "What is it?" he inquired. At that moment, Garp too turned his attention to the phone, his heart racing with anticipation and anxiety. The fate of Luffy hung precariously in the balance. "Ah, Admiral, there is someone seeking you." However, the voice emanating from the phone was not that of Akiji. "What?" "It is a man named Teach, who claims to bring a pirate named Ace for an exchange, aiming to become a warlord of the sea." Chapter 77, Karp's Fury Bang. The table was shattered by Karp's furious strike. His face was a mask of disbelief and anger. What? Who did he say? Just a moment ago, if he heard correctly, the individual captured by that Teach seemed to be named Ace, right? Ace. Wasn't he a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? How could he suddenly have been seized by Teach? Moreover, if Karp remembered correctly, this fellow named Teach was also supposedly a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could it be that these two members of the same crew have turned against each other? Why are you so agitated? Sengoku cast a calm glance at Karp. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, turmoil brewed within him. Ace. He knew that name. Ever since the fiery Ace set sail, he had been closely monitoring this formidable newcomer. Initially, he had paid little heed, believing him to be merely a powerful rookie. However, once Ace joined the Whitebeard crew, Sengoku began to intensify his investigations. What he uncovered was astonishing. This Ace, known as Fire Fist, hailed from Windmill Village in the East Blue. Windmill Village. Wasn't that Karp's hometown? Upon learning this news, Sengoku's instincts kicked in, alerting him that something was amiss. Consequently, he dispatched reliable personnel to delve deeper into the matter. Fortune favors the diligent. Ultimately, he indeed uncovered a shocking revelation. Ace's surname was not Portgas, but Joel D. He was not an orphan, but rather the biological son of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Upon discovering this truth, Sengoku was enraged. Ever since Roger's demise, he had been tirelessly seeking the whereabouts of Roger's child, only to find that Karp had concealed him all along. It felt as though he had been stabbed in the back by the very person he trusted most. However, after learning of Ace's identity, Sengoku refrained from acting rashly. On one hand, it was already too late. Ace had joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and with Whitebeard's protection, capturing Ace would be nearly impossible. On the other hand, it was due to his friendship with Karp that he hesitated to shatter the fragile facade. Moreover, should he broach the subject with Karp, it might inadvertently alert Ace, prompting him to seek even greater protection. Yet now, Karp had no reason to shield Ace any longer. Sengoku's heart smirked at the thought, a flicker of delight igniting within him. This was a windfall from the heavens. The existence of Fire Fist Ace was sufficient for him to orchestrate numerous schemes. As for Teach aspiring to become a warlord of the sea, that was entirely acceptable. After all, he was now effectively an enemy of Whitebeard, and seeking the Navy's protection was quite reasonable. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku agreed. After all, in the eyes of one named Teach, he was merely an ordinary pirate. Having spent many years in the Whitebeard Pirates, he had achieved little of note and was certainly no formidable figure. As for why he betrayed Whitebeard, the reason was rather simple. In the world of piracy, inequity is commonplace. According to Sengoku's intelligence, the position of the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard's crew was originally meant for the senior Teach, yet it was bestowed upon Ace instead. Was this not a compelling justification? Fueled by jealousy, Teach captured Ace. Very well. Let him come, he instructed into the transponder snail. Sengoku then ended the call and turned his gaze towards Garp. As expected, Garp's expression was far from pleasant. Garp, what troubles you? It is merely a squabble among pirates. Why the agitation from a marine? Sengoku secretly reveled in this moment. Garp had raised Ace in secrecy, and now Ace was captured right before his eyes. He was eager to witness Garp's reaction. Garp opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Unbeknownst to him, Sengoku had unraveled the entire situation, leaving Garp to simmer in frustration and anxiety. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and a pungent odor, reminiscent of someone who had tea-bathed for an extended period, accompanied by the scent of alcohol, wafted into the room, causing both men to grimace. Then Blackbeard entered, cackling heartily. Ha ha ha, I never expected our transaction to conclude so swiftly. Blackbeard laughed unabashedly, disregarding the legendary marine, hero Garp, and the strategic genius of Fleet Admiral Sengoku standing before him. Should either of them choose to retract their agreement, they could easily subdue him with a mere gesture. However, Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, would never stoop to such a base act. He merely spoke with indifference. I have but one question for you. Why did you deliver Port Gasti? Ace to us Marines? Garp's gaze was fixed intently on Blackbeard, his murderous intent barely contained. Yet Blackbeard remained oblivious to the predatory glint in Garp's eyes. Instead, focusing on Sengoku, responding with a grin, it's quite simple. I killed my crewmates, leaving me no choice but to flee. And that fool Ace, in his foolishness, pursued me for the sake of his fallen comrades. However, I anticipated his arrival and set a trap, capturing him effortlessly. Ha ha ha. In truth, this fool had no idea that I had been concealing my strength on the ship. He naively believed he could hunt me down. How utterly foolish. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, Akiji opened his eyes to find himself lying in a lavish room reminiscent of a royal setting. Surrounding him were several maids, attending to his needs. He glanced down. He discovered himself completely swathed in bandages. Merely moving his body elicited excruciating pain in his chest, causing him to grimace. Do not move. All your ribs are fractured. I've already set them, but if you strain them further, they may pierce your internal organs, and that could prove perilous. At that moment, a creature resembling a plush pet approached, speaking with gravity. Where am I? And what has transpired? Akiji inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Luo Feng entered, having reverted to his human form. He exuded charm with his handsome visage, upright posture, and a faint smile gracing his lips. You are within the royal palace of Alabasta. This is a lengthy tale, and I shall explain it to you in due course. It turned out that after Akiji's defeat, Princess Vivi had invited everyone to the palace. Crocodile had become a bounty, and the hardships faced by the people of Alabasta were alleviated. Furthermore, it was joyous to note that Robin had consented to join the Straw Hat crew. By the way, you should eat first. Shortly, I will take you to see something, Luo Feng remarked, addressing Akiji. What is it? Akiji asked, intrigued. The history of the text. Chapter 78. Understanding history within an underground palace. Luo Feng, Luffy, and the Straw Hat crew, along with Admiral Akiji and Princess Vivi and her father, advanced in unison toward a singular destination. The intricate carvings adorning the walls of this subterranean chamber were ancient and seemed to narrate a profound tale. Akiji and Robin trailed at the rear of the group, engaged in quiet conversation. I never expected that after all these years, you would appear in this place, Akiji remarked indifferently. Although Robin felt a lingering trepidation toward Akiji, her fear dissipated in the presence of Luo Feng. Regarding the events of those years past, I owe an apology to all the scholars and citizens of O'Hara. Truth be told, I should never have allowed you, a child of less than 10, to venture out to sea alone. I ought to have secretly taken you in and raised you, Akiji confessed, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. His confrontation with Luo Feng had awakened him, rekindling the flame of justice that had long since dimmed. It matters not. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it, and what is past cannot be altered, Robin replied softly. For reasons unknown, Akiji suddenly felt a sting of emotion at the bridge of his nose. This girl, this child who had been scarcely 10 years old, what she endured throughout the years. It was unfathomable that a girl who had just begun her journey could carry a bounty of several million berries. How had she managed to survive? At that moment, Kabura, who had been leading the group, came to a halt. He turned and cast a deep, contemplative glance at Luo Feng. Are you truly prepared to see? This is the historical text, after all. It was the scholars of O'Hara's pursuit of this very knowledge that led to the Buster Call, resulting in the destruction of the entire island. Kobura felt a sense of gratitude toward Luo Feng and the others for dealing with the sand crocodile, which had prompted him to allow them to view the historical text. Yet he was also acutely aware of the danger. Standing beside him was the formidable Admiral Akiji. Was it truly wise to publicly examine the historical text in front of a Marine admiral? Kobura's heart was heavy with anxiety. "Old Kobura, please step aside and do not obstruct my view," Luo Feng said, pulling him aside. To Luo Feng, Kobura was merely a tool. Now that they had located the historical text, his utility was at an end. At that moment, Luffy, Robin, and even Akiji stepped forward to behold the legendary historical text. Before them stood a massive square stone tablet, resembling metal, yet despite the passage of countless years, it bore not a single mark of wear. Upon its surface was inscribed a plethora of content in an unfamiliar and archaic script. "Can you decipher it?" Akiji inquired, glancing at Robin. "This is an ancient language." Robin replied. "Even the scholars of O'Hara could not fully comprehend it. It is a script that has been lost to time. I shall make an attempt." Robin stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the inscription above. At that moment, Law was also observing the content recorded on the stone tablet. "You are perusing the historical text. Inspiration surges forth, and enlightenment follows as you grasp the ancient script." Suddenly, Law felt that the words before him were gradually becoming comprehensible. He began to read from the first line, murmuring to himself, "Ancient weapon, Pluton." At this utterance, Robin and the crowd behind him cast peculiar looks in his direction. What is happening? Could it be that Law understands the historical text? Is this a jest? The most bewildered among them was undoubtedly Robin. She was acutely aware of the difficulty involved. Many scholars of yore had failed to master this ability. How was this man, this pirate, able to accomplish it? As it appeared that Law was about to continue, to reveal the specific location of Pluton, Robin swiftly covered his mouth with her small hand. "Mm. Law looked at Robin with a face full of regret. Why was she being so obstructive? To her surprise, that small hand felt rather tender. "Do not continue. One of the ancient weapons, Pluton, is said to possess the capability of obliterating an island with a single cannonball. Such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction should remain buried forever, never to see the light of day again." Robin spoke with a hint of sorrow in her voice. Law nodded in agreement. However, he was contemplating that with his own strength, he had no need for Pluton. Moreover, relying on external objects was ultimately inappropriate. It is only through self-improvement that one can truly attain greatness. This historical text must not fall into the hands of others. Hence, I shall command its transport and bury it in the desert, at any random location, so that when the winds and sands sweep over it, its whereabouts will be forever obscured. Cobra then declared. The others voiced no objections. Suddenly, the transponder snail in Akiji's possession began to ring. He glanced at Law before answering. "Hello, Akiji. What is the situation on your end? Have you captured Law?" The voice of Saint Saturn, one of the 5 elders, emanated from the transponder snail. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The five elders. Cobra staggered backward, his face paling. Princess Vivi displayed a similar reaction. Only the members of the Straw Hat crew remained oblivious to the significance of the 5 elders, their faces reflecting confusion. Among them, Robin was one of the few who understood the identity of the 5 elders, and her expression also changed accordingly. Yet Law looked on with keen interest at the transponder snail in Akiji's hand, exuding an air of indifference. Akiji held the transponder snail, but his eyes were fixed on Law. "Hello, this is Akiji, respond to me." Saint Saturn's voice grew increasingly impatient. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixated on the transponder snail in Akiji's grasp. The words uttered by Akiji hold the power to determine numerous fates, including the lives of many. Should the 5 elders become aware of the connection between the Alabaster royal family and Luo Feng, utter obliteration would undoubtedly await them. Furthermore, Robin herself harbors a profound fear of the 5 elders. If they were to discover her whereabouts, they would undoubtedly issue an immediate order for Akiji to apprehend her. Her gaze remained fixed intently upon Akiji, her heart racing wildly. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew found themselves in a state of palpable tension. At this juncture, if the five elders learned that Akiji had failed to capture Luo Feng, or worse, had been defeated by him, the outcome would be abundantly clear. They would certainly dispatch new agents, possessing even greater strength, to seize Luo Feng. Consequently, the Straw Hat pirates would soon find themselves ensnared in an inescapable web of pursuit. Chapter 79. An Unexpected Delight Apologies. I have failed. Luo Feng's words echoed with regret. My negligence allowed him to escape at a critical moment. I take full responsibility for this matter. Akiji spoke softly, bearing the weight of the blame upon his shoulders, just as he had previously vowed. At that moment, everyone let out a sigh of relief and raised a thumb in approval for Akiji. Well done, a true man. They admired his ability to withstand pressure in a pivotal moment. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, thoroughly satisfied with Akiji's performance. An idea began to take root in his mind. Perhaps he could recruit Akiji into the ranks of the Sword and Sword Smiles. With his prowess, he was undoubtedly qualified. Moreover, Akiji's temperament would likely resonate well with Fujitora. Their shared sense of justice would surely lead to many engaging discussions. At the Holy Land, chaos erupted. What? This fellow allowed Luo Feng to escape? Or the Yama fruit? Will we not acquire it now? They fumed. Incompetent. Truly a failure. How could a Marine admiral be so inept as to fail to capture a mere pirate? They sneered. He must be severely punished. Akiji cannot be let off easily. The five elders seethed with anger. Akiji had been out of contact for an extended period, and they had presumed him dead. Now, to hear it was merely a failure to capture Luo Feng was unacceptable. What is he even good for? The more they pondered, the more furious they became. A dignified admiral could not even handle such a trivial task. Perhaps it was best to strip him of his rank and replace him. However, no one dared to voice this suggestion. The position of admiral was not to be taken lightly. Over the years, only 3 had emerged. It was not a matter of mere words or feeding someone a devil fruit to achieve such a rank. It required genuine, formidable strength, mastery of the fruit's abilities, rigorous physical training, haki cultivation, and, most importantly, extensive combat experience. It was a gradual ascent, step by step. To be frank, they were reluctant to dismiss an admiral, though they often disregarded them. Losing even one would be a significant setback. Must we simply stand by and watch as Luo Feng roams free? Some were unwilling to accept this fate. No, the Yama fruit must be secured. This fruit cannot be lost. Moreover, I have grave doubts with Luo Feng's astounding intuition. It won't be long before his strength undergoes a remarkable transformation. Fortunately, the young man's abilities had not yet reached a level where he could defeat an admiral in such a short time. Otherwise, drastic measures would have been necessary to eliminate him. Soon, the 5 of them devised a plan. Akiji would continue to pursue Luo Feng. Simultaneously, the bounty on Luo Feng was elevated, and the regulations on the wanted notice were amended to stipulate that he must be captured alive, not killed. In Alabasta, upon receiving the command from the 5 elders to continue the pursuit of Luo Feng, Akiji found himself in a state of bemusement. The target was standing right before him. Where else could he pursue him? It seemed that he would have to resort to fabrications from now on. Sometimes, a single lie demands a multitude of others to sustain it. Nevertheless, he had indeed failed to capture Luo Feng. That much was true. Moreover, to speak candidly, even if he genuinely wished to apprehend Luo Feng, he would be powerless to do so. With his solitary strength, he was no match for Luo Feng. The memory of that blade still caused a dull ache in his chest. After everyone left the underground palace, Luo Feng engaged in private conversation with Akiji. Hey, Kazan. To be frank, would you be willing to join me? Luo Feng employed his persuasive tactics, and after considerable effort, he successfully secured Akiji's agreement. In our organization, including you and me, how many members do we have? After Akiji agreed, he inquired curiously. Luo Feng pondered for a moment before responding. There's you me, a blind swordsman known as Fujitora, and Dracul Mihawk. Akiji, what the hell, Mihawk? The world's greatest swordsman has become a subordinate of Luo Feng? What on earth is happening in this world? Am I losing my mind? Furthermore, he couldn't shake the feeling that the blind swordsman who could stand alongside Mihawk and Luo Feng was, without a doubt, not an inconsequential character. He surely possessed some remarkable abilities. I feel as though I've entered an extraordinary organization, Akiji muttered to himself. So Kazan, from here on, you shall continue to pursue me. As we set sail once more, Luo Feng said, patting Akiji on the shoulder. Although he had deceived, invited Akiji to join the swordsman's laughter. Akiji's official identity remained that of a marine admiral, which offered greater advantages for Luo Feng. After all, Akiji was directly under the five elders. Any unfavorable news they might wish to convey to him would be relayed through Akiji first. Very well, Captain, Akiji replied, looking at Luo Feng with a peculiar expression. Not long after, the Merry Ghost set sail again. Robin boarded the ship, bringing their number to 8. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, and of course Luo Feng. Luo Feng took a moment to reflect on the recent events. First and foremost, regarding his own transformation, the most significant change in his strength stemmed from consuming the Yama Yama no Mi and successfully awakening its powers. This fruit had undeniably granted Luo Feng a qualitative leap in ability. Initially, he had only a 60% chance of contending with an admiral. Now, he has successfully demonstrated through practice that he can triumph over Kizaru and still possess ample strength. Therefore, it is reasonable to surmise that he could similarly prevail against the other two admirals, Fujitora and Akainu. Furthermore, regarding his martial arts evolution, it is noteworthy that the fist bone conditioning technique he comprehended from Karp long ago has ceased to be effective. The stronger one's martial arts become, the more sluggish the rate of enhancement. His physique, to begin with, did not boast significant lineage or innate talent. Had it not been for his extraordinary insight, which enabled him to forcibly elevate his training efficiency, he might not have even reached the level of a sand crocodile in martial arts. However, now that he has consumed the Yama Yama no Mi, the issues concerning his martial arts will be easily resolved. This is due to the fact that it is a Zoan-type fruit, among the 3 types of devil fruits. The Zoan type is unparalleled in its potential to enhance martial arts. Consequently, all he needs to do next is to explore and develop the capabilities of this fruit. This, indeed, is a delightful surprise. It is worth noting that prior to consuming this fruit, he was unaware of whether it belonged to the Paramecia, Logia, or Zoan categories. Thus, upon discovering that it is a Zoan fruit, he experiences a sense of joy akin to receiving a bonus with his purchase. Chapter 80. A new bounty, his domineering spirit encounter a plateau. Although he possessed unique methods to enhance both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, akin to his physical prowess, there seemed to be no further advancement possible. Furthermore, he had yet to uncover a means to break through this barrier. Nevertheless, Luo Feng found solace in the fact that the pinnacle of his Haki was a height many would never attain in their lifetimes. It was likely that even some of the 4 emperors could not match the intensity of his Haki. The skill of divine avoidance was exceedingly rare, with only a handful of individuals worldwide capable of executing it. His Haki armor surpassed Big Mom's iron balloon, employing Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to envelop his body. It seemed he was the sole person in the current pirate world capable of achieving this feat. The technique of nurturing a sword with Conqueror's Haki was likewise unique to him. Moreover, he had now discovered the most suitable sword for himself. His own spine. Indeed, his spine could also be nurtured. Once cultivated into the Emperor's blade, it would not only serve as his weapon, but also provide immense benefits to his physical form, as it would remain within his body. This aspect was still under his exploration. In addition to his growth in power, Luo Feng had devised a universal medicine formula on Winter Island, capable of addressing nearly every ailment, aside from the constraints of mortality. For instance, if he were to provide a dose of this universal medicine to Whitebeard, the old warrior would instantly regain his peak fighting strength. However, he had no intention of doing so. The ingredients for this universal medicine were exceedingly rare, and even he had limited quantities at his disposal. He would reserve it solely for himself and the crew. Speaking of the universal medicine, Luo Feng had also mastered ancient scripts. The advantage of this newfound knowledge was that he would no longer require Robin's assistance for translations when encountering historical texts. He could now read them directly. Furthermore, there had been notable changes among the other crew members. Firstly, the number of members had increased since entering the Grand Line, with Chopper and Robin joining the ranks. Then there was the enhancement of their abilities. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp had all made significant progress during this period. The primary reasons for this growth were twofold. First, Sanji prepared combat meals daily, ensuring the crew enjoyed nourishing sustenance at every meal. Even the weakest, Nami and Usopp, now wielded formidable strength. It was no exaggeration to say that they could easily overpower the CP9 agents from Enies lobby. When Luffy faced Lucci again, he would not even need to activate Gear Second or utilize Haki. He could simply crush him effortlessly. The second reason lay in Luo Feng's adept guidance. Though he seldom instructed others, his profound understanding of Haki, the six powers, and swordsmanship meant that even a few casual remarks from him could lead to epiphanies. Instant enlightenment. The concept of a bottleneck was simply non-existent in matters concerning the challenges faced by Luffy and his companions during their training. Luo Feng possesses an uncanny ability to pinpoint the crux of the issue. With a creak, he reclines in his rocking chair, stifling a yawn as he gathers his thoughts. Having organized the pressing matters at hand, only one question lingers in his mind. How peculiar. Indeed, quite strange. As he rests on the rocking chair, he ponders. According to the original narrative, they ought to have encountered Ace in Alabasta. Yet, with the assistance of Princess Vivi and Cobra, it appears that such a person has never set foot on the island. Could it be that my butterfly effect has truly altered the course of the world? Luo Feng muses. The following morning, as dawn breaks, a newspaper descends from the heavens. Upon opening it, a freshly minted bounty notice flutters out. It is his. The wanted poster features his handsome visage, with windswept locks and tousled strands of hair, exuding an air of carefree rebellion. Beneath his chiseled brows, a pair of commanding eyes glance casually elsewhere, yet they impart a distinct aura of authority. Below, a series of exaggerated figures are inscribed. 3,000,000,000. Wow. The five elders have truly made a bold move. Luo Feng is taken aback upon seeing the staggering sum of his new bounty, 30 billion berries. Indeed, it amounts to 30 billion. This figure nearly places him on par with the four emperors. One can only imagine the astonished expressions of those across the seas upon encountering his wanted notice this morning. Of course, the current five elders remain unaware that Luo Feng has attained the strength of a marine admiral. Thus, their rationale for assigning his bounty likely stems from his consumption of the Yama Yama no Mi. In truth, it is not that Luo Feng's worth has increased by a mere 1 billion. Rather, it is due to his acquisition of a devil fruit valued at 10 billion. Yet, that too feels inaccurate, for in terms of value, the Yama Yama no Mi is indeed priceless. However, the five elders cannot elevate my bounty excessively. Such an increase would not only be ineffective, but could also incite panic among the common folk. Luo Feng reflects thoughtfully. He continues to peruse the newspaper, eager to see whether the five elders will report on his encounter with Admiral Aokiji in Alabasta and how he managed to elude the Admiral's grasp. He chuckles to himself, speculating that these old geezers might claim he fled in a most undignified manner from Admiral Aokiji. Luo Feng laughs. Having witnessed countless instances of such tactics to belittle an adversary while elevating oneself in his previous life. However, he is not particularly concerned. He is not one to place great value on his reputation. As he flips through the pages, he unexpectedly stumbles upon a sensational news story that causes him to leap up in alarm. A significant event has transpired. Luo Feng could no longer remain seated. The others aboard the ship turned their curious gazes in his direction, for whatever had unsettled him must be of grave consequence. What had transpired? Nami approached with a look of concern. Luo Feng had slowly resumed his seat, yet the weight of seriousness lingered upon his visage, refusing to dissipate. He stared vacantly at the distant sea, murmuring, "Is it truly impossible to alter the course of significant events? Must the war at Marineford inevitably occur?" At that moment, Nami's eyes fell upon a piece of news from the newspaper that Luo Feng had let slip from his grasp. Shockingly, Port Gas Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, is to be publicly executed at Marine headquarters in the near future. Chapter 81. Have they inquired about Luo Feng? What? Above the vast ocean, a thunderous roar erupted from the Mary. In the sky, several passing seagulls were startled, flapping their wings and fleeing from the scene. On the deck, a gathering of people stared in disbelief at the newspaper spread before them. How could this be? Is Ace really on the brink of death? Luffy, unable to process the news, clutched his head in despair. Ace, is that the brother of Luffy? Chopper inquired. Nami cautiously nodded, casting a glance at Luffy. The others too regarded Luffy with trepidation. The impending execution of his brother was a grave matter. What would Luffy do at this moment? Meanwhile, Luo Feng pondered in silence. His brow furrowed, a sense of disquiet settling within him. The war at Marineford. To his astonishment, despite his numerous efforts since arriving in this world, the butterfly effect had failed to prevent the occurrence of this monumental conflict. Could it be that this world possesses its own will, self-correcting the timeline, making it increasingly difficult to avert significant events? Luo Feng mused. With his fingers resting thoughtfully on his chin, he absent-mindedly stroked it, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. The war at Marineford was something Luo Feng desperately wished to avoid. His concern did not lie with the fates of pirates or marines. Rather, he was loath to see these two forces squander their energies in futile conflict. For Luo Feng's true adversaries were not the pirates or the marines, but the celestial dragons, the Gorosei, and Emu. These were the entities that posed a genuine threat to his existence. In Luo Feng's perspective, the power of the White-Beard Pirates and the Navy could, in fact, serve as a counterbalance against the celestial dragons. He viewed them as mere pawns on his chessboard. With proper manipulation, these pieces could transform into blades aimed at the heart of the celestial dragons. In truth, he had already begun to strategize. The blade and sword initiative was a testament to his ambitions. However, his plans were still in their infancy, yielding little observable progress. Akiji was a pawn he had embedded within the Navy, capable of gradually shifting its power dynamics. Mihawk and Fujitora represented the pirate and bounty hunter factions, respectively. Moreover, his interactions with Dragon had rendered the Revolutionary Army a potential ally in his grand design. Alas, time for my development is scant, Luo Feng mused. Rubbing his nose, rising from his seat, he ambled to the table, pouring himself a glass of wheat juice, sipping it slowly while continuing his contemplation. His disdain for the war at Marineford stemmed from two primary reasons. The first, as previously noted, was the desire to prevent his pieces from being depleted. Now, a second reason surfaced. Luo Feng gazed deeply into the tumultuous sea, a vast expanse that seemed grand yet was composed of countless droplets. He reflected, in the war at Marineford, although the spectacle appeared grandiose, in reality, the true masters had scarcely perished. On the pirate side, only a few, such as Whitebeard and Ace, had met their demise. On the naval front, the three prominent generals remain unscathed, and even the vice admiral has merely sustained injuries. Contemplating this, his gaze turned somber. In the battle atop the summit, it is the ordinary folk, the common pirates and the humble Navy soldiers, who suffer the most grievous casualties. As a youth hailing from Blue Star, raised under the banner of the Red Flag, and nurtured in the gentle spring breeze, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Luo Feng perceives the so-called war at the summit as a celestial conflict in which mere mortals bear the brunt of the devastation. The true masters remain alive. It is only the commoners who perish. Is this equitable? It is decidedly unjust. Now, having traversed into this world, Luo Feng cannot condone such a state of affairs. What masters? I shall see them all perish. With this resolution firm in his mind, he deems it the opportune moment to deploy the organization known as Sword and Blade Smiles to demonstrate his formidable power to the world. At this juncture, he casts his gaze towards Luffy and the others, declaring, "We shall proceed to the battlefield at the summit." The Navy and the four emperors wish to clash. Have they sought my consent, that is Luo Feng's? This morning, newspapers soared across the globe, once again shaking the recently tranquil world. However, the public's attention was not fixated on Ace, who had just been captured, as the newspapers did not disclose Ace's true identity. The populace regarded him merely as an ordinary pirate. Rather, their concern lay with the newly issued bounty for Luo Feng. Goodness gracious! This pirate named Luo Feng is destined for greatness. In a remarkably brief period, his bounty has surged yet again. Indeed, it has increased by a staggering 1 billion in a single leap, reaching a total of 30 billion. Such a terrifying bounty has surely placed him among the ranks of the four emperors, indicating the potential emergence of 5 sovereigns upon these seas. Initially, Luo Feng's bounty of 20 billion had captured the attention of several influential figures, but to be candid, it merely garnered interest. However, 30 billion marks a transformative shift. It is crucial to understand that as bounty figures rise, increments become increasingly arduous. The bounties at the level of the four emperors have escalated by hundreds at a time, and 30 billion positions him on par with them. At Sabiti Archipelago, the Dark King Rayleigh peruses the newspaper, his expression laden with significance. Meanwhile, at Twin Cape, Crocus also examines the paper, and upon glimpsing Luo Feng's bounty, a smile breaks across his face. In the East Blue, wherever the Straw Hat Pirates have journeyed, those acquainted with Luo Feng react with astonishment upon seeing this bounty. It's Luo Feng. He has reached 30 billion. Just a short while ago, it was only 20 billion. This is astonishing. His rise has been meteoric. Surely, he has become a formidable figure renowned throughout the Grand Line. Who could have imagined that the once nameless individual has now ascended to such remarkable heights? How swiftly time passes. At this moment, across the vast seas and on the myriad islands of the Grand Line, the name Luo Feng is fervently discussed by all. Within the taverns, raucous revelers and pirates, even those who have never laid eyes on Luo Feng, boast of their supposed camaraderie with him as if they were lifelong friends. In the shadowy alleys, cloaked bounty hunters gaze intently at the wanted poster bearing Luo Feng's likeness, their eyes aflame with desire as they behold the astronomical bounty listed, their throats constricting with anticipation. In the villages, the villagers tremble with fear as they speak of the newly emerged pirate, apprehensive that he may suddenly appear before them. Within the naval bases, urgent meetings are convened as the Navy discusses Luo Feng, contemplating how to respond should he launch a surprise attack on their stronghold, or if he were to unexpectedly materialize within their jurisdiction. In the prisons, where inmates have lost all hope of seeing the light of day again and rely solely on newspapers for news of the outside world, the sight of Luo Feng's wanted poster sends shockwaves through their ranks. Is it possible that another emperor is about to rise from the depths of the ocean? On this day, the name Luo Feng resounds throughout the entirety of the sea. Chapter 82. He aspires to become the Pirate King. Cake Island. What? Big Mom's thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the morning. Clad in her nightgown, she gripped the morning newspaper with fervor, her gaze fixed upon the bounty notice of Luo Feng, the staggering figure of 3 billion prominently displayed. Her enormous eyes, bloodshot and wide, reflected her disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? By what right does he deserve such a sum? Big Mom's heart seethed with indignation. After years of toil, she had finally amassed her own billions and attained the status of one of the four emperors. Yet here was a mere newcomer, nearly on par with her. Was this justice? By what merit did he claim this? Curse you, Luo Feng. You had better not set foot in my territory, or I shall flay you alive. Her voice echoed throughout the Cake Castle. On Onigashima. Damn it. Why is this happening? The ship King Jack stormed before Kaido, slamming Luo Feng's bounty notice onto the table. His eyes, brimming with rage, seemed capable of killing with a glare. I only have a bounty of 1 billion, and this brat keeps rising by 1 billion each time. Am I not deserving of respect? Boss, could it be that Luo Feng is merely a pawn of the Navy? I suspect Sengoku is targeting me. Otherwise, we should declare war on the Navy and take him down. Kaido, irritated by Jack's incessant complaints, fought to suppress his anger. However, the sheer magnitude of Luo Feng's bounty rendered him speechless. Unlike Big Mom, Kaido was not an emotional creature. He silently unfolded the newspaper, seeking to uncover the reason behind Luo Feng's alarming increase in bounty. Soon, he discovered the report. Unlike the previous occasions where Luo Feng's exploits dominated the front page, this time, the coverage appeared merely in a corner, as though attempting to evade scrutiny. Adventurer Luo Feng escapes from the Admiral in Alabasta. Something is amiss. Kaido's eyes narrowed. When has the Navy ever been so discreet? They must have suffered a setback. Furthermore, could a mere escape from an Admiral warrant a bounty of 3 billion? Unthinkable. As time ticked away, Kaido pondered for 10 minutes. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. I've got it. Jack, looking despondent, interjected, Boss, please don't have an epiphany. It frightens me. Ignoring him, Kaido continued. The Navy must have preemptively stationed an admiral in Alabasta to confront Luo Feng. Their battle likely did not conclude with a simple escape, but rather a stalemate. Yes, it's highly probable that Luo Feng fought the admiral to a standstill and departed unscathed. The Navy, having suffered embarrassment, dares not publicize this incident. Hence their subdued announcement. At this point, when Kaido gazed at Luo Feng's bounty notice, his perspective had completely transformed. Previously, he regarded this individual merely as a newcomer, believing that despite the substantial bounty, it was merely a case of opportunism and not particularly remarkable. However, it has now become evident that this newcomer possesses a formidable strength. Although he may not have fought to a standstill against a great general, he certainly came close. Otherwise, the Navy would not have placed a bounty of 3 billion on him. In this world, heroes are as plentiful as fish in a river. I had underestimated this newcomer. Kaido readjusted his perspective. Earlier, he had considered that if Luo Feng were to arrive in the New World, he would recruit him as a subordinate. Yet now, it is clear that Luo Feng is not the type to submit to anyone. Ha ha! Kaido suddenly erupted into laughter, startling Jack. Brother, what brings about this mirth? Kaido's laughter subsided, and a fierce aura emerged upon his face. This Luo Feng aspires to be the Pirate King. Very well. I acknowledge him as a worthy adversary. Should we cross paths in the future, it shall surely be a battle to the death. Meanwhile, seagulls soared across various locales as Luo Feng's bounty notice continued to circulate. In a certain maritime region, aboard a warship, the bandaged figure of Akiji held the wanted poster, his sunglasses obscuring his expression while reflecting the sunlight. 3 billion, you say? It seems our young friend Luo Feng is about to find himself in the eye of the storm. For anyone else lacking strength, such a bounty would spell danger. Yet, for Luo Feng, this reward might even be considered modest. At the Navy headquarters, Karp passed by a bulletin board and caught a glimpse of Luo Feng's wanted poster, causing him to abruptly return for a closer look. Moments later, he was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening. What on earth is this rascal up to? How did he suddenly reach a bounty of 3 billion? Meanwhile, aboard the Blackbeard pirate's ship, Blackbeard Teach was holding the day's newspaper. Ha ha! Today's headlines must surely be about how I captured Ace and handed him over to the Navy. The old man Whitebeard will undoubtedly be furious, likely to the point of spitting blood and come seeking revenge. But that's only natural. Having betrayed the Whitebeard crew, I have long been prepared for his pursuit. However, upon opening the newspaper, the first thing that caught his eye was Luo Feng's wanted poster. Upon seeing that outrageous bounty of 3 billion, his smile froze instantly. How? Is this possible? It's already 3 billion. Blackbeard recalled his reaction upon first seeing Luo Feng's wanted notice not long ago. Those moments were still vivid in his mind. How much time has passed? This Luo Feng has soared to such heights? Has he reached the level of the 4 emperors? Blackbeard, who had patiently bided his time and recently acquired the dark fruit, thought he was on the cusp of realizing his ambitions. Little did he know there existed someone even more extraordinary. He struggled to force a smile, but appeared more grotesque than a grimace. The Straw Hat Pirates, having resolved to journey to the battlefield at Marineford, set sail at full speed aboard the Going Merry, racing towards the naval headquarters. Law adjusted the course, opting to visit only 2 locations en route, the Devil's Triangle to seek out Brook, and Water 7 to have Frankie join the crew. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement. As a person plagued by obsessive tendencies, he could not possibly bypass an island. Thus, he intended to return after the Battle of Marineford to explore the unvisited islands, particularly the Sky Island, which epitomized ultimate romance and represented the pinnacle of a man's dreams. That wretched Blackbeard had the audacity to capture Ace ahead of time, precipitating the Battle at Marineford and thoroughly disrupting his plans. Though Law refrained from voicing his thoughts, a murderous intent towards Blackbeard had already taken root in his heart. Previously, while reading the manga, he held a degree of admiration for Blackbeard. However, now that he found himself in this world, Blackbeard represented a significant variable and posed a minor threat to him. Thus, he could not tolerate the existence of such a person. Chapter 83. The Majestic Bone Cultivation Technique. The Dragon Bone arises. Under the radiant sun, the sky echoed with the cries of seagulls, while a few leisurely white clouds lay serenely above. The tumultuous sea crashed against the hull of the Mary, producing a series of creaking sounds. Having grown accustomed to the rhythmic symphony of the waves and the wooden groans of the ship, this cadence induced a sense of drowsiness. On the deck, Luo Feng clutched his spine blade, infusing it with his formidable aura. While others typically nurtured their weapons with their might, he boldly chose to directly nurture his bones with sheer power, specifically the Conqueror's Haki. This approach was astonishing, even among the four emperors. For no one dared to attempt such a feat perhaps. He mused, this technique could be imparted to Brook, given that his body had been reduced to mere bones. Nurturing his skeleton would be tantamount to rejuvenating his entire form. Luo Feng pondered deeply. A moment later, another thought struck him. Frankie, being a cyborg composed entirely of mechanical parts, could also employ this method to cultivate his ordinary metallic components into the essence of a black blade. Undoubtedly, Luo Feng's ideas were audacious and ahead of their time. Even within the vast expanse of the pirate world, no one had dared to conceive such a method. Moreover, even if someone could imagine it, they would be incapable of executing it, as they lacked Luo Feng's unique technique for rapidly nurturing a black blade. Yet he realized it would not be achievable in the short term. Luo Feng suddenly shook his head, for the impending battle at Marineford loomed large. Despite the butterfly effect of his actions not altering this monumental event, it was still set to unfold. However, his presence had incited the Navy to hastily seek public execution. Thus, Luo Feng felt compelled to hasten his journey to Marineford, with scarcely a moment to spare, not even an opportunity to visit the underwater prison. Alas, the Empress! He sighed, deciding that there would be ample time after the battle at Marineford. With a sharp crack, Luo Feng sheathed his spine blade upon his back, reverting from his Yama form, and began to stretch his body. At that moment, his bare upper body revealed a dark tattoo on his back, resembling a black dragon coiling around him, exuding an aura of terrifying might. With a thought, the dragon on his back seemed to come alive, becoming vividly distinct. The air around him shimmered, distorting under the pressure he emitted. With another crack, the powerful energy shattered the railings of the Mary. Impressive. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled. He had not even employed the Conqueror's Haki. Merely activating the dragon bone on his back produced an effect comparable to the pinnacle of Haki manifestation. Delighted, Luo Feng smiled broadly, affirming that his extensive investment of time, energy, and aura to nurture his spine had been worthwhile. It was indeed worth it. You have cultivated your spine with Conqueror's Haki, creating the bone cultivation technique. Wait, what if I were to infuse my domineering spirit directly into the ship's keel? What transformations might arise? Luo Feng suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. However, this was not to be tested aboard the ship. Merely activating the keel had already proved sufficient to shatter the railings with sheer force. If I unleash my full power, the devastation would be unimaginable. The Mary was exceedingly fragile, and after spending so much time aboard, he had developed a deep affection for her. Moreover, during those quiet, solitary nights, he could almost sense a vague ship's spirit observing him from the shadows. I shall seek out a deserted island to experiment. With that thought, Luo Feng wasted no time. Yet before embarking on this endeavor, he needed to inform his companions. Thus, he donned his coat, stretched briefly, and made his way toward the mast of the Mary. It is worth noting that, due to his influence, the Mary had not met the same fate as depicted in the original narrative. He had even taken special care to nurture the ship's keel with his domineering aura. While it had not yet transformed into the substance of a black blade, its hardness now rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the legendary Atom Wood. "Hey, Luo Feng, have you finished your training for today? It's time for dinner." A large table had been set up by the mast, adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Familiar faces appeared: Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Chopper. Yet, most notably, there were two new faces. One was a skeleton with an explosive hairstyle devoid of flesh, resembling a specimen from a medical laboratory. The other was a grotesque figure clad only in underwear, sporting a punk-like hairstyle and sunglasses. "Frankie, how goes the modification of the Mary? Have you installed the structures from the Pluton blueprint?" Luo Feng inquired with a smile directed at the grotesque figure. "Whoa, super." Frankie executed a bizarre gesture before responding in a more conventional tone. "Thanks to your guidance, Luo Feng. I've already installed the air cannon from the Pluton, which means if we find ourselves surrounded by enemies, we can make a swift escape. Moreover, the Mary can now transform into a submarine, capable of diving into the depths of the ocean, ensuring our survival in critical moments. To be honest, Luo Feng, your understanding of shipbuilding surpasses that of both Iceberg and me combined. You can even discern the false blueprints at a glance and grasp the true designs in an instant. I feel that this ship has no need for me as a shipwright." "Whoa, super." After exclaiming, he performed another peculiar and unsettling gesture. Luo Feng chose to disregard his excessive antics and suggested, "Let us burn the Pluton blueprint. From this moment forth, only you and I shall possess its knowledge. We must not allow anyone else to learn of it." "Agreed, super." At that moment, Robin smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with the prospect of the Pluton blueprint being destroyed. Perhaps she found solace in the idea of wielding such a devastating weapon to safeguard herself and her companions. "Ah, how remarkable it is, Luo Feng. Your perceptiveness is truly astounding, as you effortlessly comprehend the legendary blueprint of one of the three ancient weapons, the Underworld King. You are indeed a prodigy," Brook exclaimed with a soulful laugh as he approached. Luo Feng smiled faintly, offering no response, instead gazing out at the distant sea. "With this wind propelling us forward, our journey to the Navy headquarters will be significantly easier, particularly when it comes to a swift retreat. The time until the Summit War is limited." Speaking of which, he suddenly turned to Nami and inquired, "Which island are we nearing? I need to find a secluded spot to verify some matters." "Oh, the Sabeti archipelago," Nami replied. At that moment, on the island, within the Knockin' Bar, Rayleigh, who was sharing drinks with Shaki, suddenly changed his expression. "An expert has arrived." Chapter 84. Rayleigh, do you wish to rejoin the workforce? Soon, the Melee reached the Chambered Islands. On the way, Luo Feng directly leaped forth, traversing to a small, desolate isle nearby. The trees were sparse, and the landscape was dotted with bare, massive stones. The entire island was scarcely larger than 10 Melee combined. This place has potential. Luo Feng nodded and commenced his actions. Boom! At this moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, as vast and turbulent as the ocean, causing the ground within a few meters of his body to collapse and crack like a spider's web. A visible purple-black aura, akin to flames, swirled around Luo Feng, rendering him reminiscent of an Azura war god that had just risen from the depths of hell. This was the full manifestation of his unleashed aura. Strangely, the sky remained clear, and the surrounding sea was remarkably tranquil. Only the sudden eruption startled a passing seagull. No terrifying phenomena typical of the Emperor's overwhelming auras manifested here. Yet, this was the epitome of supreme aura, an ultimate distillation. Only those who truly comprehend could grasp the sheer difficulty of attaining Luo Feng's current state. Some individuals might strive their entire lives without ever reaching such a pinnacle. Phew, phew, phew. The purple-black aura roared like a tempest. Luo Feng raised a hand, and instantly, a condensed orb of aura floated in his palm. Swoosh! With a flick of his finger, the aura orb shot forth, producing a series of sonic booms, resembling a supersonic bullet. Thud! A massive boulder blocking its path was pierced, leaving a gaping hole approximately 5 meters in diameter. This was merely the residual force of the orb. Unimpeded, it soared towards the ocean and, mere moments later, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! In the distance, aboard a small vessel, Rayleigh was rowing furiously. What formidable presence is this? Just moments ago, its potency had surged several-fold. Beads of sweat began to form on Rayleigh's brow, for within his observation, he sensed that this aura surpassed anyone he had encountered in his lifetime. Not even Roger, his captain, had ever reached such terrifying heights. Even he felt dwarfed in comparison. Should he venture to glimpse what lay on that island? Rayleigh pondered uneasily, momentarily halting his rowing. Just then, a flash of black light streaked by, akin to a bolt of black lightning. What? Rayleigh gasped in shock. As he regained his wits, boom! A tremendous roar erupted nearby, as if a colossal floating island had plummeted from the heavens, sending up a monstrous spray of water thousands of meters high. Goodness! Even after living for decades and weathering countless storms, his heart raced with a newfound intensity. At that moment, Rayleigh could not contain himself and let out an expletive. He was utterly astonished. Indeed, the power was quite impressive. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Luo Feng felt immense satisfaction with the strength of his recent strike. However, it seemed there was someone nearby. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward a certain direction over the sea, but due to the great distance, he could not discern clearly. He lamented having forgotten his binoculars. Well, this formidable aura is near the Sabeti archipelago. It must either be an admiral or Rayleigh, he mused. With the impending battle at Marine headquarters, the admiral should all be there. Thus, the approaching figure must be Rayleigh. A slight smirk crept across Luo Feng's lips. Perhaps Rayleigh could be persuaded to join him. In the original narrative, Rayleigh's character is notably carefree, much like Zoro, albeit one is youthful and somewhat naive, akin to a bottle of beer, while Rayleigh has weathered the trials of time, reminiscent of an aged vintage. Moreover, if Luo Feng recalled correctly, Rayleigh's greatest passion was indulgence in the pleasures of life. When funds ran low, he would feign being a slave to be auctioned off, thus earning some money. He often ventured to the Red Line, amusing himself at the expense of the celestial dragons. With considerable strength, a pleasant demeanor, and a familiarity with the terrain of the Red Line, Luo Feng concluded that Rayleigh was indeed the one he sought to recruit. With this determination, Luo Feng nodded and resumed testing his abilities. Suddenly, a surge of purple-black Haki flames rushed into his being, channeling into the black dragon spine on his back. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended upon the deserted island. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds churned in the sky, a vortex forming directly above Luo Feng, with ominous thunderclaps and lightning dancing like silver serpents. On the sea, Rayleigh's expression turned grave. The aura had shifted yet again, and it was even more fearsome than before. At that moment, he became intensely curious about the identity of the individual on that island. He pondered who in this vast ocean could possess such terrifying mastery of Haki. The four emperors, the admirals, even the knights of God. Images of figures flashed through Rayleigh's mind, yet he dismissed them all. None of them fit. Should he venture to take a look? Rayleigh felt conflicted. The existence of such a powerful being, completely unknown in these waters, sent shivers down his spine. His curiosity was piqued, yet the potential danger loomed large. Should the individual choose to strike against him, it could very well mean his demise. Ultimately, he found himself at an impasse, to go or not to go. Suddenly, at that moment, Rayleigh was startled by a thunderous heartbeat resonating through the air. It was as if a drum was being struck, echoing across the vast ocean. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of being watched surged above him, sending shivers down his spine. What could it be? In that instant, Rayleigh resembled a frightened cat, abruptly lifting his gaze. Upon catching sight of the object in the sky, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, his muscles tensed, and even his breath ceased. He stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Luo Feng was equally taken aback by his recent transformation. What just transpired? Wait, what is that? Chapter 85. The Essence of the Divine? The Grim Reaper walks among us. At that very moment, as Luo Feng fully activated the black dragon upon his back, an utterly terrifying aura awakened within his dragon bones. It seemed that the stimulation from this aura, which represented the pinnacle of dominance, caused his heart to suddenly race. In that fleeting instant, he sensed another terrifying presence within his heart. Two distinct auras. One symbolized supremacy, while the other embodied the devil fruit. Indeed, the essence of the devil fruit. I recall that in the original narrative, it was mentioned that the demonic power of the devil fruit resides within the heart of its wielder. Luo Feng mused swiftly. Just then, he abruptly lifted his gaze and found his pupils constricting slightly. What was this? Out at sea, Rayleigh stood in astonishment, gazing at the swirling tempest in the sky. His body froze, paralyzed with disbelief. Within that vortex, a colossal eye, laced with crimson veins, had suddenly emerged. It was merely an eye, surrounded by thick black mist. What on earth was this? Rayleigh estimated that the eye alone was as large as a pirate ship, and if it had a master, one could hardly fathom the size of its true form. He had encountered giants before, yet even the largest of them would appear diminutive before this eye, unless it belonged to a titan among titans, perhaps one of the bloodline of Oars. But how could such a vast body reside in the heavens? Rayleigh felt as though a divine entity was lying upon the celestial floor, peering through a rift to observe the mortals below like mere insects. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The most significant realization was that from the eye, he sensed an aura of death. It was as if the grim Reaper himself was gazing upon him from the depths of hell. The entire ocean appeared to be engulfed by a black hole, swallowing all light. Rayleigh noticed that a dense fog seemed to rise above the surface of the sea, as if he had succumbed to death and entered the realm of the afterlife. Was this death? Rayleigh was once again struck with astonishment. He discerned that this fog was not mere mist, but a manifestation of death itself. Beyond the small area he occupied, any step he took would be instantaneously claimed by the Reaper, as if his life were being snatched away. Terror, horror, the unknown. Could it be that deities truly exist in this world? A wave of dread washed over Rayleigh. Was it possible that the entity he encountered on that desolate island was indeed the essence of the divine? The grim Reaper was walking among mortals, and he had crossed paths with it. Various thoughts echoed in Rayleigh's mind, yet one certainty remained. He felt devoid of any courage to resist the master of that eye. In Rayleigh's perspective, such an existence was beyond the capability of mere mortals. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief. Death was inevitable. Perhaps when Roger met his end, he beheld a similar sight. Captain, it seems I am destined to meet you soon. Rayleigh, a figure of great renown, displayed a remarkable composure in the face of impending death. He was able to greet the conclusion of his life with tranquility. Just then, the eye in the sky abruptly vanished. Simultaneously, the sea returned to its normal state, as if the previous fog and dark clouds were mere illusions, now dissipated. Time rewound to a moment earlier. On the deserted island, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback by the eye in the sky. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the aura emanating from the eye felt strikingly familiar. It was reminiscent of Yama? No, it was a demon. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. The situation had grown intriguing. The overwhelming power he wielded was somehow undergoing an unknown transformation in conjunction with the demon's power residing within his heart, leading to the current circumstances. Could it be that the essence of the devil fruit was, in fact, a deity dwelling in the cosmos? No, that seemed implausible. There were too many devil fruits for the heavens to be in disarray. However, the Yama fruit was of the Zoan type, and such fruits possess their own will, which intensified with their strength. Luo Feng's thoughts raced. Therefore, the essence of Yama, or perhaps the demon, should reside within him. But what exactly was the eye in the sky? At that moment, something shifted. Luo Feng suddenly perceived a bifurcation in his vision, splitting the world before him into two distinct scenes. One depicted his own body as he perceived it, while the other presented a view from high above, gazing down upon the sea. Wait, could this be? Luo Feng's heart raced with excitement, for this perspective was indeed that of the eye in the sky. From the second image that emerged in his mind, he could see himself below, along with the entire surrounding island, and even the vast ocean. Ah, there was Rayleigh. At this moment, Luo Feng spotted Rayleigh, who was observing him, or rather, the eye in the sky. What manner of existence is this eye? Its power is of the zone type, not paramecia. Luo Feng fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. Concurrently, the eye in the sky vanished, and the sea resumed its normal state. Luo Feng emerged from the strange state he had just experienced. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I could distinctly sense that the recently observed I was not that of a demon devoid of self-awareness. Rather, it was a manifestation of my own essence, entirely under my command. A brilliant light gleamed in Luo Feng's eyes. This sensation was rather delightful. Furthermore, a surge of inspiration began to blossom within his mind. If this were the case, Luo Feng contemplated, based on your discoveries and integrating your understanding of dominance and the powers of the fruit, you shall forge the Yin Luo Dharma aspect. As the final spark of inspiration pierced through all his thoughts, Luo Feng experienced an epiphany. Was this not the Dharma aspect referenced in the ancient texts of his previous life? However, one was his own Dharma aspect, while the other was the embodiment of the demonic power within the devil fruit, an explicit manifestation of that demonic force. Now, Luo Feng comprehended that the so-called consciousness of the Zoan-type devil fruits did not possess high intelligence. In fact, it might merely resemble the consciousness of an animal. Chapter 86. Can someone like me truly achieve greatness? The wind howled fiercely as the sea surged. One massive wave after another crashed against the desolate island, and it was uncertain how many years had passed. The island's edges had transformed into smooth, rounded stone walls. Suddenly, another colossal wave surged forth, a remnant of the earlier attack unleashed by Luo Feng, finally reaching the island. In an instant, the entire isle was engulfed by the sea. With a swift motion, a figure leapt into the air, gracefully stepping away from the island. I shall borrow your vessel. In a flash, he appeared on Rayleigh's small boat. Remarkable speed. Rayleigh's pupils narrowed slightly. In merely the blink of an eye, the individual had materialized before him. Such velocity was beyond even his grasp, likely only achievable in his youth. Who are you? Yet, as Rayleigh uttered the question, he already harbored an answer within. Besides the terrifying presence on that desolate island, were there truly others nearby? The answer was all but evident. Wait, you are. At that moment, Rayleigh's eyes widened in realization. He recognized Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled slightly. Surprised that the renowned pirate king, Rayleigh, was aware of a newcomer from the East Blue like himself. With a rustle, Rayleigh produced a bounty poster from his pocket. Indeed, it was Luo Feng's. His expression morphed into one of profound peculiarity. Not long ago, this super rookie had risen to fame at an unprecedented pace, with a bounty soaring to a staggering 3 billion berries. Not to mention myself, your name is now known across the Grand Line. Even the New World. I suspect even the 4 emperors have set their sights upon you. Pausing for a moment, Rayleigh inhaled deeply, casting a contemplative glance at Luo Feng before continuing. However, many doubt that you possess the strength to match such a bounty. Some notorious bounty hunters have already begun plotting to claim your head. Recent news even reported your escape from an admiral's attack in Arabasta, leading to a perception of your prowess as somewhat exaggerated. Luo Feng listened to Rayleigh's words, a subtle smile playing on his lips. So, what is your personal view? A wry smile crept upon Rayleigh's face. Who could have anticipated that the legendary super rookie, often thought to be an overhyped figure, would possess an actual strength so formidable that it instilled fear even in me? Had it not been for today's serendipitous encounter, witnessing Luo Feng's full capabilities firsthand, I might have remained skeptical. To Rayleigh, the strength of an individual could not be cultivated overnight. It must be a gradual accumulation over time. Thus, it is evident that Luo Feng possessed remarkable strength even in his youth. However, he chose to endure in silence for many years, only recently setting sail. This feat is indeed commendable, for throughout these years, there has been no mention of a prodigious talent emerging from the East Sea. The keywords extraordinary talent, immense patience, and swift ascendance swiftly conjured a vivid image in Rayleigh's mind. He suddenly fixed his gaze intently upon Luo Feng, pondering whether his ambitious venture at sea hinted at aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. Upon uttering this thought, Rayleigh's heart raced. He now grasped the entirety of Luo Feng's secrets. Should Luo Feng indeed be a formidable and astute aspirant, he might very well choose to silence him at this moment. Thus, Rayleigh steeled himself for a life-and-death confrontation with this inscrutable young man, his muscles taut and ready to unleash at any moment. However, Luo Feng casually picked his nose, devoid of any lofty demeanor, and declared, "I am merely an adventurer." What? Rayleigh felt as though he had misheard. A young man of exceptional talent, already boasting a bounty of 3 billion at around 20 years of age, someone who understood the value of patience. How could he claim to lack ambition? The notion of not aspiring to be the Pirate King was simply unfathomable. Yet, Luo Feng remained indifferent to Rayleigh's incredulity, continuing, "My pursuit lies in traversing the world, experiencing the local customs and cultures of various islands, savoring diverse cuisines, and so forth. As for the title of Pirate King, let those who desire it pursue it." Rayleigh found his mind reeling. "What? Why?" he inquired, feeling that with such potential, this young man was almost the epitome of a Pirate King. To not seize that title seemed a waste. Luo Feng rolled his eyes, responding, "Why is there so much to question? In this world, many things exist without reason. Why is the sky blue? Why is the sea salty? Why are you male?" Rayleigh was left utterly perplexed, his face a canvas of questions. Yet, it all sounded so reasonable. It appeared that this young man was also a philosopher. At that moment, Luo Feng shifted the conversation, revealing a bright smile adorned with pearly whites, and said, "However, if we are speaking of ambition, I must confess I do possess some. Allow me to elaborate." He then seamlessly transitioned into an elaborate narrative, articulating his previously stated concepts, now refined to perfection. He imparted these ideas to Rayleigh, weaving them with his understanding of the original narrative and of Rayleigh himself, leaving Rayleigh momentarily stunned, ultimately gasping in astonishment. A heart, long since cooled over the years, once again pulsates with youthful vigor. Thump, thump, thump. Rayleigh's heart races, emotions surging. Can I truly still accomplish anything at my age? To my astonishment, my career has entered a renaissance. In fact, it is proving to be even more exhilarating, more glorious, and more resplendent than the first half of my life. I am achieving feats that even Roger could not accomplish. Moreover, I sense a substantial likelihood of success, for the young man before me surpasses Roger in strength. Indeed, he is immensely more powerful. He is also far younger. Most importantly, this young man is brimming with innovative ideas and possesses a formidable network. According to Luo Feng, several elite masters are already inclined to join his ranks. Notably, the infamous Mihawk, a swordsman of such caliber he could stand among the admirals, and the blind warrior Fujitora, who exudes strength worthy of an admiral, are among them. Even within the current admirals, he has allies. He has also had exchanges with the mischievous Shanks and shared insights on physical training with the venerable Karp. Furthermore, it is said that he has a complex relationship with the legendary dragon, the very existence that the world government yearns to annihilate. Chapter 87. Rayleigh and Silvers in this vast ocean. It can be said that Luo Feng has become a concealed, formidable puppeteer. His influence spans across the 3 major factions: the pirates, the navy, and the Revolutionary Army. His strength and connections are unparalleled. Furthermore, should I choose to join him now, our force would gain a powerful ally, Rayleigh, the Dark King. Once renowned as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, although age has taken its toll, his seasoned bones are still capable of engaging in a few battles. With this thought in mind, Rayleigh could not resist the allure and readily agreed. With a satisfied grin, Luo Feng clapped Rayleigh on the shoulder, exuding a friendly demeanor. "All right, little Ray. Rayleigh." He corrected himself with a cough. "Much better," Rayleigh replied, visibly pleased. "Now, Dark King, our organization's first mission is upon us." Upon returning to the Mary, Luo Feng found that the ship had been fully supplied and was ready to set sail. "Let us depart for Marineford. Meanwhile, News of the public execution spread across the globe through the newspapers, sending shockwaves through the hearts of everyone who read them. Fire Fist Ace was to be executed, and as the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division, there was a strong possibility that Whitebeard would come to his rescue. The Yonko Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest man in the world, commanded the attention of countless streets, alleys, and islands throughout the Grand Line, including the other Yonko in the New World, all focused on this unfolding event. In contrast, the fervor surrounding Luo Feng had already dissipated, temporarily forgotten by the masses. A newcomer pirate, regardless of a bounty of 3 billion, could not overshadow the notoriety of an established figure like Whitebeard. Moreover, he was a legendary relic of a bygone era, having not made an appearance in many years. Across the seas, discussions erupted among the populace regarding the imminent global broadcast of the public execution. Where is Marineford? The Navy headquarters? To execute a pirate publicly is truly an overreach. What do you know? The Navy's target is not merely Fire Fist. Their true objective is the Yonko, Whitebeard. Many were perplexed as to why the Navy was so certain that Whitebeard would intervene. Is Fire Fist truly that significant? Why would the Navy be so confident in Whitebeard's involvement? He belongs to the old era and is nearing his end. Can he still fight? The primary focus of the discussions was the current state of Whitebeard's strength. Could he still take action? Then, quite naturally, the focus of people's discussions began to shift to the question of whether, if Whitebeard were to truly appear, the entire Whitebeard pirates would be more formidable than the strength of the Navy headquarters. To put it simply, who would emerge victorious, Whitebeard or the Navy? Some staunchly supported Whitebeard. After all, he was hailed as the strongest man in the world, a man who had once wrestled with the Pirate King, Roger, in his youth. Moreover, he had survived for so long without ever being captured by the Navy, which speaks volumes about his prowess. If the Navy could have apprehended him, they would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until he was on the brink of death to take action. However, another faction firmly believed in the Navy's inevitable triumph. Their reasoning was quite straightforward. The Navy boasts 3 admirals and the legendary hero, Karp, who is from the same era as Whitebeard. Although Karp has aged, has not Whitebeard also grown old? It is even speculated that, without Karp's intervention, the admirals alone could easily vanquish Whitebeard. What is Whitebeard but a feeble old man? Indeed, he is already buried up to his eyebrows in age. He should just remain in his territory and enjoy his twilight years. It is truly baffling where the supporters of the pirates find their courage, considering they are at the Navy headquarters, which is undoubtedly replete with meticulously laid traps. I fear that Whitebeard's venture will certainly lead to his demise. There is no need for further discussion. Whitebeard is destined to lose this battle. Ha ha ha, what a farce. A pirate on the verge of death daring to confront the Navy is simply reckless. As this fervent debate unfolded, the 7 warlords, summoned by the Navy, had all arrived at the Navy headquarters. It is noteworthy that, perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by the events surrounding Luffy, only 4 of the 7 warlords were present this time. Crocodile and Gecko Moria had been apprehended and were currently incarcerated in the underwater prison, stripped of their titles and branded as criminals, now serving under the Straw Hat crew. The newly appointed Blackbeard was also absent, having ventured to the underwater prison to further his ambitions, as in the original tale, selecting suitable individuals from among the many criminals to form a powerful pirate crew and challenge the Yonko. As for Jinbei, he simply did not attend. But unlike in the original narrative, he was not imprisoned in the underwater prison, and his whereabouts remain unknown. The remaining figures included Mihawk, the Empress, Bartholomew Kuma, and Doflamingo. Unexpectedly, the legendary swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, had decided to participate in the Navy's operations. In the lounge, Doflamingo emitted a boisterous laugh, exuding arrogance as he proclaimed, "Humph. A bunch of filthy men. I cannot tolerate being in this room for even a second." The Empress, with disdain, turned her back on the men and exited the room, a destination unknown. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's expression became slightly rigid. At this moment, the bear stood still, seemingly lost in thought. Only Hawkeye cast a fleeting glance at Mingu, yet chose to remain silent. The awkwardness deepened for Mingu, who felt blatantly disregarded by those around him. However, he realized that he was outmatched by the individuals present. He couldn't possibly contend with any of them. Meanwhile, Hawkeye quietly closed his eyes, immersed in contemplation. His purpose for being here was certainly not to serve the Navy, but rather due to the presence of Luo Feng. One couldn't help but wonder how Luo Feng would ultimately make his appearance. The anticipation was palpable. A subtle movement of Hawkeye's finger accompanied a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, signaling that matters were becoming intriguing. In this impending battle, while the world acknowledged the presence of Navy Admiral Karp, Whitebeard, and others, they remained blissfully unaware of Luo Feng and his formidable entourage. This confrontation would undoubtedly elevate the name of the Sword and Blade Smiles organization, transforming it into a force that all heroes would be compelled to acknowledge, if not fear. Chapter 88. A Fractured Alliance at Marine Headquarters in Marineford Port. The presence of Admiral Aokiji heralded excitement among the soldiers responsible for cargo operations as his warship docked. The rarity of encountering a Marine admiral only heightened their anticipation, especially with the impending crisis suggesting an escalation of naval power with Aokiji's return. As Aokiji disembarked from his ship, he proceeded directly to his office, observing the fervent preparations of the troops along the way. Countless soldiers trained under the relentless sun, their bare chests glistening with sweat, all in readiness for the approaching conflict. In times past, such scenes would have elicited little more than a sigh from him. The thought of so many brave souls becoming mere fodder in the inevitable clash against the Whitebeard pirates was profoundly sorrowful. Yet in this moment, Aokiji felt an unexpected surge of responsibility. He resolved to prevent this tragedy. These soldiers, each with their own families and futures, should not be sacrificed, should not perish in vain. He could not allow such a fate to unfold. How noble the mission of his comrade, Trafalgar Law, truly was. Adjusting his sunglasses, Aokiji's stride became more resolute and composed. Meanwhile, within the town of Marineford, though it served as the Marine headquarters, it had gradually developed into a city where many Marine families resided. The imminent war had prompted the higher-ups to relocate these families for their safety. On the vacant streets, a blind warrior clad in purple robes appeared. With a wooden staff in hand, he wandered alone, contemplating the battlefield that was about to emerge. This was to be the focus of the world's attention. Fujitora murmured to himself in a tone only he could perceive. His mastery of concealing his presence was remarkable, allowing him to navigate the Marine headquarters unnoticed, especially during the critical prelude to the Marineford War. With all the elite forces concentrated in this locale, the sudden emergence of a formidable aura would be like a drop of ink in a vast ocean, imperceptible. He could sense the vitality of many formidable lives surrounding him. As he walked, Fujitora utilized his acute observation haki to perceive the essence of the Marine headquarters. The astonishing number of powerful soldiers indicated a fierce battle was imminent. Countless innocent lives would be lost, a sight he could not bear to witness. Indeed, Mr. Law was correct. The war must be halted and justice enforced. His solitary figure gradually receded into the distance. In a dimly lit office at that moment, on a desk cluttered with several books, a lamp, and some candles, sat a figure clad in a red suit, his face marked by excess. This was none other than one of the three great admirals of the Navy, Sakazuki, known as Akainu. At that moment, he was in a state of tranquil contemplation, gathering strength for the impending war. Behind him, a wall bore an inscription in elegant calligraphy, Absolute Justice. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing through them. Ever since Roger's last words at his demise heralded the dawn of the pirate era, countless pirates have emerged, plunging the world into turmoil. This time, Whitebeard will pay with his life. His head will serve as the harbinger to end this erroneous age and usher in the era of the Navy. Moreover, that old fool Karp had the audacity to preserve Roger's vile bloodline, but this time it shall be completely eradicated. In another office, decorated with a hint of casualness, a man in a yellow and white striped suit lounged languidly on a recliner, casually trimming his nails with a pair of clippers. Behind him, another piece of calligraphy adorned the wall, reading, Ambiguous Justice. Tomorrow marks the public execution, yet it also falls on a Saturday, which is quite irksome. What should have been a delightful holiday is abruptly cut short. The Yellow Admiral, with a hint of melancholy in his tone, voiced his grievances. Nearby, Bartolomeo inquired, "Old man, how do you think this war will unfold?" "Don't ask me, Bartolomeo. Isn't your brain capable of independent thought?" Bartolomeo rolled his eyes, clearly frustrated by the Admiral's laziness and thought. However, the Yellow Admiral set down his clippers and began to analyze leisurely. "Is it even a question? How could Whitebeard possibly triumph over the Navy?" Bartolomeo nodded in agreement. Although the Navy had refrained from dealing with the four emperors for many years, it did not imply fear of them. If only one of the four emperors were to arrive, they would not falter in their resolve. Yet at that moment, the Yellow Admiral shifted his tone, nearly causing Bartolomeo to choke on his words. And yet, there is a caveat. His intuition warned him that, after this battle, the entire structure of the world would irrevocably transform. A corner of the four emperors would crumble, and the pirate era would draw to a close. At this juncture, the Yellow Admiral spoke with unwavering conviction, as if not merely relying on intuition, but conducting a serious analysis. Bartolomeo listened intently, recognizing that the Navy was destined for victory and that a new era awaited. In Sengoku's office, Akiji had returned. "Karp," Sengoku remarked with a hint of malice as he observed Karp's evident unease. During this period, Karp could no longer indulge in his usual leisurely snacking on senbei while Sengoku worked at his desk. It was truly a moment of sweet revenge. Karp, now visibly agitated, paced restlessly within the confines of the room. "In the midst of the Warring States period, I must convey to you, do not provoke me, for my spirits are exceedingly low. Ever since Ace was captured, he has made a resolute determination. Ace is destined to perish. There shall be no unforeseen circumstances. As the most seasoned veteran within the Navy, he is acutely aware of the current prowess of the naval forces. To describe them as invincible would be no exaggeration. It is not merely the Whitebeard pirates we speak of. Even if another Yonko crew were to arise, the Navy would undoubtedly prevail, with the only variable being the extent of their losses. I have yet to settle the score with you for the matter of taking Roger's orphan back to Fusha village for your own rearing, and yet you dare to reprimand me." Sengoku snorted coldly. He now harbored no further concerns, having torn away the facade, with the three admirals having returned to headquarters. He could hardly believe that any further complications could arise from this affair. Chapter 89. It's all my fault. "You." Karp pointed at Sengoku, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. In truth, he bore the weight of guilt regarding this matter. Sigh. He suddenly slumped onto the sofa like a deflated balloon, and in an instant he appeared to age a decade. "It is I. It is my fault. I had promised Roger that his child was innocent. Later, I intended to raise Ace as a Marine, but I neglected my duty, allowing this child to become a pirate. It is all my fault, my fault." Tears welled in Karp's fierce eyes. Sengoku, observing his old comrade in such despair, felt a twinge of compassion. "Karp, you must understand, now that you are a Marine, there are certain lines that must never be crossed. Ace must die. Whitebeard must also perish. In this battle, I aim to demonstrate the might of the Marines to the entire world. I seek to bring a definitive end to the age of pirates. This ambition has been my guiding ideal since I ascended to the rank of Admiral, and it remains my lifelong goal." He approached the window, gazing out at the vast ocean and the soldiers bustling in the square below, his eyes deep and his tone melancholic. "Can you comprehend this, Karp? In the Holy Land, Mariehua, within a dimly lit palace. The space is vast, constructed from enormous stone blocks that exude a sense of rugged antiquity, reminiscent of a dwelling for giants and deities. Inside the palace stands a high platform surrounded by an array of weapons, with a crimson carpet leading to the exalted throne at the top. This is the famed empty throne, symbolizing the vow of mutual equality among the kings, never to succumb to the heart of tyranny. Surrounding the throne are 20 weapons, representing the oath of the original 20 who forged this world 800 years ago, embodying the peace that lies at the center of the world, impervious to encroachment. The pinnacle of world power is simultaneously wielded by the 5 supreme celestial dragons, the Gorosei. There exists no singular king in this world. Yet, at this very moment, a shadowy figure sits upon the throne, gazing down with indifferent eyes. Had there been anyone present, they would have been left in stunned disbelief, for the Gorosei, who stand at the zenith of world authority, now kneel humbly like servants. Lord Im, the public execution of Fire Fist Ace is about to commence. Surely, Whitebeard will rush to Marineford to effect a rescue. The greatest war in history is about to unfold. Im's eyes, concealed in shadow, revealed no hint of emotion. Excellent. Then what of the Yama Yama no Mi? Has it been retrieved? The Gorosei fell silent, beads of sweat gradually forming on their foreheads and backs. Observing this, Im narrowed his eyes. Saint Saturn hastily spoke. Lord Im, the Yama Yama no Mi will certainly be reclaimed. However, matters must be addressed one at a time. And at present, all of the Marines' forces are concentrated at Marineford. Once the Whitebeard and Roger's bloodline issues are resolved, the Navy will be able to turn its full attention to pursuing Luo Feng. Moreover, Luo Feng's strength is presently not a cause for concern, despite having awakened. He was still defeated by Aokiji and fled in haste from Alabasta. The reason for this, after all, was that Aokiji was unfamiliar with the characteristics of the Yama Yama fruit, allowing Luo Feng to exploit the situation. Now that Aokiji has gained experience, he will undoubtedly succeed in the next capture. After delivering his words in one breath, Saint Satan lowered his head, unable to meet Im's gaze. The elders positioned nearby exchanged furtive glances, noting the veins bulging on the old man's forehead, with beads of sweat trickling from his hair to his face and subsequently dripping onto the floor. If one listened closely, they could hear the muffled, rapid beating of Saint Satan's heart. Silence descended upon the room, and time seemed to crawl like a tortoise. The elders gradually stiffened, feeling a tingling sensation creeping across their scalps, while some found their legs trembling involuntarily. Finally, Im let out a cold snort and swept away, the heavy door behind the Supreme throne slamming shut with a resounding bang. The elders immediately slumped to the ground. As Saint Satan relaxed, he felt a chilling breeze brushing against his garments, the sweat on his body turning cold and clammy. Running a hand through the hair at the back of his head, he discovered it had become damp. The five exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief and survival. However, soon, an overwhelming fury took hold of them, not directed at him, for they lacked the audacity for that, but rather aimed at Luo Feng. This Luo Feng must be eliminated. Following the conclusion of the battle atop the summit, we shall dispatch all our elite forces to capture him. If necessary, we shall take matters into our own hands. Saint Satan hissed through clenched teeth. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of execution arrived. On this day, the entire ocean was tinged with tension. The clash between the world's strongest man and the mightiest force. The Navy stirred curiosity and anticipation in all. For the common folk, a Navy victory was of paramount importance. To them, pirates were embodiments of evil. And since Whitebeard was one of the four emperors, he must be among the most malevolent individuals in existence. Should he prevail, the consequences would be catastrophic, plunging them into despair. At this moment, on the Sabeti archipelago, the live feed from the Navy headquarters had been transmitted in multiple angles, projected onto a massive screen displaying several images. These visuals were subsequently relayed by Sabeti Island, gradually reaching audiences across the globe. In the squares of various islands, enormous screens were erected, showcasing the images from Sabeti Island via the transmission. On this day, regardless of their occupations, people set aside their tasks, no matter how urgent. A saying echoed in the populace: Whitebeard is a man capable of destroying the world. If Whitebeard were to emerge victorious, leading to the annihilation of the world, then what purpose would there be in attending work? It would be far more expedient for everyone to perish simultaneously. At this moment, the vast ocean and the majority of the islands are captivated by the unfolding events at the Marine headquarters. One must ponder, what manner of being is this Whitebeard? Is he truly a ravenous beast? I have heard tales that he towers above houses. Is there not a bounty on his head? It is said that he consumes 10 children with each meal and drains an entire barrel of human blood. How terrifying! This Whitebeard must indeed be a monster. It is quite frightening. Should not this old wretch have already met his demise? Why does he still roam the earth in his twilight years? Chapter 90. The 3 days and nights of Roger and Karp in the East Sea On a certain island, a colossal screen stood tall in the center of the plaza, where the majority of the island's populace had gathered. Enthusiastic discussions erupted regarding the Navy and everything pertaining to Whitebeard, with a flurry of rumors and speculation filling the air. Have you heard? Admiral Akainu is actually a transformed dog, and Kizuru was originally a mountain monkey who gained enlightenment after consuming the human fruit. I've heard that Karp had a romantic involvement with the legendary pirate king, Roger. Just look at this book. The 3 Days and Nights of Pirate King Roger and Navy Hero Karp. What nonsense! I possess even wilder tales. The Red-Haired Shanks is actually a celestial dragon. Huh, absurd. Why would a celestial dragon like Shanks abandon his status to become a pirate? Your wild stories lack any semblance of logic. Amidst the crowd, a woman cradling a child wore a worried expression. She appeared to be in her 30s, and her daughter, looking around 8 or 9, was adorably innocent with her horns styled in braids. "Mommy, where's Daddy? I can't see him." The little girl, with her large, dark eyes, searched intently on the screen. The woman, forcing a smile, replied, "Your father is just an ordinary naval soldier. He cannot compare to those admirals or even the warlords. Do you see those neat formations? Your father should be among them." Following her mothers, the girl spotted the screen's corner, where numerous uniformed naval soldiers stood in disciplined rows, draped in justice cloaks and armed, ready for action. Wow, so many daddies! The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a delightful smile illuminated her face. Yet, no one noticed the woman's expression darkening with worry. "Please, my love, you must return safely." Meanwhile, on a wintry island in the West Sea, people clad in thick garments shivered in the snow as they gazed at the grand screen. Enormous bonfires burned around the crowd, providing warmth, though many remained cold due to the sheer number of spectators. Birar. It's freezing. An emaciated old man sat beside a fire, warming his right hand before retrieving a flask from his cloak, taking a hearty swig, his wrinkled face creasing with satisfaction. "Hey, old man, why aren't you watching the screen? Is it because you don't care?" A carefree youth kicked the old man playfully, grinning. His companions nearby expressed disdain. "Don't mind him. He's just an old relic, long past his prime and devoid of youthful fervor." Indeed, the Navy is on the brink of engaging in battle with pirates, a force of righteousness. What a fervent and exhilarating scene it promises to be. "Tomorrow, I shall enlist as a naval officer." One young man echoed this sentiment. The old man cast a glance at the group, saying, "Hey lad, let me tell you, when the fighting begins, your enthusiasm will wane." As he spoke, he abruptly revealed his left hand, which had been tucked in his pocket. It was merely a wrist now. Observing the barren arm, the old man seemed to reminisce, a look of melancholy crossing his face. Who among us wasn't a naval officer in their youth? Back then, my fervor surpassed yours, until I was struck by a bullet. You have never stepped onto a battlefield, never faced the grim reality of life and death. Thus you cannot fathom the cruelty of war. What nonsense is this about fervor, this drivel of righteousness? On the battlefield, one is no more than a mere flesh and blood entity. The aftermath of a powerful combatant strike could reduce your comrades to mere pulp. A sweep of sword energy could sever you in two. Observing the disbelief etched on the faces of the young ones, the old man shook his head with a rueful smile. "I consider myself fortunate. I only sustained a gunshot wound. I lost consciousness immediately, and when I awoke, I found myself in a hospital, my hand gone. From that moment, I understood that peace is more precious than anything." With that, he disregarded the defiance and stubbornness reflected in the youth's expressions, casting a solemn gaze at the arrayed naval soldiers displayed on a large screen. He comprehended that after this battle, few would survive. Those who perished were fortunate, for the living would likely endure lifelong disabilities, their remaining days steeped in agony and suffering. Only a fortunate few might survive and possibly rise in rank. Truly, a general success is often built upon the bones of countless others. The old man sighed deeply, raising his head against the wind and snow, consuming a flask of strong liquor in one swift motion. "Ah, refreshing. What a relief." In the North Sea, amidst an expansive grassland, two solitary figures trudged forward. The fierce wind howled, bending the grass low. A grandfather and his grandson struggled onward. The sky was thick with dark clouds, a storm threatening to engulf all. They were herding a flock of sheep, making their way home. "Grandfather, when will father return?" asked the boy, clad in a sheepskin coat. Looking up at his grandfather, the old man smiled gently. "Your father said he would return once the war is over." "When will that war conclude?" "The war will end when Whitebeard falls." "Oh, I hope that happens soon." A thought struck the boy, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Grandfather, do you think father could personally behead Whitebeard? Would he then become a naval admiral?" The boy's grandfather chuckled and nodded. "Of course, it's possible. That old man with the white beard is not a monster. He is merely a person. Anyone can meet a grim fate, and who knows? Perhaps one day a naval vessel will arrive right at our doorstep." "Grandfather, you're joking. We live on the prairie. There's no sea here. How could a warship possibly come?" Suddenly, the sky grew tumultuous, dark clouds swirling violently, as if an enraged deity was unleashing its wrath. Thunderbolts, as thick as barrels, descended, igniting a solitary tree on the prairie into a blazing torch. With a gust, the wind intensified, causing the two trees to creak and sway perilously, as if they might snap at any moment.